This is Yinyang City in the Dragon Nation of the Spirit Beast realm. Tang Zimu, once an overworked office worker, has now become a 19-year-old senior student at Yinyang First High School. It could indeed be called a stroke of fate. As a seasoned fan of novels and games, Tang Zimu had played through every version of Pokemon, from Red and Green to Gold and Silver, and even dabbled in domestic games like Seer and Rock Kingdom. However, this world was far harsher than any game. In this reality, spirit beasts were the true rulers, and humans could only survive by taming them with beast rings. Unexpectedly, the original owner's life had been tragically bleak. His parents, both beast tamers, had died over a decade ago during a spirit beast siege, leaving him to fend for himself while juggling school and part-time jobs. After struggling for years, he had finally reached the point where he could tame his first spirit beast, only to tragically die from slipping in the bathroom out of sheer excitement. Fortunately, Tang Zimu had arrived in the most dignified transmigration fashion, retaining his own strong body while inheriting the original owner's memories. As he was immersed in these memories, voices from outside the stall interrupted him. Two students were chatting about Qin Xiaoqiang, the class president of Class 3, who had tamed a 7-star longleaf cat, while the school beauty, Lu Yaya, had only managed to tame a 2-star blue-striped frog. Their conversation confirmed that Tang Zimu had indeed arrived in a world akin to Pokemon. Tang Zimu, are you still in the bathroom? The teacher asked me to get you. It's almost your turn at the Spirit Beast Hall, called Feng Yuqing, snapping Tang Zimu out of his thoughts. Tang Zimu quickly adjusted his clothes and stepped out of the stall, only to be met with Feng Yuqing's surprised gaze. It wasn't surprising, though. The original owner had been malnourished and frail, his spirit worn thin from balancing studies and part-time jobs. But now, Tang Zimu looked full of vitality, his demeanor completely transformed. He casually offered an explanation. I guess I got excited thinking about finally getting my own spirit beast. Seeing that Tang Zimu was not as unapproachable as rumors suggested, Feng Yuqing enthusiastically shared some news. Do you know what happened while you were in the bathroom? Just a few spots ahead of you. Xiao Yangzhou tamed a 6-star flame deer in the Spirit Beast Hall. Xiao Yangzhou, a direct descendant of the prestigious Qiao family in Yinyang City, had exceptional genes and frequent exposure to high-level spirit beasts. It was no surprise that he could tame a high-quality spirit beast. After all, the Spirit Beast Hall's creatures were all artificially bred to be docile, and taming them depended entirely on compatibility and the spirit beast aura one carried. As they walked out together, Feng Yuqing curiously asked, "So, what kind of spirit beast are you planning to tame? What star rating are you aiming for? With your knowledge of spirit beasts, you should be able to tame a high-quality one, right?" Of course. It's not every day you get a chance like this. Naturally, I'm going to tame the highest quality spirit beast in the entire spirit beast house. Tang Zimu was brimming with confidence, his eyes shining with determination. As a transmigrator who had inherited the original owner's memories, Tang Zimu was a walking encyclopedia when it came to spirit beasts. Thanks to the original owner's undeniable academic prowess, he had never let up on his studies, even while juggling part-time jobs to make ends meet. Spirit Beast Compendium, Fundamentals of Spirit Beast Rearing, Spirit Beast Attribute Training, and even the obscure Spirit Beast Breeding Science had mastered them all. Walking side by side with Feng Yuqing, Tang Zimu soon arrived outside the largest Spirit Beast house in Yinyang City. This massive dome-shaped building only opened to senior high school students during the annual college entrance exams. At this moment, a crowd of students from Yinyang First High School had already gathered. On the left were students who had successfully tamed their spirit beasts. Some were beaming with joy, clearly satisfied with their new companions, while others looked dejected, likely disappointed with the quality of their spirit beasts. On the right stood students who had yet to enter the spirit beast house, their faces tense and brows furrowed. After all, taming their first spirit beast would directly impact their performance in the practical trial 3 days later, a critical factor in determining whether they could become true beast tamers. Tang Zimu, over here. Class 8's homeroom teacher, Fan Shi, waved him over with a smile on his face. You've got some nerve, running off to the restroom at such a crucial moment. Fan Shi had a soft spot for this student. After all, a perfect score in the theoretical exams was a rarity across the entire Long Nation. Having a student like Tang Zimu in his class was a point of pride, even earning him a seat next to the principal at school banquets. Sometimes, the principal wouldn't even dare to rotate the table when Fan Shi was reaching for a dish. When Tang Zimu approached, Fan Shi gave him a once-over, clearly pleased with the energetic and confident demeanor of his student. He nodded approvingly. Good. That restroom break wasn't wasted. Keep up this spirit. Many spirit beasts prefer a master with courage, composure, and resolve. He gestured toward the entrance of the spirit beast house. One has already gone in. You're next. Don't overthink it. Don't stress yourself out, and don't aim too high. Just tame a decently qualified spirit beast. With your theoretical scores, you only need to pass the practical trial in 3 days, and you'll have your pick of the nation's top universities. Tang Zimu nodded in acknowledgement, his heart filled with gratitude toward Fan Shi. This homeroom teacher had gone out of his way to help him after learning about his family's financial struggles. Fan Shi not only paid for his tuition out of his own pocket, but also introduced him to several light part-time jobs. This kindness had been extended long before Tang Zimu's academic talent had come to light. The conversation between Tang Zimu and Fan Shi quickly caught the attention of the surrounding students. Whispers began spreading among the crowd as they discussed the renowned top student. So that's Tang Zimu? I heard he's really antisocial and kind of dull. Doesn't look like it today. Seems sharp and kind of handsome, actually. The news of a perfect score in the theoretical exam spread like wildfire, sweeping across the entire examination hall. The murmurs of the students rose and fell, their eyes glimmering with astonishment and envy. If I had that score, I'd be over the moon. A boy couldn't help but exclaim, his voice brimming with longing. If his practical trial scores are just a bit higher, he could easily get into Kyoto University. A girl chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Nearby, a group of students who had already tamed spirit beasts joined the conversation. Among them, those who had tamed spirit beasts with 5-star or higher potential had naturally formed an exclusive circle, shutting out the ordinary students. Their gazes occasionally drifted toward Tang Zimu, filled with both curiosity and a hint of wariness. Tang Zimu, huh? That guy knows so much about spirit beasts. I think he has a great chance of taming one of the highest potential beasts in the house, a boy said excitedly, his eyes alight with anticipation. I wouldn't be so sure, a girl with glasses analyzed calmly. There's a big difference between knowledge and actual practice. Plenty of students with high theoretical scores end up taming low-potential spirit beasts. Exactly, agreed a short-haired boy. A few years ago, there was someone who scored nearly perfect in theory but ended up taming a 1-star spirit beast. He cried his heart out right there in the spirit beast house. Among them, the leader of this small circle was Qin Xiaoqiang, who had tamed a 7-star spirit beast. Tall and sharp-eyed, he nudged Xiao Yangzhou beside him with his shoulder and asked curiously, Old Xiao, you're Tang Zimu's class president, you must know him well. What do you think he can tame? Hearing this, Xiao Yangzhou crossed his arms, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips as he replied, You guys are giving him too much credit. Tang Zimu's family is poor, so he's probably never even been near a high-level spirit beast in real life. Plus, he's introverted and unmotivated, no way he could attract a high-potential beast. If you ask me, even if he uses the right methods, the best he could do is a 4-star spirit beast. As a direct descendant of the Qiao family and the class president of Class 8, Xiao Yangzhou should have been a prominent figure at school. However, since their first year, Tang Zimu had overshadowed him in theoretical scores. This had significantly diminished the attention Xiao Yangzhou received from teachers, and many students only knew Tang Zimu, not him, as the class president. This situation left Xiao Yangzhou resentful, harboring a deep hostility toward Tang Zimu. The others picked up on the hostility in Xiao Yangzhou's tone and wisely chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, they turned their eyes toward the spirit beast house, brimming with curiosity and anticipation. They were eager to see what kind of spirit beast this Tang Zimu, dismissed so harshly by Xiao Yangzhou, would manage to tame. At that moment, a teacher's booming voice rang out from the entrance of the spirit beast house. Yi Tongwen, guardian dog, 4-star potential. Yi Tongwen emerged from the spirit beast house, cradling a round, fluffy puppy in her arms, her face alight with uncontrollable joy. Inside the spirit beast house, beasts with 1 or 2-star potential were as common as dirt. 90 of students ended up with one of those. A 3 or 4-star beast was considered middle tier. The 4-star guardian dog in Yi Tongwen's arms was already above average, and it was no wonder she was so thrilled. Teacher, it's a 4-star guardian dog. It's so adorable. Yi Tongwen exclaimed excitedly, holding her beast up for Fan Shi to see. Nearby, Tang Zimu took the opportunity to carefully observe the spirit beast. The guardian dog closely resembled a white Chinese rural dog from Blue Planet, except for a 6-pointed star-like mark on its back, which was likely the energy storage area mentioned in the books. Around its neck was a beast taming ring, and it nestled obediently in Yi Tongwen's arms. Nice, Fan Shi praised with a smile. Spend these 3 days bonding with this little one. With its potential, your practical trial score should be solid. Before he could continue, the teacher at the entrance called out again. Next student, Tang Zimu, please enter. Fan Shi immediately patted Tang Zimu on the shoulder, encouraging him. It's your turn to tame a spirit beast. Go for it. At the sound of Tang Zimu's name, the eyes of the teachers and students immediately focused on him. Everyone was eager to see what kind of spirit beast this top scorer, in theory, would tame. Tang Zimu felt the weight of their expectant and curious gazes, but he showed no sign of nervousness or excitement. His mind was already racing with thoughts of which spirit beast to tame. Taking a deep breath, he walked steadily toward the entrance of the spirit beast house. As he stepped through the entrance, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Ding! Host detected approaching beast taming. Activating the Divine Beast Taming System. Divine Beast Mastery System. Tang Zimu exclaimed, then suddenly came to a realization. Just moments ago, while in the restroom, he had been pondering whether he, as a transmigrator, was missing something essential. His thoughts had been interrupted by Feng Yuqing's shout. Now, reflecting on it, he realized that for any transmigrator, a system was practically a standard feature. As a devoted reader of online novels, how could he have overlooked such a crucial element in his excitement? Tang Zimu, come over and register your identity. A teacher called out from the entrance of the Spirit Beast house, pointing to the registration book on the table as they noticed Tang Zimu standing there in a daze. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Tang Zimu quickly walked over to the table and handed over his student ID. While the teacher was busy copying down his information, he silently repeated the words Divine Beast Mastery System in his mind, following the methods he'd learned from countless web novels. Sure enough, in the next moment, a synthesized electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Divine Beast Mastery System. This system will reward the host based on actions related to taming, nurturing, and battling with spirit beasts. All rewards can be applied unconditionally to the host's beasts. The system continued. The host has successfully accessed the system and received a beginner's gift package. The package contains a random mythical level talent and 10 divine attribute points. Truly worthy of being a divine system, these rewards are incredible. Tang Zimu marveled inwardly. He understood clearly that in the spirit beast continent, every spirit beast possessed a talent, which was a key factor in determining its potential. Talent levels were ranked from lowest to highest as bronze, silver, gold, diamond, emerald, epic, legendary, and mythical. Mythical level talents were said to exist only in legendary divine beasts. To his astonishment, the system had awarded such a high-tier talent right off the bat. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Ding! Randomization complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythical level talent, Overturn Mountains and Seas, and 10 divine attribute points. As the system's voice faded, a translucent blue panel, visible only to Tang Zimu, appeared before him. On the left side of the panel was a 3D projection of himself, while the right side displayed detailed information. Divine Beast Mastery System. Host, Tang Zimu. Beast Companions, none. Reward storage. 1. Mythical level talent, Overturn Mountains and Seas, can be applied to a beast companion, granting it this talent. Ignores the rule that a beast can only have one talent, without affecting its original talent. Ability, doubles the beast's strength attribute. Other strength sources, temporary boosts, item enhancements, skill enhancements, etc. will also receive additional bonuses. 2. Divine Attribute Points 10. Each point grants one attribute value to a beast companion. Breaks through all limitations, including species, potential, and talent restrictions, with no upper limit. This system is absolutely insane. Tang Zimu exclaimed inwardly once again. Just moments ago, he'd been wondering about the restriction that each spirit beast could only have one talent. And now, the system had immediately proven him wrong. Who said a beast could only have one talent? The mythical level talent completely ignored that rule, stacking on top of the original talent like a bonus divine gift. The most remarkable aspect of this reward was the truly extraordinary effect of the talent, mountain overturning and sea shifting. Tang Zimu stared at the system interface, his eyes glimmering with barely contained excitement. A permanent doubling of strength attributes. This was already an astonishing boost, but what made it even more terrifying was that every source of strength could be doubled. He quickly ran the calculations in his head. Drinking a potion that temporarily increased strength by 50 would now result in a 100 boost. Adding a skill that increased strength by another 50 would add yet another 100. This wasn't just doubling, it was exponential growth, skyrocketing strength to unimaginable levels. As for whether strength attributes would be sufficient, the second reward of 10 divine attribute points could break through all limitations of a beast species, aptitude, or any other constraints, and could even be stacked infinitely. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of Tang Zimu's lips. This meant that as long as he had enough divine attribute points, even the weakest spirit beast in the spirit beast world, such as the sunward grass, could be cultivated into a being with power comparable to a divine beast. A vivid image flashed through his mind, a 30-centimeter tall sunward grass casually flicking its head, sending a 10,000-ton divine beast, the earthbound rock demon, flying. The absurdity of the scene almost made Tang Zimu laugh out loud. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. With this divine beast taming system, becoming a top-tier beast tamer was practically guaranteed. Registration complete. Here is your beast taming ring. The teacher's voice interrupted Tang Zimu's daydream. From a box on the desk, the teacher retrieved a white beast taming ring, which resembled a collar, and handed it to Tang Zimu. Tang Zimu took the ring and examined it closely. This was a product developed by combining the talents of spirit beasts capable of manipulation with those of other spirit beasts. As long as the ring was placed around a spirit beast's neck or wrist and remained secure, the beast could be tamed. The white beast taming ring he held was the most basic type, provided free of charge to every student taking the college entrance exams. It had no functions beyond taming and controlling spirit beasts. Tang Zimu recalled what he had read in books. Higher-grade beast taming rings possessed additional abilities, such as adjusting size, sensing a spirit beast condition, enabling telepathic communication with the beast, and embedding items to enhance the beast's capabilities. Although you probably already know this, I must emphasize it again, the teacher said sternly. Do not, under any circumstances, engage in actions like forcibly taming a spirit beast inside the beast house. Not only will this disqualify you from taming the beast, but it could also provoke the beast into a rampage that may cost you your life. All right, you may enter the beast house now. Tang Zimu nodded to show he understood. This warning was indeed necessary. Every year, there were always a few overconfident students who attempted to use brute force to tame high-potential spirit beasts in the beast house. Little did they realize that these seemingly cute and docile young beasts possessed strength far beyond what a mere high school student could handle physically. Following the arrows on the ground, Tang Zimu walked down a long corridor leading to the inner section of the beast house. As he walked, he mentally reviewed his advantages. The original host's encyclopedic knowledge of spirit beasts, which could be used for taming and training, his own understanding of strategies and skill combinations from generations of Pokemon games on Earth, which could be applied to commanding beasts in battle, and now, the divine beast taming system as an overpowered add-on. It was as if he had been handed a royal flush at the start of the game. How could he possibly lose? Passing through the quiet corridor, Tang Zimu arrived at a massive room. Inside, there were 10 iron doors, each numbered from 1 to 10. As soon as he entered, he heard a growling sound coming from behind door number 8. Based on his extensive knowledge of spirit beasts, he immediately identified it as the bark of a guardian hound. It seemed that room number 8 housed the guardian hound species within the beast house. A teacher stood guard inside the room, accompanied by a gigantic spirit beast covered in ghostly blue flames, with horns protruding from its head. This was the final evolved form of the flame deer, Specizen infernal flame moose. The teacher's role, along with his beast, was to ensure that no spirit beasts escaped from the house. When Tang Zimu approached, the teacher nodded and said, "You're from class 8. Enter room number 8. From the moment you step inside, you'll have 30 minutes to complete your task and return." With that, the teacher reached out and opened the door to room number 8. Beyond the door lay a lush, verdant forest. Tang Zimu nervously rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and stepped into the greenery. The scene inside the spirit beast house resembled a miniature wilderness. With jungles, rivers, rocky cliffs, and caves, everything came alive under the sunlight streaming through the transparent glass ceiling. As Tang Zimu stepped into this man-made ecosystem, he couldn't help but marvel at its realism. However, the spatial divisions during the exam period made each individual area feel somewhat cramped. He walked along a jungle path, weaving through dense shrubs. Not far ahead, a few young guardian dogs were frolicking beneath a large tree. Their size was similar to the one Yi Tungwen had been holding earlier. Tang Zimu paused to observe for a moment, but didn't approach. He had already set his sights on his true target, the longleaf cat. There were 5 types of spirit beasts in the spirit beast house: flame deer, blue-striped frog, longleaf cat, guardian dog, and steel-feathered sparrow, representing the fire, water, grass, rock, and flying attributes, respectively. These were carefully selected by the Beast Taming Alliance as beginner-friendly spirit beasts, known for being easy to raise and having gentle temperaments. Tang Zimu mused to himself, weren't these essentially the famous starter trio of Blue Planet? Although the number had increased, the concept remained the same. He had 2 reasons for choosing the longleaf cat. First, it was the only spirit beast known for its strength, perfectly complementing his newly acquired god-tier talent: topple mountains and overturn seas. Second, the longleaf cat had an elegant appearance, graceful movements, and a combination of power and beauty that was hard to resist. Just as Tang Zimu was about to turn and search for the longleaf cat, a thought crossed his mind. He doubled back, fixing his gaze on one of the running guardian dogs. With a single thought, an attribute panel materialized before him. Name: Guardian Dog. Aptitude: 3 stars. Attribute: Rock. Level: 3. Talent: Guardian Silver Tier, reduces 5 of physical damage received. Base stats: Strength: 13 Spirit, 7 Stamina, 14. Agility: 10 Physical Defense, 15 Magic Defense, 14. Skills: Rock Shield Bite. At the bottom of the panel, a note thoughtfully added: the average attributes for an adult male are 10 points each. This discovery thrilled Tang Zimu. What had started as a casual experiment turned into a groundbreaking revelation. Could actually view the detailed attributes of spirit beasts. This ability not only displayed aptitude and talents, but also quantified every stat. For most people, determining a spirit beast's aptitude and talent required prolonged observation and testing. Yet for him, a single thought revealed everything. Clenching his fists, Tang Zimu could barely contain his excitement. The immense power of this god-tier beast taming system exceeded all his expectations, opening up endless possibilities for his journey as a beast tamer. To uncover more detailed attributes, one must take their beast to a specialized spiritual beast evaluation center, spending both money and time to determine these characteristics. However, with a single glance, Tang Zimu could see all the data clearly. This unique ability gave him a significant head start over others. Time was no longer a concern, allowing him to focus entirely on selecting a high-potential longleaf cat. Feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, Tang Zimu turned and leisurely headed down another path. He passed through plains, crossed a small stream, and climbed over jagged rocks before finally reaching his destination. In the dense grass, Tang Zimu crouched down, holding his breath as he quietly observed a group of longleaf cats not far away. These graceful creatures resembled Maine Coons from Blue Star, with pale green fur that shimmered under the sunlight. Their most distinctive feature was their tails, which were made up of several long leaves that swayed gently in the breeze, resembling miniature flags. Tang Zimu's sharp eyes scanned the group of 6 longleaf cats. 5 of them appeared unremarkable, much like the ones he'd seen before. However, the leader of the group stood out distinctly. It was larger in size, with a tail of lush, leaf-like fur that flowed like silk, and its claws were lined with serrated edges. This longleaf cat held its head high, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Tang Zimu quickly pulled up the information panel on this unique longleaf cat. Name: Longleaf Cat. Quality: 8-star. Attribute: Grass. Level: 4. Talent: Leaf Tail Diamond Level Talent, granting a 15 chance of an additional attack when using tail-related skills. Base attributes: Strength 20, Spirit 13, Stamina 15, Agility 18, Physical Defense 14, Magical Defense 15. Skills: Tail Blade, Claw Strike, Tail Swipe. 8-star quality. Tang Zimu felt a surge of joy. This was undoubtedly the highest quality beast available in the spiritual beast house. He couldn't help but feel lucky to have encountered such a top-tier longleaf cat right away. As for why there were no 9-star or 10-star quality beasts, those rare breeds were often reserved from birth by privileged elites, leaving ordinary students with no chance to claim them. Recalling the preferences of longleaf cats, Tang Zimu knew they had a sweet tooth and particularly loved fragrant flowers. He reached into his pocket and took out a few fragrant flowers and some green tooth grass he'd collected along the way, adding a few sweet-tasting ingredients to mix them into a small rice ball. His extensive knowledge and quick collection skills had saved him at least 10 minutes compared to the average student. Holding the rice ball in his hand, Tang Zimu stood up, relaxed his body, and approached the group of longleaf cats with a friendly smile. His sudden appearance startled the cats momentarily, but they quickly relaxed upon recognizing him as human. Generations of domestication and genetic traits had made these longleaf cats accustomed to human presence. Seeing this, Tang Zimu grew more confident. He carefully approached the leader of the longleaf cats and offered the rice ball with a friendly gesture. According to the rules of the spiritual beast house, if the longleaf cat accepted the rice ball, it would signify its willingness to become his beast. The leader of the longleaf cats lowered its head to sniff the rice ball, then gave Tang Zimu's hand a gentle sniff. But just as Tang Zimu's eyes lit up with anticipation, the longleaf cat, with a trace of drool still hanging from its mouth, abruptly stood up and walked away. Tang Zimu's eyes widened in disbelief. His rice ball had been crafted with the perfect formula. There was no way it could be flawed. Could it be that the problem was with him? Tang Zimu was left utterly perplexed. Tang Zimu stood in the forest clearing, clutching a fragrant rice ball in his hand, his eyes filled with anticipation. He had just crossed into this unfamiliar world and thought that with this exquisite food, taming his first spirit beast would be a piece of cake. However, reality hit him hard. The long-leafed cat with an 8-star aptitude merely glanced at the rice ball before arrogantly turning away. Tang Zimu froze in place, unable to believe his eyes. He took a deep breath and comforted himself, saying, "An 8-star spirit beast is indeed proud. No wonder no one has been able to tame it." Unwilling to give up, Tang Zimu quickly turned his attention to another long-leafed cat. This one only had a 4-star aptitude. Surely it would be easier to approach. He cautiously moved closer, holding up the rice ball. This time, the cat's reaction was more noticeable. Its eyes lit up with delight at the scent, but as it caught a whiff of Tang Zimu's own scent, hesitation clouded its gaze. In the end, it too turned and walked away, just like the first one. "Are you kidding me?" Tang Zimu stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. He stared at the rice ball in his hand, a mix of frustration and disbelief surging in his chest. Even a 4-star spirit beast found him unworthy. Was he really that hopeless? Forcing himself to stay calm, Tang Zimu reminded himself, "With the divine beast taming system in my hands, even the lowest aptitude spirit beast can be cultivated into a divine beast." He repeated this mantra in his mind, barely managing to regain his confidence. His gaze fell on the smallest, slowest moving long-leafed cat among the 6. Gritting his teeth, Tang Zimu thought, I refused to believe even a one-star long-leafed cat would reject me. But reality dealt him another cruel blow. The one-star long-leafed cat, despite drooling at the sight of the rice ball, firmly chose to walk away as well. Tang Zimu was utterly defeated, letting out a despairing roar. This is so freaking ridiculous. Watching the 6 long-leafed cats scurry away as if fleeing from a plague, Tang Zimu slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the rice ball in his hand. His mind raced as he tried to pinpoint the problem. Suddenly, a horrifying realization struck him. Tang Zimu remembered that in this world, humans possessed a unique ability to establish a mental connection with spirit beasts. But he, having crossed over from Blue Star, lacked this innate trait entirely. The truth hit him like a bolt of lightning. No wonder the guard dogs at the entrance had ignored him. No wonder the blue-striped frogs and steel-feathered sparrows he encountered on the way had paid him no mind. To the spirit beasts of this world, he wasn't even considered a normal human. Sitting on the ground, Tang Zimu watched the long-leafed cats disappear into the distance, his emotions in turmoil. Clutching the rice ball tightly, he realized that his predicament in this strange new world was far more challenging than he had ever imagined. Tang Zimu covered his face, his heart twisting in pain. Yet, an even more terrifying thought flashed through his mind like lightning. The fact that the spirit beast chamber couldn't attract spirit beasts was still bearable. After all, with the divine beast taming system in his possession, even if he scored 0 on the college entrance exam, he could still buy low-grade spirit beasts later and train them. The real nightmare, however, was that his unique physique made it impossible for any spirit beast to truly bond with him, rendering him incapable of utilizing the divine beast taming system's abilities. This cruel reality struck like a heavy hammer, shattering Tang Zimu's hopes completely. He held a winning hand, but couldn't play his cards. Falling from heaven to hell, he slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with despair, as if his future had turned pitch black. He let out a bitter laugh, thinking that if he had known it would come to this, he might as well have stayed on Blue Star and continued paying off that 28-year mortgage. At that moment, a sharp announcement echoed through the venue. Candidate Tang Zimu, your taming time is over. Please leave the chamber promptly. Tang Zimu forced himself to his feet, dragging his heavy steps toward door 7. He slowly placed his hand on the doorknob, clinging to a shred of hope, but no miracle occurred. In the remaining time, he had attempted to tame the flame deer, blue-striped frog, and guardian dog, only to meet the same result as with the longleaf cat. Even the crippled flame deer showed nothing but disdain for him. This further confirmed his suspicion. In this world of spirit beasts, he lacked the ability to tame them. With his mind in a haze, Tang Zimu, urged by the announcement, struggled to turn the doorknob and stumbled out of room 8. At the door, a teacher began the routine reminder but paused mid-sentence upon noticing Tang Zimu's empty hands and the unused beast taming ring. The teacher's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the promising student from Jing University who had scored full marks in theoretical classes. It's okay, the teacher said, trying to remain calm and offer comfort. If you didn't tame a spirit beast this year, you can always repeat and try again next year. Who knows, things might be different then. But before the teacher could finish, Tang Zimu had already walked away, his figure devoid of spirit, leaving the spirit beast chamber behind. Outside the chamber, Fan Sher and several senior-grade teachers were anxiously waiting. According to the rules, students had to leave after taming a spirit beast, typically within 30 minutes. Those who stayed until the last moment usually faced extreme situations. Could it be that Tang Zimu got too greedy, insisting on taming a high-quality spirit beast? The Class 4 teacher speculated with concern. That doesn't seem like him, Fan Sher muttered, pulling at his hair in frustration. Could it be that he failed to tame even one spirit beast? That would mean losing all the points for the practical trial. As the teachers argued, a commotion suddenly erupted at the spirit beast chamber's entrance. Tang Zimu emerged, his desolate figure and empty beast taming ring silently revealing the truth. The crowd fell into an uproar. The genius who had aced every theoretical exam had failed to tame a single spirit beast. How could he possibly face the practical trial of the college entrance exam in 3 days? In front of the entrance to the spirit beast house, the students were abuzz with excitement, their chatter as fervent as boiling water, discussing the unexpected turn of events. Tang Zimu emerged alone, with nothing by his side, clearly having failed to tame any spirit beast. The sight was like a heavy blow, shattering everyone's expectations. Oh my God, Tang Zimu didn't even tame a single spirit beast, one student exclaimed, their voice filled with disbelief. Doesn't that mean he won't score much in the practical test? What a waste of his perfect score in the theoretical exam. Another student sighed, shaking their head in regret. The murmurs and discussions grew louder, a mix of shock, pity, and even ridicule. The noisiest group was undoubtedly the high-aptitude spirit beast circle led by Qiao Yangzhou. Watching Tang Zimu's dejected figure, Qiao Yangzhou couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha ha, I told you this guy was no good, but none of you believed me. Forget taming a high-aptitude spirit beast doesn't even qualify to tame one at all. Xiao Yangzhou's laughter was full of smugness and disdain. Once the center of attention, Tang Zimu now appeared defeated, while Xiao Yangzhou himself had successfully acquired a high-aptitude spirit beast, basking in the admiration of others. The stark contrast delighted him to no end. Even Qin Shaoqiang couldn't help but smirk, a glint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Who would have thought? The famous Tang Zimu can't even tame a spirit beast. Looks like there's no suspense for this year's college entrance exams. He had always regarded Tang Zimu as his greatest rival, but now that this threat was eliminated, he was already envisioning himself as the top scorer in the Yanyang City exams. Teacher Fan Sure cautiously approached Tang Zimu, noticing the defeated expression on his student's face. His heart ached. He knew all too well how devastating it was to leave the spirit beast house empty-handed. Many students in the past had been crushed by such failure, some even losing their way entirely. Tang Zimu, it's okay, Fan Sure said gently, patting his shoulder with concern. At worst, you can repeat the year. Who knows? Maybe next year you'll succeed. And even if you don't want to take the exams again, that's fine too. With your perfect theory scores, I could ask the principal to arrange a position for you as a library assistant or a theory class intern. You'd still have a decent life. Other teachers also stepped forward to offer words of comfort, unwilling to see such a rare talent in theoretical studies fall into despair. However, Tang Zimu merely waved his hand lightly. Don't worry, teacher. I'm not that fragile, he said calmly, though his eyes betrayed a hint of weariness. I just don't feel like thinking about it right now. Whatever comes next, he'll deal with it later. Despite the heavy blow, Tang Zimu had not entirely lost his fighting spirit. After all, he had endured countless setbacks and injustices in the workplace back on Blue Star. While this defeat was severe, it wasn't enough to completely crush his resolve. For now, though, he needed time to process, to steady himself, and to prepare for a comeback. Tang Zimu walked through the streets and alleys of the spirit beast realm, eventually returning to the depths of the slums where a small, dilapidated house stood. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, he was met with a pitiful sight. The walls were riddled with cracks and peeling paint, letting in drafts from every direction. The floor was damp and dark, and the entire room contained only a rickety wooden bed and a wobbling bookshelf. The dire state of the environment spoke volumes about the original owner's impoverished life. Tang Zimu collapsed weakly onto the bed, staring up at the sky through a gaping hole in the roof. With a groan of despair, he cried out, "Damn it, heavens above! Are you trying to ruin me?" He began venting his frustrations about the unfairness of fate, cursing his transfer to this rundown spirit beast realm and reminiscing about his life back on Blue Star Duff as it was. At least it guaranteed him a full stomach. Raising his hands, Tang Zimu stared at his palms and couldn't help but mock himself. What's so great about transmigrating with my body anyway? Might as well have been my soul. What good is having my own body if I can't even control a spirit beast? Being in a world filled with fantastical creatures, yet unable to tame any of them, felt worse than death. After railing against the heavens and lamenting his situation, Tang Zimu directed his anger toward the system. Summoning the so-called God-level beast taming system, he glared at the empty beast slot on the right side of the interface, his fury intensifying. What kind of garbage God-level beast taming system is this? It can only amplify beasts I already own. He began listing the perks of other systems like the God of Wealth system, the Cheat system, and the War God system until he was hoarse from complaining. Exhausted, Tang Zimu's gaze fell on the 3D projection of himself displayed on the left side of the system interface. He recalled discovering earlier, while experimenting with the system's inspection feature, that it could only analyze spirit beasts, not humans. However, by convention, as the host, shouldn't he be able to see his own attribute panel? With this sudden idea in mind, Tang Zimu attempted to view his attributes. Sure enough, a semi-transparent panel slowly appeared before him, revealing his basic stats: Strength 10, Spirit 15, Stamina 9, Agility 11, Physical Defense 10, and Magic Defense 10. What shocked him even more was that the format of this panel was identical to that used for inspecting spirit beasts. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Holding his breath, Tang Zimu trembled as he dragged his own 3D projection into the empty beast slot on the right. The next moment, the system's cold, robotic voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Tang Zimu, for successfully acquiring your first spirit beast, Tang Zimu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taming a spirit beast for the first time. You've taken a great first step and received the first tame reward, 10 God-level attribute points. This unexpected turn of events instantly pulled Tang Zimu out of despair and filled him with hope. A brand new adventure was about to begin. Whoa! Tang Zimu shot up from the bed as if propelled by a spring. He landed steadily in a superhero-like stance, his eyes immediately locking onto his own avatar in the beast taming panel. Did it work? Tang Zimu stared in disbelief at the familiar avatar, his mind racing as he quickly recalled the concept of beast taming. It required the target's voluntary submission and a psychological connection to be established. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Aren't I the perfect beast to tame myself? This realization filled Tang Zimu with overwhelming joy. Though the idea of taming myself sounded a bit strange, it was undoubtedly a miraculous turn of events compared to the bleak prospect of never being able to tame a beast in his lifetime. He had been preparing to live as an ordinary person in Yinyang City, but fate had taken an unexpected twist. Tang Zimu was so excited that he nearly attempted a somersault, though his physical condition held him back. Then, he remembered the god-tier reward granted by the system. Without hesitation, he opened the reward storage box and dragged the mythic-level talent, Overturn Mountains and Seas, onto his avatar. The system's notification chimed, and Tang Zimu confirmed his choice with determination. Almost instantly, a warm current coursed through his body, bringing waves of soreness. The energy eventually split into two streams, settling in the center of his palms. Feeling the surging power within him, Tang Zimu eagerly ran to the bookshelf. With a single hand, he effortlessly lifted the bookshelf, which was nearly as tall as he was. He silently calculated his strength value had doubled from the original 10 points to 20, far surpassing the limits of an ordinary person. Yet, Tang Zimu wasn't satisfied. His eyes gleamed with a hunger for even greater power, as if this was merely the first step on his journey to becoming truly formidable. He carefully placed the bookshelf back in its original position, afraid that even the slightest force might break one of the only two pieces of furniture in his home. Tang Zimu handled it with extreme caution, as if this worn-out bookshelf were a priceless antique. Once he confirmed it was secure, he eagerly opened the interface, his gaze fixed on the remaining precious reward in the storage box, the god-tier attribute points. These were no ordinary attribute points. They were god-tier attribute points capable of surpassing racial limits. The initial starter reward had given him 10 points, and his first beast taming experience had just granted him another 10 points. Now he had a total of 20 god-tier attribute points at his disposal. Tang Zimu stared at the glowing number, 20, and fell into deep thought. These points had an overwhelming impact, with each point effectively doubling its effect. Allocating all of them to strength seemed like the most efficient choice, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He realized that the body is a complex system, and excessively enhancing a single attribute could lead to imbalances elsewhere, like attempting to lift heavy weights with insufficient physical endurance, which could result in serious injuries. After weighing his options carefully, Tang Zimu finally decided to distribute the 20 god-tier attribute points as follows: 10 to strength, 5 to stamina, and 5 to agility. As he confirmed the allocation, a familiar warmth surged through his body, accompanied by a brief sensation of soreness. When the discomfort subsided, Tang Zimu was thrilled to discover the dramatic changes in his base attributes. Strength, 40. Spirit, 15. Stamina, 14. Agility, 16. Physical defense, 10. Magic defense, 10. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This attribute panel was nothing short of luxurious. With 40 points in strength, he was confident he could dominate the upcoming combat trials. Even fearsome spirit beasts of higher levels and better qualities would likely struggle to withstand a single punch from him. The thought brought a determined glint to Tang Zimu's eyes. Initially, he had planned to withdraw from the trial due to his lack of a tamed spirit beast, but now he was eager to participate. Recalling his classmates who had mocked him with schadenfreude, he silently vowed to prove them wrong and redeem himself. Suddenly, Tang Zimu remembered that Fan Shi had mentioned informing the principal to have him withdrawn from the trials early. Realizing that time was of the essence, he rushed out of the house without taking a moment to adjust to his newfound physical enhancements, sprinting toward the Spirit Beast Hall. As he ran, Tang Zimu immediately felt the immense changes in his body. His speed had more than doubled, and his stamina seemed boundless. Running felt effortless. This sensation was far superior to relying on a tamed beast while remaining physically vulnerable himself. With his extraordinary physique, Tang Zimu quickly arrived near the Spirit Beast Hall. He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that there were still about 10 students waiting in line outside, yet to enter. Teachers and students who had already completed their Spirit Beast selection were chatting nearby. Scanning the crowd, Tang Zimu quickly spotted Fan Shi's figure. Without hesitation, he strode toward him, determined to stop him from reporting his withdrawal to the principal. Outside the Spirit Beast house, a group of teachers and students gathered, whispering about what had just happened. Class 2's homeroom teacher, Fan Shi, frowned deeply and couldn't help but sigh. How could Tang Zimu fail to tame a spirit beast? Scoring full marks in the theory exam, but failing T-sit must be the first case of its kind in Longwa's history. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. If I had known, I should have let him spend more time around my dia. Maybe the scent would have attracted a spirit beast. The homeroom teacher of class 4 shook his head and tried to console him. Don't blame yourself. Our beast taming skills as teachers are far from impressive. Even with more exposure, it wouldn't have influenced the creatures in the Spirit Beast house. He was right, most skilled beast tamers were already on the front lines. battling spirit beasts outside the city. Just as Fanshur was worrying about Tang Zimu's future, a voice suddenly called out behind him, "Teacher." He turned around abruptly and saw the very student he was concerned about, Tang Zimu. Fanshur quickly stepped forward, his tone filled with concern. "Weren't you supposed to be resting at home? Why are you here again? Just stay at home until the college entrance exams are over. I'll talk to the principal about your situation." But Tang Zimu shook his head firmly, his eyes resolute. "Teacher, I'm here to tell you that I'm not quitting the exams. I will participate in the practical trial 3 days from now." Fanshur was stunned, his voice involuntarily rising. "What? You're saying you want to join the practical trial?" His exclamation drew the attention of everyone around, and all eyes turned to Tang Zimu. Immediately, murmurs erupted outside the spirit beast house. Some were shocked. "Did I hear that right? Tang Zimu wants to take part in the practical trial." Others mocked. "This is hilarious. He couldn't even tame a spirit beast, yet he dares to join the trial? He must have lost his mind." Still, a few sighed. "Well, maybe he's lucky enough to make it out alive." Ignoring the chatter, Fanshur strode up to Tang Zimu, his expression grave. "Tang Zimu, are you out of your mind? Do you even understand how dangerous the practical trial is?" Of course, Tang Zimu understood. The practical trial of the college entrance exams involved placing candidates into a specially designed secret realm for 1 full day. The environment replicated the dangers outside the city, far more perilous than the spirit beast house. Although the spirit beasts inside were capped at level 5, there were no restrictions on their species, temperament, or talents. Some despised humans, others attacked on sight, and there were even those that preyed on humans. The danger was beyond imagination. In this perilous and extraordinary secret realm, the students face a daunting challenge. They must gather materials, defeat spirit beasts, and even tame them to earn points. Tang Zimu stood before Fanshur, his gaze firm as he nodded and said, "I understand, but I must participate in the practical trial." Deep down, he calculated carefully, determined not to reveal his true strength. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, exposing one's trump card was akin to courting death. Caution was the key to survival. Tang Zimu resolved to express his stance with unwavering determination. As for how to earn points without exposing his abilities, he already had a clever plan in mind. Fanshur, sensing Tang Zimu's resolve, was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a headache coming on. At that moment, the homeroom teacher of class 4 hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. "Tang Zimu, do you realize that the injury rate in the practical trial every year is 50, and the mortality rate is as high as 14? Seeing Tang Zimu nod, he continued, "But you might not know this. Over the past decade, students in Longhua who entered the trial without a tamed spirit beast faced a mortality rate of 98. The survival rate is only 2. The homeroom teacher mercilessly laid out these grim statistics, hoping to extinguish Tang Zimu's determination. However, Tang Zimu remained unfazed and retorted, "Isn't there still a 2 survival rate?" The class 4 teacher sneered. The sole survivor among 50 participants only made it because he fainted from fear shortly after entering the trial. He was only brought out and revived by the teachers cleaning up the secret realm after the trial ended. Tang Zimu silently cursed those predecessors as useless, but his expression remained composed. He insisted, "It's fine. With me, the survival rate will improve this year." The class 4 teacher wanted to argue further, but was interrupted by Fanshur. Letting out a sigh, Fanshur placed a hand on Tang Zimu's shoulder. "Enough. We cannot interfere with a candidate's choice. Tang Zimu, I respect your decision. You will be allowed to participate in the practical trial. But remember, your life is the most important thing. Make sure you come back alive." With that, he patted Tang Zimu's shoulder and walked away. News of Tang Zimu's participation in the practical trial quickly spread, leaving everyone in shock. They couldn't fathom how Tang Zimu dared to take on the trial. After all, in the past decade in Yinyang City, he was the only student without a tamed spirit beast who insisted on joining the practical trial. As the beast taming event concluded, this news spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Yinyang City. The top-scoring theoretical student didn't tame a spirit beast. He's entering the practical trial without a spirit beast. People buzzed with discussions about this reckless legend. Soon, the entire Yinyang City was abuzz with speculation about Tang Zimu's fate. Everyone wondered, could he survive the secret realm? This curiosity persisted until 3 days later, on the day the high-stakes practical trial began. The morning light filtered through as the day of the high-stakes college entrance exam arrived. Tang Zimu jolted awake from the half-bed that was all that remained in his humble home, his gaze sweeping over the sparse and simple surroundings. That half-bed was a testament to his newfound, uncontrollable strength, a masterpiece, created on his first night of sleep after an unintentional roll had split one of the only 2 pieces of furniture in the room clean in half. Luckily, with some quick thinking, he had propped up the remaining half with a few bricks, salvaging its usability and sparing himself the indignity of sleeping on the floor for the next few nights. This unexpected incident turned into Tang Zimu's primary challenge over the following days, learning to control his astonishing newfound strength. He had no choice but to adapt. With a wry smile, he recalled his recent feats, breaking the door lock with a simple twist as he left the house, crushing a steamed bun into a meat sandwich with an unrestrained grip at breakfast, and accidentally kicking a massive hole in the wall during a late-night trip to the bathroom. If he hadn't gradually started mastering his strength, Tang Zimu feared he might squander all the savings his predecessor had accumulated over more than 10 years. Speaking of money, Tang Zimu's eyes lit up. He began calculating in his mind if he could claim the top spot in the city or even the entire nation. Surely Yinyang First High School would reward him generously, right? The thought of the potential prize money sent a surge of energy through him. After all, poverty had been his constant companion for far too long. He couldn't help but compare his current predicament with his past life on Blue Star, where he had been crushed under the weight of a 28-year mortgage. Now, his predecessor's meager income from part-time jobs barely covered daily expenses, leaving no room for savings. To focus on researching spirit beasts, he had even temporarily given up his side job. With the added burden of the past 3 days' expenses, Tang Zimu was now utterly broke. The chance to earn a significant sum was not something he could afford to pass up. As he prepared to leave, his eyes fell on his most valuable possession, white Beastmaster ring acquired from the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Though the high-stakes exam allowed students to bring Beastmaster rings and capturing spirit beasts was a key scoring element, Tang Zimu couldn't actually control spirit beasts. So why bring it? A mysterious smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Over the past 3 days, his unconventional mind had conjured up an ingenious plan to break through the situation. Who said that if you couldn't control spirit beasts, you couldn't capture them? Meanwhile, the city of Yinyang was abuzz with excitement. The college entrance exam, especially in the realm of spirit beasts, was a national spectacle. Students who excelled in the exam often became pivotal figures on the front lines of the battle against spirit beasts. By dawn, crowds of residents had already gathered around the teleportation array that would send students into the exam's secret realm. Yinyang's top officials, including the city lord and deputy city lords, were all in attendance. There seemed to be more spectators for the exam this year, remarked City Lord Zhao Kaixian, scanning the dense crowd with a hint of surprise. City Lord, you might not have heard, given your recent focus on hunting spirit beasts outside the city, Deputy City Lord Ding Sha explained. This year's buzz is due to a particularly unique student. He scored full marks in the theoretical exam, but failed to capture a spirit beast. Yet, he insists on participating in the trial. Many people came specifically to see him. Zhao Kaixian raised an eyebrow at this. Full marks in theory? Must be Tang Zimu. I remember hearing about him. It's a pity, though such talent. Yet he couldn't even capture a spirit beast in the Spirit Beast Pavilion. What a waste of potential. The other deputy city lord, Qiao Hongji, interjected with a different perspective. City lord, I wouldn't be so quick to judge. It's a pity insisting on joining the practical trial without taming a spirit beast is clearly the act of a bookworm who's read themselves into foolishness. Such a person is unlikely to amount to much. At the bustling Gaokao venue in Yinyang City, the atmosphere was electric with noise and excitement. Wei Onghua, the head of the Beast Taming Alliance's Yinyang division, was quietly discussing the upcoming practical trial with several other examiners. Ding Sha shot a frown at Xiao Hongji, but remained silent. Wei Onghua, however, spoke up in defense of the students who entered the trial alone, arguing that they were at least braver than those too cowardly to participate. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd, interrupting the examiner's conversation. The students from First High are here. Tang Zimu is here. People craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of this celebrity. Tang Zimu, once celebrated as the model student of Yinyang City for his stellar academic performance, had now become infamous for his stubborn decision to participate in the practical trial. In just 3 days, he had gone from being an idol to a cautionary tale, a name parents used to warn their children about foolishness. In the ranks of Yinyang First High School, Feng Yuqing couldn't resist teasing Tang Zimu beside him. Tang the scholar, your popularity is through the roof. 90% of the crowd is calling your name. Tang Zimu rolled his eyes and replied helplessly. You can have this blessing if you want it. Feng Yuqing awkwardly rubbed the long-leafed cat nestled in his arms and muttered, on second thought, I'll pass. I wouldn't dare enter the trial without a spirit beast to protect me. After a brief hesitation, he couldn't help but urge, Tang the scholar, maybe you should reconsider. Your life is more important. Tang Zimu shook his head and didn't respond. He had heard this kind of advice so often along the way that it felt like his ears had grown calluses. But little did anyone know, he was 100 times more cautious than they imagined. Without absolute confidence, how could he possibly enter the practical trial? Tang Zimu secretly anticipated the shock on their faces when he emerged from the secret realm. The two of them followed their school's team to the center of the square, merging with students from other schools. Tang Zimu quickly scanned the crowd and estimated that around 1,000 students were taking the Gaokao in Yinyang City this year. This was no small number, considering how the education system in the Spirit Beast world differed drastically from that of Blue Star. Here, students were rigorously filtered from middle school onward, and only the true elites made it this far. As the last group of students arrived, Ding Sha, the chief examiner, stood up. His voice was stern and commanding. All right, the Gaokao practical trial is about to begin. I ask everyone to quiet down. As the deputy city lord, Ding Sha commanded authority with just one order. The noisy scene instantly fell silent. Students, teachers, and onlookers all instinctively closed their mouths, as though under a silencing spell. This was the law of survival in the realm of spirit beast. Strength reigned supreme. Only the strong could rise to power, and only the strong commanded respect and fear. Ding Sha's sharp gaze swept over the students inside the teleportation array before he signaled with a wave of his hand. The proctors, who were already prepared, sprang into action, carrying cases as they distributed leather outfits and watch-like devices. The students quickly suited up. Glancing at the time, Ding Sha proceeded to announce the rules. There are only a few minutes left before the practical trial begins. Ding Sha's voice was strikingly clear in the silence. Now, I will explain the rules for this year's college entrance examination trial. First, to ensure fairness, all students must remove all items except for their clothing and the positioning score device. You will change into the designated trial attire and pass through inspection before entering the trial's secret realm. The purpose of this rule was self-explanatory. If wealthy students were allowed to wear high-grade spirit beast hide armor, the spirit beasts in the secret realm would pose no threat at all. Second, each student is allowed to carry only one standard beast taming ring. Any additional or advanced rings are strictly prohibited, Ding Sha continued. This rule was also aimed at maintaining fairness. The scoring system in the secret realm included taming spirit beasts, allowing certain students to bring in a large number of beast taming rings to capture beasts at what would be blatantly unfair. As for students too poor to afford even a standard ring, well, they could only be offered an apology. In this near-apocalyptic world, achieving relative fairness was already a rare feat. Third, and most importantly, Ding Sha raised his voice suddenly. The positioning score device provided to you is not only for recording points, but also your only lifeline in the secret realm. If you encounter danger or cannot continue, press the button in the center of the device immediately to call for help. Teachers will come to your rescue. But due to the limitations of the secret realm, precise teleportation is impossible, and it will take some time. During this period, you must protect yourselves. Otherwise, Ding Sha didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood the implication. Being unable to protect oneself in the secret realm meant death. The average mortality rate of 14 was proof enough of this harsh reality. All right, I officially declare the start of this year's college entrance examination practical trial. I wish you all the best of luck. As soon as Ding Sha finished speaking, the massive teleportation array on the ground, which had been dim, suddenly erupted with blinding white light, enveloping all the students. Among the crowd, Tang Zimu tightly gripped his beast taming ring, feeling his body suddenly lose all weight. In the next instant, his feet landed on soft, muddy ground. The blinding white light gradually faded, revealing a lush, verdant forest before Tang Zimu's eyes. Towering trees stretched skyward, their dense canopies blocking out the sunlight, while thick underbrush covered the forest floor. He frowned and sighed inwardly. Just my luck, teleported straight into the depths of the forest. The random teleportation of the high exam realm had placed him at a disadvantage. Compared to open plains, rocky terrains, or flowing streams, the forest was far more restrictive, making movement difficult and the search for spirit beasts and score-worthy plants even more challenging. As Tang Zimu pondered his next move, his sharp ears caught the faint rustling of leaves behind him. Before he could turn around, his instincts kicked in. He swiftly sidestepped and bent low, narrowly dodging a sudden, whistling attack. With a loud swish, a deep gash appeared where he had just been standing. What the hell is this place? I just arrived and already ran into a spirit beast, he cursed under his breath, quickly spinning around to face the source of the sound. In the bushes stood a spirit beast resembling a wild boar, its back lined with sharp spines. It stared at him in astonishment, seemingly surprised that its ambush had failed. Tang Zimu instantly recognized it as a Halya boar, a common spirit beast known for its aggressive nature. These creatures were notorious for attacking any living being within sight, especially humans. With a thought, the system's inspection panel materialized in front of him. Name, Halya boar. 4-star quality. Attribute, normal. Level 4. Talent, spike charge silver tier, increases attack speed by 10 when using spike-based skills. Base attributes, strength, 16 spirit, 9 stamina, 13 agility, 12 physical defense, 15 magical defense, 13 skills, spike shot bite. A 4-star quality, level 4 Halya boar, Tang Zimu muttered, relieved. For an average student, they'd be dead before even summoning their beast. The high exam realm's mortality rate truly lives up to its reputation. He suddenly remembered his own advantage. All the system rewards he had received had been invested into strengthening himself. An ambush? When it comes to raw power, I'm the strongest existence in this realm, a walking, human-shaped spirit beast. Without giving the Halia boar any time to react, Tang Zimu lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The boar, unwilling to back down, raised its spines and charged at him with equal ferocity. The distance between them closed rapidly. The Halia boar's eyes burned red as it let out fierce howls, while Tang Zimu unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at its head. Boom! The sound of the impact echoed through the forest as the overwhelming force of his 40-point strength manifested. Tang Zimu's fist shattered the Halia boar's skull instantly, sending fragments of bone and brain matter flying. The headless body of the boar was flung backward, crashing heavily into a tree and shaking loose a cascade of leaves. A system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host Tang Zimu, for successfully defeating your first spirit beast, Halia boar. Ding! Congratulations on your first spirit beast kill. You've taken a great first step. Reward, random divine item. Amazing. Tang Zimu clenched his fists, overwhelmed with excitement. For the first time in his life, he had experienced such a thrilling life-and-death battle. The adrenaline rush had yet to subside when the system's notification delivered another monumental surprise, his first God-tier reward. Recalling the system's previously demonstrated unparalleled abilities, be it toppling mountains and overturning seas or breaking through the limits with God-tier attribute points, Tang Zimu was fully convinced of the immense value of a God-tier reward. Filled with anticipation, he couldn't wait to find out what God-tier item he would receive this time. Soon, the system's pleasant notification sound rang in his ears. Ding! Randomization complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-tier item, 100 pieces of God-tier spirit beast feed. Tang Zimu immediately opened the reward storage box to carefully examine the description of the God-tier spirit beast feed. God-tier spirit beast feed 100. Upon consumption, the spirit beast will remain fully satiated for 24 hours. Special notes. 1. This effect disregards the spirit beast species, size, or energy consumption and guarantees a duration of 24 hours. 2. Long-term consumption of this feed can enhance the spirit beast's aptitude and abilities, breaking through its species limitations. Hiss! Tang Zimu drew in a sharp breath. Although the name God-tier spirit beast feed sounded plain, it was, in essence, a conceptual-level God-tier item. Not only could it fulfill the food needs of any spirit beast for an entire day, but even legendary beasts like the Devourer Owl, said to consume entire cities, would be no exception. Even more astonishing was that long-term use could improve aptitude and surpass species constraints, rivaling the miraculous effects of God-tier attribute points. Tang Zimu couldn't help but marvel. Anything labeled as God-tier by the system truly lived up to its name. Driven by curiosity, he decided to take out one piece of the God-tier spirit beast feed for a closer look. However, he suddenly noticed that the back of his right hand was still smeared with the brain matter, blood, and flesh of the fierce boar. Ugh, why does it smell so awful? He muttered, shaking his hand in disgust. This made him realize that fighting barehanded not only risked injury, but also left him covered in filth. Resolving to find a suitable weapon, Tang Zimu returned to the task at hand. Using his other, relatively clean hand, which was holding the beast ring, he clicked on the claim single option beneath the God-tier spirit beast feed. With a flash of white light, a small, turquoise sphere the size of a chocolate appeared in his palm. Tang Zimu stared at the tiny object in disbelief, thinking, can something this small really sustain a spirit beast's food needs for an entire day? He examined the small sphere closely and soon detected a peculiar aroma. It was an enticing blend of the fresh, fragrant scent of steamed dishes and the rich, savory aroma of stir-fried cuisine that tantalized the taste buds. Gulp! Tang Zimu swallowed involuntarily. The sphere's fragrance had awakened his appetite. It was only then that he realized that ever since adding attribute points, his energy consumption had increased significantly, and his hunger had risen proportionally. Tang Zimu stood in the forest, his stomach growling with hunger. It had been 3 days since he last felt what it was like to eat his fill. Each meal barely brought him to a third of his capacity. His gaze fell on the small round pellet in his Hansu Premigrade spirit beast feed. Ahem, since the system has classified me as my own beast companion, I suppose that makes me a kind of spirit beast. As a spirit beast, it's perfectly reasonable for me to try spirit beast feed, right? Tang Zimu muttered to himself, finding an excuse for what he was about to do. He popped the small pellet into his mouth and bit down gently. The pellet shattered instantly, releasing a rich aroma that filled his mouth. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up. Beef flavor, tender and juicy. This is hands down the best thing I've ever tasted. After swallowing the remnants, Tang Zimu smacked his lips, reluctant to let the taste go. Suddenly, a surge of pure energy spread from his stomach throughout his body. His previously weak limbs were instantly filled with strength, and he felt an unprecedented sense of power. So this is what it feels like to be full. It even boosts combat power. Tang Zimu waved his hands, feeling the surging energy within. He estimated silently that, in his current state, he could easily defeat 3 or 4 versions of himself who hadn't eaten the supreme-grade spirit beast feed. Although tempted to savor more of the delicious feed, Tang Zimu used his strong self-control to close the system panel. He reminded himself that he was in the high-stakes exam realm, and racking up points was his top priority. He glanced at the scoring device on his wrist, which displayed, solo kill, level 4, 4-star aptitude violent boar, 15 points. Doing some mental math, he thought, 1 violent boar is worth 15 points. In that case, getting the full score of 500 points doesn't seem too hard. Of course, only someone like him could say that. For the average student, facing a violent boar would mean at least a half-hour battle, with a high likelihood of defeat. He quickly made his way to the base of a large tree, where the violent boar's mangled corpse lay. Its severed head dangled from its neck, with blood vessels still oozing. Tang Zimu stared at the gruesome scene without the slightest discomfort. Instead, he felt a spark of eagerness. Could it be from all those uncensored gory games I used to play? He didn't dwell on the thought after all. In this world, not being squeamish about blood was definitely an advantage. Lifting the violent boar's corpse, Tang Zimu pulled a few sharp spines from its back to use as makeshift weapons. He glanced regretfully at the rest of the carcass. It's a shame I can't take this back. It would fetch a good price at the market in the slum district. After securing the spines and fastening the beast companion ring to his waist, Tang Zimu scanned his surroundings. I need to pick up the pace and earn more points, he reminded himself. His beast companion ring hadn't even been put to use yet. After observing the environment around him, Tang Zimu strode deeper into the forest, ready to face his next challenge. Forget dye grass, a favorite food of strength-type spirit beasts, can quickly restore stamina. Long-term usage might cause the beast's appearance to take on a bluish hue. Tang Zimu crouched down carefully, pulling out a stalk of dark blue grass from beneath a fallen log and holding it up to examine it closely. He raised his wrist and waved it in front of his scoring device. The screen of the device lit up immediately, displaying the words, "High quality forget dye grass found, 3 points." Tang Zimu's eyes lit up as he swiftly pocketed the herb. With these 3 points, his total score had reached 124. Tang Zimu glanced up at the sky, calculating in his mind. It had only been an hour and a half since he entered the high school entrance exam secret realm, and time was still abundant. During these short 90 minutes, he hadn't paused for a moment. Thanks to the boost from his god-tier attribute points, his running speed and stamina recovery far exceeded that of an average person, and he could even maintain a constant state of satiety. Like an unrelenting machine, Tang Zimu darted back and forth through the forest, relentlessly clearing out scoring points. With his deep understanding of the habits and preferences of spirit beasts, the areas he passed through were left in disarray, as if swept by a storm. He had gathered a significant number of point-earning herbs and food items, and including the first creature he encountered, the savage split boar, he had already taken down 9 spirit beasts. Through extensive combat experience, Tang Zimu's killing techniques had become increasingly refined. He could now almost achieve a one-hit kill, often taking down unsuspecting spirit beasts in a single strike. Just as Tang Zimu was about to move forward, a sudden commotion came from the bushes on his right. Howl Halji! A wooji! Tang Zimu immediately heightened his alertness, his ears twitching slightly. That sound, it was a sonic wolf. He quickly identified the source of the noise and moved cautiously toward it. Sonic wolves were known for being pack animals, which meant this could be a significant opportunity. Tang Zimu's figure darted nimbly through the shadows of the trees, quickly parting the obstructing bushes. The view before him opened up to reveal a large, relatively flat depression. In the center was a small lake, where several sonic wolves were drinking by the water's edge. Not far away, more sonic wolves were gathered, some chasing each other playfully, while others kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Holding his breath, Tang Zimu carefully counted them twice. 1, 2, 3, 14, 15. A total of 15 sonic wolves. He couldn't help but fall into thought. A pack of this size was a rare sight in the high school entrance exam secret realm, and hunting them would yield a very high score. However, sonic wolves were notorious for their coordinated attacks, and the combined combat power of 15 of them could rival his own. Acting rashly could lead to a serious setback. Tang Zimu cautiously studied the terrain of the depression while observing a sonic wolf that stood out from the rest due to its larger size and shinier fur. He pulled up the attribute panel for the wolf and quickly scanned through the details. Name, Sonic Wolf. 8-star potential. Attribute, Earth. Level 5. Talent, Pack Leader Diamond level talent. When commanding a pack of more than 5 wolves in battle, its own attributes increase by 15, while the pack's attributes increase by 10. Base attributes. Strength, 23. Spirit, 10. Stamina, 15. Agility, 17. Physical defense, 15. Magical defense, 12. Skills, Wolf Howl, Frenzied Bite. So this one's the pack leader. Tang Zimu thought to himself. glancing instinctively at the beast ring on his waist before ultimately abandoning the idea. This Soundwave wolf was quite strong and had decent potential, but unfortunately, its innate talent was unsuitable. Tang Zimu frowned in contemplation. While this ability made it a perfect leader in the wild, as a tamed beast, it was practically useless. He couldn't help but mock himself should he capture 4 more Soundwave wolves to form a pack and activate its talent. Shaking his head, a resolute glint flashed in Tang Zimu's eyes. It wasn't worth it. It deserved nothing less than death. Having made up his mind, Tang Zimu moved swiftly. He scooped up dirt from the ground and carefully smeared it over his body to mask his scent. Moving like a stealthy panther, he crept towards a large tree at the edge of the hollow. After his earlier observations, he had identified the perfect ambush spot and mentally mapped out a reliable battle strategy. Never risk your life unless you're absolutely certain of success. Tang Zimu silently recited his principle. Reaching his target location, Tang Zimu concealed himself behind the thick trunk of the tree. With nimble hands, he drove several sharp spikes into the ground on his left, camouflaging them with dried leaves. Then, he retrieved the teeth of a sawtooth lizard he had previously hunted and scattered them evenly across the ground to his right. Taking a deep breath, he locked his gaze on the nearby wolf pack once more. The time had come. 3 Soundwave wolves, playfully chasing each other, happened to head in his direction. Tang Zimu, quick to act, grabbed a wooden stick and rhythmically tapped it against the tree trunk. The sharp, clear sound echoed distinctly through the otherwise silent forest. With their acute hearing, the Soundwave wolves immediately picked up on the unusual noise. The 3 wolves closest to him became alert and cautiously approached his position. However, they remained unaware of the danger that awaited them. After all, their powerful pack was nearby, and there was no strange scent in the air. It wasn't until the leading wolf stepped into the trap that it realized something was amiss. A sharp pain shot through its paw as the spikes pierced deep into its flesh. Instinctively, it threw its head back and let out a howl of anguish, its piercing cry reverberating across the hollow. Now, Tang Zimu sprang into action like an unsheathed blade. With a sudden thrust, the sharp tusk of a razor boar in his hand struck like lightning, piercing clean through the lead wolf's throat. Blood spurted out as the wolf's howl was abruptly silenced. Without missing a beat, Tang Zimu deftly sidestepped the spike-laden area and pursued the 2 other wolves attempting to flee. He swung his weapon with precision, skewering the wolf on the left before it could react. At the same time, his right leg surged with power, delivering a brutal side kick to the wolf on the right, shattering its hip bone. The poor creature crumpled midair into a grotesque angle before crashing heavily to the ground, clearly paralyzed. In just a few breaths, Tang Zimu had taken down 3 Soundwave wolves in a seamless sequence of moves. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your tamed beast Tang Zimu has successfully slain a Soundwave wolf spirit beast. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've achieved a 10-kill streak and earned the 10-kill reward. Random skill. A reward for a 10-kill streak? Tang Zimu was taken aback. There had been no notifications following the previous 8 kills, leading him to believe there were no additional rewards. However, the current situation left no room for him to dwell on this surprise. Tang Zimu quickly retrieved the tusk from the dead wolf's neck and retreated to conceal himself behind the tree once more. In the distance, the rest of the wolf pack had been roused, their furious growls echoing one after another. Since being captured in this secret realm, they had never encountered such brazen provocation. A human had dared to kill their kin right before their eyes and worse. He had the audacity to remain nearby. With a commanding howl from their leader, over 10 Soundwave wolves gathered swiftly, moving like a disciplined army as they charged toward Tang Zimu's location. Leading the pack was none other than their 8-sterrated Soundwave wolf leader. Behind the tree, Tang Zimu held his breath, his eyes locked onto the figure of the Sound Wolf leader. As the leader lunged toward the tree like an arrow released from a bow, its jaws wide open, Tang Zimu's arm shot out like lightning, thrusting a sharp spike forward. However, the leader, enhanced by the power of the pack, displayed incredible agility, narrowly dodging the fatal strike with a swift sidestep. Anticipating this, Tang Zimu quickly retracted his arm while flinging a handful of dirt and sand from his other hand toward the wolf leader. The gritty mix struck the leader's eyes, disrupting its attack. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Zimu deftly sidestepped, maneuvering past the spike-filled trap zone to the other side of the tree. This clever move, however, brought him closer to the rest of the wolf pack. Now, if the leader wanted to approach him, it would have to either cross or bypass the treacherous area. A faint smirk appeared on Tang Zimu's lips as his gaze shifted to the charging wolf pack. An 8-star leader is tough to handle, but you small fry are a different story, he thought to himself, deciding to take the offensive. With a flash of movement, Tang Zimu's spike pierced through the body of the foremost Sound Wolf. With a powerful motion, he lifted the howling wolf and hurled it back into the pack. Without missing a beat, he delivered a forceful kick, sending another wolf flying. The 2 wolves crashed into their companions, their broken bodies trampled by the pack in the chaos. The wolf leader witnessed the scene, its furious howl echoing through the forest. In mere moments, it had lost a third of its pack, yet none of them had managed to lay a paw on their foe. Its bloodshot eyes burned with rage as it surged forward with even greater speed, targeting Tang Zimu. Just then, a pleasant synthesized voice rang out. Ding! Random event concluded. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill, Ice Barrage. Tang Zimu swiftly navigated around the danger zone again and opened his system panel to check the reward. The description of the Ice Barrage skill caught his eye. An ice elemental area attack skill capable of summoning multiple ice projectiles, with a chance to reduce the target's speed. Perfect. Tang Zimu's heart leapt with excitement as he immediately dragged the skill onto his avatar. The system's prompt followed. Host Tang Zimu, would you like your beast companion Tang Zimu to learn the Ice Barrage skill? Yes. Teach it now. Tang Zimu responded without hesitation, a new strategy already forming in his mind. Tang Zimu nodded in agreement without hesitation. In an instant, a familiar warmth surged through his body, and the system notification sounded. Loading skill Ice Barrage for your beast Tang Zimu. Seizing the brief moment, Tang Zimu sprang into action. He targeted an exposed tree root, stomping on it with force. Using the recoil, he leaped high into the air like an agile monkey, grabbing onto a thick branch above with both hands. Suspended in midair, he deftly avoided the dangers on the ground. Choosing this particular tree was no coincidence. Tang Zimu had already observed that it was the easiest spot to climb. Seeing their prey suddenly ascend into the air, the pack of wolves was thrown into disarray. The wolf leader let out a sharp howl, issuing a clear command to attack. The wolves sprang into action immediately, launching a fierce assault on the tree. Some climbed using the protrusions on the trunk, others formed a wolf ladder to jump higher, and a few kept leaping and snapping at Tang Zimu's ankles, trying to reach him. Tang Zimu remained calm. He climbed steadily up the tree trunk, looking down at the chaos among the wolves below. He could still feel the warmth flowing within him, patiently waiting for the skill to fully integrate. Finally, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host Tang Zimu. Your beast Tang Zimu has successfully learned the skill Ice Barrage. As the warmth dissipated, Tang Zimu instantly grasped the usage and techniques of the Ice Barrage skill. The time had come. A sharp glint flashed in Tang Zimu's eyes as he activated the skill without hesitation. Ice Barrage, he called out firmly. As his mental energy rapidly drained, icy spheres began to materialize in the air around him, exuding an intense chill. These spheres spun rapidly, expanding to the size of fists and radiating a bone-chilling cold. The wolf leader below immediately sensed the impending danger. It let out another sharp howl, signaling the pack to retreat. However, it was too late. Ice Barrage, Tang Zimu shouted, commanding 6 fully formed ice spheres to shoot downward with a piercing whistle, each targeting a specific sound wolf below. In the beast world, the interaction of attributes followed rules similar to those in the Pokemon universe, with 18 types in total. While some details differed, the principle of ice countering ground remained unchanged. As ground-type creatures, the sound wolves were particularly weak against magic-based attacks. Against the icy projectiles, they were almost defenseless. A series of explosions boom, 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 erupted as the ice spheres burst among the wolves like dazzling fireworks. Each explosion left its target, sound wolf, mangled and bloodied. 2 unlucky wolves, standing too close together, were taken out simultaneously by a single ice sphere. Tang Zimu's scoring device lit up instantly, displaying 7 kill notifications. Solo kill of level 5, 5-star sound wolf, 20 points. Solo kill of level 4, 3-star sound wolf, 14 points. Solo kill of level 3, 4-star sound wolf, 15 points. With just this one skill, Tang Zimu had earned more points than he had in the past hour combined. This was truly efficient harvesting. Having eliminated most of the threats, Tang Zimu wasted no time. He leaped down from the tree with agility, charging toward the last 2 sound wolves that had been cowering at the back of the pack. These 2 wolves were clearly of lower quality and level, no match for Tang Zimu. Like a farmer harvesting crops, he swiftly dispatched them with a single stab each. With the massacre complete, Tang Zimu turned to face the belated wolf leader. Having retreated earlier to avoid the ice explosions, it had only now returned to the scene. A cold smirk played on Tang Zimu's lips as he remarked mockingly, "Sorry, looks like all your underlings are dead." It was unimaginable. In just the blink of an eye, the once massive wolf pack that had dominated the forest was reduced to a single survivor, the pack's leader, the Soundwave Wolf. Standing amidst a pool of blood, its gaze locked onto Tang Zimu, who appeared like a figure emerging straight from hell. Fear surged into the wolf leader's eyes like a tidal wave. For the first time, it felt true terror. Tang Zimu, drenched in blood, looked like a god of slaughter. Every step he took made the wolf leader's heart race faster. With a sharp, frightened howl, the leader turned and bolted, running for its life without a second thought. Trying to escape? A trace of disdain flickered in Tang Zimu's eyes. With his formidable strength of 40 points, he was an insurmountable force. The Soundwave Wolf leader had never been a match for him. Its survival until now was merely due to its slightly superior agility and the nuisance of its pack support. Now, with the pack annihilated, the wolf leader had lost its attribute boost, and its agility had dropped to match Tang Zimu's. Its last advantage was gone. How could it possibly escape? Tang Zimu gripped his blade and gave chase, initiating a heart-pounding pursuit through the forest. The wolf leader, relying on its familiarity with the terrain, thought it could shake off the human. Little did it know, Tang Zimu possessed a concept-level attribute, infinite stamina. His endurance was nearly limitless. As the chase wore on, the wolf leader's stamina waned, its speed diminishing. Yet Tang Zimu remained relentless, persistently on its tail. Finally, at a sharp turn, he overtook the wolf leader, cutting off its escape route. Without giving the wolf leader a chance to react, Tang Zimu delivered a powerful punch directly to its head. Against his 40-point strength, the wolf's so-called iron skull was nothing but a joke. With a resounding thud, the wolf leader's head exploded like a watermelon, spraying blood and brain matter in every direction. As the headless corpse of the wolf leader collapsed to the ground, the once formidable wolf pack, ranked among the top threats in the college entrance exam secret realm, was completely wiped out. Standing atop the body, Tang Zimu exhaled deeply, adrenaline coursing through his veins. For the first time, he felt the exhilarating thrill of battle. I knew it. Forget taming spirit beasts, mastering myself is the best choice. Tang Zimu thought smugly, already forgetting how frustrated he had been earlier about his inability to tame beasts. He raised his wrist to check his scoring device. The screen displayed, solo kill of level 5, 8-star Soundwave Wolf, 50 points. Solo annihilation of Soundwave Wolf Pack 10 wolves, bonus 100 points. This unexpected reward made Tang Zimu's eyes light up. Wow, who would have thought? Taking down a pack-dwelling spirit beast comes with extra points. Tang Zimu was thrilled. In the history of the secret realm trials for the college entrance exams, no student had ever managed to single-handedly eliminate an entire pack-dwelling spirit beast group. Even with his deep knowledge of combat trials, he hadn't known about this bonus reward. Adding the points from taking down 14 sonic wolves to his previously accumulated 124 points, Tang Zimu quickly calculated in his mind. His heart began to race, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. He couldn't wait to pull up the scoring device, and the moment he saw the total score, he froze in place. 500 points. A perfect score. Tang Zimu's eyes widened as he stared at the scoring device in disbelief. The high school trial exam, which was supposed to last 16 hours, had only just begun 2 hours ago, and he had already achieved a perfect score. Even Tang Zimu himself was a little surprised by this result. Although perfect scores in the high school practical trials were not unheard of every few years, a prodigy would emerge. Tang Zimu knew that with his abilities, achieving a perfect score wasn't particularly challenging. However, reaching this milestone in just 2 hours? That was unprecedented in the world of spirit beasts, across all nations, throughout history. Perhaps he was the only one. Seriously, who else could do this? 2 hours to speedrun the high school trial exam with a perfect score. Tang Zimu couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. But soon after, a trace of helplessness crept into his thoughts. I overdid it. If I had known, I would have taken my time. Now I've got nothing to do. Shaking his head, he realized he would have to spend the remaining time carefully selecting a suitable spirit beast to bond with. Tang Zimu chuckled to himself, thinking, am I just a little too exceptional for my own good? While Tang Zimu had already secured a perfect score in the practical trial, the atmosphere near the secret realm's teleportation array in Yinyang City was tense. Wang Jiaoyang, the principal of Yinyang First High School, was pacing anxiously. Frowning, he muttered under his breath, Tang Zimu still hasn't come out. Could he have already met his end? As the school's top student, full of potential, Wang Jiaoyang couldn't bear the thought of Tang Zimu losing his life like this. Fan Shi, his hands clammy with sweat, kept rubbing them nervously as he said, no, he'll be fine. With his knowledge and preparation, surviving in the secret realm shouldn't be difficult. He just needs to avoid encountering spirit beasts. He was trying to reassure himself as much as the others. The homeroom teacher of Class 2 sighed, worry evident in his voice. Avoiding spirit beasts is easier said than done. If he runs into one with a keen sense of smell, all he can do is flee. But with our human stamina, how could we possibly outrun a spirit beast? Li Kuan, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, snorted and shook his head, his tone laced with sarcasm. Tang Zimu, really, what was he thinking? Why be so stubborn? Entering the secret realm without a bonded beast? If you ask me, the best-case scenario for him now is like that one student before fainting from fear as soon as he went in. If he's lucky enough not to run into any spirit beasts, he'll just wait until the trial ends and the examiners bring him out. Although Li Kuan's words were harsh, none of the other teachers refuted him. Deep down, they too were harboring similar doubts. A student without a bonded beast who hadn't called for help after 2 hours in the secret realm? There was a 90 chance something bad had already happened. As everyone waited anxiously, a sudden commotion erupted near the resting area for Yinyang City's administrative officials, adjacent to the teleportation array. Everyone heard Vice City Lord Ding Sha exclaim in shock, "City Lord, are you saying you applied to the Alliance for the trial score real-time display board, which is still in its experimental phase, and it's about to arrive in our city?" The technological advancements in the realm of spirit beasts are largely built upon the unique abilities of these creatures. Devices such as teleportation arrays, secret realms, and positioning score trackers are all the result of spirit beast researchers deeply studying and cleverly utilizing the innate talents or powers of spirit beasts. The real-time trial score display board is no exception. It is an improved version based on the positioning score tracker. This display board not only provides schools with a more accurate understanding of students' capabilities, but also allows onlookers to experience the tense atmosphere of the trials in real time. When Deputy City Lord Ding Sha saw it, an uncontrollable excitement immediately lit up his face. His reaction wasn't due to the board's advanced functionality, but rather to the honor it represented. Is this the real-time trial score display board? Ding Sha's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Zhao Kaixian smiled and nodded in confirmation, then explained to those around him. This technology was only developed this year and is still in the testing phase. Very few cities in the entire Dragon Nation have been granted trial access. His tone carried unmistakable pride. The fact that Yinyang City has been given this honor proves that among the dozen or so cities in the Yin region, we are undoubtedly the strongest. Hearing this, everyone present felt a shared sense of pride, their faces beaming with smiles. Zhao Kaixian noted their reactions, cleared his throat, and continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, this display board is a special reward from the Alliance for our outstanding performance in hunting spirit beasts recently. It was supposed to arrive yesterday, but the delivery team was delayed due to a spirit beast attack along the way. The team leader just informed me through an electromagnetic messenger bug that it should arrive in about an hour." The crowd erupted with excitement upon hearing this. Those who had planned to leave decided to stay, and even some who had already walked away hurried back upon learning the news. After all, this was the annual college entrance trial, and the candidates in the secret realm were familiar faces from their community. Who wouldn't want to witness such a grand event firsthand? Among the crowd, Fancher couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope upon hearing the news. He wondered to himself, with this display board, could I find out if Tang Zimu is safe in the secret realm? However, as he recalled the specifics of the display board, his hope was quickly dashed. The real-time trial score display board only showed the top 1,000 candidates in the secret realm, while the secret realm for the Yin region entrance trials accommodated tens of thousands of students from over a dozen cities. For someone like Tang Zimu, who didn't even have a contracted beast, surviving would already be a miracle, let alone ranking in the top 1,000. Fancher sighed and silently prayed. I hope he finds a safe place to hide and avoids being discovered by spirit beasts. At that moment, Tang Zimu was far from hiding. Holding a sharp spike in his hand, his eyes burned with determination as he stared at a large tree ahead. Suddenly, he dashed forward and delivered a powerful kick to a rock at the base of the tree. "Hide? Let's see where you can hide." Tang Zimu growled in a low voice. The rock shattered, revealing a nest about half a meter deep beneath it. Curled up inside was a spirit beast resembling a blue star raccoon. It let out a low growl, its eyes gleaming with hostility. The most striking feature of this spirit beast was its unusually long arms, their edges razor-sharp and glinting like unsheathed swords. The name Sword Ferret originates from its distinctive appearance. Tang Zimu had just witnessed its astonishing speed and thought to himself that this spirit beast's aptitude must be at least 8 stars. He quickly made his move, delivering a sharp strike that knocked away the Sword Ferret's blade-wielding arm. With anticipation, he opened the beast's attribute panel. The attribute details appeared before him. Sword Ferret, 7-star aptitude, combat level 4. Its talent was Skill Master, a gold-tier ability that increased movement speed by 10 for 5 seconds when using a skill. Its base stats included Strength, 19, Spirit, 5, Stamina, 12, Agility, 16, Physical Defense, 11, Magical Defense, 11. Its skills were Pierce and Dash Sprint. Tang Zimu's excitement quickly turned into disappointment as he shook his head. TSK. So it's just 7-star aptitude. That incredible speed was merely a temporary effect from the combination of its skill and talent. He thought to himself that if he had encountered this sword ferret a few days earlier, he would have been thrilled to tame it. But in a secret realm teeming with spirit beasts, such aptitude was clearly unimpressive. Despite this, Tang Zimu didn't feel his efforts were entirely wasted. The sword ferret's blade arm was undoubtedly more practical than the spines of the razor boar he had encountered earlier. Since he had lost interest in taming it, he decided not to hold back. With a swift kick, he sent the fleeing sword ferret sprawling to the ground, then delivered a precise strike to its neck with his pierce skill. as the system notification sounded ding. Congratulations to host Tang Zimu for successfully slaying a spirit beast, sword ferret. Another spirit beast fell by Tang Zimu's hand. He skillfully severed the sword ferret's blade arm and sat on a nearby rock to carefully refine his trophy. While crafting his spoils, Tang Zimu's thoughts wandered. He mentally reviewed his gains so far. He had already taken down over a dozen spirit beasts, yet the only one with 8-star aptitude was still a T5 tier. He couldn't help but silently hope. When will I finally encounter an 8-star or higher spirit beast at the T3 or T2 level? In this world overrun with spirit beasts, humanity's overall strength was relatively weak, and their understanding of spirit beasts was still shallow. Unlike the detailed species stats in Pokemon games, people could only make rough distinctions about which spirit beasts were worth training and which were average. But Tang Zimu, armed with his extensive knowledge from his previous world, refused to settle for such vague judgments. Using his encyclopedic understanding of spirit beasts, he developed a unique ranking system for spirit beast species strength. This system classified spirit beasts into 6 tiers, from T5 to T0. T5 represented the lowest and most common tier of spirit beasts, such as the razor boar he encountered when he first entered the secret realm. Even if a T5 beast evolved to its final form, its strength would remain unremarkable. T4 tier beasts were more practical and widely used, like the sonic wolf he had previously slain. These beasts dominated the spirit beast market, with approximately 80 of human beastmasters owning T4 tier companions. T3 tier spirit beasts were considered the backbone of the ranks, including the starter beasts offered by spirit beast academies, as well as the sword ferret Tang Zimu had just defeated. Only the most outstanding students could obtain them. With proper training, a T3 tier beast in its final form would enable a beastmaster to venture beyond city walls with confidence. T2 tier spirit beasts were seen as the pinnacle of power by ordinary people. The strongest individual in Flame Sun City, City Lord Zhao Kaixian, owned a T2 tier beast called the Blazing Lion King. A decade ago, during the spirit beast tide that claimed the lives of Tang Zimu's parents, Zhao Kaixian had ridden the Blazing Lion King into the fray, single-handedly defeating the leader of the spirit beasts and putting an end to the chaos. This alone was enough to demonstrate the formidable strength of T2 tier beasts. As for the higher tiers, T1 and T0, to be honest, Tang Zimu wasn't entirely sure about the specifics of T1 and T0 level spirit beasts. The books only provided brief introductions, lacking any detailed descriptions of their abilities. Humanity as a whole had limited knowledge of such high-level spirit beasts. For now, Tang Zimu could only roughly categorize them using Blue Star's standards for quasi-divine beasts and divine beasts. Legendary creatures like the heaven-devouring owl and the earthbound rock demon were likely at the divine level. Tang Zimu figured that only when he could match the power of such beasts with his human form would he be able to make precise classifications of their strength. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Tang Zimu focused on the long sword in his hands. He carefully polished the blade until it was smooth and reflective like a mirror, then skillfully attached a meticulously carved wooden hilt. Once finished, he stood up and swung the sword a couple of times. The blade cut through the air with elegant arcs, and every slash felt exceptionally smooth and natural, far more convenient than the spiked weapon he had used before. No wonder they call it a swordsman's raccoon, Tang Zimu remarked with a satisfied nod, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Using vines from the surrounding trees, he quickly crafted a simple yet practical makeshift scabbard for the blade. With his newly forged long sword in hand, Tang Zimu scanned his surroundings, pondering his next move. At this moment, Tang Zimu's goals were crystal clear. First, he intended to capture a top-tier T3 or T2 level spirit beast with an aptitude rating of at least 8 stars. Low-aptitude spirit beasts, even when raised to their final forms, wouldn't be worth his time. They wouldn't even withstand a single punch from him. Second, he planned to deduce the reward patterns of the divine beast taming system by hunting spirit beasts or completing related tasks. After all, the system's rewards were the foundation of his self-improvement. By unraveling its secrets, he could ensure an endless stream of rewards. Tang Zimu keenly noticed an abundance of water-loving scaled grass growing nearby, suggesting that a river might be close. He decided to head toward the riverbank not only to wash his clothes and clean off the blood, but also to see if he could encounter a high-aptitude water-type spirit beast. Following the direction indicated by the vegetation, Tang Zimu moved forward. After walking for only about 2 minutes, he began to hear the crisp sound of flowing water. Just as he was about to quicken his pace, footsteps suddenly rustled through the bushes ahead and to his right. A student. Tang Zimu frowned, his eyes scanning the area with vigilance. The Flame Domain Examination Realm, which belonged to Flame Sun City, had around 10,000 candidates this year. Given the size of the realm, the chances of running into someone weren't insignificant. In the past 3 hours, Tang Zimu had already encountered other examinees. To prevent cheating or collusion, The Alliance had installed detection features on the scoring devices and required candidates to avoid prolonged contact upon meeting. Tang Zimu glanced down at the sticky bloodstains on his clothes and decided not to change his route. He thought, if anyone's leaving, it should be them. Why should I yield? Unfortunately, the student on the other side of the bushes seemed to have the same mindset. As Tang Zimu took a few more steps forward, the other person suddenly sped up, emerging from the bushes and stepping onto the path just to Tang Zimu's side. The two locked eyes, and the tension in the air became palpable, as if the atmosphere itself bristled with unease. Tang Zimu instinctively glanced sideways at the approaching figure. In the bustling examination grounds filled with thousands of candidates, he hadn't expected to encounter anyone familiar. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, he froze for a moment. It was Qiao Yangzhou, the class president of his own 8th class. Qiao Yangzhou frowned as he scanned his surroundings, quickly spotting several rare materials that could earn points. Just as he was about to collect them, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Determined to secure the points, he dashed out of the bushes without hesitation, intending to drive the intruder away. But when he saw the face of the person approaching, he was momentarily startled before the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, accompanied by a disdainful chuckle. Well, Tang Zimu, you're still alive? Guess luck really favors fools, Qiao Yangzhou remarked with a hint of contempt, his eyes sweeping over Tang Zimu's disheveled appearance. Tang Zimu was covered head to toe in the blood and flesh of spirit beasts, smeared with various plants and mud to mask his scent. To Qiao Yangzhou, he looked like a miserable refugee, blood-stained and battered. Seeing Tang Zimu in such a pitiful state, Qiao Yangzhou grew even more brazen. All the azure ripple mushrooms in this area are mine. If you don't want to die, get lost, he declared, as the 6-star Fury-Antler deer beside him stepped forward, assuming an aggressive stance. But in the next moment, both Qiao Yangzhou and the Fury-Antler deer froze in shock, their pupils contracting sharply. Before them, several high-speed spinning ice orbs materialized out of thin air in front of the refugee, Tang Zimu. This is impossible. What are you? Qiao Yangzhou's words were cut short as Tang Zimu acted decisively. His gaze sharpened, and 6 ice projectiles hurtled forward with a deafening roar. Unfortunately, I don't like the look in your eyes, Tang Zimu said calmly. Boom, boom, boom. The ice projectiles exploded in rapid succession. Even creatures as strong as sonic wolves would struggle to withstand such an attack, let alone Qiao Yangzhou. Without a chance to react, he was blown apart into pieces. The Fury-Antlered deer, thanks to its fire-based resistance, barely survived the blast, only to have Tang Zimu appear in a flash and pierce its heart with a sword. And that's why you have to die, Tang Zimu said evenly as he withdrew his blade. He glanced at the scene of carnage around him, his expression as calm and composed as ever. As an avid reader familiar with the tropes of web novels, Tang Zimu adhered to one unyielding principle. Anyone who provokes him must die. He wouldn't wait for his enemies to strike first, nor would he leave them any chance to survive. In his eyes, sparing anyone with hostility toward him was a disrespect to his own life. Redemption? To the cautious Tang Zimu, that was nothing more than a joke. After dealing with the troublesome pest, Tang Zimu cautiously scanned his surroundings, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Then, he briskly left the scene, his steps light yet resolute, heading straight to the riverbank ahead. Following the winding river for about 10 minutes, Tang Zimu finally slowed down, exhaling deeply in relief. The decision to kill Qiao Yangzhou wasn't made on impulse. It was a carefully calculated move. Tang Zimu had already figured out that the location tracker recorded examinees' positions at fixed intervals. His swift departure was intentionally timed to avoid the next recording, creating the illusion that he and Qiao Yangzhou had never crossed paths. Even more cleverly, he had only used the ice projectile skill, and the arm of the sword-wielding raccoon one being a spirit beast skill, the other a part of a spirit beast. Who would suspect an ordinary student of being able to conjure ice projectiles with their bare hands? Nevertheless, these precautions stemmed more from Tang Zimu's inherently cautious nature. In truth, with the astonishing 14 mortality rate within the exam's secret realm, investigating the deaths of students wasn't on anyone's agenda. Even a local family as influential as the Qiaos wouldn't intervene in matters involving the survival-focused national exam, not even for one of their direct descendants. These thoughts flickered through Tang Zimu's mind, yet he felt no guilt. To him, anything harboring hostility toward him had forfeited its qualification as human. Besides, as a system-classified humanoid spirit beast, killing seemed almost justified. Casting this minor issue aside, Tang Zimu shifted his focus to cleaning himself up. Standing in the stream, he meticulously washed off the blood and flesh clinging to his body. The bloodstains on his clothes could only be partially cleaned after all. Wandering through the secret realm naked wasn't an option. This predicament brought to mind the snow mink, a rare spirit beast. Its fur possessed multiple valuable traits, such as liquid resistance, temperature regulation, and damage reduction, making it highly sought after for crafting expensive clothing and armor. For someone like Tang Zimu, who frequently engaged in close combat with spirit beasts, every feature of mink fur apparel was a necessity. Money. I need to make more money. Tang Zimu calculated silently. The prize for being the top scorer in the exam wouldn't be enough. He had already sketched out his post-exam plan, spending the summer hunting outside the city and taking Beastmaster assignments to earn a substantial fortune. After drying himself off and dressing properly, Tang Zimu refocused on the most pressing task at hand, capturing a spirit beast. Having followed the stream, he now found himself in unfamiliar territory. Vigilantly surveying his surroundings, he tried to determine which spirit beasts might inhabit the area. Tang Zimu scanned his surroundings, and his gaze was suddenly drawn to a peculiar sight: a few clusters of unusual fruits hanging from a large tree not far away. His eyes lit up, and he quickly dashed toward the tree. As he got closer, his excitement grew as he confirmed his suspicion: these were indeed the rare black crystal bananas. This fruit was not only a favorite among strength-type spirit beasts, but consuming it regularly could enhance their strength and bone density. Due to its strict growing conditions and limited yield, the black crystal banana commanded an astonishingly high price on the market. Just one could equal an ordinary person's monthly salary. However, Tang Zimu's excitement at this moment wasn't driven by the economic value of the fruits. Instead, his mind was racing with thoughts of a specific spirit beast that treasured black crystal bananas above all else. This particular beast had an almost obsessive love for the fruit and was almost certain to appear in areas where black crystal bananas grew in abundance. What thrilled him even more was the fact that this spirit beast ranked as a T2 level powerhouse on the strength tier list he had meticulously crafted in par with the Flaming Lion King, the companion beast of City Lord Zhao Kaixian. Jackpot, Tang Zimu thought, suppressing his excitement as he began carefully searching around the black crystal banana tree. Before long, he spotted several fresh footprints in the muddy ground beneath one of the trees. A quick comparison confirmed that these tracks belonged to the very spirit beast he was searching for. Xiao Yangzhou, I owe this find to your sacrifice. Tang Zimu silently thanked his companion. If not for taking that detour, I might never have followed the stream in this direction. With the footprints as a guide, the search became much easier. Holding his breath, Tang Zimu crouched low and cautiously followed the trail. It wasn't long before he spotted a few spirit beasts leisurely hanging from the trees ahead. These beasts were covered in golden fur and bore a resemblance to golden snub-nosed monkeys from Earth, though their size was comparable to that of an adult human male. What stood out the most were their eyes, rectangular and elongated sockets, hooked corners, deep black pupils, and a strange black glow radiating from them. From a distance, they resembled a group of sinister, golden specters. Rogue monkeys. They're really rogue monkeys. Tang Zimu's hand instinctively moved to the beast ring at his waist as excitement surged through him. Rogue monkeys, as their name suggested, were notorious troublemakers among spirit beasts. They thrived on wreaking havoc in forests, tormenting, pranking, and even brutally harming other creatures, whether beast or human. Their antics often ended in merciless destruction. Many smaller spirit beasts would tremble in fear at the mere sound of a rogue monkey's call. However, their misdeeds had earned them countless enemies in the spirit beast world. It wasn't uncommon for dozens of spirit beasts to band together in elaborate hunts for revenge against the rogue monkeys. Despite this, the rogue monkeys managed to thrive in the wild, a testament to their incredible strength and cunning. Tang Zimu carefully observed the group of rogue monkeys before him, 5 in total. 2 smaller ones perched timidly on the branches, while another 2 used the broad leaves of a black crystal banana tree to fan the largest among them. This dominant rogue monkey reclined lazily against the tree trunk, exuding an air of entitlement. Suddenly, one of the fanning monkeys accidentally brushed against the large rogue monkey. In an instant, the dominant figure sprang to life, letting out a sharp reprimand. It grabbed a wooden stick nearby and, with lightning speed, struck the unfortunate companion, sending it tumbling to the ground. What speed? Tang Zimu's pupils contracted as his heart raced. Unable to contain his curiosity, he eagerly opened the profile panel of the largest and most powerful rogue monkey, eager to see its astonishing stats. Name: Rogue Monkey. 10-star potential. Tang Zimu gasped, his heart pounding wildly. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the talent level of this rogue monkey far exceeded his expectations. 10-star sit represented maximum potential, a complete dominance over its kind, a natural-born king. Forcing himself to stay calm, Tang Zimu fixed his gaze on the information panel. Name: Rogue Monkey. Talent: 10 stars. Attribute: Evil. Level 5. Innate ability: Infamy, Emerald Grade. Effect: all evil-type skills have a 20 chance to instill fear in the target. Attacks on fearful targets deal an additional 30 damage. Base stats: Strength 35, Spirit 15, Stamina 20, Agility 20, Physical Defense 20, Magic Defense 20. Skills: Malicious Gaze, Evil Barrage, Despair Strike. Tang Zimu's palms were sweating with excitement. At level 5 in its juvenile form, it already possessed an emerald-grade innate ability and 3 skills, with stats far surpassing others of the same level. If it evolved into a bloodthirsty demon monkey, its talent could potentially reach epic or even legendary levels. He stared intensely at the rogue monkey, his eyes glinting with greed. The once fierce and menacing creature now appeared majestic and awe-inspiring in his eyes. This rogue monkey is mine, Tang Zimu vowed silently. Carefully, he scanned his surroundings, piecing together a plan to capture it step by step. However, before he could finalize his strategy, a sudden system notification interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations, host Tang Zimu's beast taming prowess has earned the admiration of 10,000 humans. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reverence of 10,000 people for the first time, marking the beginning of greatness. You have been awarded a debut bonus, 20 divine attribute points. Tang Zimu froze. Huh? What just happened? Meanwhile, in Longgua's Yinyang City, near the teleportation array for the college entrance exam secret realm, the city lord, Zhao Kaixian, was speaking politely to a sturdy man clad in silver-white armor with a resolute expression. Captain Wei, you've traveled all the way from the capital to escort the real-time score display screen. I can't thank you enough for your hard work. The man, Wei Qiang, gave a slight nod, but his eyes never left the display screen. Although he was merely a squad leader, no one present dared to show any disrespect. Wei Qiang's squad was renowned throughout the capital of Longhua, and his personal strength was on par with that of many city lords. With a faint smile and a hint of apology, Wei Qiang said, City Lord Zhao, you're too kind. We were delayed by a spirit beast ambush on the way, losing an entire day. My apologies. Turning to his team, he raised his voice slightly. Qiang, hurry up and set up the real-time trial score display board. The entrance exam has already been underway for 3 hours. Several capable team members sprang into action immediately. A massive, bull-like spirit beast slowly pulled a giant screen forward, while the team members directed their respective spirit beasts to assist with the installation. All eyes were fixed on the screen, the air thick with tension and anticipation. The crowd erupted into scattered discussions. How many students from Yinyang City will make it onto the leaderboard? We're strong enough at least a quarter of them should be ours. Last year, we claimed 20 spots in the top 100. Let's hope we don't fall short this year. Amid the chatter, the question of who would take first place drew the most attention. Qin Shaoqiang will definitely be first, someone said confidently. His theory scores are sky-high, and he has a long-leaf cat with 7-star aptitude. But another voice quickly doused the optimism. Don't get ahead of yourself. I heard both Yinshan City and Yinmo City have geniuses who nearly aced the theory exam and have tamed spirit beasts with 8-star aptitude. This comment immediately dampened the excitement of the crowd. The gap between 7-star and 8-star aptitude was significant enough to create a massive point difference in the entrance exam's secret realm, where spirit beasts were capped at level 5. Ah, if only Tang Zimu, the student from our city who scored full marks in the theory exam, could tame a spirit beast, someone lamented, casting a shadow over the crowd's mood. Hearing Tang Zimu's name, Wang Jiaoyang, the principal of Yinyang's first high school, exchanged a glance with Vice Principal Fan Shi, both sighing inwardly. They no longer dared to hope for Tang Zimu to take first place. They simply wished to see his name on the leaderboard, even if it was at the very bottom. At least that would prove he was still alive. Sensing the low spirits of the crowd, City Lord Zhao Kaixian decided to shift the focus. Raising his voice, he said, We're now in the 3rd hour of the trial. Why don't we take a guess how many points do you think the students have scored by this point? The Lord's speech ignited the crowd's curiosity, and everyone began engaging in lively discussions. I'd guess the average student has reached a score of 100 by now, one onlooker speculated. That seems too low, another person countered. Didn't the students who left an hour ago already hit 100? I estimate it to be around 120, a third voice chimed in. But weren't those students who got 100 points pushing themselves to the limit? They must have already left the secret realm by now, someone questioned. Students playing it safe are probably hovering around 100 points, an experienced-looking observer concluded. The discussions grew more animated, with everyone holding firm to their opinions. Just then, a middle-aged man, who seemed well-versed in this matter, stepped forward from the crowd. Clearing his throat, he quickly drew everyone's attention. Based on my analysis of scoring trends from previous years, he began confidently. Students typically achieve 60 of their total score within the first 3 hours. Keep in mind, the spiritual beasts and scoring materials in the secret realm are limited. The longer it goes on, the fewer opportunities there are to earn points. At the same time, students expend more energy, making it harder to keep scoring. He paused briefly to let the crowd absorb his words before continuing. So objectively speaking, at this stage, the average student should have around 120 points. As for the top-performing students aiming for the top 1,000, they should have at least 150 points by now. His well-reasoned analysis earned the crowd's agreement. Building on his point, someone speculated further. If that's the case, the top 100 students must have at least 200 points. Then the first place scorer must be. First place should have around 230 or 240 points, another voice interjected. Not quite, someone disagreed. If they're truly exceptional, they could break 250. At that moment, an excited voice from the crowd suddenly exclaimed, could the first place score possibly hit 300? This bold guess was met with a burst of laughter and chatter. 300? Are you kidding? What kind of cheat code are you imagining? Someone joked. Just then, the staff who had been installing the score display board announced, ladies and gentlemen, the display board is ready and loading the data. Please take a look. The crowd immediately fell silent, all eyes turning to the screen in eager anticipation. It didn't take long. The bottom of the screen flickered for a moment, and a black name became clear. Fang Yiji, rank 1000, score 153, region, Yinyang City. Nice. The first name is from Yinyang City. The crowd erupted into cheers, their excitement palpable. Soon, more names began to appear. Lu Xiaojing, rank 999, score 154, region, Yinshan City. Zhang Wei, rank 998, score 154, region, Yinyue City. The information on the display board updated rapidly, revealing 4 or 5 students per second. The crowd stared unblinkingly at the screen, not wanting to miss any familiar names. Each time a student from Yinyang City appeared, or someone recognized a name, the crowd cheered enthusiastically. Amid this tense and thrilling atmosphere, the rankings climbed quickly to the top 500, then the top 100, and finally reached the highly anticipated top 10. They're here. The top 10 geniuses are finally about to be revealed, someone shouted excitedly. Qin Xiaoqiang, Beiman Man, and Xiao Yangzhao, 3 students from Yinyang City, who tamed high-quality spiritual beasts, haven't shown up yet. They must all be in the top 10, another voice said with eager anticipation. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final results to be unveiled. The entire Yin region was fiercely competing, and if we could secure 3 spots in the top 10, Yinyang City would truly shine. The area around the teleportation array was packed with people, all eyes fixed on the massive information screen, eagerly awaiting the final rankings. As the details for the 10th place solidified, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Beiman Man, the school beauty of Yinyang number 2 high, secured the first spot for Yinyang City with a score of 216. This auspicious start instantly ignited the anticipation of those present, who held their breath, hoping to see more names from Yinyang City on the leaderboard. However, as the rankings updated up to the 4th place, no other students from Yinyang City appeared. Quiet murmurs began to spread through the crowd, with some speculating that the remaining 2 top contenders might have made it directly into the top 3. Even the usually composed city Lord Zhao Kaixian couldn't hide his tension, gripping his hands tightly and staring unblinkingly at the screen. Finally, the 3rd place information appeared MOU from Yin Mo City, with a score of 237. The result took everyone by surprise. The genius from Yin Mo City, once considered a strong contender for the 1st place, had only ranked 3rd. Shortly after, the 2nd place information refreshed, Qin Xiaoqiang from Yinyang City, with a score of 238. The crowd erupted into cheers, but the excitement quickly subsided as everyone turned their attention to the final ranking, eagerly waiting to see who claimed 1st place. At this moment, the information at the very top began to update. As the blurry outline of the name became clearer, murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. The name didn't seem to match the anticipated Xiao Yangzhou. Instead, it looked like Tang. Finally, the 1st place information was revealed. Tang Zimu, rank 1, score 500, region, Yinyang City. The result hit like a thunderclap, plunging the area around the teleportation array into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they repeatedly confirmed the information on the screen, as if unable to believe what they were seeing. Tang Zimuthi's name had already spread throughout Yinyang City over the past 3 days. A fallen genius who aced theoretical exams but had failed to tame any spirit beasts, a reckless maverick who insisted on joining the practical trial. This was the very person dismissed by everyone, with many fearing he would lose his life in the secret realm. Yet, in just 3 short hours, he had risen above over 10,000 students to claim the top spot in the entire Yin region's college entrance examination. This unexpected outcome was like a resounding slap in the face to all the doubters. Tang Zimu had shattered everyone's expectations with his strength and written an unbelievable legend. Whoa, Tang Zimu is incredible. A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd, shattering the silence that had lingered for half a day. The voice acted like a spark, instantly igniting the atmosphere at the scene. The stunned onlookers instinctively chimed in, and the area was soon filled with exclamations of whoa and incredible. Amidst the waves of astonishment, voices of doubt and confusion began to rise. Wait, Tang Zimu got 1st place. That can't be true. Doesn't he not even have a spirit beast? How did he take 1st place? Did he just collect materials to rack up points? Am I dreaming? Someone slapped me to wake me up. It took everyone a moment to process what had just happened, and they began shouting in disbelief. Before the chaotic chatter could continue for long, a calm yet eerie voice cut through the noise, reaching everyone's ears. Have you all looked at his score yet? The statement was like a bucket of cold water, jolting the crowd out of their shock. Tang Zimu's unprecedented first place ranking had been so overwhelming that everyone had instinctively overlooked the actual score. Prompted by the voice, they all turned their gazes toward the leaderboard to see his score. When the number became clear, the earlier shock paled in comparison. 500 points. The sheer absurdity of the figure left everyone at the scene frozen, their faces contorted into a variety of expressions. Principal Wang Jiaoyang and class teacher Fan Shi, who were particularly invested in Tang Zimu, nearly collapsed from the shock, clinging to each other to avoid falling over. The situation wasn't any better in the VIP lounge. City Lord Zhao Kaixian, a man known for his resilience after surviving countless battles against spirit beast hordes, staggered back a few steps and plopped down into his chair, stunned. Captain Wei Qiang, a seasoned traveler across much of the Dragon Nation and a man of vast experience, swayed unsteadily, clutching a nearby railing to keep his balance. As for the other deputy city lords and officials, their reactions mirrored the stunned expressions of the ordinary crowd below. This is impossible. Voices of doubt erupted once again after the initial shock subsided. The leaderboard must still be in its testing phase, and there's clearly a bug or malfunction. This statement seemed to wake the crowd from their stupor, and the murmurs quickly turned into a chorus of agreement. Yeah, there's no way Tang Zimu could be first. It has to be a display bug. Exactly. I mean, 3 hours to get a perfect score? Definitely a bug. Right. Didn't they say the leaderboard is still in the testing phase? Bugs are totally normal. It wasn't that the people present didn't want to believe in Tang Zimu. It was just that the situation was simply too unbelievable. A person without a spirit beast managing to stay in the secret realm for 3 hours and achieving a perfect score was as far-fetched as a fairy tale. No one would believe it, not even a psychiatric institution. As the doubts grew louder, the crowd's arguments became more heated, and the discussion escalated from a potential display bug to outright accusations of Tang Zimu cheating. Haha, I'm starting to think it's not a bug, but that Tang Zimu hacked the system. Yeah, now it makes sense why he joined the trial. He must have found some loophole to boost his score to the top. As the situation spiraled out of control, Zhao Kaixian realized he had to act immediately. Rising to his feet, he raised his voice to calm the crowd. Everyone, please don't get carried away. We will thoroughly investigate whether Tang Zimu's ranking and score are legitimate. He turned to Captain Wei Qiang and asked, Captain Wei, can you confirm whether there's been any issue with the display system? Wei Qiang's expression turned grave as he briskly walked to the display screen, meticulously examining it. His movements were precise and swift, his eyes fixed on the flickering data, leaving no room for any potential anomaly to escape his notice. Meanwhile, Wei Onghua, the head of the Sunfire division of the Beast Tamer Alliance, stepped forward with an air of authority. His expression was so stern it seemed to chill the air around him. The secret realm we helped construct for the college entrance exam has special measures to verify the authenticity of scores. I will personally confirm this. Before his words had fully landed, he summoned his beast massive, radiant-winged light-wing griffin. Wei Onghua leapt gracefully onto its back, and in a matter of moments, he vanished into the horizon, heading straight for the division headquarters. The scene descended into a suffocating silence. All eyes shifted anxiously between Wei Qiang and the sky, awaiting the revelation of the truth. Some hoped for a miracle, while others secretly schemed to expose Tang Zimu's so-called fraud. A few, however, harbored a sliver of doubt. Could such an incredible feat truly have occurred? Time ticked by, each second stretching unbearably long. Finally, Wei Qiang looked up, his gaze firm as he scanned the crowd. The display screen is absolutely free of any bugs. I can guarantee this with 100% certainty. The moment his words fell, the crowd erupted into chaos. Doubts and exclamations intertwined in a cacophony of voices. The screen's fine? Then Tang Zimu must have cheated. How could a student without a beast dare to pull off such a reckless stunt? Zhao Kaixian's face turned pale, unwilling to believe that Tang Zimu could have done something so audacious. His anxious eyes fixed on the sky, silently praying for Wei Onghua to bring clarity to the situation. As if in answer to his hopes, the light-winged griffin's silhouette reappeared in the sky within 2 minutes. It descended swiftly, and several people rushed forward to greet Wei Onghua. But to everyone's surprise, his steps were unsteady, and his dazed expression hinted at having just experienced something profoundly shocking. Seeing Wei Onghua in such a state, a sense of foreboding crept into the hearts of many present. However, his next words left everyone utterly baffled. We were all wrong. Wei Onghua's voice trembled with disbelief. Wrong about what? Tang Zimu didn't cheat? Someone pressed urgently. Wei Onghua took a deep breath and said slowly, I just conducted a comprehensive verification of Tang Zimu's score. There isn't a single issue with it. Not only that, but he achieved a perfect score in 2 hours, not 3. His words detonated like a bomb among the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they stared at Wei Onghua in disbelief. Minister Wei, are you sure you know what you're saying? Someone stammered, their voice shaking. Despite confirmation from both parties, the truth of the matter was still hard for the crowd to accept. They unanimously decided that, no matter what, they would stay near the teleportation array today to personally witness how a student without a beast could achieve such a miracle. Meanwhile, in a dense thicket within the secret realm of the college entrance exam, Tang Zimu stared thoughtfully at the panel before him, which displayed an additional 20 divine attribute points. He quickly deduced that this reward was triggered by his perfect score being broadcast on the real-time leaderboard, earning him widespread admiration. Tang Zimu realized that the key issue now was coming up with a plausible explanation for how he managed to achieve a perfect score in just 2 hours. His gaze shifted to the mischief monkey lounging lazily not far away, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Simple. I'll just blame it all on this guy, Tang Zimu mused to himself. Capturing a 10-star top-tier spirit beast like this? It's only natural I'd sweep through the secret realm with ease. He tightened the beast ring around his waist, his plan already forming in his mind. With these 20 divine attribute points, he no longer needed any elaborate schemes. Tang Zimu opened his attribute panel and unhesitatingly allocated all the points. Time to give the mischief monkey a little taste of human ingenuity. A flicker of excitement sparkled in Tang Zimu's eyes as he prepared to showcase his newfound strength. When Tang Zimu first allocated his attribute points, he primarily focused on strength. The mountain crushing and sea tilting trait made investing in strength the most cost-effective choice, as each point of strength counted as 2. However, after intense battles with various spirit beasts, Tang Zimu gained a deeper understanding of combat. He realized that relying solely on strength was insufficient, as neglecting other attributes would limit his overall combat effectiveness. Recalling his fight with the Sound Wolf leader, Tang Zimu frowned. That was supposed to be an opponent he could defeat with a single punch, yet its agility allowed it to prolong the battle. This experience solidified his determination to address his lack of speed. Taking a deep breath, Tang Zimu decisively allocated 10 divine attribute points to agility. After a brief moment of hesitation, he split the remaining 10 points equally between strength and stamina. His updated attribute panel displayed strength, 50, spirit, 15, stamina, 19, agility, 26, physical defense, 10, magic defense, 10. With the 5 points in strength doubling, Tang Zimu's strength soared to an astonishing 50 points. Combined with his 26 points in agility, this set of attributes was more than enough to overpower a fully capable rogue monkey. Tang Zimu clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. No longer concealing his presence, he boldly strode toward the direction of the rogue monkeys. His footsteps alerted the 5 monkeys, and they all turned to look at him, surprise flashing in their eyes. In the rogue monkey's instincts, most creatures would either flee or cower at the sight of them. Someone like Tang Zimu, who approached them voluntarily, was unheard of. This peculiar behavior instantly piqued their curiosity. 2 smaller rogue monkeys immediately revealed their nature. One stood up, baring its teeth and letting out a mocking laugh, while the other grabbed a fruit from a nearby tree and hurled it forcefully at Tang Zimu. Meanwhile, the fully capable rogue monkey, leaning against a tree, continued to observe coldly. Smack! Tang Zimu's sharp reflexes allowed him to catch the flying fruit effortlessly. With a slight squeeze, the fruit crumbled into pieces in his hand. He fixed a cold, murderous gaze on the 2 smaller monkeys, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Unlike tamed spirit beasts, wild ones rarely submitted to a master willingly. The most effective way to subdue them was through sheer force, either beating them unconscious to capture them forcefully, or crushing them so thoroughly that they begged for mercy and willingly submitted. The more brutal, ruthless, and bloody the fight, the faster they would yield, and the easier they would be to tame afterward. This was the survival law ingrained in the bones of most spirit beast: submission to the strong. Tang Zimu did not draw his longsword. Against this fully capable rogue monkey, the natural leader of its kind, he decided to use the most primal, brutal method to utterly destroy its pride. Whoosh! With a sudden stomp, Tang Zimu launched himself like an arrow from a bow, charging straight into the group of rogue monkeys. With a burst of 50 points in strength and 26 points in agility, Tang Zimu's body shot up like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Twisting his body midair, he landed instantly on the thick tree branch where 2 small rogue monkeys were perched. His speed was so overwhelming that the monkeys didn't even have time to react. Without hesitation, Tang Zimu's fist launched forward like a cannonball. With a deafening boom, one rogue monkey's head shattered instantly. Blood splattered everywhere as the headless corpse fell from the branch, spraying fresh blood in the air. Immediately after, Tang Zimu delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to the other monkey's waist. The monstrous force tore its body in half, sending the upper half crashing heavily to the ground. The surviving upper half of the rogue monkey didn't die immediately. Twisting in agony, it let out piercing, wailing cries of "Yea! Yea!" The gruesome, bloody scene of instant slaughter sent the remaining 3 rogue monkeys into a frenzy. 2 of them, equally matched in strength, abandoned their positions and fled in terror. However, the leader, the rogue monkey king, displayed a different demeanor. Grabbing a nearby stick, it stood defiantly in front, its expression arrogant as it bought time for its subordinates to escape. Tang Zimu sneered internally. Trying to stall for time? Then I'll make sure to kill all your subordinates. Let's see how that works for you. With a flash of movement, Tang Zimu weaved through the trees effortlessly. Using his superior agility, he quickly bypassed the rogue monkey king and caught up with the 2 fleeing subordinates in just a few steps. The rogue monkey king watched in horror as its last 2 subordinates perished on the spot, letting out enraged cries of "Yeo! Yeo!" It felt an unprecedented sense of provocation. Its eyes glowed red with fury as it swung its long stick, coated in a dark sheen, straight at Tang Zimu. This time, Tang Zimu didn't dodge. Clenching his fist tightly, he sprang forward to meet the attack head-on. With a resounding clang, the stick and his fist collided like metal striking metal. Within half a second, the stick shattered into 2 pieces under the force of Tang Zimu's punch. The rogue monkey king was thrown to the ground by the impact, staring dumbfounded at the remaining half of the stick in its hand, its eyes filled with disbelief. Tang Zimu seized the opportunity to press his advantage. He kicked the remaining half of the stick out of the monkey's hand and immediately grabbed its throat with one hand, lifting it off the ground. The restrained rogue monkey king shrieked sharply, struggling desperately as it tried to claw at Tang Zimu with its sharp nails. Unmoved, Tang Zimu delivered a heavy slap. A crisp smack echoed as the rogue monkey king's cries abruptly stopped. Half of its face visibly swelled from the impact. "Do you surrender?" Tang Zimu asked coldly, shaking the monkey king by its neck as his icy gaze locked onto it. He raised his hand again, ready to strike. The rogue monkey completely ignored Tang Zimu's words. As the future king of its kind, how could it submit so easily? It struggled fiercely, claws slashing wildly, legs kicking out, and its body shaking violently. Smack! A loud slap landed on the rogue monkey's face. Its other cheek instantly swelled up. "Do you yield?" Tang Zimu asked coldly. The slap enraged the rogue monkey. Humiliated, it twisted its body desperately, trying to break free from Tang Zimu's grip on its throat. Unmoved, Tang Zimu raised his hand and delivered 2 more heavy slaps, one from each side, landing precisely on the rogue monkey's face. Smack! Smack! The crisp sound echoed, and the rogue monkey was momentarily stunned, the ferocity in its eyes diminishing slightly. "Do you yield?" Tang Zimu asked again, his hand moving without pause, delivering 2 more slaps. Smack! Smack! "Do you yield?" His voice was like a machine gun, and his palm became a blur. After dozens of consecutive, resounding slaps, the rogue monkey's head swelled up like a pig's. Its deep black eyes were nearly squeezed shut, and its once defiant expression was replaced by one of absurdity and grievance. Tang Zimu raised his hand again, and the rogue monkey finally broke down. It twisted its neck frantically and let out weak, pleading sounds. "Eek! Eek! Eek! Have you yielded?" Completely given in. Tang Zimu slightly loosened his grip on the rogue monkey's throat and feigned realization. "Oh, my apologies, I forgot I was choking you. You couldn't make a sound." The rogue monkey, as if reborn, gasped desperately for fresh air. After catching its breath, it looked at Tang Zimu with a grateful yet submissive gaze, letting out a pitiful cry. "Eek!" Tang Zimu knew this was a sign of the rogue monkey's surrender, but he wasn't ready to let it off just yet. He removed the beast taming ring from his waist, waved it in front of the rogue monkey, and then tossed it onto the ground. Releasing his grip, he let the rogue monkey go and pointed to the ring on the ground, commanding, "Pick up the beast taming ring." By all logic, as a wild spiritual beast directly thrown into the secret realm, the rogue monkey shouldn't have understood the function of a beast taming ring or the human language. Tang Zimu's actions were undoubtedly a further test of the rogue monkey's submission. In the face of life and death, both humans and spirit beasts can exhibit astonishing intelligence. The rogue monkey seemed to understand Tang Zimu's intentions. Cautiously, it picked up the beast ring and slipped it around its own neck. The beast ring immediately emitted a soft white glow that penetrated the rogue monkey's neck. Without encountering any resistance, the light effortlessly completed the process. With a crisp click, the 2 sides of the beast ring closed tightly, locking firmly in place. The sudden sound made the rogue monkey shudder not out of fear of the beast ring, but because the noise triggered its recent memories of terror under Debidu's dominance. Tang Zimu paid no attention to the rogue monkey's reaction. He closed his eyes and focused entirely on sensing any changes within his mind. However, he found nothing. This confirmed his earlier suspicion. His body from Blue Planet indeed lacked the unique abilities of humans in the spirit beast world. Even with the beast ring securing the spirit beast, he was unable to establish mental communication with it. Strictly speaking, Tang Zimu had not truly subdued the rogue monkey. He had merely used the beast ring to lock it, making it a claimed spirit beast that others could not tame. Tang Zimu was not discouraged by this outcome, as he had anticipated it. More importantly, he had already thought of an alternative solution: Blue Planet's dog training techniques. On the Blue Planet, humans couldn't communicate mentally with their pets, yet they could train them over time to obey commands. Tang Zimu planned to use verbal commands and muscle memory training to achieve quick control over the spirit beast. While he couldn't achieve the seamless, instant mental communication of other beast tamers, Tang Zimu had a unique advantage: his extraordinary reaction speed. As a humanoid spirit beast, Tang Zimu's reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary humans and even other spirit beasts. As long as he could issue commands before his opponents could react, and train his spirit beast to instinctively respond, he could minimize the gap created by the lack of mental communication to nearly nothing. This was Tang Zimu's unconventional beast taming method. Come here, come here. Tang Zimu opened his eyes, pointing to the ground in front of him. The rogue monkey, crouched motionless on the ground, immediately obeyed, moving to the designated spot and crouching again. Tang Zimu nodded in satisfaction, placing his palm on the rogue monkey's soft golden fur and gently rubbing it. As expected of the king among rogue monkeys, you can already understand basic gestures and commands even before training. He murmured to himself, "Since I've tamed you, you need a name. What should I call you?" The rogue monkey squatted stiffly in place, completely frozen, not daring to move. Tang Zimu stood before it, his piercing gaze carefully examining the large, golden-furred monkey. His eyes sparkled with a thoughtful glint as he finally spoke. "You, my friend, are a natural prodigy born to be the king of the rogue monkey species. Strong, towering, and with such a dazzling golden coat." He paused for a moment, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. "I'll call you Lao He." Tang Zimu repeated the name twice, as if savoring his own brilliance. He thought to himself that the name would sound like the most loyal and friendly companion back on Blue Star. However, the rogue monkey remained oblivious, blinking in confusion. Next, Tang Zimu started addressing the rogue monkey as Lao He, commanding it to perform some simple actions. Gradually, the monkey realized that this strange sound was referring to itself and let out a series of excited cries. E, E, E. Although Tang Zimu couldn't understand monkey language, he mistook this for Lao He's approval of its new name. A satisfied smile spread across his face. This simple naming ceremony marked the official inclusion of Lao He as his beast companion. Brimming with excitement, Tang Zimu rubbed his palms together and eagerly opened Lao He's attribute panel to check for any changes. The information on the panel was as detailed as ever. Name: Rogue Monkey. Potential: 10 stars. Attribute: Evil. Level 5. Talent: Malevolent Mastery Emerald Tier Talent. All evil-type abilities have a 20 chance to inflict fear on the target. Attacking a target in fear state deals 30 additional damage. Base attributes: Strength, 35. Spirit, 15. Stamina, 20. Agility, 20. Physical defense, 20. Magical defense, 20. Skills: 1. Grim Visage, an evil-type control skill. Uses a sinister grin to frighten the target, with a 50 chance to inflict fear. 2. Wicked Barrage, an evil-type physical skill with power equal to 40 of strength. Attacks the target twice consecutively. If the target is in a fear state, an additional attack is triggered. 3. Despairing Assault, an evil-type physical skill with power equal to 80 of strength. Delivers a brutal beating with a 10 chance to inflict fear on the target. Tang Zimu compared the panel carefully and noticed that the content was not significantly different from before, except for the skill descriptions, which had become more detailed. He pondered whether he needed to equip a beast ring or engage in a battle to unlock more specific information about the beast's skills. Lacking sufficient data, he decided not to dwell on the question for now. Instead, Tang Zimu turned his focus to analyzing Lao Hei's skills. As he delved deeper, he began to understand why a max potential beast could naturally become the king of its species. Compared to ordinary rogue monkeys, which had only 2 mediocre skills, Lao Hei not only boasted superior attributes, but also had talents and skills that perfectly complemented each other. The skill Grim Visage alone had a 50 success rate, and with the additional 20 probability from its talent, there was effectively a 70 chance to inflict fear on opponents, a remarkably high rate in battle. Wicked Barrage and Despairing Assault further enhanced its capabilities. The former's multi-hit attacks each had a chance to trigger fear, and if successful, could even deliver an extra strike. The latter, with its high power, also had a 30 chance to cause fear. Tang Zimu couldn't help but marvel at how these 3 skills seemed tailor-made for Lao Hei's talent, leaving no room for redundancy. He silently congratulated himself, realizing that only someone like him capable of overwhelming opponents in every aspect could have subdued such a formidable beast like Lao Hei with ease. There were hardly any spirit beasts of the same level that could rival it. Tang Zimu couldn't help but think of the nationally renowned opening ceremony of Kyoto University. It was said that the ceremony included a combat competition where students of the same year would face off in the ring. He secretly calculated that if he sent Lao He to the freshman arena, it would likely turn into a one-sided massacre. However, thinking about the generous rewards for the ceremony, Tang Zimu couldn't help but feel a sense of glee. After all, it wasn't him who would be on the receiving end. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, a gentle tug on his sleeve brought him back to reality. Looking down, he saw Lao He cautiously pulling at his sleeve, letting out soft, yip, yip, yip sounds. It pointed at itself, and then gestured toward the distance. Tang Zimu quickly understood its intention. Lao He wanted to take him somewhere. Knowing that the beast taming ring imprinted a mental mark on spirit beasts during the taming process, Tang Zimu wasn't worried about Lao He playing any tricks. While this imprint couldn't fully control a spirit beast's actions, it ensured they wouldn't harm their master and would even prioritize protecting them. With that assurance, he confidently followed Lao He's lead. Before long, they arrived at the edge of a grove filled with black crystal banana trees. Tang Zimu noticed a hollowed-out dead tree with a large cavity inside. He immediately realized that this was where Lao He and the gang of rogue monkeys stored their spoils. Considering the monkeys' notorious behavior in the secret realm, Tang Zimu could easily imagine how many rare treasures might be hidden in there. However, Tang Zimu wasn't particularly interested in these items. He knew very well that upon leaving the secret realm for the college entrance exams, he could only take one spirit beast with him, and everything else would remain behind. Still, Lao Hei's gesture warmed his heart. It was a clear sign of the spirit beast's recognition of its master. Not wanting to disappoint Lao Hei, Tang Zimu bent down to inspect the contents of the hollow. As expected, it was filled with rare and valuable materials, each one worth a fortune back in Yinyang City, enough to buy a small apartment. Looking at the wealth within reach yet unattainable, Tang Zimu couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Just as he was about to stop rummaging, a particular item caught his eye. It was a fist-sized, semi-transparent gel-like object with a pale yellow hue and a faint lavender fragrance. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up as he carefully retrieved the item, matching it against the descriptions in his memory. It really is, he murmured to himself, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Tang Zimu held a rare treasure in his hands called the Pure Cleansing Essence, a precious substance meticulously cultivated by the mystical spirit beast known as the Bai-Shui Stone Spirit. He studied the fist-sized piece of pure cleansing essence with awe and disbelief. After all, it was common knowledge that it would take a Bai-Shui Stone Spirit 10 years to produce even a thumb-sized shard of this essence, and even that small piece was worth as much as a luxurious villa in the heart of Yinyang City's central district. Tang Zimu couldn't help but fall into deep thought, puzzled as to why the creator of this secret realm would place such a valuable item in the high school examination's secret realm. After pondering for a moment, he speculated that the most plausible explanation was that a spirit beast had hidden the essence in a pouch-like part of its body, and it had inadvertently been brought into the realm during the mass release. However, none of that mattered now. What mattered was that Tang Zimu had already accepted this offering from Lao Hei, and the priceless pure cleansing essence was now firmly in his grasp. Although he knew he couldn't take this treasure out of the secret realm, its greatest value lay in its immediate usability. The pure cleansing essence not only enhanced the defensive capabilities of a spirit beast's skin, but also had significant effects on humans, purifying the body, promoting health, and even offering a slight extension of lifespan. This slight extension of life was an irresistible temptation for anyone. Tang Zimu felt a wave of gratitude and resolved not to let this treasure fall into anyone else's hands. Carefully cradling the pure cleansing essence, he conducted a thorough search of the treasure pile to ensure nothing was overlooked. Satisfied, he turned and headed back toward the small stream with Lao Hei in tow. Although he lacked the expertise of a professional beast tamer and the necessary auxiliary materials to maximize the essence's effects, Tang Zimu decided to apply it directly to himself. While this approach might be somewhat wasteful, it was certainly better than leaving it for someone else to claim. Once by the stream, Tang Zimu patted Lao Hei on the shoulder, signaling it to stay alert and guard their surroundings. Lao Hei seemed to understand his intentions, immediately puffing out its chest and scanning the area vigilantly. Tang Zimu couldn't help but admire the beast's intelligence, thinking that future training sessions might not be as challenging as he had anticipated. Under Lao Hei's watchful protection, Tang Zimu boldly removed his clothes and squeezed the pure cleansing essence into a thick gel, carefully applying it all over his body. As soon as the gel touched his skin, he felt a refreshing surge of energy coursing through him. His pores seemed to open wide, greedily absorbing the essence, while dark impurities were expelled from his body. The sensation reminded Tang Zimu of the legendary bone cleansing and marrow washing described in martial arts novels. While it might be an exaggeration to claim that the pure cleansing essence had such profound effects, the extraordinary experience left him exhilarated and full of wonder. It was essentially expelling toxins that had accumulated in his skin pores. What a relief. Tang Zimu felt completely refreshed as he leaned against a tree, enjoying this unprecedented sensation of clarity and comfort. Taking a deep breath, he could feel every pore of his skin breathing freely. However, even as he indulged in this newfound comfort, Tang Zimu did not forget the key contributor to his current state, Lao He. He turned to the vigilant golden snub-nosed monkey that was still surveying the surroundings and softly called its name. Then, he retrieved a glowing divine-grade spirit beast treat from the reward storage box. Reward the stick with a sweet date, Tang Zimu thought. Lao He had not only been obedient, but had also taken the initiative to assist. Such exemplary behavior deserved to be rewarded. He wanted Lao He to understand that following its master meant living the good life. Hearing its name, Lao He immediately darted over with excitement. Its sharp eyes quickly caught sight of the small, glowing orb in Tang Zimu's hand, and its gaze lit up with an unprecedented sparkle. Its nose twitched repeatedly, and it made eager sounds, swallowing its saliva with difficulty. Lao He crouched beside Tang Zimu, staring intently at the small orb with an unabashedly fawning expression. This reaction took Tang Zimu by surprise. Had seen this unruly monkey's defiant demeanor and its pitiful state after being reprimanded, but this level of ingratiation was a first. What made it even funnier was that Lao He's swollen face now resembled a pig's head, and paired with its obsequious expression, it was simply comical. Tang Zimu struggled to suppress his laughter and gently shook the small orb in his hand. Lao He's eyes followed its movement without blinking. Seriously, buddy, you're supposed to be a proud and unruly monkey. Tang Zimu sighed inwardly. Where's that rebellious spirit of yours? Is this divine-grade spirit beast treat really that irresistible? He had to admit, the treat was indeed extraordinarily delicious, but it wasn't enough to make him lose composure like this. Yet judging by Lao He's current state, its drool was already on the verge of dripping onto his clothes. Acting swiftly, Tang Zimu flicked Lao He on the head just as the drool was about to fall. The monkey stumbled back a couple of steps, casting a pitiful glance at Tang Zimu before immediately locking its eyes back onto the tempting orb. You want it? No problem, Tang Zimu said helplessly. But remember this taste, this feeling. Behave well, and there will be more in the future. With that, he handed the divine-grade spirit beast treat to Lao He. The monkey, not understanding a word of Tang Zimu's speech, snatched the orb and stuffed it into its mouth. As it chewed, the tension in its swollen face relaxed, its eyes squinting in pure bliss, and its entire body swayed involuntarily. The sight reminded Tang Zimu of a phrase from Blue Star, so good it makes you wiggle your toes. But a golden, snub-nosed monkey, the size of an adult man, wiggling its toes? The mental image was nothing short of bizarre. What on earth is this divine-grade spirit beast treat made of? Tang Zimu wondered, falling into a deep self-reflection. Is it like catnip? Why didn't I react like this when I ate it? At that moment, Tang Zimu noticed the energy of the cleansing sacred essence on his skin was beginning to fade. He stood up, planning to head to the stream for a rinse after waiting a little longer. As he rose, his eyes caught sight of the still-open system panel, which he had forgotten to close after retrieving the treat. When his gaze shifted to the attributes section, an exclamation escaped his lips, a classic phrase from the Dragon Kingdom. Whoa, damn. Base stats, strength 50, mental power 15, stamina 20, agility 26, physical defense 15, magic defense 12. Tang Zimu stared at the attribute panel in front of him, his brows furrowed. Ever since he crossed into the beast taming realm, his memory had improved dramatically. While it wasn't quite photographic, he could easily recall details with just a little attention. He clearly remembered that after adding the divine attribute points, his stamina was at 19, and both physical and magic defense were at 10. Now, stamina had increased by 1, magic defense by 2, and physical defense had surged by a whopping 5 points, a total increase of 8 points. This can't just be a mistake, Tang Zimu murmured to himself, recalling the records in the book's head read. When humans used the purifying sacred essence, the only effects were cleansing, health improvement, and slight longevity enhancement. Only spirit beasts could experience significant increases in physical defense, along with minor boosts in stamina and magic defense. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Oh right, I'm a humanoid spirit beast. Tang Zimu looked down at the dried sacred essence on the ground, realization dawning upon him. His unique physique, different from humans of the beast taming realm, had caused the material to work differently on him. It all made sense now. This discovery immediately sparked more ideas. There were countless materials in the beast taming realm that could enhance spirit beast attributes. If the purifying sacred essence worked for him, then perhaps other materials could too. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Tang Zimu's eyes. This is a game changer. Not only do I have the rewards from the divine beast taming system, but I can also use the materials of this world to strengthen myself. With both methods combined, my strength will skyrocket in no time. Brimming with determination, Tang Zimu was about to continue searching for treasures when he suddenly remembered that he already had a spirit beast. Turning around, he looked at Old Hay, who was squatting on the ground with its hands clasped together, eyes closed, smacking its lips as if savoring the taste of the divine-grade spirit beast feed. Old Hay, are you still savoring that? Tang Zimu sighed helplessly as he walked over and gave Old Hay a light kick to snap it out of its daze. Startled, Old Hay quickly stood up and sheepishly wiped the drool from the corner of its mouth. Gesturing with his hands, Tang Zimu said, "You're so familiar with the area around this forest. You must know where to find some good stuff, right? Take me there." After a few gestures, Old Hay finally understood what Tang Zimu meant. Yep. With a proud puff of its chest, Old Hay eagerly trotted ahead to lead the way. Its demeanor was now completely different from the defiant attitude it had before being tamed, and even from the timid submissiveness it had shown immediately after. Now it seemed more like it was trying to curry favor. As expected, a king will never bow unless there's food and lodging involved. Tang Zimu thought to himself, amused, as he watched Old Hay, now completely loyal after enjoying the divine-grade spirit beast feed. At Yinyang City, near the teleportation array, night had fallen. It was now 8 p.m., 12 hours since the high school entrance trial realm had opened. As night fell, the area around the teleportation array was buzzing with activity. A dense, surging crowd filled the square, which was originally designed to hold 20,000 people. Latecomers had no choice but to climb nearby buildings or summon flying beasts to hover in midair, all for a chance to witness what was happening inside the teleportation array. The scene was unprecedented. Everyone was there for the same reason. The news from 2 hours ago that Tang Zimu had achieved a perfect score. The crowd wasn't just made up of residents from all districts of Yinyang City. People from neighboring cities had also flocked to the scene. They weren't questioning Tang Zimu's score after all. It had been officially verified by both the capital and the Beast Alliance. Instead, they were desperate to know, how had a boy without a contracted beast managed to create such an unparalleled miracle in just 2 hours? There are still 4 hours left until the trial ends, muttered City Lord Zhao Kaishian, frowning. He then turned to those around him and asked, "What do you think? Since Tang Zimu already has a perfect score, why hasn't he come out yet? Maybe he wants to study the wilderness environment a bit more." "He's always been eager to learn," replied Fan Shi, Tang Zimu's teacher, recalling the boy's personality. This explanation immediately elevated Fan Shi's status as his homeroom teacher. Even Principal Wang Jiaoyang had been positioned in the prime observation area alongside him, thanks to Zhao Kaishian. Fan Shi couldn't help but think to himself that during tonight's dinner, even the city lord might not dare to compete with him for the best dishes. Zhao Kaishian was about to ask further when the city's defense general burst in, sweating profusely. "What's going on?" Zhao Kaishian asked, his brow furrowing. The defense general, responsible for guarding the city's 4 walls, rarely left his post unless absolutely necessary. "They're here. They've arrived," the general panted. "They?" Zhao Kaishian stood up abruptly, his expression tense, suspecting a spirit beast tide had arrived. The defense general quickly clarified, "City Lord, it's the other city lords. The lords of Yinshan City, Yinyue City, Yinma City, and, well, many others. They've all come." Zhao Kaishian was stunned. What are they doing here? City lords, as key figures in defending against spirit beasts, rarely left their territories. Only when the Flame Region headquarters called an extremely important meeting would they gather. Just as Zhao Kaishian was puzzling over this, a hearty laugh echoed across the square. A burly man clad in fiery red leather armor strode in, his steps bold and confident. Behind him followed several individuals dressed in luxurious attire, each exuding an extraordinary presence. The sudden appearance of these figures added even more tension and anticipation to the already electrified atmosphere of the square. Li Chong strode into the council hall of Yinyang City with a confident smile that seemed to declare victory before the battle had even begun. Seeing him, Zhao Kaishian frowned and barked sharply. "Li Chong, shouldn't you be minding your Yinshan City? What are you doing here?" Zhao Kaishian exchanged a glance with the burly man beside him before turning back and reprimanding Li Chong without hesitation. However, Li Chong appeared unfazed, his smile growing even brighter as he replied calmly, "Zhao Kaishian, I've come to take Tang Zimu back to our city." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kaishuan's temper flared. Pointing a finger directly at Li Chong, he snapped, "Your city? Li Chong, are you trying to snatch someone right under my nose? Tang Zimu was born and raised in Yinyang City. There's no way he's from your city." Li Chong remained unperturbed, spreading his hands slightly as he explained with an air of justification. "I've already looked into it. Tang Zimu's mother's father's second aunt married into Yinshan City. That makes her one of us. And by bloodline, Tang Zimu is part of our city too." Zhao Kaishuan's eyes darted between Li Chong and the group of individuals trailing in behind him. These newcomers were none other than the leaders of nearby cities, each wearing the same self-assured expression as Li Chong. Realization dawned on Zhao Kaishian, and he let out a derisive laugh. "Oh, so you're all here for the same reason?" The other city leaders began speaking up, each eager to justify their claim. Of course, Tang Zimu's father's grandfather once stayed in Yin Mo City for a month. That makes him one of ours. Huh. Tang Zimu's grandfather's neighbor moved to Yin Yu City generations ago. If Tang Zimu comes to our city, he'll be able to reconnect with those old ties. Your connections are far too tenuous. Tang Zimu's grandfather's pet wind wolf once had a romantic encounter with a wind wolf in our city. They had a litter of pups that are still living in Yin Yu City. The city leaders spared no effort in proving that Tang Zimu belonged to their respective cities. Their arguments grew increasingly absurd, citing everything from distant relatives to trivial connections like a pair of shoes once worn by Tang Zimu's ancestors that had been resold multiple times and ended up in their city. The onlookers from Yinyang City were left speechless, some even gasping in disbelief. It was the first time they'd witnessed such a spectacle. Tang Zimu, it seemed, was truly extraordinary, capable of driving the top powers of Longhua to such shameless lengths. The heated quarrel gave Zhao Kaixian a splitting headache. Enraged, he slammed his hand on the table and bellowed. Tang Zimu is from Yinyang City. No amount of twisting facts will change that. Li Chong, undeterred by Zhao Kaixuan's fury, retorted confidently. Says who? Once the college entrance exams are over, Tang Zimu will have the right to decide his own residency. If he chooses to leave for Yinshan City, there's nothing you can do to stop him. Zhao Kaixian immediately grasped their true intentions. These city leaders had rushed over, hoping to offer irresistible incentives to lure Tang Zimu into changing his residency. While this wouldn't alter the current allocation of his exam results, securing him for the future would be a significant gain. After all, in Longhua, high-ranking warriors who received substantial alliance subsidies were obligated to prioritize the protection of their registered city. Narrowing his eyes, Zhao Kaixian exchanged a glance with a deputy city leader before sinking back into his chair. Fine, fine. Let's see what offers you come up with to convince Tang Zimu to leave. Seeing Zhao Kaixian back down, the other city leaders also ceased their bickering, each finding a chair and sitting down with smiles on their faces. All eyes turned toward the teleportation array, eagerly awaiting Tang Zimu's arrival. Even the high-ranking city lords were eager to witness what kind of extraordinary methods Tang Zimu, this legendary figure, had used to clear the college entrance exam secret realm in just 2 hours. Tang Zimu and Lao He were currently executing a meticulously planned ambush in a narrow rocky passage. The moss on the walls emitted a faint, fishy odor, while the gravel beneath their feet made soft crunching sounds with each movement. Tang Zimu gripped his longsword tightly, his sharp gaze fixed on the exit. Lao He, holding a rough wooden staff, vigilantly guarded the rear. Trapped between the man and the monkey, a group of 8 or 9 wild split boars huddled together in panic, their heavy breathing echoing through the confined space. Lao He go, Tang Zimu commanded, launching himself toward the boars like an arrow released from its bow. Lao He followed closely behind, his staff whistling through the air. The wild split boars let out piercing squeals, their formation collapsing as they scattered in all directions in a desperate attempt to escape. Tang Zimu's sword moved like lightning, each strike executed with precision. The leading boars had barely taken 2 steps before his blade struck their throats, killing them instantly. Lao He's attacks were equally ferocious, his heavy staff landing squarely on the heads of the fleeing boars, knocking them unconscious in an instant. The battle ended as swiftly as it began. Tang Zimu quickly approached the boars that Lao He had subdued, calculating his next move. He had deliberately instructed Lao He to hold back, as he wanted to test a theory. Drawing his sword, Tang Zimu slit the throat of the first wild split boar, silently counting in his mind, 99. Without hesitation, he plunged the blade into the heart of another, declaring, 100. At that moment, a pleasant synthesized voice rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to host Beastmaster Tang Zimu for successfully killing a wild split boar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a consecutive kill count of 100, earning the 100-kill streak reward. As I thought, Tang Zimu clenched his fist, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. His theory had been confirmed. Reaching a specific number of beast kills would trigger random rewards. Drawing upon his previous experiences, Tang Zimu began to piece together the reward logic of the Divine Beastmaster system. The most lucrative rewards were undoubtedly the Divine Tier ones, typically triggered when certain conditions were met for the first time. Once these conditions were fulfilled, a series of progressive rewards would also become available. While not as extravagant as the Divine Tier rewards, these were still highly valuable and just as desirable to Tang Zimu. After some contemplation, Tang Zimu identified 2 clear goals to pursue: increasing the number of spirit beasts killed and expanding the number of people who admired him. As for rewards tied to the number of beasts he could control, it was currently unattainable since he could only tame beasts himself. With his objectives set, Tang Zimu felt a renewed sense of purpose. He swiftly finished off the remaining wild split boars, eagerly anticipating the random item reward that had just been triggered. At that moment, the system's notification sounded again, ready to reveal the contents of his latest reward. Ding! A system notification sounded, and a line of flashing text appeared before Tang Zimu's eyes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item. Beast Taming Orb High Frequency Beast Taming Orb. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up as he finally understood what the system meant by item. Beast Taming Orb, a name he was all too familiar with. It was like the accessories in games that could enhance certain abilities of tamed beasts. However, a beast taming orb wasn't effective just by carrying it. It had to be installed into the specially designed orb slot on a beast taming ring. Glancing down at the beast taming ring on Old Hay's neck, Tang Zimu felt a twinge of regret. It was the most basic model, equipped with only the simplest functions and lacking an orb slot. Even the high-end beast taming rings available on the market only offered additional features like size adjustment, temperature control, and scent customization, but still no orb slot. Rings with orb slots were rare and not for public sale, each one worth a fortune. The craftsmanship required to create an orb slot was incredibly intricate, and the materials were shockingly expensive. According to Tang Zimu's knowledge, even in Yinyang City, only a select few high-ranking individuals owned beast taming rings with orb slots. Similarly, beast taming orbs were far beyond the financial reach of ordinary people. They required advanced techniques to condense the abilities of rare materials. Due to differences in materials and manufacturing, the quality and effects of beast taming orbs varied greatly. Even orbs of the same type could differ in effectiveness by up to tenfold. However, Tang Zimu wasn't worried about the quality of the beast taming orb provided by the system. Eagerly, he opened the reward storage box to inspect his prize. Beast Taming Orb High Frequency. Grants a high-frequency beast taming orb upon use. High-frequency ability description. When owned by a tamed beast, all probability-based abilities have a 5 increased trigger chance. Tang Zimu gasped. The effect of this beast taming orb was as impressive as its name suggested, significantly enhancing the activation frequency of various abilities. He immediately thought of Old Hay's Emerald Tier talent, which added a fear effect to all Dark-type skills. If Old Hay used this beast taming orb, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. An 80 fear trigger rate for Dreadful Visage, an increased multi-hit probability for Evil Barrage. Tang Zimu couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought that the muscle-bound Old Hay could one day evolve from a berserker into a sophisticated control-type warrior? A 5 probability boost might not sound like much, but Tang Zimu knew better. Based on his understanding of beast taming orbs, any orb with such a unique enhancement effect had to represent the pinnacle of human craftsmanship perfect quality. The saying system rewards are always top-notch had never felt more accurate. Glancing at Old Hay, who was warily scanning the surroundings, Tang Zimu's initial plan dissolved in an instant. He had intended to sell the beast taming orb at a high price to fund the luxurious fur coat he had been eyeing. However, with the orb's exceptional quality, it was unlikely that an ordinary wealthy buyer could afford it. Only a high-end auction house could handle such a sale, and those took too much time to get the money quickly. Forget it. I'll just keep it for Old Hay, Tang Zimu decided silently. After all, it suits him perfectly. Tang Zimu gazed at the priceless beast taming pearl in his hand. After a moment of internal struggle, he decided to place it in the reward storage box. He turned to look at Lao He, silently calculating in his mind. For you, I've kept something this valuable. If you don't win the championship at the opening ceremony, you'll be letting down all my effort. Lao He seemed to sense his master's expectations. He glanced around in confusion, inexplicably feeling a heavy weight of responsibility on his shoulders. After taking down the remaining 2 giant split boars, Tang Zimu was ready to continue hunting when a crucial thought struck him. To use the beast taming pearl on Lao He, he'd need to get a beast taming ring with a pearl slot. That would be quite an expense. Setting aside this concern for now, Tang Zimu threw himself wholeheartedly into the hunt. He estimated that his next target count would likely be a rounded number, like 200 or 500, and with renewed determination, he led Lao He into another round of searching. Although most of the spirit beasts in the secret realm had already been cleared out by other students, Tang Zimu's search methods were as thorough as digging 3 feet into the ground. Over the next 4 hours, he and Lao He swept through the forest, charged onto the plains, and hunted down over 60 surviving spirit beasts. Just as Tang Zimu found himself unable to locate any new targets, the positioning and scoring device on his wrist suddenly emitted a beeping sound. He casually discarded his now-dulled longsword and exhaled deeply. The sound signaled that there were only 3 minutes left in the combat trial, reminding the candidates to find a spot and prepare for the teleportation. Calling Lao He, who was still rummaging around, Tang Zimu and the monkey found a rock to sit on and waited for the teleportation to commence. In these final moments, Tang Zimu mentally tallied the gains from the secret realm trial. Divine grade spirit beast feed, 20 divine attribute points, ice barrage, Lao He, purifying sacred essence, the beast taming pearl reflecting on it. He couldn't help but marvel at how much his strength and worth had transformed in just 3 days. As he thought about returning to face those who had once doubted and disparaged him, Tang Zimu felt a surge of anticipation. What would their expressions be when they saw him return with Lao He? While his thoughts were racing, a golden light suddenly rose from beneath his feet, quickly enveloping both Tang Zimu and Lao He, who was wearing the beast taming ring. The teleportation had begun. Near the teleportation array in Yinyang City, the atmosphere was thick with tension and anticipation as the clock approached midnight. The area was packed with people. Some were parents eagerly waiting for their children to return, but most were spectators hoping to catch a glimpse of Tang Zimu. The rumors of him scoring 500 points in just 2 hours had everyone on edge, and the moment of truth was near. As the seconds ticked by, the crowd grew increasingly restless. People jostled for a better view, stood on tiptoes to peer ahead, and whispered their speculations in hushed tones. When the clock struck 11:59, the excitement reached a fever pitch. "He's coming. Wake up, honey. Tang Zimu is about to show up," a man exclaimed, shaking his drowsy wife in excitement. "Don't push me. I'm already in the front row," another person grumbled indignantly. In the VIP resting area, several city lords from outer regions hurried to the railing, their eyes gleaming with determination. Zhao Kaixin hesitated for a moment before exchanging a subtle glance with a deputy city lord. The deputy immediately understood and discreetly handed Zhao a circular ring and a pearl. Zhao glanced at the items, a flicker of reluctance crossing his face, but he quickly steeled himself, pocketing them before striding toward the other city lords. His gaze locked firmly on the live score leaderboard. The countdown in the top right corner of the leaderboard began its final 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. The crowd fell silent as if collectively holding their breath, unwilling to disrupt the magic of the moment. When the countdown hit 0, the teleportation array erupted in a dazzling white light. The remaining students of Yinyang City, who had endured until the end, were finally returning. In a flash of light, Qin Shaoqiang and his battle companion, the longleaf cat, were the first to emerge. Qin stood tall and proud, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority. Despite being covered in blood, the longleaf cat held its head high, its leafy tail swaying gently, striking a composed and confident pose alongside its master. Qin Shaoqiang was secretly thrilled. During the high-stakes exam in the secret realm, everything had gone his way. His performance was exceptional, and his luck seemed unparalleled. He had effortlessly taken down spirit beasts and gathered materials, achieving a remarkable score of 420 points. This was 5 or 6 points higher than the top scorer of previous years in the flame domain. He had already begun imagining the awestruck reactions his results would elicit. However, as his vision adjusted, the scene before him left Qin Shaoqiang utterly stunned. In past years, fewer than half the participants would make it to the end, but this year, not only was the number of survivors unusually high, there were even more people than at the start of the exam. The dense crowd was overwhelming, and his meticulously planned grand entrance was completely overshadowed. Why are they all looking at me with such anticipation in their eyes? Qin Shaoqiang's heart suddenly raced as a bold assumption surfaced in his mind. His gaze, sharp as lightning, quickly scanned the surroundings before locking onto the object that had caught his attention, the real-time score leaderboard. So that's it. Yinyang City has activated the real-time leaderboard that's still in the testing phase and already knows my results. No wonder they've put on such a grand display. It's to welcome me, the top scorer of the Yin domain. Qin Shaoqiang's heart surged with joy as he imagined everyone witnessing his triumphant rise in the secret realm of the entrance exam. A faint smile crept onto his lips. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his excitement, he prepared to step forward and greet the crowd that had been waiting for him. However, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. The moment everyone recognized him, the warm, eager smiles on their faces froze, replaced by expressions of disappointment and indifference. Disappointment? Something's not right. I, the top scorer of the Yin domain this year, have come here in person. Why would they be disappointed? Qin Shaoqiang was utterly baffled, feeling as though the reality before him was completely different from the script he had envisioned. Unwilling to accept this, he glanced around, hoping to find someone who was truly there to welcome him. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently landed on the leaderboard, and he clearly saw the details displayed on it. Qin Shaoqiang, rank 2, score 420, region, Yinyang City. What? 420 points, and I'm only in second place? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Shaoqiang couldn't believe his eyes. He repeatedly confirmed the information before urgently looking upward, desperate to see who had taken his crown. Tang Zimu, rank 1, score 500, region, Yinyang City. The moment he saw the name and score of the first place holder, Qin Shaoqiang's mind went blank, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Tang Zimu? That guy who couldn't even tame a spirit beast first place, with a perfect score? Before he could recover from this crushing blow, the crowd that had just been cold and indifferent toward him suddenly erupted into thunderous cheers. Finally, Tang Zimu is out. Tang Zimu is right next to the teleportation array. Look, oh my gosh, isn't that Isn't that the infamous spirit beast? The rogue monkey. Tang Zimu actually tamed the rogue monkey in the secret realm. Qin Shaoqiang stood frozen as if under a spell, unable to move. Mechanically, he turned his head toward the left, and the scene he saw would haunt him for the rest of his life. Amidst the deafening cheers, the unsprezamedful ingenious, Tang Zimu, stood lazily in place, his body stained with blood, even yawning leisurely. To make matters worse, beside Tang Zimu was a robust golden-furred monkey, curiously observing the crowd. Tang Zimu really tamed a spirit beast in the secret realm, and his score wasn't a mistake. Qin Shaoqiang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his throat tightening. From the moment the day began, he had been immersed in the dream of becoming the top scorer, working tirelessly toward that goal for an entire day. Yet reality had mercilessly shattered his hopes, telling him that the first-place title still belonged to Tang Zimu. At that moment, Qin Shaoqiang completely broke down. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, powerless. Tang Zimu, seemingly unaware that his mere return had crushed a hopeful student's dreams, stretched lazily as his nerves finally relaxed. He yawned again, about to gauge the crowd's reaction to his arrival, when a startled exclamation came from the high-level resting area. Wait, something's not right about that rogue monkey. Its posture, its aura. Well, seems like we've got someone sharp here, figuring out old Hei's true nature so quickly. A slightly mocking voice broke the silence within the teleportation array. Tang Zimu followed the voice and immediately focused his gaze on a group of figures seated in the front row of the high-level resting area. Apart from the familiar face of City Lord Zhao Kaixian, the rest were strangers to him. These individuals exuded an air of authority, dressed in luxurious attire, their every movement radiating a sense of nobility that rivaled Zhao Kaixian's. Tang Zimu was secretly astonished who exactly were these people. As Tang Zimu sized up these unexpected guests, their attention was entirely fixed on the figure of the rogue monkey. One of the city lords gasped aloud, and in that moment, all eyes, including Zhao Kaixian's, locked onto Old Hei. The more these experienced city lords scrutinized Old Hei, the more deeply shocked they became. Despite Old Hei's slightly swollen face, his physique, posture, and unique aura all conveyed an almost unbelievable truth: this might be a fully qualified rogue monkey, the king among its kind. Before the city lords could voice their conclusions, Captain Wei Qiang, stationed by the score display board, exclaimed in astonishment. Hailing from the capital, Wei Qiang had encountered more fully qualified beasts than most, allowing him to be the first to confirm Old Hei's identity. Wei Qiang's outburst was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the already restless crowd stirred by Tang Zimu's appearance. The entire venue erupted in a cacophony of voices. He actually tamed a rogue monkey, and it's fully qualified. My goodness, how lucky can Tang Zimu get? A rogue monkey of this caliber, how did he even manage to tame it? Wait a second, isn't Tang Zimu someone without any beast taming abilities? How could he have subdued it? In everyone's understanding, T2 level spirit beasts represented the pinnacle they could hope to encounter. After all, even the city lord's primary beasts belonged to this tier. Yet now, not only had Tang Zimu tamed a rogue monkey with the potential to rival the city lord's main beasts, but its qualifications also surpassed theirs. The impact of this revelation was unimaginable. With Old Hei's identity revealed, the mystery behind Tang Zimu's 500-point score within 2 hours was also resolved. Possessing the strongest beast in the secret realm, achieving such a score was no longer surprising. As for the incredible speed, people could only attribute it to Tang Zimu's extraordinary luck. Perhaps he had encountered numerous high-scoring spirit beasts or rare materials. However, a larger question soon surfaced. How did Tang Zimu manage to tame a fully qualified rogue monkey? The crowd quickly dismissed the possibility of brute force. After all, even the most qualified starter beasts would struggle to overpower a top-tier spirit beast in the secret realm, let alone a freshman who had just started his studies. Excluding the possibility of violence, there was only one answer left: Tang Zimu's extraordinary talent. That fully gifted rogue monkey clearly recognized his potential, which is why it voluntarily sought to be captured. Such an unbelievable event had indeed happened in human history. It was these legendary stories that inspired a series of best-selling novels in Longhua, such as Unparalleled Talent. Starting with a divine beast's fully gifted offspring, Master leaves the city, my pact with 7 fully gifted beasts, and Seducer physique. The overbearing divine beast fell for me, among others. Suddenly, everything became clear. Clap, clap, clap. On the high platform, Zhao Kaixian, snapping out of his shock, began to applaud enthusiastically. His eyes burned with excitement as he looked at Tang Zimu in the crowd and exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent! A hero indeed emerges from the young. Perfect scores in theory and in the trial, and even taming a powerful, fully gifted rogue monkey. Let us all cheer for this year's top scorer, Tang Zimu." The city lord's lead ignited the entire audience instantly. Thunderous applause erupted around the teleportation array, and even the other city lords on the platform couldn't help but applaud admiringly. These were individuals who had themselves excelled in the rigorous college entrance exams, rising to prominence as unparalleled geniuses. Yet, they were well aware that they could never have achieved what Tang Zimu did in the trial, taming a fully gifted top-tier spirit beast, especially without even having a single beast companion when entering the trial. Roar, roar, roar. With all eyes on him, Old Hay raised both hands in excitement, letting out a thunderous roar. Then it placed its hands on its hips, puffed out its chest, and struck a pose like a triumphant general returning from battle. Watching Old Hay's antics, Tang Zimu couldn't help but twitch his face in frustration. During their time together in the secret trial realm, he hadn't realized that Old Hay had such a show-off, attention-seeking personality. Seriously, they're clapping for me. Why are you acting like the star here? Unable to bear it any longer, Tang Zimu walked over to Old Hay and lightly flicked its forehead, trying to rein in its behavior. But this scene, in the eyes of the onlookers, left them stunned. On the platform, Fan Shi, who had been feeling proud of his students' achievements, suddenly turned pale and exclaimed, Tang Zimu, what are you doing? He immediately rushed down the platform in a panic. Fan Shi shot a nervous glance at Old Hay and quickly pulled Tang Zimu aside, speaking earnestly. How could you forget everything I taught you in class? The beast ring isn't omnipotent. For beasts you've only recently tamed, you must treat them kindly. How many times have I stressed this in class? How could you just hit it like that? So that's what this is about, Tang Zimu said, half laughing and half exasperated. The way you rushed over, I thought something serious had happened. He understood that Fan Shi was absolutely right. The beast ring only provided beasts with psychological suggestions to protect and not harm their masters. It didn't grant absolute control. If a master relied too much on the ring and treated their beast poorly, or even abused it, it could lead to a loss of trust and cooperation during battles. In extreme cases, with particularly erratic beasts, this could even result in the beast turning against and killing its master. Tang Zimu patted Lao Hei's head and pointed toward Fan Shi. The enormous bully monkey, despite its swollen cheeks not yet fully healed, showed no resentment and instead offered Fan Shi a friendly smile. This scene left Fan Shi utterly dumbfounded. As an experienced teacher, Fan Shi prided himself on his broad knowledge and extensive encounters. Yet, the sight before Hima's spirit beast tamed to such obedience in just a single day was something he had never witnessed. Originally, he had rushed over out of concern that Tang Zimu lacked the experience to handle and bond with a spirit beast properly. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel like the ignorant outsider in this situation. On the raised platform, several city lords had been observing the entire process. Their shock was no less than Fan Shi's. They exchanged meaningful glances, their minds roiling in turmoil. For these seasoned city lords, the difference between a fully qualified spirit beast and an ordinary one was as clear as day. Typically, the fully qualified spirit beasts people encountered were bred from generations of spirit beasts that had been domesticated by humans. These creatures tended to have gentler temperaments and were more genetically predisposed to accept human training. The few fully qualified spirit beasts owned by the city lords had all been acquired through such means. However, fully qualified spirit beasts that survived in the wild were a completely different story. As rulers of their species, they were profoundly proud and unyielding. Some would rather die in battle than submit to humans. In the hierarchy of their understanding, it was not the beast master themselves, but their spirit beasts that truly had the power to conquer them. For this reason, even in the rare cases where someone managed to capture a fully qualified wild spirit beast, it often required an extended period of time and genuine mutual understanding for the beast to fully submit to its master. But Tang Zimu's bully monkey was entirely different. From its every move, its expressions, demeanor, and actions, it was evident that it had completely surrendered to Tang Zimu. This could only mean one thing. Tang Zimu's ability to command and bond with spirit beasts was nothing short of extraordinary, to the point where this bully monkey would rather die than leave his side. The city lords exchanged another glance, sparks practically flying from their eyes. An invisible tension began to rise between them, heralding the onset of an impending, covert rivalry. With perfect theoretical knowledge, flawless practical skills, and the full qualifications of a cunning rogue monkey, Tang Zimu had undoubtedly pushed his potential to the absolute limit. His dazzling achievements were like a bomb detonating in the examination hall, shocking everyone present. The city lords fixed their ravenous gazes on Tang Zimu, their eyes gleaming with greed. Such a peerless talent, who wouldn't want him under their command? They silently competed with one another, even prepared to fight on the spot if necessary, just to claim this brilliant gem for themselves. Only Zhao Kaixian, standing at the forefront, breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile curving his lips. He was glad he had the foresight to prepare in advance. To prevent Tang Zimu from pulling off any more jaw-dropping feats that might provoke the other city lords, Zhao Kaixian decisively stepped forward. He raised a hand toward the crowd below, and the noisy audience immediately quieted down. Clearing his throat, Zhao Kaixian's powerful voice rang out across the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor Tang Zimu for his outstanding achievement, As the top scorer with a perfect score, Yinyang City has prepared 3 exceptionally generous rewards for him. As soon as Zhao Kaixian finished speaking, the other city lords shot him disgruntled looks. They realized that this old fox had used his geographical advantage to seize the initiative. Standing in the teleportation array, Tang Zimu perked up his ears at the announcement. After all, he had worked so hard to earn those scores just to claim the lucrative rewards that came with being the top scorer. Zhao Kaixian continued. Tang Zimu's accomplishments will undoubtedly bring great pride to Yinyang City, not only within Longhua, but across the entire spirit beast realm. Therefore, the rewards this time are exceedingly generous. He gestured toward the head of the housing management department standing nearby. The first reward is a 5-story villa in the Muyang district, right in the heart of the city. The announcement sent the crowd into an uproar. Muyang district was the most luxurious residential area in Yinyang City, and the value of a 5-story villa there easily exceeded 8 figures. Many people couldn't save up even a fraction of that amount in their entire lifetimes. Tang Zimu nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself how he had managed to trade a rundown shack for a fully paid luxury villa in just one day. What a dream come true. But this was just the appetizer. Zhao Kaixian didn't give the crowd time to catch their breath and swiftly pulled out a circular ring and a glowing orb, holding them high for everyone to see. The second reward is these 2 items in my hands. All eyes immediately locked onto the mysterious objects in Zhao Kaixian's grasp, their curiosity thoroughly piqued. What kind of treasures could possibly rival the value of a priceless villa? The atmosphere in the hall grew even more tense and expectant. On the left side lay a jade-crafted ring, its surface adorned with intricate and exquisite carvings. At its center, a hole was surrounded by several gemstones, resembling stars encircling the moon. On the right side was a translucent bead of a greenish-blue hue, with silky strands within that swayed unpredictably. These 2 treasures immediately drew everyone's attention. The city lords closest to the display were the first to recognize these rare artifacts, their exclamations ringing out one after another. My goodness! A 1-hole jade beast taming ring. Isn't that the legendary grass attribute beast taming bead? I can't believe you'd actually bring out such treasures. Hearing this, the others could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward, eager to catch a glimpse of these remarkable items. To them, the hole-bearing beast taming ring and the beast taming bead, capable of directly enhancing the strength of tamed beasts, were priceless treasures they could only dream of. Even seeing a picture of such items was rare, let alone witnessing the real thing in person. From within the teleportation array, Tang Zimu fixed his gaze on the treasures in Zhao Kaixian's hands, blinking in surprise. He knew these items all too well after all. The system had just rewarded him with a perfect quality beast taming bead. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he thought to himself, I was just wondering how to get a hole-bearing beast taming ring for old Hay, and here it is, delivered right to me. Though this beast taming bead might not match the one from the system in quality, its value is undoubtedly extraordinary. The city lords surrounding Zhao Kaixian were growing increasingly anxious. Zhao, you're ruthless. That 1-hole beast taming ring, you bought it at the last auction, didn't you? And you're actually willing to part with it. Li Chong gritted his teeth in frustration. That grass attribute beast taming bead was a reward from the domain lord, and you're just pulling it out like this? Zhao Kaixian, are you really digging into your own fortune for these rewards? Their panic was justified. While the other city lords present were eager to impress Tang Zimu, their resources were limited. Bringing out even one such treasure would stretch their means to the limit, let alone 2 at once. Who could have anticipated Zhao Kaixian's extreme generosity? Do you think that's all I've got? Zhao Kaixian scoffed with disdain. As a fervent gambler, he had spent just over 2 decades transforming Yinyang City from one of the weakest in the Yin domain to one of the strongest. Now, he was making a bold gamble, wagering that these investments would yield even greater returns from Tang Zimu. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Kaixian lowered his arm, his expression solemn as he announced, for the third reward, I've decided to transfer one of the mining slots for flame essence, or scheduled for extraction in a week, to Tang Zimu. The moment these words left his mouth, the previously lively and excited crowd fell into a stunned, deathly silence. Yinjing Mine. Tang Zimu froze for a moment upon hearing this, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Zhao Kaixian. His mind raced to recall everything he knew about the Yinjing Mine. This wasn't just any ordinary mineral deposit, it was a priceless treasure of immense value. Tang Zimu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Zhao, the city lord, had truly gone all out this time. It was as if the reincarnation of a fortune-bringing deity had appeared. The legend of the Yinjing Mine originates from the Flame region, located in the far west of the Dragon Kingdom. There lies a massive volcano, rumored to be the battleground of 2 ancient divine beasts, Honglian Bifong and Qian Swanni. Under the influence of the unique flames of these beasts, the area surrounding the volcano formed distinctive flame minerals, from which the mystical yin stones could be mined. These yin stones not only enhanced the fire resistance of beast tamers, but are also a critical material for crafting numerous fire element items. To harness this precious resource, humans built 15 cities around the volcano, including Yinyang City. During an accidental exploration, an even rarer resource, the Yanjing mine, was discovered. The Yanjing stones mined from it were nearly 1,000 times more potent than ordinary yin stones. Even more thrilling was the possibility that these stones might contain rare treasures refined by the divine beast's flames. It was like opening a mystery box, where every box had the potential to reveal a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, Yanjing mines were extraordinarily rare. Even with intense exploration efforts, a new deposit was typically discovered only once every 4 or 5 years. To ensure fairness, whenever a mine was found, the domain lord would allocate the mining area to the various city lords, who in turn distributed the precious mining slots. The most recent discovery of a Yanjing mine was 2 months ago, with the mining scheduled to begin a week after the combat trials. Tang Zimu's luck couldn't have been better had stumbled upon this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The room fell into a heavy silence before Li Chong was the first to break it. Zhao Kaixin, you're not joking, are you? He asked. Immediately, the crowd erupted into a heated discussion. No way. The city lord gave the slot to Tang Zimu? Just mining a little Yanjing stone could make him rich overnight. If he's lucky enough to find any rare treasures, he'll be unstoppable. I wonder which family gave up their slot to Tang Zimu. Give up? Impossible. It must be the city lord's own slot. The audience buzzed with speculation, while the other city lords could only look at Zhao Kaixin in resignation. True to his nickname, Crazy Zhao, he had laid all his cards on the table: first the beast taming ring, then the beast taming pearl, and now a slot to mine the Yanjing mine. The other city lords knew they had no chance left. While the beast taming ring and pearl were valuable, they could still be reluctantly offered. But the mining slot for the Yanjing mine was an unbeatable trump card that none of them could match. The mining quotas for the yin essence were completely divided among the city's major powers and families the day after the domain lord's announcement. Standing on the platform, Zhao Kaixin scanned the city lords below with piercing eyes, a smug smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Trying to compete with me for talent? You all better wait for your next life, Zhao Kaixin said with a touch of mockery in his voice. He then stepped down from the platform and approached Tang Zimu. Handing over a Beast Master ring and Beast Master orb that shimmered faintly, he patted the young man on the shoulder with a tone of expectation. Tang Zimu, I'm entrusting these rewards to you. I hope that when you achieve greatness, you'll remember that Yinyang City was once your hometown. Tang Zimu accepted the rewards, calculating silently. Zhao Kaixuan's intentions were crystal clear. Today's generous gifts were an investment for future protection. This straightforward exchange of interests put Tang Zimu at ease. He smiled and replied, City Lord Zhao, rest assured, I will make the most of these rewards. Zhao Kaixin nodded in satisfaction and added, the villa has been fully renovated and is ready for you to move in at any time. If you'd like to settle in tonight, just contact the head of the housing management department. With that, he turned and returned to the platform, signaling for the crowd to quiet down. All of you have fought hard in the college entrance trial realm today, and I'm sure you're exhausted. It's getting late, so we'll dismiss now to allow everyone to rest, Zhao Kaixin announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd began to disperse, though some lingered, eager to catch another glimpse of Tang Zimu and his rare, fully qualified rogue monkey. Tang Zimu didn't rush to leave. While chatting with Fan Shi and Principal Wang Jiaoyang, he carefully examined the Beast Master ring and Beast Master orb gifted by Zhao Kaixin. Through his divine Beast Master system, he accessed their detailed information. Emerald Beast Master ring 1 slot. Forged from high-energy emerald and spirit beast materials, it allows for adjustable size and temperature and features a built-in light function. Contains 1 slot to house a Beast Master orb. Beast Master orb grass leaf. When equipped, increases the power of grass-type skills by 4. Tang Zimu nodded to himself. While the Beast Master orb's ability was relatively modest, it was still quite valuable compared to the high-frequency perfect quality orb that increased the probability of all skill effects by 5. City Lord Zhao really is a walking treasure chest, he thought with amusement. After carefully storing the Beast Master ring and orb, Tang Zimu bid farewell to Fan Shi and Principal Wang Jiaoyang, ready to head to his new home for some rest. He was well aware that the next few days might be his last moments of leisure. The repercussions of achieving a perfect score in the college entrance exam were only just beginning, and greater challenges lay ahead, not to mention the thrilling prospect of yin essence or mining. As Tang Zimu walked away, his heart was filled with both anticipation and unease, bracing himself for the new challenges that awaited him. Ding! The sound of the system notification broke the serene morning silence in the luxurious bedroom. Tang Zimu, lying on the soft, plush bed, waved his hand impatiently, as if trying to shoo away the intrusive noise disturbing his sleep. After a moment, he groggily sat up, yawning widely. What was that just now? Something about 100,000 admirers. Tang Zimu mumbled drowsily as he glanced around. The sight of the lavish furniture instantly jolted him awake. Quickly, he pulled up the system interface and, sure enough, the notification from earlier was displayed in the message panel. Wow, what a heavenly way to be woken up. Tang Zimu exhaled deeply, his face lighting up. Finally hit 100,000 admirers. It took long enough. It had been 3 days since the real-life college entrance exam trial concluded. Over these 3 days, apart from attending to basic physiological needs, Tang Zimu had dedicated himself to 2 main activities: combat training and hosting visitors. Every day, Tang Zimu engaged in intense battles with Lao He. On one hand, this helped foster mutual understanding and sharpen command training. On the other, it honed their combat skills. Tang Zimu was acutely aware that while the system provided immense combat strength, without the corresponding skills, that power would remain underutilized. Fortunately, his high school obsession with martial arts now came in handy. With his enhanced memory, Tang Zimu revisited and reorganized the foundational techniques he had learned in the past, mastering them over the past 3 days. Lao He also reaped significant benefits from the rigorous training. Not only did he learn to understand simple combat commands, but with Tang Zimu's guidance, he also became proficient in staff techniques, greatly improving his combat abilities. The other draining task was receiving a constant stream of visitors. News of Tang Zimu's perfect score spread like wildfire, circulating throughout the entire Long Nation and even the broader spirit beast world within a single day. Families and influential figures from inside and outside Yinyang City flocked to meet this extraordinary prodigy who had suddenly emerged. Tang Zimu welcomed all visitors without exception. When asked why he was so enthusiastic, his answer was simple. People were showing up with large gifts and money just to build a connection. How could he refuse? As for those trying to poach him, Tang Zimu found it amusing to deal with them. By subtly showcasing the generous terms offered by Zhao Kaixian, most would-be recruiters quickly backed off, realizing they couldn't outbid such an extravagant offer. After all, few were as willing as Zhao Kaixian to gamble so heavily on a genius who had yet to reach his full potential. The results of his efforts were highly rewarding. In just 3 days, the total value of the gifts Tang Zimu received exceeded 1,000,000 long coins. Looking at the expensive presents piled up around him, Tang Zimu couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, silently applauding his own cleverness. Based on Tang Zimu's previous odd jobs earning only 1,000 dragon coins a month, this amount was something he couldn't make even if he worked his entire life. Fortunately, the reward was a random skill, which gave him some hope. He secretly wondered whether it would be an offensive skill or a transformative one. Tang Zimu got out of bed, washed up briefly, and patiently waited for the random skill reward to arrive. Reflecting on his earlier thoughts, he had assumed that when the nation learned about his college entrance exam scores, he would instantly garner the admiration of 100,000 people. However, after 2 days with no news, he began to question what admiration truly meant. According to the system, admiration seemed to require an intense emotional reaction. It wasn't enough for people to simply be shocked. The initial admiration of 10,000 people had come so quickly because they had witnessed his score firsthand, experiencing the strongest emotional impact. As the news spread further, even if others were surprised, their level of admiration couldn't compare to those who saw it in person, so the number of people meeting the criteria was lower. It was only now, after some time, that the count barely reached 100,000. This realization piqued Tang Zimu's curiosity. He began to imagine the future. What if, one day, his strength reached the point where he could obliterate a divine beast with a single punch in front of a massive audience? How would people react then? He chuckled at the thought of such an ambitious goal, but also firmly believed in its potential to become a reality. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding. Randomization complete. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the skill, Phantom Strike. Tang Zimu snapped out of his thoughts. Hearing the word phantom, his heart skipped a beat. Could this be a ghost-type skill? With growing excitement, he quickly opened the reward storage box. The skill description appeared before him. Phantom Strike. Upon use, a contracted beast can learn this skill, regardless of its species or innate traits. This is a ghost-type physical skill with power equal to 60 of the user's strength. The skill's effect allows the user to manipulate their shadow to attack the shadow of a single target. When the attack lands, any damage inflicted on the target's shadow will be fully reflected onto the target itself. It really is a ghost-type skill, Tang Zimu exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. Ghost-type skills were renowned for their elusive and eerie nature, and he hadn't expected to actually obtain one through randomization. As the rumor suggested, ghost-type skills often possessed unique abilities that other types couldn't match. Phantom Strike was a prime example, attacking through shadows in such an uncanny way. Who could detect it? Who could defend against it? Even better, Tang Zimu was a human. No one would ever associate this ghostly skill with him. It was practically a gift from the heavens. His mind raced with countless ways to utilize Phantom Strike. However, just as he was about to test the skill's mechanics, a series of urgent, yippee-pee-yip sounds echoed from the yard. Based on the training he had given to Old Hay, this specific cry meant someone had come to visit. A visitor? Tang Zimu frowned in confusion. Hadn't he already informed everyone last night that he would be busy preparing for the excavation of the flame essence mine and wouldn't be accepting casual visits? Curious, Tang Zimu quickly descended the stairs, stepped into the courtyard, and opened the door. Standing before him were his teacher, Fan Shi, and Principal Wang Jiaoyang. Behind them were two strangers dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an air of sophistication. Tang, the professors from Kyoto University, are here. Fan Shi's voice carried unmistakable excitement. Please have a seat, everyone, Tang Zimu said, leading the four visitors into the spacious living room of the villa. With an elegant gesture, he indicated the sofas. Fan Shi and Wang Jiaoyang, in unspoken agreement, chose seats closer to Tang Zimu, while the other man and woman politely sat across from them. The faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air, and the soft lighting highlighted the refined furnishings of the living room. Clearing his throat, Fan Shi introduced, Tang, this is Director Li from the admissions office of Kyoto University, and beside him is Professor Ma, who is responsible for this year's freshmen. Tang Zimu nodded slightly, greeting the two educators politely, though a hint of curiosity stirred within him. In the world of spirit beasts in Longhua, even a top national student rarely received a personal visit from Kyoto University's admissions office. After all, this wasn't Blue Star's Huagua with its intense competition. In Longhua, Kyoto University stood alone as the pinnacle of education. Its resources and student caliber were unmatched. Director Li's sharp eyes sparkled as he smiled warmly. I've heard much about you. Tang Zimu, handsome and extraordinary in demeanor. Now that I've met you, it's clear the praise was well-deserved. His words were no exaggeration. With the enhancement of his attribute points, Tang Zimu possessed not only an exceptional physique, but also an aura and mental sharpness that set him apart. Coupled with the nourishment of divine-grade spirit beast feed, he had become a true standout. After a few pleasantries, Tang Zimu sensed the timing was right and steered the conversation to the point. May I ask what brings you here today, Director Li and Professor Ma? Director Li exchanged a glance with Professor Ma, who then retrieved a stack of documents from a delicate bag and handed them to Tang Zimu. Her voice was clear and confident. Tang, according to Kyoto University's policy, only the top 10 students of each grade are eligible for independent housing. While freshmen typically have to wait until after the opening ceremony to move in, we're confident in your potential and have already arranged the most luxurious villa for you. These documents list the equipment and amenities available for customization, all of which are ready. Tang Zimu took the documents and skimmed through the list of special items, spirit beast training equipment, rest pods, and more, each one high in value, with the total cost easily reaching 300,000 to 400,000 long coins. He nodded inwardly, noting that Kyoto University's unprecedented gesture of leniency for a freshman was truly groundbreaking. Though Tang Zimu had already planned to attend Kyoto University, he understood the principle of never waste an opportunity. Maintaining a composed expression, he placed the documents on the coffee table and redirected his gaze to Director Li. Noticing Tang Zimu's attention, Director Li straightened his posture and continued speaking. Director Li stood in front of the grand five-story villa, its opulence glittering under the sunlight, his expression complex as he looked at Tang Zimu. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to continue. Student Tang, we understand that your family might be facing some difficulties. The words sounded particularly ironic against the luxurious backdrop. Adjusting his expression, Director Li went on. Therefore, we've specially arranged for all your expenses during the 4 years of study to be waived, including tuition, accommodation, and equipment fees. Tang Zimu felt a surge of joy inside. He was well aware of the exorbitant tuition fees at Kyoto University, especially the costly equipment required for beast training. Over 4 years, this waiver would save him at least 300,000 to 400,000. However, he maintained a calm exterior, his gaze fixed on Director Li, trying to discern if there were any more benefits to be gained. Fan Shi and Wang Jiaoyang, standing nearby, also caught on quickly. The three of them stared at Director Li in unison. The usually composed head of admissions, often the subject of admiration from students' parents, was now sweating profusely, experiencing for the first time what it felt like to chase after a student so eagerly. Director Li clenched his teeth before finally speaking. All right, Student Tang. He'll go back and help you apply for an annual free pass to enter this class secret realm. This is the most advanced secret realm our university offers, typically reserved for the top 3 students in the grade or those with special contributions. This is the best I can do. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up. The university's class secret realm was entirely different from the high school examination once. It was filled with rare, top-tier materials and spirit beasts, and students were allowed to take their findings out. This offer clearly demonstrated Director Li's sincerity. Still, Tang Zimu added, this should count as an additional opportunity. If I rank in the top 3 or qualify through other special circumstances, my original access shouldn't be cancelled. Director Li's face twitched noticeably, while Teacher Ma, standing to the side, stared in stunned silence. The two exchanged a helpless glance before Director Li reluctantly nodded. All right, He'll discuss this with the university. Satisfied with the response, Tang Zimu finally smiled. He quickly jotted down a list of equipment he needed on a piece of paper and handed it to Director Li. Suddenly, he asked, "Oh, by the way, Director Li, I was wondering." Before he could finish, Director Li instinctively raised a hand, his face filled with resignation. "Student Tang, I swear, this is the absolute limit of what we can offer. Trust me." Tang Zimu chuckled and quickly clarified. "Director Li, you misunderstood. I just wanted to ask if there are any changes to this year's opening ceremony. For example, are there any special rewards for the top freshmen?" Relieved, Director Li let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "The opening ceremony is one of our traditions. Each student gets to send one of their beasts onto the stage for a battle. As for the reward for first place," he hesitated for a moment before saying tactfully, "Student Tang, don't worry too much about that. As long as you make it into the top 16, the rewards you receive won't differ much from those of the first place." Tang Zimu frowned as he looked at Director Li and asked curiously, "What do you mean by that, Director Li?" From the tone and expression of the other man, he didn't detect any hint of bias. However, it was puzzling that Director Li, fully aware that he possessed a top-tier mischief monkey, still believed he couldn't claim first place. Director Li licked his lips, hesitated for a moment, and then explained, "Our school has 100 spots for guaranteed admission students this year." Guaranteed admission students. The moment the term was mentioned, Fan Shi and Wang Jiaoyang immediately understood, and Tang Zimu seemed to grasp the idea as well. The university admission system in the Beast Taming World was similar to that of Blue Star, but far stricter, not only requiring exceptional academic performance, but also a prominent family background. The 9-star and 10-star aptitude beasts bred in beast houses were specifically prepared for these elite students. The guaranteed admission system was, in a way, established to maintain a relative sense of fairness. If these students, who combined stellar academic records, top-tier family backgrounds, and the finest beasts, were allowed to participate in the general entrance exams, ordinary students would hardly stand a chance at ranking. Tang Zimu was still puzzled. Even if they're guaranteed admission students, they shouldn't be unbeatable, right? Old Hay is a top-tier T2 level beast, while the fully aptitude beasts, students have would at most be T3 level from the common trio. In terms of combat power at the same level, we should still have the upper hand. Director Li glanced at Fan Shi, then back at Tang Zimu, choosing his words carefully. "You're all from Yin territory, so you might not be familiar with the guaranteed admission policies. As the most recently established of the 8 regions in Long Country, Yin territory is the least developed and lags behind significantly. Compared to families in other regions, the families here are relatively small scale and barely produce any guaranteed admission students. That's why people in this territory generally know little about the system." This explained why Tang Zimu, Fan Shi, and Wang Jiaoyang hadn't considered the factor of guaranteed admission students earlier. Director Li stopped beating around the bush and explained directly. According to the policy, guaranteed admission students typically receive their high-aptitude beast cubs more than a month earlier than regular students. With such a head start in training time, the strength of their beasts is naturally far superior, making them impossible for ordinary students to compete with. Based on our school's ranking records over the years, it's extremely rare for a non-guaranteed admission student to make it into the top 32. Tang Zimu suddenly understood. The world of beast taming, fraught with challenges and dangers, was entirely different from the universities on Blue Star. There were no long summer breaks here. University started only a month after the entrance exams concluded. Regular students had just 1 month to train their beasts, while the guaranteed admission students not only possessed top-tier beasts and family-provided premium resources, but also enjoyed a full 2 months of training time. These compounded advantages created an insurmountable gap in strength between the two groups. No wonder it was so rare for non-guaranteed admission students to break into the top 32. The fact that the school had set the reward for a non-guaranteed student making it to the top 16 on par with first place was already an effort to maintain relative fairness. Tang Zimu nodded slightly, indicating that he now fully understood the situation. Tang Zimu cast a glance at Lao He, who was basking in the sun on the lawn, his mind filled with countless thoughts. Director Li noticed his silence and mistakenly assumed he was discouraged. Hastily, he comforted him. "Tang, don't lose heart. With your talent, you'll surpass those guaranteed admission students in just a year. By the sophomore year's opening ceremony, the top spot will be yours." Tang Zimu smirked inwardly. He wasn't discouraged at all. On the contrary, he was calculating how to quickly close the gap with the guaranteed students. However, he knew no one would believe him if he voiced such thoughts, so he simply smiled and replied, "I understand. I know why you think non-guaranteed students can't claim the top spot. But I don't agree. I will take first place." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang Zimu saw off Director Li and Teacher Ma from Kyoto University. He instructed Fan Shi and Wang Jiaoyang not to entertain any more visitors, then shut the door and walked over to Lao He. Without a word, Tang Zimu pulled out a piece of divine-grade spirit beast fodder. Lao He, who had been lounging lazily, instantly perked up. Its eyes locked onto the round morsel, and drool began dripping uncontrollably. This was the delicacy it had been dreaming of. A sly smile played on Tang Zimu's lips. "Wanna eat this? Easy. From now on, commands, skills, staff techniques, combat training, you train like your life depends on it." He made a firm resolution. With the divine-grade beast taming system, the knowledge of Blue Star civilization, and the imminent opportunity to mine fire essence, he was determined to surpass those guaranteed students. Time flew by, and soon the day of the fire essence or mining arrived. Early in the morning, the gates of Flame Sun City were already crowded with people. Although the mining itself had nothing to do with most of them, their curiosity and desire to watch the excitement drew them out. This year's mining team drew even more attention, as it not only included noble youths from the city, but also Tang Zimu, the top scorer of the college entrance exams. At the gathering point for the mining team, a few individuals had already assembled. Those who made it into this team were either the most talented young members of Flame Sun City's prominent families, middle-aged warriors on the verge of a breakthrough, or elderly figures seeking longevity. They all hoped to achieve a miracle during this mining expedition. Qin Mu, the direct descendant of the Qin family, scanned the list in his hand and exclaimed in surprise, "We've got 10 spots for our city this year. Looks like our recent performance was good enough to earn extra rewards from the domain lord." Rong Long, the deputy minister of public security in Flame Sun City, nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We usually only get 7 spots, but this time we've got 3 more." Former housing management minister Ding Tianhua sighed. 7 spots was already generous. "Back in my day, when I participated, our city only had 3. As the 3 reminisced, Xiao Yangsheng, the deputy city lord's son, dampened the mood with a cold remark. "More spots don't necessarily mean a good thing. It might just let in some weaker individuals who'll slow down our mining progress." Everyone present clearly understood who Xiao Yangsheng was referring to when he mentioned those with weak abilities. The 3 who had been conversing earlier instinctively glanced at Xiao Yangsheng and then fell silent. After all, one was a prominent figure from the Qiao family, and the other was a nationally renowned top scorer. Neither was someone they wanted to offend lightly. Though no one dared to openly agree with Xiao Yangsheng, his words resonated with them. The domain lord of the Flame territory had indeed allocated sections and quotas of the Flame crystal mine to various cities. However, the central intersection of the mine was too difficult to divide. Traditionally, the city whose people reached this intersection first would gain the right to mine it. The key to mining speed, however, lay in the strength of their respective beast companions. Qin Mu, Xiao Yangsheng, and the others, who had spent years training outside the city, had decent beast taming abilities. In contrast, Tang Zimu, a complete novice who had only recently acquired his companion beast, was undoubtedly seen as the biggest liability in their race to the mine's core. Everyone harbored some resentment in their hearts. "Haha, we're heading there with 10 people this time, so we've already got an advantage in numbers. Our mining speed will definitely be faster." Feng Yunru, the deputy head of the mining department, noticed the tense atmosphere and quickly tried to ease it. However, Xiao Yangsheng snorted coldly and retorted, "Who knows if we might end up just a bit short in the end?" Xiao Yangsheng's dislike for Tang Zimu extended far beyond the issue of mining quotas. As a close relative and confidant of Xiao Yangzhou, he had often listened to Xiao Yangzhou complain about Tang Zimu and had harbored a deep resentment toward him long before. The stark contrast between Xiao Yangzhou's tragic death in the secret college entrance exam realm and Tang Zimu's rise as the national top scorer only fueled Xiao Yangsheng's hatred further. For someone as arrogant and domineering as Xiao Yangsheng, merely taunting Tang Zimu with a few sarcastic remarks was already him exercising restraint. Yet, those remarks were enough to chill the atmosphere within the group. At that moment, the crowd nearby suddenly burst into cheers. "Tang Zimu is here." Following the direction of the cheers, the group turned to see Tang Zimu, the center of their discussion, dressed in a black leather outfit. He was walking toward the gathering point with his companion beast, the mischief monkey. What caught everyone off guard, however, was the steel pickaxe slung over Tang Zimu's back. "Is he planning to mine by himself?" someone muttered, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Looks like this fresh high school graduate has no clue about the hardness of flame crystals." "Sorry for being late," Tang Zimu said politely as he approached the group. His gaze swept over everyone, quickly memorizing the members involved in this mining expedition. At the same time, he could sense the subtle rejection in their expressions. Are they worried I'll slow down the mining process? Tang Zimu thought to himself, having already done thorough research on the flame crystals. Well, the great top scorer, Xiao Yangsheng sneered as soon as he saw Tang Zimu with the pickaxe. "Flame crystals aren't something you can just dig out with a simple pickaxe. Even your precious beast would struggle to break through them." Hearing this, Tang Zimu's eyes immediately locked onto Xiao Yangsheng. Tang Zimu cast a cold glance at the purple-striped demon frog behind Xiao Yangsheng. His arm shot up like lightning, and with a crisp smack, a slap landed squarely on Xiao Yangsheng's face. The sudden blow sent Xiao staggering backward before he fell heavily to the ground. The crowd erupted into chaos. Gasps and murmurs of astonishment filled the air. My God, did you see that reaction speed? How strong is Tang Zimu? How dare he hit someone from the Qiao family? Those closest to the scene acted quickly. Qin Mu bent down to help the fallen Xiao Yangsheng, while Ding Tianhua positioned himself between the two to prevent further escalation. Meanwhile, Ron Long, along with his contracted beast, moved to block the enraged purple-striped demon frog, which was ready to attack after sensing its master's distress. Clutching his burning cheek, Xiao Yangsheng's initial shock was quickly replaced by seething fury. Struggling to his feet, his face twisted with rage as he bellowed at Tang Zimu. You dare hit me? Who the hell do you think you are to hit me? What infuriated him even more was the mocking expression on the face of Tang Zimu's mischief monkey. In truth, the mischief monkey wasn't mocking him, it had simply recalled its own scoldings from its master and instinctively made the expression. Amid the commotion, Tang Zimu remained unervingly calm. He casually shook his hand and said coldly, I don't know you. So who gave you the right to run your mouth in front of me? If you can't control your tongue, don't blame me for not controlling my hands. Tang Zimu's actions were not without reason. After learning the details of the flame essence mine's extraction process, he realized he needed to assert some authority both to establish his position within the group and to create a plausible excuse for working independently. Xiao Yangsheng had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Xiao Yangsheng was livid, but he dared not order his beast to attack within the city. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a threat. Tang Zimu, just you wait. Before he could say more, a guard shout rang out from the city gate tower. The team for the flame essence mine is here. The rest of the group seized the opportunity to pull Xiao Yangsheng toward the city gate, attempting to defuse the situation. Tang Zimu lingered at the back of the group, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yangsheng's retreating figure. A glint of icy determination flashed in his eyes as he silently vowed, anyone who dares threaten him will be eliminated. Tang Zimu followed several guards through the city gates, stepping beyond the boundaries of Yinyang City for the first time. Instead of the lush forests he had imagined, his eyes were met with a vast expanse of flat, barren earth stretching as far as the eye could see. This area had been deliberately cleared by humans to make it easier to spot approaching spirit beasts. He took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling a subtle thrill rise within him as he stood on land he had never set foot on before. His attention was quickly drawn to a massive creature resting near the outer city walls. It was a colossal spirit beast known as the cloud-stepping golden guan, the final evolutionary form of the rain turtle. Its immense back was covered by a tortoise shell the size of 2 football fields, and its head resembled that of a deer, crowned with 2 long antlers. At the moment, the beast lay patiently on the ground, waiting for humans to climb the ladders that led to the seats installed on its back. Curious, Tang Zimu examined the cloud-stepping golden guan's attribute panel and was astonished to find its level exceeded 60. He couldn't help but marvel silently. For such a high-level spirit beast to be used as mere transportation spoke volumes about the extraordinary resources of the Flame region. He understood that the growth limit of spirit beasts was influenced by various factors, and for a Tier 3 beast like the cloud-stepping golden guan, reaching a level in the 60s was already its peak. With a mix of awe and contemplation, Tang Zimu led Lao He closer to the cloud-stepping golden guan. Up close, the sheer size of the beast was even more overwhelming, yet he showed no sign of fear. With ease, he climbed up the ladder, followed closely by Lao He, until they reached the enormous creature's back. The beast's back was already bustling with dozens of people and their tamed beasts. Some were seated in the secured chairs, while others stood in small groups, chatting among themselves. Tang Zimu recognized a few familiar faces, nobles from the outer city who had previously visited him. It was clear that this mining expedition for flame essence had picked up quite a few people from other cities along the way. As Tang Zimu climbed aboard, those who had visited him before immediately stepped forward to greet him warmly. The others either observed him with curiosity, indifference, or disinterest, while a small number of people showed faint traces of fear on their faces. It seemed that Qin Mu and the others had already spread the story of him slapping Xiao Yangsheng, which was exactly what he had hoped for. Tang Zimu greeted the familiar faces courteously, acknowledging their greetings in kind. After the brief exchange, he and Lao He made their way to a seat near the edge of the tortoise shell and settled in comfortably. The chatter around them gradually quieted, and an air of anticipation filled the space. An unknown adventure was about to begin. Tang Zimu found a perfect vantage point where, with just a slight turn of his head, he could overlook the scenery outside the city. However, he had barely sat down when a familiar, burly man flew over to him on a flying beast. Tang Zimu focused his gaze and immediately recognized him. It was Li Chong, the lord of Yinshan City, who had stood beside Zhao Kaixian at the end of the college entrance exam secret realm. Haha, Tang, we meet again. Li Chong greeted him with a hearty laugh. This time, I'm leading the team for the fire essence mine excavation. The implications of his words left Tang Zimu quite surprised. A city lord personally leading the team, combined with nearly 100 noble heirs from the 15 cities of the Flame region. This team's strength was comparable to that of an entire city. Knowing Li Chang's straightforward nature and his close friendship with Zhao Kaixian, Tang Zimu returned the greeting politely. Li Chang nodded and said, "This is your first time venturing out of the city, so it's natural you might not be familiar with everything. If you run into any trouble, don't hesitate to come to me." Clearly, even though Li Chang hadn't succeeded in recruiting Tang Zimu into Yanshan City, he still extended goodwill. Tang Zimu gladly accepted the gesture. Li Chang glanced around, and, seeing that the people from Yanyang City were all in position, flew back to the head of the cloud-stepping golden beast. He announced loudly, "Everyone, pay attention, we're about to set off." As soon as he finished speaking, he patted the shoulder of another person beside him. That individual immediately sent a command to the cloud-stepping golden beast through a beast taming ring. The massive beast let out a deafening roar, its enormous body rising instantly into the sky. The fierce wind howled, and Tang Zimu's robes flapped wildly in the gusts. Yet, with his extraordinary physique, he remained perfectly steady in his seat. Others, however, were not as composed, hurriedly summoning their beasts to shield themselves before managing to stabilize their stance. It wasn't until the cloud-stepping golden beast leveled off at a high altitude that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Tang Zimu remain calm and unshaken throughout, many present couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension. No wonder he dared to enter the college entrance exam secret realm without bringing a beast. His physical strength is truly remarkable. Over the next few hours, the cloud-stepping golden beast repeatedly descended to pick up people and ascended again to continue the journey. At last, the excavation teams from all 15 cities of the Flame region were fully assembled. With a single command from Li Chang, the beast headed toward the massive volcano at the region's center. Tang Zimu finally had the chance to witness the unique landscape outside human-inhabited areas. Unlike the artificially leveled lands of the cities, the terrain of the Flame region was rugged and uneven, said to be remnants of a fierce battle between two divine beasts in ancient times. Due to its proximity to the massive volcano, the vegetation here was mostly heat-resistant and peculiarly shaped. The spirit beasts in the area were predominantly fire-attributed and notoriously aggressive. Along the way, Tang Zimu witnessed numerous battles between spirit beast groups. Just as he was engrossed in the sights, Li Chang's booming voice rang out once more. "The fire essence mine is here, everyone. Get ready." The fire essence mine, detected 2 months ago, was finally within reach. The treading cloud golden turtle suddenly dove downward like an arrow shot from a bow, piercing through the clouds. The immense pressure it generated immediately overwhelmed the people on its back. Even with the protection of their beasts, they struggled to withstand the abrupt impact. Many began vomiting on the spot, and even Tang Zimu had to take deep breaths to ease the discomfort. After a tense few seconds, the treading cloud golden turtle landed steadily, allowing everyone to finally catch their breath. Li Chang quickly explained, "Apologies, everyone. We're near the territory of the six-winged flame sovereign, so we had to descend quickly to avoid being detected." He scanned the surroundings and urged, "Everyone, disembark quickly. The turtle is too large a target, and staying here too long would expose us." Hearing this, the group immediately sprang into action. Some flew, some rode their beasts, each displaying their unique skills as they left the turtle's back. Tang Zimu, unhurried, descended the ladder with Lao He in tow. As he made his way down, his eyes caught sight of their destination, the Flame Crystal Mine. The entrance to the mine was at the bottom of a pit, and on the cave walls, large human-made markings were clearly visible, likely left by an earlier exploration team. Li Chang carefully checked to ensure no one was left behind, then signaled to the beastmaster of the treading cloud golden turtle. The massive turtle leapt into the air and quickly vanished into the clouds. Only after the turtle had completely disappeared did Li Chang let out a sigh of relief and turn to face the group. He pointed to the cave at the bottom of the pit, his voice low and serious. "Everyone, this is our target for this mission. We have 2 days. The treading cloud golden turtle will return to pick us up the afternoon after tomorrow. Whether you're experienced or new to this, remember these 2 crucial points." Li Chang's expression grew even more solemn. As the city lord, his commanding presence, combined with the aura of the towering level 80 beast by his side, the fire spirit rock, Finch, immediately drew everyone's attention, compelling them to focus. First, the mining area has been divided into zones based on city allocations. You are to mine only within your designated zone. The distribution within each zone is up to you, but under no circumstances are you allowed to encroach on others' zones. If caught, your mining privileges will be revoked, and all your gains will be confiscated. Li Chang's firm words echoed with authority. This rule had remained unbroken for years, as being shamed across the entire Flame domain was a disgrace no one dared to risk. Second, and most importantly, Li Chang's tone turned even more severe. "We are very close to the territory of the six-winged Flame Sovereign. Being discovered would be catastrophic. Everyone must strictly control the noise and disturbances caused by their beasts. If we alert the six-winged flame sovereign, none of us will survive. Li Chang's final words struck like a hammer, a chilling reminder that resonated deeply. The six-winged flame sovereign, as a renowned and dominant spirit beast of the flame domain, commanded a fearsome reputation that sent a shiver down the spine of everyone present. As the king of the six-winged flame lizard species, with a level as high as 87 and commanding over 1,000,000 spirit beasts, the six-winged flame sovereign was a force to be reckoned with. Many of the spirit beast sieges within the flame domain were orchestrated under its guidance. Given its hostility toward humans, the consequences of the excavation team being discovered were self-evident. Li Chang's expression was grim as he issued one final warning to the group before decisively ordering them to enter the pit's cavern. The team moved in single file, grouped according to their respective cities. Tang Zimu followed closely behind Qin Mu, Ding Tianhua, and the others as they stepped into the dimly lit mine. The cave was not entirely pitch dark. The faint red glow emitted by the flame stones provided some illumination, but to be cautious, everyone carried a few spare torches. The team followed the marked path toward the excavation area allocated to Sunflame City. As Tang Zimu walked, he observed his surroundings with a gleam of awe in his eyes. The ground was littered with flame stones, a resource that would require meticulous extraction in the outside world, yet here they were as abundant as roadside cabbages. What thrilled him even more was the gradual rise in temperature as they delved deeper into the mine. He could distinctly feel the energy radiating from the flame stones flowing into his body, subtly improving his physical condition. Just as I thought, Tang Zimu's heart leapt with excitement as he realized that his unique physique, which allowed him to absorb the purifying sacred essence, was also effective here. The primary benefits of flame stones for spirit beasts were enhanced fire resistance and improved mental attributes, yet he, too, could reap their advantages. He couldn't help but imagine the staggering effects if he were to encounter flame essence, or whose energy concentration was 1,000 times greater than that of ordinary flame stones. This is like leveling up on autopilot. Tang Zimu thought to himself, delighted by this unexpected boon even before the formal excavation began. The team navigated several branching paths before finally arriving at the area marked for Sunflame City's excavation. The experienced and composed Ding Tianhua naturally assumed the role of temporary leader. After leading a brief inspection of the surroundings, he proposed a plan for resource allocation. There are plenty of chambers here. Each of us can take one. This way, we can avoid conflicts and maintain privacy, Ding Tianhua suggested. His proposal was unanimously agreed upon, as everyone understood it was a precaution to prevent potential clashes between Tang Zimu and Xiao Yangxing. Let's get started then, Ding Tianhua concluded with a final reminder. Remember City Lord Li's warning to not let your spirit beasts use high-power skills. Any major disturbance, and well, all be buried here. Everyone chose their respective chambers. Tang Zimu noticed the hostile glance Xiao Yangxing threw his way before leaving. Tang Zimu smirked inwardly. Unless Xiao Yangxing was utterly deranged, he wouldn't dare make a move here. After all, attacking a top scholar like him would undoubtedly provoke Zhao Kaixuan's wrath. Even so, Tang Zimu, ever cautious, refused to place his hopes entirely on the rationality of others. As he made his way toward his designated chamber, he glanced down at his shadow. Under the faint red glow of the flame stones, his shadow flickered like a clawing demon, silently warning him of the lurking dangers ahead. Old Hey, give it a try. Smash the wall on the right. Tang Zimu picked up a piece of rock from the ground and handed it to Old Hey. He had casually chosen this unremarkable cave chamber, confident in his lucky streak as a novel enthusiast. After all, he was the kind of guy who could stumble into the spirit beast realm just by going to the bathroom. Old Hay took the rock and immediately understood Tang Zimu's intention. 7 days of training had sharpened its ability to grasp most of its owner's commands quickly. Lifting the rock, it smashed it against the wall with a loud bang. A protruding section of the wall cracked and crumbled, though the impact made Old Hay grimace and step back a few paces. Tang Zimu closely examined the wall, quickly realizing the challenge of mining flame essence or an ordinary flame rock would collapse under Old Hay's punches. But here, the rock barely shed its outer layer. Yet, instead of feeling discouraged, he grew more excited. The tougher the rock, the richer the flame essence or inside. He retrieved a piece of god-tier spirit beast food from his reward storage box and waved it in front of Old Hay. Instantly, the discomfort from earlier vanished as Old Hay's eyes locked onto the bait. Keep smashing until you find something like this crimson crystal. Tang Zimu picked up a fragment of flame rock from the ground and showed it to Old Hay. Stop when you're exhausted, and this treat is yours. Tang Zimu felt a surge of satisfaction. While other beasts under his command had higher levels and greater strength, they couldn't afford to make too much noise, nor could they work long without frequent breaks and meals. Old Hay, on the other hand, had a concept-level satiation state, functioning like a low-tier perpetual motion machine. It could work tirelessly with minimal rest. With Tang Zimu joining in, the efficiency was bound to skyrocket. Seeing Old Hay enthusiastically hammering away at the wall, Tang Zimu didn't idle either. He pulled out the steel pickaxe he had spent nearly 100,000 dragon coins on the day before and began chiseling away at a section of the wall rich in flame rock. The pickaxe proved its worth, sending chunks of rock flying with each swing. Tang Zimu was exhilarated. With 50 strength points, he was much stronger than Old Hay, who had just reached level 6. Coupled with this divine tool, each swing of his pickaxe was worth 10 of Old Hay's strikes. The mining efficiency was nothing short of thrilling. As he popped a piece of god-tier spirit beast food into his mouth, Tang Zimu dug in with fervor. The chamber echoed with the alternating sounds of man and monkey chiseling away. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Zimu swung his steel pickaxe, striking the rock wall in front of him with relentless force. Chunks of rock broke away with each blow, some embedded with fragments of flame stones. Once, a single flame stone would have been a treasure to him, but now, his eyes remained fixed, his mind consumed by the thought of flame essence ore. Sweat soaked through his clothes as Tang Zimu finally carved out a tunnel 3 to 4 meters deep. Just as he struck the wall again, the dimly lit space was suddenly bathed in a crimson glow. Holding his breath, he cautiously moved forward to investigate. Embedded in the rock before him was a hexagonal crystal radiating a vivid red light. Flame essence stone, Tang Zimu exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. He quickly set down his pickaxe and began carefully chiseling around the crystal. After a few minutes, he successfully extracted a fist-sized flame essence stone in perfect condition. Eagerly, he inspected the stone, hoping to uncover a hidden treasure within. Although he found nothing, it didn't dampen his spirits. A flame essence stone this size is worth at least 500,000 dragon coins. Tang Zimu calculated to himself. In such a short time, he had not only recovered the cost of his steel pickaxe, but also made a profit of 400,000 dragon coins. The thought of becoming a millionaire after just 2 days of mining filled Tang Zimu with excitement. He finally understood why the opportunity to mine flame essence ore was so highly coveted. Holding the flame essence stone with both hands, he closed his eyes to feel the energy coursing through it. To his surprise, the stone's energy was not as overwhelmingly powerful as he had imagined, about 100 times that of a flame stone, rather than 1,000. This wasn't due to any flaw in the stone, but rather a limitation of Tang Zimu's own physical capacity. Any more energy would have caused him discomfort. After a brief test, Tang Zimu placed the flame essence stone close to his body to continue absorbing its energy passively. Just as he prepared to resume mining, an excited cry echoed through the chamber. E! 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 Old Hay found something too, Tang Zimu exclaimed, rushing out of his tunnel. In the area Old Hay had been working, a crimson light was emanating from the wall. Pushing past Old Hay, Tang Zimu inspected the crystal embedded in the rock. The color, the size, the purity. His gaze froze on a shadow at the center of the crystal, and his expression turned blank with astonishment. My goodness, Old Hay's luck is even better than mine. Not only did he find flame essence ore, but it's a piece with a hidden treasure inside. Tang Zimu marveled, feeling a mix of excitement and envy. This discovery added even more anticipation and possibility to their mining expedition. According to the legends of the Flame region, the flame essence stone was formed from the collision of fiery energy released during a battle between two divine beasts. Tang Zimu knew well that any item capable of surviving and being tempered under such extreme energy was rare and could be considered a treasure among treasures. He recalled the years of mining experience in the Flame region. Discovering even 1 or 2 flame essence stones containing precious items in a single mine was an extraordinary find. Some mining sites yielded nothing of value throughout their entire operational cycle. Yet, Old Hay had managed to strike a find in mere moments. His luck was truly astonishing. Well done. Here's an extra ration for you, Tang Zimu said, pulling out a piece of food from his pocket and handing it to Old Hay, who had just been nudged aside by him. Old Hay accepted the food with a beaming smile, flashing his teeth in delight. Tang Zimu's attention then returned to the flame essence stone before him. The treasure was embedded deep within, its surface unclear and indistinct. From what he could make out, the item inside appeared to have a long, slender shape. With excitement welling up in his heart, Tang Zimu silently began to pray. He called upon every deity he could think of: the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother of the West, Buddha Tathagata, the Three Pure Ones, God or the Lord, all any divine being who might lend their aid. This was his ultimate pray to all the gods technique, something he rarely used unless absolutely necessary. After finishing his prayers, Tang Zimu took a deep breath, raised his steel pickaxe high, and aimed at the center of the flame essence stone still embedded in the rock wall. To extract the treasure within, he had no choice but to break the stone apart. Although this would cause some of the stone's energy to dissipate and reduce its overall value, it was insignificant compared to the potential worth of the treasure inside. Break for me, Tang Zimu growled under his breath, channeling all his strength into each swing of the pickaxe. Despite the flame essence stone being several times harder than the surrounding rock, it could not withstand the relentless blows. Soon, several crystalline fragments from the stone's surface began to fall away. When the final piece of obstructing crystal shattered, the item within was finally revealed. Tang Zimu quickly set down his tool and reached out to pull the slender object free. Once fully extracted, he discovered it was about half the length of a finger. Placing it in his palm, he carefully examined its texture and appearance. After some effort to recall his knowledge, Tang Zimu arrived at an incredulous conclusion. This is wood? A fragment of a tree. His hesitation was not without reason. Both the Red Lotus by Fong and the Scorching Flame Swanee were fire attribute divine beasts, and the unique flames they controlled were far beyond human comprehension. Any piece of wood that could survive the impact of such immensely powerful flames was undoubtedly extraordinary. Tang Zimu had no idea about the origins of this small wooden fragment, but he instinctively recognized that its true value might be far greater than he could imagine. As for its purpose, he was completely clueless. Driven by curiosity, Tang Zimu attempted to snap the small wooden piece with increasing force. However, no matter how much strength he applied, the fragment remained utterly unyielding. He even had the distinct impression that, even with a 100-fold increase in power, he would still be unable to budge this seemingly ordinary piece of wood. Tang Zimu let out a soft sigh, temporarily setting aside his thoughts of further research. He carefully tucked the small wooden piece into a specially designed hidden pocket in his clothing, unwilling to waste even the tiniest splinter. Then, he bent down to pick up the shattered fragments of the flame essence stone and the remaining half-piece, carrying them close to his body to absorb their energy. Hoisting the slightly worn-out steel pickaxe onto his shoulder, Tang Zimu returned to the spot where he had been mining. Beside him, Lao He was busy gnawing on its divine-grade rations with great enthusiasm. The man and the monkey worked in perfect harmony, quickly immersing themselves in the intense excavation once again. Time flew by, and before they knew it, an entire day and night had passed. Occasionally, Tang Zimu could hear the footsteps of other residents of Yinyang City outside the cave chamber. Most of them moved on to other spots after fruitless hours of digging. However, Tang Zimu and Lao He remained steadfast in their chosen location, taking brief but deep rests before resuming their work with renewed vigor. Their perseverance paid off. In addition to the initial 1.5 flame essence stones, they unearthed 4 more. One was only the size of a fingernail, but the other 3 were as large as fists. Unfortunately, flame essence stones containing treasures were exceedingly rare, and they had yet to encounter another one. Breathing heavily and drenched in sweat, Tang Zimu put down his severely worn steel pickaxe and shook his sore arms. He decided to take a short break. Taking advantage of the pause, he opened his attribute panel. Base attributes: Strength, 50. Spirit, 26. Stamina, 20. Agility, 26. Physical defense, 15. Magic defense, 12. Fantastic. My spirit increased by 11 points. Tang Zimu exclaimed in delight. The flame essence stone truly lived up to its reputation, its energy 1,000 times more potent than ordinary flame stones. Just one day and night of absorption had brought such significant improvement. Tang Zimu also realized that this energy absorption had diminishing returns, much like the effects of the sacred purification essence. In an environment saturated with flame stones, the energy gained from ordinary stones had become negligible, leaving only the purer flame essence stones capable of yielding noticeable results. He estimated that if he maintained this pace, he could gain another 4 or 5 spirit points by the following afternoon. This discovery invigorated Tang Zimu with newfound determination. He picked up the steel pickaxe once more and resumed digging. At this point, the tunnel he had carved into the rock wall extended about 30 meters, and he suspected that continuing further might hollow out the entire area. As he dug another meter deeper, a familiar crimson glow suddenly appeared. Another find? Having already unearthed 5.5 flame essence stones, Tang Zimu was no longer as thrilled as he had been the first time. Still, he skillfully cleared away the stone fragments surrounding the crystal and leaned in to examine its interior. A fiery red feather came into view. A feather? A feather. Tang Zimu froze for a moment before realization dawned on him. I found another treasure. Who says Lao He is the lucky one? Clearly, I'm the real winner here. Discovering 2 flame essence stones containing treasures in the same mine was unprecedented in the history of the flame domain. Eager to uncover the feather's mysteries, Tang Zimu couldn't wait to investigate further. He muttered a quick prayer to the gods and speedily chipped away at the remaining crystal. Once the obstructing stone was cleared, he carefully reached out to touch the fiery red feather. The moment his fingertips made contact with the feather, a long-forgotten system notification sounded in Tang Zimu's ears. Ding! The system notification rang out, making Tang Zimu's heart skip a beat. His contracted beast had successfully come into contact with the Crimson Lotus by Fong Feather. Not only that, but this was also his first encounter with an item imbued with divine essence. Holding his breath, Tang Zimu carefully extracted the feather from the flame essence stone and placed it in his palm for closer inspection. At first glance, the feather appeared ordinary, save for its strikingly fiery red color. But Tang Zimu knew better. The system's notifications were never wrong. This was indeed the legendary Crimson Lotus by Fong Feather. The revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, shattering his preconceptions. The legends were real. The Crimson Lotus by Fong was real, and the epic battle between the two divine beasts had truly happened. The sheer weight of this discovery triggered a flood of memories about Blue Star. Tang Zimu had long noticed that many mythical beasts in the world of spirit beasts shared names remarkably similar to those from ancient legends of Huagua on Blue Star. Bai Fong, Swanee, Pao Xiao, also known as Tao Tai. At first, he dismissed it as a coincidence, much like how phrases such as Wa Chao, Wa Chu, and Wa Inai Ma, staples of Huagua culture, had become widely used in the dragon kingdom of the spirit beast world. But now, it was clear that this was far more than mere coincidence. Tang Zimu's mind flashed to the records in classic of mountains and seas. Western Mountains, which described a bird resembling a crane, with one leg, red markings, a blue body, and a white beak, named by Fong, which calls out its own name. Its appearance foretells devastating fires in its vicinity. The fiery red feather before him confirmed that the Crimson Lotus by Fong was indeed a bird, and its ability to wield all-consuming flames aligned perfectly with the devastating fire described in the text. This discovery filled Tang Zimu with exhilaration. Could now use the ancient myths of Huagua on Blue Star to gain insights into the legendary spirit beasts of this world. This was an invaluable advantage. After calming his excitement, Tang Zimu turned his attention to the system's second notification, the Divine Essence and the God-tier reward package for the first divine achievement. While he didn't yet fully understand the nature of Divine Essence, its association with the word divine was enough to prove that this feather was far from ordinary. Closing his eyes, Tang Zimu attempted to sense the energy within the feather. However, the moment he made contact, a surge of violent energy sent a chilling wave through his body, making every hair on end. This energy was completely different from the pure, absorbable energy of the Flame Essence Stone. It was not only impossible to absorb, but also incredibly destructive. Fortunately, Tang Zimu reacted quickly, severing the connection before the energy could overwhelm him. This brief encounter made it clear that the energy contained within the feather far exceeded his understanding, validating the system's description of divine essence. He couldn't help but marvel. If nothing else, the feather could serve as a terrifyingly powerful self-destruct weapon. Still shaken, Tang Zimu carefully tucked the Crimson Lotus by Fong feather into a hidden pocket in his clothing, ensuring it wouldn't come into direct contact with his body. Once he had secured it safely, he turned his focus to the true treasure of the moment, the ultimate reward. As he had suspected, every time he achieved a milestone with the prefix first, the system would grant him an unparalleled god-tier reward. This time, Tang Zimu didn't just receive a single item as he usually did. Instead, he was awarded a god-tier luxury package. His heart raced with excitement. Could it be that interacting with items imbued with divinity was far more challenging than other tasks, resulting in significantly greater rewards? With this question in mind, Tang Zimu couldn't wait to open his reward storage. His fingers trembled slightly as he clicked on the luxury god-tier package, eager to see what was inside. With a soft click, the package opened. Tang Zimu's pupils dilated, and he gasped in astonishment. The contents of the package were laid out before him. 1. 100 points of God-tier attribute points. 2. 20 bottles of God-tier Spirit Beast Recovery Potion. 3. 200 pieces of God-tier Spirit Beast Feed. This is insane, Tang Zimu blurted out. Calling this luxurious was an understatement. It was extravagance on a whole new level. Any single one of these rewards far outshone most of the God-tier prizes he had earned before. For a moment, Tang Zimu even wondered if the system had glitched and accidentally handed out some ultimate grand prize. But after thinking it through, he began to piece together the logic behind it. It seemed that dealing with items imbued with divinity was far more difficult than he had anticipated, perhaps requiring direct interaction with divine beasts to complete the task. According to the system's design, this was likely a late-game accomplishment, which explained the extraordinarily generous rewards. Who would have thought that had stumbled upon such a treasure so early in the game, creating the illusion that the reward was disproportionately grand? A smug smile crept across Tang Zimu's lips. His luck must have left the system itself bewildered. Who cares if it's early or late game? If it's in my hands, it's mine. Tang Zimu eagerly clicked the use button. With a flash of light, the 3 items appeared in his reward storage. Having received God-tier attribute points and Spirit Beast Feed before, Tang Zimu didn't pay them much attention. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the 20 bottles of God-tier Spirit Beast Recovery Potions, each glowing with a mysterious light. A system notification popped up. God-tier Spirit Beast Recovery Potion 20. Restores 100 of a Spirit Beast stamina and mental energy upon consumption. Note: 1. Effect is guaranteed regardless of the Spirit Beast species, size, or abilities. 2. No consumption restrictions apply. Effectiveness remains consistent regardless of usage frequency or quantity. Tang Zimu's eyes widened in disbelief. This was essentially the perfect combination of stamina and mental recovery potions. Even more astonishing, it disregarded the species, size, or abilities of the spirit beast. In other words, even a dying divine beast could be fully restored with just one bottle. He couldn't help but imagine a scenario. His opponent, after much effort, manages to push his beast to the brink of death. But then, with a casual flick of the wrist, Tang Zimu pulls out a recovery potion. One gulp later, his beast would be back to full health, leaving his opponent utterly dumbfounded. It was absolutely overpowered. However, considering there were only 20 bottles of god-tier recovery potions, Tang Zimu refrained from casually testing one out like he might with spirit beast feed. Instead, he decided to save these treasures as a trump card. With these in his arsenal, who would dare challenge him in a war of attrition or a battle of endurance? Tisk, TSK. 200 more pieces of god-tier spirit beast feed me stockpile just skyrocketed. Looks like Lao He is in for a treat, Tang Zimu murmured, already picturing his spirit beast, Lao He, happily feasting to its heart's content. Finally, Tang Zimu's attention turned to the 100 god-tier attribute points. So many attribute points. How should I allocate them? He fell into deep thought, carefully considering how to make the most of this unexpected windfall. Tang Zimu stared at his attribute panel, his brows furrowed in deep thought. After careful consideration, he decisively allocated 25 god-level attribute points to strength, while evenly distributing the remaining 75 points across other attributes, adding 15 points to each. This allocation optimized his god-tier talent, topple mountains and overturn seas, while maintaining a balanced physical coordination. As the 100 god-level attribute points surged into his body, Tang Zimu felt an unprecedented energy coursing through him. Although this wasn't his first time experiencing an attribute boost, the intensity of this surge far surpassed anything he had felt before. Clenching his teeth and tensing every muscle, he braced himself against the searing pain brought by the energy's impact. Once his body gradually adapted, Tang Zimu checked his attribute panel again, and the values had dramatically changed. Strength, 100. Spirit, 41. Stamina, 35. Agility, 41. Physical defense, 30. Magical defense, 27. His strength had broken past the 100-point threshold, while stamina, agility, and spirit critical attributes at this stage stabilized around 40 points each. Testing his newfound power, Tang Zimu threw a full-force punch. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air as his fist generated a muffled shockwave. With these stats, I should be able to hold my own against some first-evolved spirit beasts, Tang Zimu thought to himself. He vividly recalled that in the spirit beast world, most first evolutions occurred at level 20. Before this attribute boost, his strength was barely comparable to that of an ordinary spirit beast below level 20, making it difficult to contend with a first evolved one. After all, evolution brought spirit beasts significant improvements in both attributes and abilities. But now, the situation was entirely different. With 100 points in strength, ordinary spirit beasts below level 20 couldn't withstand a single punch from him. Even a first evolved spirit beast would be left dazed after taking a hit. Tang Zimu's thoughts drifted to Qiao Yangsheng's bonded beast, the violet-striped demon frog. As the evolved form of the blue-striped frog, Tang Zimu now felt confident that he could knock it unconscious with a single punch. System rewards really are the key to rapid power-ups. Tang Zimu couldn't help but marvel. In addition to slaying spirit beasts and earning admiration, he now had another way to claim rewards interacting with items imbued with divinity. Considering the high difficulty of encountering such items, he speculated that subsequent conditions might not escalate in quantity like spirit beast kills. It seemed likely that each divine item he encountered could yield a reward. If I could find a scale from a blazing flame swanee or a claw from a scarlet lotus bifong, wouldn't that mean another wave of rewards? The thought made Tang Zimu's eyes light up with excitement. With his strength doubled, his mining speed was bound to improve drastically. Time to get to work. Brimming with confidence, he picked up his steel pickaxe and resumed his excavation efforts. This was also the perfect opportunity to adapt to his enhanced attributes. 2 days passed quietly. During these 48 hours, the Yin Essence mine bustled with miners hard at work. Those blessed with good luck had abundant harvests, filling entire sacks with Yin Essence stones. Even the unluckiest miners managed to unearth 1 or 2 stones, ensuring they didn't walk away empty-handed. As for the central mining area of the Yin Essence mine, the excavation rights were ultimately secured by the people of Yinyang City, as they had hoped. After his significant attribute boost, Tang Zimu not only kept up, but outperformed others like Qin Mu and Xiao Yangsheng among the younger generation. His mining efficiency was so astounding that it left everyone speechless. In Yinyang City, the number of mining quotas allocated was as many as 10, leaving almost no chance of losing. Tang Zimu felt secretly pleased, unaware that his luck was beginning to turn. Deep in the mine, Tang Zimu's shovel struck repeatedly against the hard rock walls. Although he unearthed several pieces of flame essence stones, each one appeared ordinary, showing no signs of containing any treasures. Sweat trickled down his face as he took a deep breath to steady his disappointment. At least I'm doing better than the others, Tang Zimu consoled himself. During a break, he chatted with the other miners and learned that no one had found a flame essence stone with a treasure inside. This news gave him a small sense of relief. Of course, Tang Zimu couldn't rule out the possibility that someone, like himself, might have chosen to keep any valuable discoveries hidden. After all, in a place like this, caution was the wisest approach. As the remaining mining areas dwindled, the tension in the mine grew palpable. Suddenly, Li Chang's voice echoed from the entrance of the cave. There's only half an hour left before our scheduled departure. Everyone, wrap up your work and get ready to head to the bottom of the pit. The miners began packing up their tools and collecting their findings. Tang Zimu directed Lao He to hoist the sack filled with flame essence stones onto his shoulder and followed the crowd toward the cave entrance. Li Chang stood at the entrance, his gaze sweeping over each miner as they exited. When he noticed Lao He carrying the bulging sack, his eyes widened in surprise. Wow, you've got a whole sack of flame essence stones there. Don't tell me you stuffed it with flame stones. Li Chang joked with a half smile. Tang Zimu responded humbly. Ah, just some good luck. Managed to dig up quite a few flame essence stones. Despite his efforts to keep a low profile, the impressive haul still drew envious glances from those around him. Li Chang remarked thoughtfully. Luck is a kind of strength too. With that, he led Tang Zimu out of the cave. At the bottom of the pit, miners gathered in small groups. Some were proudly showing off their finds, while others whispered among themselves. Tang Zimu found a quiet corner to sit down, his gaze casually scanning the crowd until it landed on Xiao Yangsheng. Xiao Yangsheng's purple-striped demon frog was carrying a large, bulging sack, clearly signaling a significant haul. Tang Zimu felt a sense of relief that Xiao Yangsheng hadn't caused trouble in the mine, but it also strengthened his resolve to eliminate this cunning individual. Minutes ticked by, but there was no sign of the cloud-stepping golden officer in the sky. At first, people assumed there was a delay, but as time dragged on, unease began to spread among the crowd. Standing at the forefront of the group, Li Chang frowned deeply, his expression heavy with worry. After another 5 minutes, he took a deep breath, turned to face everyone, and said in a grave tone, "We're in big trouble." Lao Jin was someone Li Chang knew like the back of his hand. For over a decade, Lao Jin had always been meticulous in his actions, never once late let alone 5 minutes late. Even if Lao Jin had been temporarily held up, someone from Yin territory should have been sent to take his place, and they should have arrived long ago. Li Chang took a deep breath, about to voice his suspicions, when he noticed the previously calm and attentive crowd suddenly spring to their feet in panic, pointing behind him and exclaiming in shock. How is this possible? The cloud-striding golden officer? Not good. Lordly, get out of the way. Alerted, Li Chang spun around, and the sight before him made his pupils contract sharply. The enormous figure of the cloud-striding golden officer, as large as 2 football fields, was plummeting from the sky toward their position at an alarming speed. What made the scene even more horrifying was that its head was nowhere to be seen. The headless body, driven by an immense force, hurtled toward the crowd in the pit like a massive cannonball. Fire spirit, Li Chang roared. The seemingly harmless fire spirit rockfinch that had been perched beside him instantly transformed. Its aura shifted dramatically as the terrifying power of an 80-level beast erupted from its body. With a piercing cry, it soared into the air. With a single flap of its wings, 2 long, fiery blade-shaped energy waves shot out from the tips of its feathers. Accompanied by a shrill sound as they tore through the air, the energy blades raced toward the falling corpse of the cloud-striding golden officer. Blazing fire slash. With a sharp swish, the corpse of the cloud-striding golden officer was severed cleanly in 2 by the energy waves. The massive halves of its body crashed to the ground on either side. Although the immediate danger was averted, Li Chang's tense expression did not relax in the slightest. He and the fire spirit rockfinch stood on high alert, their gazes fixed on a specific point in the sky. They didn't have to wait long. That spot soon shimmered with fiery red light, and a strange voice with an eerie tone echoed from behind the glow. So that old turtle dared to fly into my territory. Turns out, a bunch of little ants snuck into my home. Truly, you have no regard for me. Moments later, an enormous figure emerged from the clouds, gradually revealing itself to the crowd. The creature was roughly 300 meters long, its body covered in thick, fiery red scales. Its 4 claws gleamed with a chilling light, and its massive head, adorned with layered ridges, exhaled bursts of fire with every breath. 6 membranous wings on its back burned with crimson flames, adding to its intimidating presence. That looks just like the dragons from the legends of the Western world on Blue Star. Tang Zimu exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. A dragon? A lizard? No, a 6-winged flame lizard. He had already guessed the creature's identity. The fact that a beast of this level could speak human language didn't surprise him too much. After all, spirit beasts of such terrifying power often possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans, making it unsurprising that they could learn human speech. The six-winged Flame Lord, Li Chang and several others recognized at the moment its massive form appeared. It was none other than the very being they had been on high alert for, the infamous ruler of Yin territory, the six-winged Flame Lord. Despite their meticulous efforts to collect flame essence, or without making any noticeable disturbances, they had still been discovered. Li Chang wasted no time. Turning urgently to the group, he said, "The six-winged Flame Lord is here. Its subordinate spirit beasts are bound to follow. If any of your beasts are fast enough to break through their encirclement, you need to get word out." The group exchanged uneasy glances, sighing heavily as silence fell over them. Among them, aside from the younger generation, nearly everyone had trained multiple contracted beasts. However, the covert nature of extracting flame essence or limited both the number and size of the beasts they could bring along. Considering the excavation required strength-type beasts, most had only brought their strongest companion. Li Chang realized with frustration that, in his haste, he had overlooked this critical detail. Taking a deep breath, he spoke gravely. "It seems we have no choice but to fight our way out." He scanned the group with a resolute gaze. "We all know the power of the six-winged flame sovereign. Even though my fire spirit rockfinch has a rock attribute advantage, it's no match for it. I'll do my best to hold it off." With that, Li Chang turned and locked eyes with his fire spirit rockfinch. The bird let out an ear-piercing screech as fiery orange flames engulfed its body, spreading outward in a blazing cascade. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal flaming bird with a wingspan of over 200 meters, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. "City Lordly, let me assist you." Ding Tianhua stepped forward decisively from Tang Zimu's side and stood firmly beside Li Chang. The beast on his Shadera sandstorm ferret leapt to the ground. In a flash, fierce winds howled, and sand surged violently. Countless grains of sand rapidly converged and solidified, transforming the sandstorm ferret into a massive sand beast over 100 meters long, standing valiantly behind the fire spirit rockfinch. "Ah, who would have thought we'd face such a tough battle right before the end of our lives?" muttered another voice. Three elderly men with snow-white hair emerged from the crowd. Like Ding Tianhua, they had come seeking treasures to extend their lifespans. As senior figures of the Flame Domain's various cities, their strength was beyond question. Though their beasts couldn't rival the fire spirit rockfinch, they were still formidable, each reaching the pinnacle of the 70s in level. Good. Li Chang's confidence surged as he saw four powerful allies join forces with his fire spirit rockfinch. High in the sky, the six-winged flame sovereign cast a disdainful glance over the assembled beasts and let out a derisive snort. "Interesting. Familiar faces from long ago. But it's a pity. Even if you manage to hold me off, do you think your little ants down there can withstand my army?" As soon as it finished speaking, the ground began to tremble violently. Dust and rubble flew into the air, obscuring everyone's vision. While those in the pit couldn't see what was happening outside, the fire spirit rockfinch flying above had a clear view. Through its telepathic link, Li Chang's expression darkened once more. He sucked in a sharp breath and warned the group. "The edge of the pit is swarming with nearly 1,000 spirit beasts. More are converging from all directions, and their numbers could exceed 10,000. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, fear flickering in their eyes. They were trapped in a territory teeming with wild spirit beasts, surrounded by an overwhelming horde. The five strongest among them had to face the six-winged flame sovereign, leaving the rest to fend off the countless other beasts. "We have no other choice, everyone. We must fight for our lives," Li Chang ordered decisively. "Rong Long, your command experience is unmatched. While the spirit beasts haven't fully surrounded us yet, lead the charge and break through. The rest of us need to focus entirely on directing our beasts to hold off the six-winged flame sovereign. We'll have to follow your lead." With his instructions given, Li Chang immediately commanded the fire spirit rockfinch to launch an attack on the six-winged flame sovereign. The other four high-level beasts followed closely, charging together at the formidable foe. In the pit, the rest of the group looked up at the silhouettes of spirit beasts steadily amassing along the rim. Their faces grew increasingly pale. Despair hung thick in the air, yet the primal instinct to survive drove them to grip their weapons tightly, bracing themselves for the battle of life and death. The current situation leaves no room for delay. Rong Long, tasked with a critical responsibility, scanned the group with a solemn expression. His voice was low but resolute. "In this situation, fighting alone is a death sentence. This concerns all of our lives. We must unite and give it our all." He quickly laid out the strategy. "Everyone, form a circular formation immediately. The middle-aged group will take the outer ring, while the younger generation stays inside to protect the city lord." Before his words had fully landed, over 80 experienced middle-aged fighters had already sprung into action. With their respective spirit beasts, they swiftly formed a sturdy oval-shaped defensive line. Over 30 members of the younger generation, including Tang Zimu and Qin Mu, positioned themselves at the center of the formation. Those with rideable spirit beasts selflessly offered their mounts to Li Chang and the other four, allowing them to focus entirely on countering the threat posed by the six-winged flame monarch. Ronglong mounted his own spirit beast, the guardian spirit hound, the ultimate evolved form of a protective canine. Turning to face the assembled group, his gaze was sharp and commanding. Middle-aged fighters, you must hold the outer circle at all costs. Do not let the spirit beasts break through. Younger members, your primary task is to protect the city lord. Do not recklessly command your beasts to attack, as it could disrupt our formation. His eyes shifted to the soul incline leading out of the pit. With a thunderous shout, he gave the order, move out, charge. Under Ronglong's leadership, the 100-strong team surged forward like a razor-sharp blade, driving relentlessly toward the exit. Initially, their progress at the bottom of the pit was relatively steady. However, as they reached the incline, the situation took a drastic turn for the worse. The swarm of spirit beasts that had been encircling the pit's edge now descended in a frenzied wave, launching an all-out assault on the team. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Flames blazed, lightning crackled, water surged, and vines lashed wildly. The team faced an unprecedented barrage of attacks. Damn it! I'll slaughter every last one of these bastards, a middle-aged fighter roared. Old Sue, get over here and back me up. Old Mo, let's team up and take down that beast up front, another shouted. The middle-aged fighters in the outer ring commanded their spirit beasts in a desperate counterattack, but the team's advance was significantly slowed. The spirit beasts leading the charge were all elite, with even the weakest among them being above level 50. Despite the team's composition of top-tier fighters from various cities, breaking through this defensive line proved to be a daunting challenge. At the center of the group, Tang Zimu sat on Lao Hei's shoulder, calmly observing the battlefield. As Ronglong had pointed out, the younger generation's spirit beasts were nearly ineffective in a battle of this caliber. Reckless action could cause further disorder. Thus, Tang Zimu chose not to reveal Lao Hei's superior speed right away, instead quietly staying seated and moving along with the team. However, the worsening situation made Tang Zimu realize that the outer ring alone could not hold the line. At their current pace, they would barely climb out of the pit before the tens of thousands of spirit beasts caught up. The urgency of the crisis spurred him into action. Rising to his feet on Lao Hei's shoulder, he surveyed the battlefield, his mind racing. After swiftly analyzing the situation, Tang Zimu decisively pointed toward the right front direction and spoke up. Qin Mu was about to command the Frostbird when Tang Zimu spoke first. Qin Mu, have your Frostbird release the frost field in the direction I'm pointing. Qin Mu hesitated, unsure. Didn't Deputy Minister Rong tell us not to act recklessly? Before Qin Mu could decide, Xiao Yangxing seized the moment to sneer. Tang Zimu, stop messing around. You're just some kid who hasn't even made it to college, and now you're trying to give orders. Before he could finish, Tang Zimu leapt off Lao Hei's shoulder like a streak of lightning and closed the distance in a single step. Slap. A crisp sound interrupted Xiao Yangsheng's words as Tang Zimu delivered a sharp slap across his face. As Xiao Yangsheng's battle beast, the violet-marked demon frog, prepared to retaliate, Tang Zimu struck again with a backhanded slap. Slap. The frog froze in place, utterly bewildered. The same formula, the same familiar taste. Except this time, it's a double dose. Tang Zimu sneered coldly before turning back to Qin Mu with a furrowed brow. Release it in the new direction I pointed to. The pressure there is intense, and the outer area needs to be slowed down. Qin Mu stood dumbfounded, replaying the image of Tang Zimu slapping both man and beast. He couldn't help but wonder, is this guy even human? He slapped a battle beast into a daze. Not wanting to risk the same fate, Qin Mu quickly complied, ordering his Frostbird to release the frost field. In an instant, countless ice crystals rose from the ground, enveloping the area Tang Zimu had indicated. Although Qin Mu's Frostbird, at just over level 30, could only slow down level 50 spirit beasts for 2 seconds, the brief respite was enough to turn the tide. The two guards, who had been caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of spirit beasts, seized the opportunity to regroup and command their own beasts to reposition, successfully stabilizing the defense. It actually worked, Qin Mu exclaimed, looking at Tang Zimu with newfound respect. Tang Zimu, unfazed, leapt back onto Lao Hei's shoulder. From his elevated vantage point, combined with years of tactical experience, he could make precise decisions. More importantly, his extraordinary mental acuity and reflexes made him an unparalleled tactical leader on the battlefield. With the immediate crisis averted, Tang Zimu continued to assess the situation, issuing commands as needed. Yang Jingtong, quickly, use soul quelling him in that direction, those people are in danger. Pan Xinshin, heal the shadow flame deer on the flank with healing chime and mend its injuries. Having witnessed his earlier success, no one doubted Tang Zimu's orders anymore. They followed his instructions without hesitation. Under his guidance, the previously disorganized younger generation became a formidable support force, significantly improving the team's progress. The scene soon caught the attention of those on the periphery. Beneficiaries of his commands frequently glanced back, marveling at Tang Zimu's keen observational skills. Even Li Chong, who was commanding his fire spirit rockfinch and six-winged flame monarch in battle, couldn't help but take notice. He thought to himself, a group of third and fourth year university students, even graduates, willingly taking orders from a high schooler? If geniuses truly exist, Tang Zimu must be one of them. Under Tang Zimu's leadership, the team cut through layers of obstacles like a sharp blade. Eventually, they broke free from the pit and reached the open plains, where they could move far more swiftly. Everyone, victory is within our grasp. Ronglong stood at the forefront of the group, wiping the blood from his face. His voice trembled slightly with excitement as he pointed into the distance. Break through this plain, and we can charge straight into Yanyu City. Although at least an hour of relentless sprinting still separated them from Yanyu City, compared to the desperate situation of being surrounded at the bottom of the pit earlier, this was undoubtedly a significant improvement. Ronglong's words acted as a powerful stimulant, instantly igniting the morale of the entire team. Charge! Furious roars echoed across the plain as everyone, fueled by adrenaline, commanded their spirit beasts to launch a ferocious assault. As Tang Zimu had once said, this group of over 100 people was akin to the main force of a city's army. Nearly all of them were elite leaders from the 15 cities of the Flame Domain. Now, unleashing their full strength, the team resembled a merciless war machine, tearing through everything in their path. The spirit beasts began to falter in the face of this relentless carnage. Some lingered cautiously on the outskirts, while others attempted to strike from a distance, hoping to exploit any opportunity. This only further emboldened the human forces, who charged forward with unstoppable momentum, quickly advancing halfway across the plain. But just when everyone thought victory was within reach, disaster struck. From the far edge of the plain came an earth-shaking roar, followed by violent tremors that shook the ground. Many were caught off guard and fell to the ground. Get up now. Ronglong's face turned pale as he shouted desperately. But it was too late. The spirit beasts on the outskirts seized the fleeting opportunity, surging into the ranks and instantly tearing apart several isolated individuals. With their masters slain, the bonded spirit beasts' behavior changed dramatically. Most, deeply connected to their masters, were consumed by rage and mercilessly hunted down their killers. A smaller number, whose relationships with their masters had been strained, chose to flee or even turned against the humans, joining the attacking spirit beasts. This sudden turn of events dealt a devastating blow to the team's combat strength. The previously impregnable outer defenses began to crumble. To make matters worse, the colossus that had roared from the edge of the plain was now charging toward them. It was a massive beast, towering as high as a five-story building. Its limbs were like stone pillars, a single sharp horn gleamed menacingly atop its head, and its entire body was covered in golden scales. The earth-horned golden rhinoceros. Li Chong could no longer suppress his fear and cried out in alarm. Damn it! Has the six-winged flame sovereign gone mad? Even this beast has been sent, someone cursed. In the world of spirit beasts, not even a ruler-level creature could dominate its domain unchallenged. The six-winged flame sovereign's territory was surrounded by two other equally powerful rulers, always on the lookout for an opportunity to strike. To maintain its stronghold, the flame sovereign either had to oversee its domain personally or send its strongest subordinate, the earth-horned golden rhinoceros, second only to itself in power. Never before had there been an instance of both great powers moving simultaneously. This could only mean one thing. The six-winged flame sovereign was determined to spare no cost, no matter the risk, to annihilate the humans entirely. To keep his group intact, the six-winged flame lord had abandoned defending his own territory and directly summoned the golden-horned rhinoceros. This scene left Li Chong utterly dumbfounded, a wave of despair surging through his heart. It's over. Completely over, Li Chong muttered to himself, a glimmer of hopelessness flashing in his eyes. It wasn't just Li Chong. Many others in the group, upon recognizing the golden-horned rhinoceros, displayed similar expressions of despair. Dealing with the six-winged flame lord was already an overwhelming challenge. How could they possibly contend with the addition of the golden-horned rhinoceros? The collapse of their morale spread like a domino effect, instantly shattering the group's fighting spirit. Those in the precarious outer circle didn't even have the chance to face the golden-horned rhinoceros charge before they were overwhelmed by the emboldened spirit beasts. Chaos ensued. Some were cornered, others hunted, and the once united group of 100 scattered in all directions. Tang Zimu observed the turmoil, feeling utterly exasperated. Seriously, he thought. He was just a high school student who hadn't even entered college yet. How had he ended up in this hellish battlefield, where level 60 or 70 spirit beasts roamed freely, and level 40 or 50 beasts were as common as stray dogs? Is there no justice? No fairness? What kind of absurd matching system is this? Tang Zimu cursed inwardly while trying to rally the people around him. Just then, a small, mouse-like figure crept up behind him. It was Qiao Yangsheng. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Tang Zimu, and by his side, the violet-striped demon frog was poised to strike. Tang Zimu, if I'm going to die anyway, I'm taking you down with me. Qiao Yangsheng growled through gritted teeth. The 2 slaps Tang Zimu had delivered to Qiao Yangsheng in public earlier had been a severe blow to his pride. For someone as arrogant as Qiao Yangsheng, it was a humiliation he couldn't forget. Yet, constrained by Tang Zimu's rising reputation and connections, Qiao Yangsheng had been forced to swallow his resentment, as he still needed the backing of the Yinyang city and his family. But now, in this dire, hopeless situation, where survival seemed impossible, what was the point of holding back? As he touched his swollen cheek, a single thought consumed Qiao Yangsheng's mind. If he had to die, he would make sure Tang Zimu died first. Coincidentally, Tang Zimu shared a similar sentiment. He would never allow someone harboring hatred toward him to remain alive. From start to finish, he had kept a close eye on Qiao Yangsheng, observing his every move. Seeing Qiao Yangsheng preparing to attack amidst the chaos, Tang Zimu finally found an outlet for his pent-up frustration. He turned coldly, mouthing the word die, in Qiao Yangsheng's direction. In the next moment, Tang Zimu's shadow extended like a phantom, rapidly closing in on Qiao Yangsheng. This was his ultimate move, ghostly shadow strike. Qiao Yangsheng was still stunned by Tang Zimu's sudden turn. The next second, he noticed something bizarre. His shadow's head had been severed. Wait, my shadow's head? How could that happen? Before Qiao Yangsheng could fully process what was happening, a sharp pain overwhelmed him. His eyes didn't even have time to close before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Finally, Tang Zimu exhaled deeply. With Qiao Yangsheng dealt with and his violet-striped demon frog torn apart by nearby spirit beasts, Tang Zimu felt much of his anger dissipate. Refocusing his attention, he continued searching for others amidst the chaos. Thanks to the few people he had managed to gather earlier and the unexpected arrival of Ron Long, who had been forced over by the spirit beasts, Tang Zimu was not in immediate danger. But if this dragged on, death seemed inevitable. There's only one option left. Tang Zimu's eyes hardened with determination as he reached into the sack containing the flame essence stones. He fished out the half-piece of flame essence stone he had previously prepared, ready to make his move. Tang Zimu tightly gripped half a piece of the flame essence stone, standing on Lao Hei's shoulder, his sharp gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield. He quickly identified a crucial detail: Lazy Koala, one of the signature beasts of Lichang, one of the 4 elder masters, known for its tough hide, endurance, and resilience. It was supposed to act as the tank on the aerial battlefield, assisting the fire spirit rock sparrow in absorbing damage. However, it had now retreated to the plains, its massive 100-meter body crouching on the ground, constantly driving away invading spirit beasts. This unusual behavior could only mean one thing. After the team was scattered, Li Chang and the 4 elder masters encountered danger, forcing them to recall one of their beasts for protection. Tang Zimu's heart tightened as he quickly looked up to the sky, and the scene before him made him gasp in shock. The fire spirit rock sparrow was already struggling against the 6-winged flame sovereign, barely holding its ground with the support of the other 4 beasts. But the appearance of the earth-horned golden rhino shattered the fragile balance. With lazy koala forced to retreat, the earth-horned golden rhino turned its attention to another beast, engaging it in combat. Now, only the fire spirit rock sparrow, the wild sand ferret, and one other beast remained, being mercilessly crushed by the overwhelming power of the 6-winged flame sovereign. Just moments ago, the fire spirit rock sparrow's wings had been viciously bitten by the 6-winged flame sovereign, its piercing cries echoing across the battlefield. The situation was dire. Tang Zimu made a swift decision, shouting to Ron Long, who was commanding his beast nearby. City Lord Li and the others are over the retake me to them. Without hesitation, Ron Long nodded and led a group of over 10 people, pushing against the tide of spirit beasts with all their might. For the 70-plus level lazy koala, these 4 to 50 level spirit beasts were no match, as though it were a higher dimensional force crushing lower dimensional opponents. The closer Tang Zimu's group got to it, the fewer spirit beasts they encountered. When lazy koala noticed them, it swept away the surrounding threats with a single powerful strike. Soon, they reached the cleared space beneath lazy koala's massive form, where they found 5 people gathered together. The prolonged, intense combat and constant command had left the beast masters utterly exhausted. Li Chang's face was ashen, and the other 3 elder masters fared no better. Only the owner of Lazy Koala was in relatively decent condition, stepping forward to inquire about the situation. A look of despair flashed in Ron Long's eyes as he replied heavily. Many have been scattered. Judging by the ferocity of these spirit beasts, less than half might make it out alive. If this drags on any longer, I'm afraid. He trailed off, but everyone present understood the grim implications. Losing over half of the elite forces of the 15 cities of Flame Domain would be a devastating blow to the entire region. Li Chang, who had been commanding the Fire Spirit Rock Sparrow, was overwhelmed with grief upon hearing this. Known for his bold and hardy nature, he could no longer hold back his emotions. His reddened eyes filled with rage as he abruptly stood up, shouting furiously at the six-winged flame sovereign in the sky. You damn six-winged flame sovereign. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let you have the upper hand. His gaze grew resolute, as if he had made a fateful decision. City Lord Li No. Tang Zimu cried out in alarm, fearing that Li Chang might take an irreversible action. The elderly men keenly sensed Li Chang's intentions and tried to dissuade him, but their words could not shake his resolve. Everyone present instinctively followed Li Chang's gaze to the sky. The fire spirit rockfinch, which had initially been stalling the six-winged flame lord, seemed to be imbued with a surge of frenzy upon sensing its master's grief. With unwavering determination, it engaged the six-winged flame lord in a fierce battle. The fight instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Each time the six-winged flame lord lunged to bite, the fire spirit rockfinch retaliated with even more ferocious attacks. Even when it failed to wound its opponent, it fought desperately to scrape away its skin. When faced with the fiery jets spewed by the six-winged flame lord, the rockfinch charged forward instead of retreating, enduring the flames to deliver a ferocious peck. This reckless fighting style quickly yielded results, leaving the six-winged flame lord covered in wounds. However, the fire spirit rockfinch paid a far heavier price. Its legs were bitten off first, followed by its wings being forcibly torn apart by the six-winged flame lord's savage strength. Wingless, the fire spirit rockfinch let out one final mournful cry before plummeting from the sky, crushing a large number of spirit beasts upon impact. Li Chang, who shared a psychic bond with the fire spirit rockfinch, felt the searing pain resonate through him. He staggered backward, nearly collapsing, but was caught just in time by Rong Long slumping weakly into Rong Long's arms. Li Chang's eyes brimmed with sorrow and despair. Looking at the gathered crowd, he rasped, I'm sorry, everyone. I've done all I can. It was clear to all that Li Chang had truly given his all. To severely wound the six-winged flame lord was already the limit of both him and his fire spirit rockfinch. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to alter their grim fate being overwhelmed and killed by the countless spirit beasts surrounding them. Despair quickly spread among the crowd, their faces etched with hopelessness. Just then, a confident voice broke the silence. I think there's still a chance. Everyone turned toward the speaker and saw none other than this year's top national scholar Tang Zimu. The top national scholar. The thought of such a promising, unparalleled genius perishing here only deepened the gloom in their eyes. Tang Zimu, however, paid no mind to their reactions. Holding half a piece of flame essence stone, he strode quickly toward Li Chang. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he unwrapped the water-resistant cloth covering the stone, revealing a groove filled with water. Li Chang looked at Tang Zimu in confusion, clearly doubting that he had come all this way just to offer him a drink of water. Tang Zimu explained, this is a flame essence stone that I excavated, and inside was this liquid. When I tasted it, I immediately regained my strength. A treasure from a flame essence stone. The mere mention of this was enough to make everyone's eyes widen. In the flame domain, who didn't know the weight of the saying, anything from a flame essence stone is of the highest quality? Tang Zimu continued, I suspect this liquid can restore the state of humans or spirit beasts. If the fire spirit rockfinch can recover. He didn't finish, but everyone understood his implication. All eyes turned to the water in the groove of the flame essence stone, and a glimmer of hope reignited in their hearts. A treasure from a flame essence stonite just might work. Lordly, call the fire spirit back, Tang Zimu suggested. All right, revitalized by hope, Li Chang nodded quickly and summoned the fire spirit rockfinch. After heavily injuring the fire spirit rockfinch, the six-winged flame lord had shifted its attention to the sandstorm mink and the last remaining battle beast, ignoring the now incapacitated rockfinch. Despite its grievous injuries, the fire spirit rockfinch, as an over-level 80 battle beast, possessed remarkable vitality and could still move with great effort. Soon, with the help of the lazy koala, the fire spirit rockfinch reached the group. Tang Zimu didn't hesitate as he looked at the fire spirit rockfinch, now reduced to half its body with its wings gone. Lifting the flame essence stone, he poured all the liquid from the groove into the rockfinch's mouth. In the next moment, a miracle unfolded. The fire spirit rockfinch's body radiated a brilliant multicolored glow, and the overwhelming aura of an over-level 80 peak battle beast spread rapidly across the battlefield. At this moment, the tides of the battle turned. Ing, a clear and crisp cry pierced through the silence. In an instant, brilliant multicolored radiance burst forth like fireworks, revealing the figure of the fire spirit rockfinch. Its body was engulfed in blazing flames, resembling a phoenix reborn from the ashes, completely unscathed. It was a stark contrast to its previous shattered and lifeless state. Li Chang stood dumbfounded, too overwhelmed to speak. The surrounding crowd erupted in exclamations of amazement, marveling at what they witnessed as a miracle. Incredible! Its body is completely healed. Look at those roaring flames. It must have regained its full spirit energy. Young Master Tang Zimu actually used such a divine treasure. All eyes turned toward Tang Zimu, filled with gratitude and admiration. Tang Zimu accepted their gazes with composure, though he himself was slightly surprised as he watched the fire spirit rockfinch. He had anticipated a gradual recovery, but instead, it had instantly returned to its peak condition. As expected of a divine-grade recovery potion from the system, utterly unreasonable, Tang Zimu mused to himself. He recalled the moment he obtained this treasure just yesterday, and now, the scene he had envisioned was unfolding before his eyes. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Tang Zimu had cleverly poured the potion into the recessed flame essence stone, disguising it as a serendipitous discovery. This move not only explained the anomaly in his mining area, but also perfectly resolved the crisis at hand. Although he had sacrificed a divine-grade potion, Tang Zimu felt no regret. His mind was already calculating the benefits he could reap. Li Chong was sure to offer a generous reward, and the elite figures of the flame domain present owed him a favor. This investment was bound to yield substantial returns. Meanwhile, the rejuvenated fire spirit rockfinch had no time for such considerations. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared high into the sky, charging straight toward the six-winged flame lord, determined to settle the score. The figure of the six-winged flame lord vanished into the distance, and the tide of the battlefield shifted instantly. The desperate situation of the sandstorm marmot and the other beast seemed irreversible, but a sudden massive boulder gave them a momentary reprieve. When they turned to find their savior, the sight before them left everyone utterly stunned. The fire spirit rockfinch, which had been ripped apart moments ago, now soared towards the six-winged flame lord completely unscathed. The flame lord's eyes widened in disbelief, and it was caught off guard as the rockfinch collided with it. The two powerful spirit beasts were once again locked in a fierce and brutal struggle. However, the six-winged flame lord was no longer at its peak. Its earlier battle with the fire spirit rockfinch had left it battered and drained of energy. Now facing a fully recovered rockfinch, along with the interference of two pesky flies, the flame lord quickly found itself at a disadvantage. Unable to comprehend how its opponent had recovered, it could only retreat in desperation, dragging its battered body as it fled toward its lair. Li Chong swiftly stopped the fire spirit rockfinch from pursuing. The enemy's lair was likely fraught with danger, and a reckless chase could lead to disaster. The priority was to rescue their besieged companions. Understanding the command, the rockfinch immediately returned to the battlefield, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the spirit beasts below. Under the guidance of the three elders, the sandstorm marmot, the other beast, and the lazy koala joined forces to support the beast being pinned down by the earthhorn golden ox. The tide of the battle turned in an instant. Chaos erupted among the spirit beasts on the ground, as they either fled in panic or were consumed by flames from above. The earthhorn golden ox found itself in an even worse predicament. It could only watch as the six-winged flame lord fled, leaving it surrounded by four beasts of comparable strength. With no reinforcements, it was only a matter of time before it succumbed to the relentless assault. As the battle concluded, good news began to pour in. Most of the young fighters had survived and regrouped with Minister Go, while Xiao He and three others had used their beast's abilities to hide underground and escape the carnage. After a headcount, it was determined that over 70 survivors remained, far more than expected. Though over 30 lives were lost, it was a far better outcome than the worst-case scenario. Li Chong was ecstatic, repeatedly expressing his relief. He grasped Tang Zimu's shoulder with gratitude overflowing in his voice. Tang Zimu, we owe you so much. I, Li Chong, will never forget your life-saving help. Rest assured, we'll find a way to compensate for the loss of your divine artifact. The surrounding survivors also cast grateful looks toward Tang Zimu, who had now become a shining hero in their eyes. Tang Zimu responded humbly, but his gaze inadvertently drifted to the sack on Old Hei's back. During the cleanup of the battlefield, he had discreetly pocketed Qiao Yangsheng's flame essence stone. After all, with no one left to dispute it, taking a little reward seemed justifiable. Just as the group was preparing to head back to Flame Moon City, a commotion arose from the far end of the plain. Li Chong stood up cautiously, frowning as he wondered if the six-winged flame lord had returned. But when he saw the fiery figure in the distance, his expression softened, and he broke into a smile. Ha ha, it's the blazing flame lion king. Zhao Kaishan has arrived. What? The city lord himself is here. The group exchanged surprised glances before their faces lit up with joy. This meant that the six-winged flame lord had likely been dealt with. As Zhao Kaishuan's figure emerged at the edge of the plain, a massive army of beast tamers followed closely behind him, numbering in the thousands. Mounted, standing, or seated on a variety of beasts, they surged forward like an unstoppable tide, creating a truly spectacular scene. Leading the charge, Zhao Kaishan quickly reached the resting spot of Tang Zimu and the others. Panting heavily, His sharp gaze swept across their faces. Noticing that Tang Zimu and Lao He were safe and sound, he exhaled deeply, and his shoulders visibly relaxed. Ha! How did you get here so fast, kid? Li Chong laughed heartily, giving Zhao Kaixian a heavy punch on the shoulder. Rubbing his shoulder, Zhao Kaixian explained, "Don't even get me started. A team from Yanyu City happened to pass by and witnessed Jin He and the cloud-stepping golden officer being slaughtered by the six-winged flame lord. They rushed back to report to Old Ghost, who immediately sent me an urgent message via electromagnetic cicada. I didn't waste a second and brought reinforcements right away." His expression turned serious as he continued. "This flame crystal mine expedition involved the largest contingent from our Yinyang city. If we lose everyone here, the consequences would be devastating. Not to mention Tang Zimu is among them." Zhao Kaixian glanced at Tang Zimu. "Just last week, I gave him a villa, a beast ring, a beast pearl, and a mining quota. That was an investment that nearly emptied my coffers. Where's Old Ghost? Did he come?" Li Chong asked eagerly. Zhao Kaixian was about to respond when another massive army of beast tamers appeared at the edge of the plain. Leading them was Zhen Feiwen, the city lord of Yanyu City, floating in midair. Known as Old Ghost, he was infamous for his phantom-like main beast, the illusionary ghost demon. Perfect timing. Li Chong clapped his hands in excitement. Zhao Kaixian, remembering the questions he still had, quickly asked, "Wait, what exactly happened here? Where's the six-winged flame lord? And what's with the corpse of the earth-horned golden rhino?" Li Chong waved his hand, his expression turning grave. "There's no time to explain, now every second counts. Get your army organized immediately while I go meet Old Ghost. Together, we'll storm the six-winged flame lord's lair. He'll fill you in on the details along the way." With that, he mounted his fire spirit rockfinch and flew toward Jin Feiwen. Although Zhao Kaixian was baffled and couldn't fully understand why Li Chong was confident enough to launch an attack on the six-winged flame lord, he trusted him. Without hesitation, he turned and began rallying the thousands of beast tamers behind him. Once the armies of the two cities united, they set off in grand formation under Li Chang's leadership, heading straight for the six-winged flame lord's lair. Tang Zimu and the others also boarded large beasts and followed the army. Having endured relentless attacks from spirit beasts and lost many comrades, their hearts burned with rage. All they could think of now was avenging their fallen friends. On the march towards the lair of the six-winged flame lord, Zhao Kaixian and Zhen Feiwen exchanged a look of sheer disbelief. Li Chong had just recounted the astonishing events that took place before their arrival. Tang Zimu, a high school student fresh from taking his college entrance exams, not only led the group to break through enemy lines, but also remained calm amidst the chaos. In the end, he managed to turn the tide with the use of a divine artifact, forcing the six-winged flame lord to flee in disgrace. This news spread like wildfire through the army, causing an uproar of exclamations such as, "No way. You've got to be kidding, and is this for real?" No one could believe that the person who saved Li Chong and the other city leaders was the weakest member of their team, Tang Zimu, who had never before ventured outside the city. Seated atop the colossal rock Fong beast, Tang Zimu suddenly became the center of admiration. After Li Chong repeatedly confirmed the details, Zhao Kaixian and Zhen Feiwen finally accepted the truth. Zhao Kaixian beamed with pride, feeling validated for recognizing Tang Zimu's potential. Meanwhile, Zhen Feiwen and Li Chong were filled with regret, lamenting their failure to recruit this prodigy at all costs. The six-winged flame lord has now lost nearly 10,000 spirit beasts, its formidable general, the earth-horned golden rhinoceros, and is seriously injured itself. "We truly stand a good chance of taking it down," Li Chong declared confidently. He explained the rationale behind assembling the army for an offensive. "As long as we can finish the fight before the other two overlords react, we can eliminate the six-winged flame lord and return victorious." Li Chong elaborated on the delicate balance of power between the three overlords and why this operation had a high chance of success. After careful consideration, Zhao Kaixian and Zhen Feiwen realized that not only had they safeguarded the team collecting flame essence, but they now also had an opportunity to eliminate a major threat. They turned their gaze back to Tang Zimu, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. At that moment, a scout responsible for reconnaissance at the front delivered an exhilarating report. "City lords, we're approaching the six-winged flame lord's lair." A tense yet excited atmosphere swept through the army as everyone prepared for the pivotal battle that lay ahead. Roar! The flaming Lion King let out an earth-shaking roar. In midair, the six-winged flame lord froze as if struck by lightning, its eyes rolling back as it became motionless. Seizing the opportunity, the fire spirit rock sparrow, which had been poised to strike, unleashed a barrage of thousands of stone meteors, raining down upon the six-winged flame lord like a storm. In an instant, the once invincible overlord's chest was a bloodied mess. At that moment, a streak of purple light flashed out of nowhere. The phantom ghost demon had stealthily appeared behind the six-winged flame lord. With a swift and deadly arc of its blood-red scythe, It slashed viciously across the creature's back. This seamless combo of attacks was nothing short of perfect. The onlookers were filled with adrenaline, cheering loudly. Beautiful. Go, City Lord. Someone couldn't help but remark. Is this really the same six-winged flame lord that used to strut arrogantly outside our city? Now it's being beaten down like a dead dog. Another sharp-eyed observer noticed. Wow, it seems like the City Lord's flaming Lion King has gotten even stronger. The battlefield was set in a crater-like depression, its surrounding slopes forming a natural amphitheater. Nearly 10,000 soldiers of the Twin Cities Alliance sat on the slopes, watching the thrilling spectacle with great enthusiasm. This army, initially prepared for a desperate battle, had unexpectedly marched into the six-winged flame lord's lair with ease. It turned out that in its haste to summon its minions to hunt down Tang Zimu and his group, the six-winged flame lord had completely emptied its lair of defenses. By the time those minions were scattered and routed by the fire spirit rock sparrow, and before they could return, the surrounding spirit beasts remained oblivious to the upheaval in the lair. This allowed the Twin Cities Alliance to enter unchallenged. After dealing with the few remaining spirit beasts, the soldiers, unable to participate in such high-level combat, sat down and transformed into an enthusiastic audience. Among them were Tang Zimu and his beast companion, Lao He. Tang Zimu watched intently, his eyes brimming with excitement. He thought to himself, this is incredible. Coming to the Beast Taming World, isn't this exactly the kind of spectacular, skill-filled battles between beasts I've been longing to see? He turned to Lao He and said, you better watch and learn. Grow strong like those three, so one day you can fight with the same flair. Hearing this, Lao He looked so aggrieved that it was on the verge of tears. It complained in its heart, seriously? Do you even have a conscience? You can smack me to death with one slap, and you expect me to fight stylishly? Why don't you get out there and fight yourself? Damn humans, I refuse to accept this. As the crowd chatted away, a desperate roar suddenly erupted from the six-winged flame lord in the center of the battlefield. After enduring a relentless series of ferocious attacks, it was clearly at the end of its strength. At this critical moment, the flaming Lion King pounced and sank its teeth into the creature's neck. The six-winged flame lord plummeted to the ground with a heavy crash. The fire spirit rock sparrow, the phantom ghost demon, and several level 70+ support beasts surrounding the battlefield seized the moment, unleashing a torrential wave of skills. Finally, the infamous overlord of the flame domain, the six-winged flame lord, drew its last breath in its own territory, meeting a tragic end. Even so, the six-winged flame lord, with its battered and scarred body, had managed to hold its ground against the strongest beasts of three city lords for a considerable time, all while enduring interference from several level 70+ beasts. This display of power undoubtedly proved that its once legendary reputation was well earned. With the six-winged flame lord defeated, Li Chong let out a long sigh of relief before bursting into hearty laughter. In contrast, Zhao Kaixian appeared much more composed. He turned toward the audience and spoke in a loud, clear voice. Everyone, quickly gather everything we looted earlier. We need to leave here as soon as possible. With this command, the hollow became a flurry of activity. The beast tamers got to their feet, calling their beasts to retrieve the spoils they had collected. Tang Zimu was about to get up and leave when he suddenly heard Li Chang's excited voice. Tang Zimu, come over here for a moment. Slightly puzzled, he brought Lao He along and walked to the bottom of the hollow. The massive corpse of the six-winged flame monarch lay sprawled across the ground, its 400-meter-long body resembling a small mountain. Its dragon-like form was uninspiring. Tang Zimu took the opportunity to examine this rare sight more closely. Li Chong didn't explain his intentions right away. Instead, he pulled Tang Zimu over to Zhao Kaixian and Jin Feiwen. Old Zhao, old ghost. I think it's fair to say I deserve the most credit for taking down the six-winged flame monarch, right? The two nodded in agreement, as most of the injuries on the creature were indeed caused by Li Chang's fire spirit rockfinch. Li Chong continued. All right then, as my share of the spoils, I want the head of the six-winged flame monarch. Any objections? He explained that the energy of the six-winged flame lizard species was primarily concentrated in its head, making it an exceptional material for crafting top-tier items. Its value alone accounted for at least 60 of the entire corpse. Zhao Kaixian and Jun Feiwen readily agreed. Take it. You did most of the work this time, and were already satisfied with the outcome. Hearing this, Tang Zimu began to suspect Li Chang's intentions and couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. Sure enough, Li Chong turned to him and, with genuine gratitude, said, Tang Zimu, we couldn't have taken down the six-winged flame monarch without your divine artifact. I want you to have this head to make up for your losses. Of course, I know this isn't enough, so we'll make sure to compensate you further later. What? You're really giving it to me? Tang Zimu kept a calm demeanor, but inside, he was thrilled. The corpse of a level 80 spirit beast, especially its most valuable head, was an unimaginably priceless treasure. What surprised him even more was that Li Chong thought this wasn't sufficient and planned to compensate him further. Tang Zimu took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Trying to appear composed, he responded, "Ahem. Well, I want stand on ceremony then. They'll accept it." Tang Zimu stood there expressionless, showing no intention of courtesy. He said coldly, "How you guess the effects of the divine-grade beast recovery potion is your business. I'm only here to collect compensation. If you give me more, I'll accept it without a second thought. But if it's too little, that's not going to work. We'll have to turn hostile." Hearing Tang Zimu agree, Li Chong immediately beamed with joy. He eagerly said, "All right, I'll have Hualing cut off its head for you right now." As he spoke, he gave Hualing Yanke a signal. The latter carefully began slicing off the head of the six-winged flame sovereign. At that moment, Zhao Kaixian, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally seized the opportunity to speak with Tang Zimu. He quickly approached him, giving a thumbs up with a face full of delight. "I already tried to hype you up as much as I could, but I still underestimated you." Zhao Kaishuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Look at this, what a great investment I made. The initial investment I gave you is nothing compared to the value of Li Chang's six-winged flame sovereign's head now. And yet, here we are. Tang Zimu is still one of us in Yinyang City, while Li Chang got nothing out of it." Reflecting on how Tang Zimu had proven his worth beyond expectations in just over a week, Zhao Kaixian felt even more triumphant. To him, this was solid proof of his sharp judgment. In high spirits, Zhao Kaixian decided to show even more generosity. With a grand gesture, he said, "The head may be valuable, but it doesn't have much meat. You probably haven't tasted meat from a beast of this level, have you? Here's the deal. After we divide up the six-winged flame sovereign, I'll take 100 or 200 pounds of meat from my share and let you take it home to cook or feed your fierce monkey." Tang Zimu's eyes lit up at the mention of the meat. He thought to himself, even ordinary beast meat has health benefits. Eating meat from an 80-level overlord beast might as well be a ticket to instant ascension. Overjoyed, he gladly accepted the generous gift. Meanwhile, on the walls of Yinyang City, a place usually occupied only by guards, a crowd of anxious citizens had gathered. They gazed into the distance, their hearts heavy with worry. "Why hasn't the city lord returned yet? It's been hours," one concerned citizen said. "Don't even mention it. They only said something happened to the team gathering flame essence, but they didn't explain what exactly. Then they rushed out in such a hurry." Another person chimed in. "If they took 4,000 or 5,000 beast tamers, it must be something serious." As they discussed, a well-informed citizen interjected, "Wait, you all don't know what happened?" The group immediately pressed him for details. "You know? Really? They left so urgently." With a hint of pride, the man replied, "My third aunt's second cousin is one of the beast tamers who went out with the city lord this time. Before he left, he ran into me and told me the team gathering flame essence was attacked by the six-winged flame sovereign on their way back." The six-winged flame sovereign. The group gasped in unison. Anyone who grew up in the flame domain knew that name. As children, their parents often used the six-winged flame sovereign to scare them. If you don't behave, the six-winged flame sovereign will take you away and eat you. If you keep crying, they'll give you to the six-winged flame sovereign. The name alone could stop tantrums and tears in the flame domain. It was no exaggeration. Upon hearing this news, their faces turned pale. Someone exclaimed in fear, "Oh no, if they encountered the six-winged flame sovereign, things are looking grim." The news of the city lord summoning a large number of beast tamers swept through Yinyang City like a whirlwind, causing an uproar. On every street corner, people were buzzing with speculation, wondering about the sudden and urgent action. "I heard it's to rescue the team collecting flame essence, a concerned citizen whispered, triggering gasps of surprise from those nearby. "Wait," someone suddenly remembered. "Isn't Tang Zimu part of that team? He's the genius who earned the mining spot during the college entrance exam trial just over a week ago." At these words, the crowd's worries deepened. The name Tang Zimu was now a household name in Yinyang City. His perfect score in the exams had made him a source of pride for the city. Yet, in just over a week, this prodigy, burdened with so many expectations, had found himself in such a perilous situation, leaving people filled with regret and unease. Tang Zimu is a genius who managed to achieve a perfect score in the secret realm without even having a beast companion. Surely, he'll find a way to get through this, right? Someone tried to reassure themselves, though their voice betrayed their anxiety. The concerned citizen sighed deeply and analyzed grimly. The six-winged flame sovereign is one of the most human hostile overlords. If the mining team was discovered by it, they'd undoubtedly face an onslaught. Even if the city lord himself intervened, it might not be enough to handle it, let alone Tang Zimu, a student who just graduated from high school. He might be the weakest link in the team. These words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in the crowd. Many people's eyes showed traces of disappointment, lamenting the potential loss of such a promising talent who had barely begun to shine. Just as everyone was steeped in despair, a sudden shout from the city walls broke through the gloom. "The city lord and his team are back." All eyes turned toward the outskirts of the city. In the distance, clouds of dust rose over the sandy terrain, revealing a massive returning procession. However, There was something oddly out of place about this triumphant army. Wait a second, weren't they supposed to be fighting a rescue mission? Why do they look so relaxed? Someone asked in confusion. As the group drew closer, sharp-eyed individuals noticed something unusual and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Look! Every beast is carrying something on its back, and some of the people are carrying baskets themselves." The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. The beast tamers had returned with an abundance of spoils, baskets filled with lily grass, sacks brimming with berry beans, and even various cuts of spirit beast meat. Did they raid the spirit beast's lair? Someone guessed in astonishment. At that moment, from the rear of the procession, a massive dark figure appeared, with a silhouette of a person faintly visible seated atop it. This sight left the crowd utterly dumbfounded, and the murmurs of speculation erupted into a cacophony of excitement. It was the head of a spirit beast. On the walls of Yinyang City, a dense crowd held their breath, staring intently at the massive black figure in the distance that was gradually becoming clearer. As the beast-taming army approached, a collective gasp swept through the onlookers. It was the colossal severed head of a spirit beast, towering far above the 20-meter-high watchtower. What on earth did the rescue team go through? Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. As everyone stood in stunned silence, the beast-taming army of thousands finally arrived at the city gates. Riding atop the majestic, blazing flame Lion King, the city lord, Zhao Kaixian, appeared at the forefront of the formation, brimming with pride. With a triumphant wave of his hand, he signaled for the gates to open, eagerly awaiting the cheers of the citizens. After all, they had just raided the lair of the six-winged flame sovereign, a momentous victory sure to excite the entire city. However, as the gates slowly creaked open, the anticipated cheers never arrived. Zhao Kaixian maintained a facade of composure as he commanded his army to march into the city. Glancing up at the walls, he finally noticed that every pair of eyes was fixed not on him, but on something behind the army. Damn it, that kid really stole the spotlight. Zhao Kaishuan's face twitched as he instantly realized what had happened. It turned out that after Li Chong had severed the head of the six-winged flame sovereign, Tang Zimu had asked Zhao Kaixian to arrange for someone to transport it. Zhao Kaixian had enthusiastically gathered several beast tamers with large spirit beasts to assist. Tang Zimu, however, had climbed atop the severed head of the six-winged flame sovereign, claiming it provided a better vantage point for commanding. But now, it was clear simply wanted everyone to see him. Zhao Kaixian silently cursed his oversight. But he had misjudged Tang Zimu. The young man's intentions were far simpler. Ever since he was a child, Tang Zimu had dreamed of riding a dragon. Although the six-winged flame sovereign was more of a lizard and resembled a western dragon rather than the eastern dragons of legend, for a boy longing to ride a dragon, this was close enough. Determined, Tang Zimu vowed that one day, he would tame a true dragon-shaped beast to fulfill his dream. Images of legendary spirit beasts like Yinglong and Zhulong from mythological tales flashed through his mind, and he began to imagine the possibilities of the future. Meanwhile, word was spreading rapidly throughout the city. Did you hear? The city lord led the beast-taming army and destroyed the lair of the six-winged flame sovereign. They even brought back its head. You're behind on the news. Not only do I know that, but I also know that it was all thanks to Tang Zimu. Tang Zimu? That student? No way. Come, let me tell you the whole story. Picture a person riding atop the corpse of a spirit beast you've feared since childhood, parading boldly through the city streets. The sheer spectacle of it was overwhelming. All across Yinyang City, whether on the walls or along the streets, everyone was utterly awestruck by this incredible sight, left in a stunned silence that seemed to stretch on endlessly. On that day, the streets and squares of Yinyang City were packed with crowds, all vying to witness the astonishing sight of Tang Zimu riding into the city on the head of the six-winged flame monarch. This dramatic scene etched itself deeply into everyone's memory, becoming a topic of enthusiastic conversation in the days to come. Shortly after the army of beast tamers entered the city, the news spread like wildfire throughout Yinyang City. Along with it came vivid retellings of Tang Zimu's heroic deeds, enthusiastically narrated by Li Chong and his companions to the Beast Tamer army. As the story spread, it was embellished and exaggerated to an incredible degree. Some claimed that with a mere wave of his arm, Tang Zimu caused the spirit beast army to switch sides. Others said a single thunderous shout from him made the six-winged flame monarch flee in terror. While most people were aware that these accounts were likely exaggerated, they still relished hearing them, as the sight of Tang Zimu riding back into the city on the flame monarch's head was undeniably unforgettable. In just 2 days, the news of the high school top scorer who defeated a dominant beast once again swept across Long Kingdom, making the front pages nationwide. Tang Zimu had achieved yet another extraordinary feat, gaining national fame twice within a span of just over a week, a true miracle. However, while the outside world buzzed with speculation, Tang Zimu chose to retreat to his grand villa with Lao He. With only 20 days left until the start of classes at Kyoto University, he faced a pressing dilemma: how to handle the massive, tint the sand-pound head of the six-winged flame monarch. Each morning, he woke up pondering how to make the best use of the precious bones and flesh. After careful consideration, Tang Zimu first hired top-tier craftsmen at a high cost to forge a serrated longsword from the flame monarch's teeth over 3 days. Publicly, he claimed it was a collectible, but in reality, it was a weapon prepared for himself. At the same time, he didn't forget Lao He, commissioning a sturdy bone staff for him. Even without an energy supply, these weapons, made from the incredibly durable bones of the six-winged flame monarch, were formidable tools. Having resolved the weapon issue, Tang Zimu turned his attention to armor. He again enlisted top craftsmen to create bone armor sets for himself and Lao He over 7 days. While these sets didn't offer full body coverage like snow mink attire, they provided substantial protection for critical areas. With these pieces of equipment, Tang Zimu and Lao He would have significantly improved safety even amidst chaotic spirit beast tides. Next, Tang Zimu reached out to various processing factories in Yinyang City to transform the flame monarch's flesh into canned food and beast feed, and its nerves and blood vessels into beast taming tools and training equipment. These valuable materials were utilized to their fullest extent, filling up his home's storage. Even so, the remaining flesh and bones were still overwhelming in quantity. Left with no choice, Tang Zimu decided to host a grand auction, inviting families from the 15 cities of the Flame region to participate. Materials from an 80-plus level spirit beast were in high demand, and the leftover flesh and bones were quickly snapped up, bringing Tang Zimu unimaginable wealth. The proceeds were so substantial that they rivaled the accumulated fortunes of some families who had been established in the Flame region for generations. Despite this windfall, Tang Zimu wasn't solely focused on immediate gains. He carefully preserved the most valuable parts of the Flame monarch's head, such as its eyes, horns, and energy pouch. These were top-tier materials for crafting advanced beast-taming items like rings and beads. Given the current skill level of craftsmen in Yinyang City, these parts required expertise only found in premier cities like Kyoto. And so, in the midst of this flurry of preparations, more than 10 days flew by. The time finally came just 3 days before the start of classes at Kyoto University. Tang Zimu and Lao He were ready to set out, embarking on a new chapter of their journey. On the villa's lawn, Tang Zimu closed Lao He's attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. After 20 days of effort, Lao He had finally reached level 10 this morning. Tang Zimu carefully examined the information displayed on the panel. Name, Villainous Monkey. 10-star aptitude. Attribute, Evil. Level, 10. Talent, Infamous. Base attributes. Strength, 50. Spirit, 25. Stamina, 40. Agility, 35. Physical defense, 30. Magic defense, 30. Skills, Grim Visage, Evil Barrage, Despair Strike. The leveling speed was nothing short of extraordinary. The beast companions that had emerged from the Spirit Beast House at the same time were only around level 6 or 7. Lao He's ability to surpass them by 3 levels in just a month was thanks to the staggering resources Tang Zimu had invested. Nearly 10 pieces of god-tier spirit beast food that enhanced aptitude and attributes, 2 days of training with flame essence ore, and 20 days of feasting on the rare, high-level flesh of 80th level spirit beasts. Tang Zimu couldn't help but ponder the strength of the gifted students from Kyoto University. He hadn't forgotten his goal of achieving first place at the opening ceremony. However, even for the most elite families, matching the resources he had poured into Lao He would be an exceptionally difficult feat. All right, that's enough stretching. Go pack up. It's time for us to leave, Tang Zimu said, noticing Lao He still excitedly waving its bone club around. Hearing this, Lao He obediently put away the club and trotted back to its room to gather its belongings. After over 20 days of training, it could now understand all commands, including simplified battle language that Tang Zimu had specifically developed. Before long, Lao He emerged carrying a massive backpack nearly the size of its own body. Tang Zimu also slung a slightly smaller pack over his shoulder. Despite its smaller size, it contained his most valuable possessions and weighed more than twice as much as Lao He's load. The man and the monkey stepped out of the villa. After locking the door, Tang Zimu slipped the key into his pocket. They walked to the gates of Flame Sun City, drawing looks of admiration and respect from passers-by along the way. Waiting for them at the gates were City Lord Zhao Kaixian, Principal Wang Jiaoyang, and Teacher Fan Shi. Are you really planning to walk there yourself? I could arrange for someone with a fast beast companion to take you, Zhao Kaixian offered as Tang Zimu arrived. That won't be necessary. I've never left the city before, so this is a good chance to gain some experience in the wild, Tang Zimu politely declined. Over the past few weeks, he and Lao He had mostly sparred at home, holding back to avoid causing damage. They hadn't had much opportunity to test their true strength. Tang Zimu intended to make full use of this journey to engage in real combat. All right then, with your abilities, there shouldn't be any real danger. Zhao Kaixian and the other two stopped insisting after hearing this. They knew well that Tang Zimu's current journey was entirely different from his previous venture of collecting flame essence, or the flame region, located at the westernmost end of the Dragon Nation, is a vast expanse of deserts and volcanoes teeming with spirit beasts. The mining team had once ventured deep into the heart of these beasts' territory, where spirit beasts of levels 40 to 50 were a common sight. In contrast, the capital city resided in the central region, the heart of the Dragon Nation, where human activity was abundant and the space for spirit beasts to roam was limited. Here, even spirit beasts of levels 20 to 30 could dominate. Tang Zimu only needed to stick to routes frequented by humans to largely avoid danger. Fan Shi, reluctant to part, reminded him, after enrolling and becoming a beast tamer, try to take on more missions in the flame region. That way, you can come back and visit. Tang Zimu nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more words with the trio, he stepped through the city gates with Lao He. This was his second time leaving Flame Sun City, but unlike before, this journey would be measured by his own footsteps. Why does this feel like Ash setting off on his adventure from Pallet Town? Tang Zimu mused, a sense of novelty bubbling up inside him. But when he glanced at Lao He beside him, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Too bad. Pikachu is cute, but you're a bit intimidating. Lao He looked innocently at him, as if to say, it's not like I chose how I look. Reality soon proved that the journeys and animated shows were only beautiful on the surface, while the actual process was monotonous and dull. At least, that was the case for the journey from the Flame region to the Forest region. Tang Zimu and Lao He passed through Flame Mountain City and Flame Ink City, surrounded by endless deserts with only the occasional patches of pitifully small forests. This gave him a deeper understanding of why the Flame region was underdeveloped and why its residents rarely ventured out. With such harsh conditions, who from the outside would want to come here? And without a beast companion, how could anyone leave? Fortunately, as they approached the forest region, things began to improve. As the name suggests, the forest region is covered by vast expanses of woodland, with many cities built within the forests. Legend has it that the lush greenery of this area is due to a slumbering mythical beast beneath the earth, one that governs forests and trees. Unfortunately, even the name of this beast is unknown, and Tang Zimu couldn't confirm if it was one of the mythical beings he had heard about. Almost there. We're about to enter the forest region, Tang Zimu said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he looked at the verdant forest ahead, hope rekindling in his heart. The geography of the spirit beast world was baffling. Normally, environments should transition gradually based on geographical location. Yet the boundary between the flame region's desert and the forest region's greenery was shockingly distinct, just a mere 10 centimeters, and the environment was worlds apart. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lao He seemed just as excited. As a purebred rogue monkey, the forest was undoubtedly its favorite habitat. With renewed energy, the duo quickened their pace, finally crossing the boundary and stepping into the forest region. The moment they entered the woods, Tang Zimu felt the temperature drop significantly, and the air became refreshingly crisp. The blazing sun and oppressive heat of the flame region were entirely blocked out by the dense tree canopies. Just as Tang Zimu was about to suggest taking a short break and having some water, a few dark figures suddenly darted out of the nearby bushes. Huh. Finally, someone worth waiting for. Someone's here. Tang Zimu's eyes narrowed as his hand quietly moved to the hilt of the sword deliberately exposed on the side of his pack. He was surprised his superhuman hearing had failed to detect any movement. Glancing toward the source of the shadows, Tang Zimu instantly understood their method of concealment. 5 figures, 5 people, and 5 beasts. On the far left was a beast called Shui Yunyun, resembling a floating cloud. Although it had no combat abilities, it could create a veil of clouds that concealed both sound and sight. Clearly, this group had been hiding within it. Tang Zimu mentally noted this technique while feigning a look of shock. The 5 individuals swiftly spread out, encircling him with practiced ease. Huh. Looks like this kid's too scared to speak. One of them sneered, noticing Tang Zimu's silence. The leader commanded his twin-tailed leaf kata, a more evolved version of the long leaf kata, approached Tang Zimu with predatory intent. Hey kid, that rogue monkey of yours looks pretty strong. Its potential must be exceptional. Hand it over nicely, and we might let you go. So, it was a robbery. Tang Zimu's expression shifted slightly, though he wasn't surprised. As an old saying in Huan Nation goes, in chaotic times, bandits emerge. The same logic applied in the world of spirit beasts. In regions like the Flame Domain or the Forest Domain, where large areas were ruled by spirit beasts, authorities often struggled just to maintain order, let alone deal with bandits. The odds of encountering robbers were at least 50%. Tang Zimu pondered quietly. Zhao Kaixian and the others had let him travel alone, clearly confident that such bandits would be no match for him. These robbers likely only had beasts that had undergone a single evolution, reaching levels around 20 or 30. Although Lao He was only at level 10, he was equipped with a coat made from the hide of the 6-winged Flame Lord, which could absorb significant magical damage. Beneath the coat, He wore armor crafted from the bones of the same beast, reducing physical damage. Additionally, he wielded a white bone club polished from its teeth. With his maxed-out attributes, Lao He could easily stand his ground against T3 or T4 spirit beasts that had undergone one evolution. Unfortunately for the five bandits, they couldn't recognize these rare items. Known for their opportunistic nature, they avoided strong opponents and targeted those who seemed vulnerable. They had chosen Tang Zimu simply because he was traveling alone, accompanied by what appeared to be a basic rogue monkey in its initial form. While rogue monkeys were formidable among their peers, the bandits believed their group of five could easily handle one that hadn't reached level 20. Well, kid, have you made up your mind yet? Trading a rogue monkey for your life isn't that a fair deal? The leader urged, his greedy eyes fixed on the muscular Lao He. They usually only rob money and valuables, rarely targeting travelers' companion beasts. This is not only because it's more trouble than it's worth, but also because it often provokes fierce resistance from the beasts. However, the sight of the ruffian monkey in front of them made the robbers' eyes light up. A high-quality companion beast like this could fetch a price on the retail market that would be enough for them to live comfortably for an entire year. Just as the robbers were itching to make their move, a two-tailed leaf cat suddenly let out a commanding meow. Immediately, a level 20 violet-striped demon frog and two level 10 T4 beasts stepped forward, trying to intimidate the ruffian monkey with their combined presence. Yet Old Hythe ruffian monkey showed no fear. Instead, it excitedly let out a series of E sounds. Though it appeared obedient in front of Tang Zimu, its mischievous and bold nature was still brimming beneath the surface. Having held back for so long, it was eager to finally unleash itself. At this critical moment, Tang Zimu's calm voice echoed in Old He's ears. Ahem, Old He, that water yun on the far side is yours. The rest are mine. These words struck Old He like a bolt of lightning, instantly freezing its grin. It turned to glance at Tang Zimu with a look of grievance, thinking, seriously? As my master, can't you just watch me fight? How could you steal my opponents just for your own amusement? Tang Zimu, however, paid no mind to Old He's inner thoughts. This rare opportunity to test his skills wasn't something he was going to give up to Old He. The leader of the robbers, noticing the man and the monkey whispering to each other, frowned and barked angrily. What are you two muttering about? Didn't you hear what I said? Feeling ignored, he grew furious and immediately ordered the two-tailed leaf cat to attack. Without hesitation, the two-tailed leaf cat tensed its body and lunged toward Old He. Although Old He was reluctant, it had no choice but to retreat, giving way for its master. To the robbers, however, this retreat appeared to be a sign of fear. The leader smirked with satisfaction and quickly commanded the two-tailed leaf cat to hold back, lest it severely injure such a valuable beast that could fetch a high price. However, just as the order left his mouth and the two-tailed leaf cat began to withdraw its attack, a dazzling streak of sword light flashed before its eyes. The sword light pierced through the two-tailed leaf cat's chest effortlessly and swiftly slid downward, slicing open its entire abdomen in an instant. Blood and organs gushed out of its body, staining the surrounding trees a vivid red. Meow. The disemboweled two-tailed leaf cat let out a desperate cry as it collapsed heavily to the ground, its life force rapidly fading. The scene fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was still processing the speed and precision of the sword strike. Tang Zimu, holding his blood-stained serrated sword, looked at the leader of the robbers with an exasperated expression. Seriously? Why on earth would you tell it to turn around? He sighed inwardly. What rotten luck. He had been looking forward to a proper duel with the two-tailed leaf cat, but who would have thought the opponent would command it to retreat, leaving its chest completely unguarded? It had practically impaled itself on his blade before he could even pull back. Great. Now it's over in one strike. What's the fun in that? Seeing this unfold, Old He felt a sense of balance return to its heart. Cheerfully, it charged toward the water yun. Meanwhile, the five robbers stood frozen, their brains seemingly short-circuited as they stared in disbelief at the scene before them. They all had the same question running through their minds. A human, wielding just a sword, managed to instantly kill a level 22-tailed leaf cat? Are you sure you're human? Are you sure you're a beast master? Wind's tight. Time to scram. The warning cry of the two-tailed leaf cat's owner pierced the silence. Tang Zimu's eyes sharpened as several spinning ice spheres instantly formed in his palm. After intensive training, he had mastered the art of rapid-fire ice projectiles. The four bandits, realizing their predicament, dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. Spare us, Great One. I have an elderly mother to care for. My son is still so young. Their pleas overlapped in desperation. Tang Zimu remained cold and indifferent. Those who wish to kill must be prepared to be killed in return. Before his words fully settled, the ice spheres whistled through the air. Three summoned beasts tried to intercept, but were driven back by Tang Zimu's serrated sword. A series of deafening blasts followed, and the five bandits were instantly reduced to lifeless fragments. Not bad accuracy, Tang Zimu remarked to himself. Even the leader hiding 10 meters away behind a tree couldn't escape his precision. The remaining 3 summoned beasts reacted differently. 2 fled in panic, while a purple-striped demon frog charged at Tang Zimu in a fury. However, the gap in strength was too vast. With a single strike, it was slain, collapsing lifelessly beside the two-tailed leaf cat on the ground. Tang Zimu swiftly pursued and killed the second summoned beast. As he moved to chase the last one, Lao He raised his staff, preparing to strike. Trying to steal my kill. Tang Zimu sneered. His shadow darted forward like a phantom, morphing into a long sword that pierced the neck of the last summoned beast's shadow. It collapsed silently, lifeless. Ugh, Lao He exclaimed, nearly in tears. You'd rather waste a skill just to steal the kill from me, huh? Alright, once we enter the forest, we'll encounter more spirit beasts. You'll get your chance to fight then. Tang Zimu patted Lao He on the shoulder, trying to reassure him. As soon as he finished speaking, his mind drifted back to the electrifying battle they had just experienced. Though the fight had lasted no more than 10 seconds, Tang Zimu had gained a clear understanding of his own strength. With the enhancement of the 6-winged Flame Monarch set, he could now easily overpower spirit beasts below level 30. As for higher-level opponents, that would depend on the specific circumstances. However, Tang Zimu had a strong hunch that after the next wave of rewards, even level 30+ spirit beasts wouldn't pose much of a challenge. He began calculating silently. The next milestone might be either slaying 500 spirit beasts or earning the admiration of 500,000 people. Given his recent momentum, the latter seemed just within reach. As for the former, Tang Zimu suddenly turned to Lao He and, with a sheepish grin, said, Ahem, Lao He, I've been thinking. When we encounter the next spirit beast, let me handle it. You're carrying such a heavy load. You must be exhausted. Better save your energy. Lao He looked utterly baffled. Huh? Didn't you just say you'd let me take care of it? How can you change your tune so quickly? I protest. But under the authority of Tang Zimu's role as his master, Lao He's protest was, of course, dismissed outright. And so, the man and the monkey carried on, much like their days in the secret realm of the college entrance exams, trekking through the forest while skillfully hunting for prey. After a day and night of travel, they finally made it through the forest and arrived at the boundary between the forest region and the central plains. Tang Zimu silently counted in his mind. They had already slain 497 spirit beasts. Standing at the forest's edge, his gaze shifted between the border line and the endless grasslands beyond. Finally, he made his decision. We're just 3 short. Let's finish the count here and collect the reward. Half an hour later, they found a small nest of exactly 3 spirit beasts near the edge of the forest. Perfect, Tang Zimu exclaimed softly before swiftly dispatching them with his sword. The moment his serrated blade pierced the throat of the final spirit beast, the anticipated system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning the admiration of 500,000 people. You have received the 500,000 admiration reward, 1 skill point. Tang Zimu froze in surprise. What the heck? Shouldn't it be a kill notification? Did the system just glitch? Before he could process it further, another notification followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host's beast master Tang Zimu for successfully slaying a spirit beast, Chocho Mushroom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a streak of 500 spirit beast kills. You have received the 500 kill streak reward, a random item. Tang Zimu suddenly understood. It wasn't a system error, the 2 rewards had just coincidentally been achieved at the same time. Thrilled, he thought to himself, this is amazing. 2 rewards at once. The joy of claiming 2 consecutive rewards quickly faded. Tang Zimu stared at the system interface, his brows slightly furrowed. The reward for 500 kills turned out to be a random item, which left him somewhat disappointed. He had been hoping for a random skill that could directly enhance his strength, rather than an item like the Beast Orb. Given his current financial resources, even if he couldn't afford the system's perfect quality Beast Orb, he could still manage to purchase a high-quality one. Besides, with only Old Hay as his sole beast companion at the moment, additional Beast Orbs would be of little use. Shaking his head, Tang Zimu shifted his focus to the reward for being admired by 500,000 people as skill point. Opening the reward storage box, he quickly located the single, glowing skill point. A system notification appeared. Skill point 1 can be used to upgrade a single beast-related skill. As expected, Tang Zimu muttered softly to himself, unsurprised by this common game mechanic. He opened the skill panel, which displayed only 2 skills, the Ice Attribute Area Effect Magic, Ice Bullet Barrage, and the Ghost Attribute Physical Skill Phantom Strike. Both were decent skills, but which one should he upgrade? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Zimu ultimately dragged the skill point to Phantom Strike. Firstly, because he possessed Topple Mountains and Overturn Seas, his strength attribute would likely remain dominant, making upgrades to physical skills more effective. Secondly, the skill was stealthy and practical, capable of silently resolving problems or delivering critical impact at key moments. Confirm. Tang Zimu made his choice decisively. The system immediately displayed a notification. Skill upgrade complete. Host's beast skill Phantom Strike has been upgraded to Phantom Execution. Phantom Execution, ghost-type physical skill, damage equals 85 of strength. Manipulates the user's shadow to execute the target's shadow. When the attack lands, the damage inflicted on the target's shadow will be fully reflected onto the target, along with an additional 200 pain sensation. The shadow's detachment duration is determined by the user's mental energy consumption. What the heck? Tang Zimu's eyes widened as he stared at the new skill description in disbelief. This wasn't just a simple power boost, it was a qualitative leap. Not only was the single target limitation removed, but it also gained persistence and additional pain effects. As long as his mental energy was sufficient, he could continuously eliminate any target while subjecting them to double the agony before their demise. The sheer power of this skill far exceeded his expectations. Just as Tang Zimu was still processing the astonishing upgrade, the random item draw was completed. The system's notification sounded. Ding. Random draw complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Beast-Specific Sandbag. Beast-Specific Sandbag. There's even such a thing. Tang Zimu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this unexpected item. Tang Zimu froze, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Beast taming tools were supposed to be things like beast rings or beast orbs, right? What was this sandbag supposed to be? Driven by intense curiosity, he quickly opened the reward storage box. A line of bold text immediately caught his attention. Special item Spirit Beast Exclusive Sandbag. The usage instructions were clearly displayed in front of him. Once equipped, the Spirit Beast would activate a special effect, reducing its strength, stamina, and physical defense attributes by 25, but at the same time, these attributes would gradually and permanently increase over time. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of his mouth unknowingly curved into a smile. How is this bad? This is practically a gift from the heavens. He silently regretted his earlier disdain for the random tool and even murmured under his breath, "I'm sorry, system. I was too shallow." His mind raced, and he quickly grasped the incredible potential of this item. As a unique, humanoid spirit beast, he had long since realized that he was not bound by the usual level or species restrictions of ordinary spirit beasts. This meant that as long as the attributes could be permanently increased, he could gain them endlessly. Without hesitation, Tang Zimu retrieved the entire set of sandbags from the storage box. His gaze caught the expectant look in Lao Hei's eyes. Clearing his throat, he feigned concern and said, "Lao Hei, these sandbags will lower your attributes. I can't bear to see you go through that." As he spoke, he swiftly strapped the sandbags onto his hands, feet, chest, and back. The moment the sandbags were secured, Tang Zimu immediately felt a noticeable decrease in his strength and stamina. However, he quickly adapted to the sensation. After all, his attributes had been skyrocketing recently, and such changes had become commonplace. A vivid image formed in his mind, lying at home while his attributes steadily increased, idling for centuries to become a true humanoid divine beast, waiting patiently until the end of time before making his move. These exhilarating thoughts filled Tang Zimu with excitement. With these expectations in his heart, Tang Zimu set off with Lao Hei, leaving the forest region and entering the central region. As the safest core area of the Dragon Nation, this place had neither rampant spirit beasts nor lawless bandits. The man and monkey traveled unimpeded and finally arrived outside the gates of the Dragon Nation's capital Kyoto by dusk. As dusk settled, Tang Zimu and Lao Hei arrived at the gates of Kyoto City, weary from their travels. Despite having witnessed a 100-meter flaming bird and the 300-meter-long six-winged flame sovereign in the spirit beast realm, the towering walls of Kyoto City still left Tang Zimu in awe. The city walls pierced the clouds, their surface gleaming with a metallic sheen and intricately carved patterns. In the dim light, the entire city resembled a prehistoric beast sprawling across the earth. What was even more astonishing was that these walls were not just for show. According to Tang Zimu's knowledge, they were constructed using top-tier materials, including the bones and flesh of high-level spirit beasts and rare minerals, granting them the ability to withstand direct attacks from level 80 spirit beasts. Tang Zimu couldn't help but compare Kyoto City to his hometown, Yinyang City. Situated in the Flame region, Yinyang City was perpetually plagued by sandstorms and frequent waves of spirit beast attacks. Its walls were battered and dilapidated, a stark contrast to Kyoto's grandeur and magnificence. Moreover, Yinyang City's size was merely a fifth of Kyoto's, making it unsurprising that Kyoto residents looked down on it with disdain. Thinking about the upcoming chapter of his life at Kyoto University, Tang Zimu felt a surge of anticipation. He patted Lao Hei, and together, man and monkey approached the city gate. Unlike Yinyang City, Kyoto, as the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, maintained strict entry inspections. At this hour, with the evening crowd returning home, a long line had formed at the gate. Tang Zimu waited patiently until it was his turn for inspection. A soldier lazily asked to see his pass. Tang Zimu reached into his pocket and retrieved his Kyoto University student IDA special metallic plate, engraved with the university emblem and his personal information, and handed it over. The moment the soldier saw the emblem, his demeanor shifted to one of respect. However, when his eyes landed on the name etched into the plate, he froze, his eyes widening in shock. You're Tang Zimu. The familiar name immediately caught the attention of those nearby. When they noticed the monkey beside Tang Zimu, their suspicions were confirmed. The bustling crowd at the gate erupted in excitement, with many scrambling to catch a glimpse of the legendary top scholar. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Tang Zimu, the rogue monkey, that's the top scorer everyone's talking about. I heard he managed to behead a ruler-class spirit beast. Is that true? Other than being a bit handsome, he doesn't look all that extraordinary. Beheading a ruler-class spirit beast? That's got to be a made-up story. Whether it's true or not, that monkey of his definitely looks like trouble. The gates of Kyoto were bustling with noise and chatter. Tang Zimu stood amidst the commotion, shaking his head with a wry smile. He had always known his reputation was significant. After all, he had a following of over 500,000 admirers, with millions more who had heard of his deeds. But the scene before him far exceeded his expectations. This is Kyoto, after all, Tang Zimu thought to himself. The gathering place of Longwa's most elite beast tamers. I'm just a humble Kalami. How could I possibly warrant this kind of attention? However, Tang Zimu had clearly underestimated his influence. While Kyoto was indeed home to countless experts, individuals of that caliber hardly needed to queue to enter the city. For someone as young as Tang Zimu to have already achieved legendary status, not just in Longwa, but throughout the entire spirit beast world, his presence here was truly extraordinary. As the crowd grew larger and the situation became increasingly chaotic, the city guards scrambled to maintain order. Hastily, they escorted Tang Zimu to a side gate, granting him access to a special passage reserved exclusively for distinguished figures. What? No inspection needed. Tang Zimu overheard the guards whispering. Who in all of Longwa doesn't know Tang Zimu, claimed the head of a dominator-class spirit beast? With such a priceless treasure in his possession, there's no way he'd stoop to petty theft. Tang Zimu didn't stand on ceremony and confidently stepped into the passage, enjoying a taste of the privileges afforded to important individuals. Yet, before he could even take in the sights of Kyoto, a voice called out to him from a short distance away. Curious, he turned toward the source of the voice. An elderly man with graying hair and a kind expression was walking toward him. The old man clasped his hands in a polite gesture and greeted him warmly. Tang Zimu, my young friend, it's a pleasure to meet you. Tang Zimu looked the man up and down, certain he didn't recognize him, and asked, May I ask who you are? The old man smiled and introduced himself. I am Lu Shuru, the minister of the Kyoto headquarters of the Beast Tamer Alliance. The minister of the Kyoto headquarters of the Beast Tamer Alliance? Tang Zimu maintained a composed exterior, but inside, he was taken aback. The Beast Tamer Alliance, a coalition formed by all nations of the spirit beast world, held authority above any single country. As the minister of Longwa's headquarters, Lu Shuru oversaw all branches of the alliance within the country. Compared to him, city leaders Tang Zimu had previously met, like Zhao Kaixian and Li Chong, were mere juniors. Lu Shuru was undoubtedly one of the most prominent figures in all of Longwa. Just as Tang Zimu marveled at why such an influential person would approach him, Lu Shuru chuckled and explained, I hadn't been in the city long when I heard people outside mentioning your name. When I realized Kyoto University's semester begins tomorrow, I figured it must be you arriving, so I stayed here to wait for you. Tang Zimu suddenly understood, but a new question quickly surfaced in his mind. He asked, Minister Lu, is there something you need from me? Lu Shuru got straight to the point, saying, Young friend Tang Zimu, you haven't officially joined our Beast Tamer Alliance yet, have you? Since there's no rush to report to Kyoto University, why don't you come with me to the headquarters? We can take care of your membership and conduct a test to determine your Beast Tamer rank. It turned out to be a coincidence after all. Tang Zimu had now fully grasped Lu Shuru's intention. She wanted to personally verify whether Tang Zimu's abilities were as extraordinary as the rumors claimed. After a brief moment of thought, Tang Zimu readily accepted Lu Shuru's invitation. Sure, no problem. I'll trouble Minister Lu to show me around the headquarters, then. Tang Zimu had long planned to join the Beast Tamer Alliance. In the spirit beast world, anyone with a beast companion was respectfully called a beast tamer, but a true beast tamer had to join the alliance, pass the tests, and receive official recognition. Being part of the alliance came with numerous benefits. The ability to take on city or private commission tasks, such as the escort missions Wei Qiang's team specialized in. Access to exclusive spirit beast item sales channels, and monthly point rewards distributed based on rank. It was, without a doubt, a win-win. Lu Shuru smiled and gestured to a nearby soldier who was standing by. The soldier promptly brought over 3 Wind Gale Horsesa dual attribute beast with grass and normal elements, renowned for their stable rides and incredible speed. Private beasts and flying are prohibited in Kyoto City, so we use Wind Gale horses for transportation, Lu Shuru explained. Tang Zimu was well aware of this. As the capital of Longhua, Kyoto had much stricter regulations than other cities. Private beast riding and flying were forbidden, and even large, aggressive, or high-risk beasts were under strict surveillance. Wind gale horses were a privilege reserved for the convenience of high-ranking officials traveling through the city. Tang Zimu effortlessly mounted one of the horses, his impressive physical prowess allowing him to maintain balance with ease. Even Lao He benefited from the arrangement, receiving a horse of its own. Normally, beasts weren't allowed to ride wind gale horses, but considering that the low-level rogue monkey might struggle to keep up with the horse's speed, Lu Shuru had made special accommodations. "Let's head out," Lu Shuru said, signaling Tang Zimu to follow as he led the way. Tang Zimu lightly tugged the reins, and the obedient wind gale horse followed suit, while Lao He mimicked his movements and brought up the rear. The group rode through Kyoto City in such an unabashed manner. Along the way, Tang Zimu observed the city's scenery closely. As he had anticipated, the architecture and shops here were far more sophisticated than those in Yinyang City, and even the demeanor and civility of the residents were noticeably more refined. It made sense hidden in any corner of Kyoto, one might encounter beast tamers of level 50 or 60, who would dare to act recklessly here. After some time riding, they finally arrived at the Beast Tamer Alliance headquarters, located in the heart of Kyoto City. "This is our headquarters, and it's the third tallest building in the spirit beast world," Lu Shuru said proudly, gesturing toward the grand and imposing structure before them. Lu Shuru pointed at the towering structure that pierced the clouds, his tone brimming with pride. Tang Zimu tilted his head back to take a closer look. The tower, inscribed with the words Beastmaster Alliance Kyoto Headquarters, stood at least 800 meters tall, defying all conventional logic. It was a testament to the extraordinary powers of the Beastmaster world, where the laws of science held little sway. "The minister is back." Before the words had even settled, several people rushed out of the headquarters, respectfully welcoming him. They promptly helped Lu Shuru, Tang Zimu, and Lao He dismount from their steeds. Someone led away the wind gale horse, while the others guided them into the towering structure. The moment they stepped inside, the scene unfolded magnificently. The enormous hall was resplendent with gold and jade, bustling with life. In the lounge area, people whispered in low conversations. The mission zone was crowded with activity, while the trading area teemed with buyers and sellers. Yet, as soon as Lu Shuru appeared, the entire hall fell silent, and everyone paid their respects with deep bows. This moment made Tang Zimu acutely aware of Lu Shuru's immense authority. As Tang Zimu curiously observed the headquarters interior, he reflected privately. On the surface, Lu Shuru seemed refined and composed, but his beast had likely slain millions of spirit beasts. Strangely, there was no sign of Lu Shuru's beast accompanying him. Meanwhile, others in the headquarters discreetly sized up Tang Zimu. They were all intrigued why would Minister Lu personally escort a young man into the headquarters and treat him with such warmth? Even high-ranking officials rarely received such exceptional treatment. However, those with keen observation skills, upon noticing Lao He trailing behind, had already deduced Tang Zimu's identity. "Xiao Huang, process his Beastmaster registration," Lu Shuru said as he approached the registration area, casually summoning the regional manager. Manager Huang took Tang Zimu's identification, glanced at the name, and gave a knowing look before diligently filling out the necessary information. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Shuru began explaining the rules of the Beastmaster Alliance to Tang Zimu. "Once you're registered, you'll officially be recognized as a Beastmaster and can participate in Alliance activities and enjoy certain benefits. However, most features are unlocked based on your rank as a Beastmaster. To access specific tasks or privileges, you'll need to pass rank assessments. I assume you're already aware of this." Tang Zimu nodded in acknowledgement. The Beastmaster Alliance categorized Beastmasters into ranks from 0 to 10. Newcomers started at rank 0 and could only advance to rank 1 after passing an assessment. Each subsequent rank required passing a progressively challenging assessment, which evaluated more than just a Beastmaster's combat prowess. Among the prominent figures Tang Zimu knew, Zhao Kaixian was an 8th-rank Beastmaster, while Li Chong, due to certain limitations, was only a 7th-rank Beastmaster, even though his Fire Spirit Rockfinch was nearly on par with Zhao Kaishuan's Blazing Flame Lion King. Tang Zimu couldn't help but wonder, given his unique circumstances, how many ranks could he potentially achieve in the assessments? "All right then," Lu Shuru continued. "Normally, new members can only take the rank assessment once a month after joining the Alliance. But today, we'll make an exception for you and arrange your assessment right away." With that, he led Tang Zimu up to the second floor. Unlike the first-floor lobby, which is divided into various functional areas, the entire second floor of the Dragon Nation headquarters is exclusively dedicated to Beast Tamer qualification assessments. Lu Shuru led Tang Zimu up to the second floor, heading straight to the assessment area for first-tier Beast Tamers. This section had virtually no entry barriers, and the examination hall was packed with people waiting for their turn, leaving no empty seats. The assessment area was located far from the staircase, so the commotion downstairs had gone unnoticed. When Lu Shuru appeared, the crowd quickly stood up to greet him. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement and gestured to the proctor stationed at the examination room door to come over. The proctor jogged over and respectfully asked, "Minister, how can I assist you? How much longer until this round of exams is over?" Lu Shuru inquired. "It's been 2 hours already, and there's half an hour left before the papers are collected," the proctor replied. Though the Beast Tamer Alliance required the exam content to remain confidential, the first-tier Beast Tamer assessment was no longer a secret. Everyone knew it involved a theoretical knowledge test that had to be completed within 2.5 hours. Achieving the passing score would qualify one as a first-tier Beast Tamer. Lu Shuru appeared slightly disappointed and waved his hand. "In that case, prepare an extra seat for the next session so he can take the test." The proctor glanced at Tang Zimu in surprise, thinking it wasn't often someone got special treatment from the minister. Just as he was about to make the arrangements, Tang Zimu suddenly spoke up. "Wait." Tang Zimu turned to Lu Shuru and said, "Half an hour is enough. Let's start the test now." He had already arrived in the capital city by evening, and if he waited another half hour to begin, not to mention the time for subsequent assessments, he wouldn't reach the capital university until midnight. Having traveled so far, he didn't want to waste any more time. "Only half an hour? Are you sure?" Lu Shuru asked in astonishment. He knew Tang Zimu excelled in theory, but finishing a test in half an hour that others struggled to complete in 2.5 hours seemed far-fetched. Seeing Tang Zimu nod firmly, Lu Shuru had no choice but to instruct the proctor. "Do as he says. Set up a seat for him immediately." "Understood. Please follow me," the proctor said. Although he found the request absurd, he didn't dare defy the minister's orders and led Tang Zimu into the examination room. Lu Shuru found a seat to wait, while Lao He took charge of guarding Tang Zimu's belongings. After Tang Zimu entered the room, the people in the waiting area began whispering among themselves. They weren't particularly concerned about the fairness of adding an extra seat on the spot. After all, in the world of spirit beasts, strength was paramount, and privileges were commonplace. Instead, they were intrigued by Tang Zimu's audacious claim of half an hour is enough. "Who is that guy? How can he claim he only needs half an hour for the test?" someone asked, puzzled. "He looks like a prospective college student this year. Probably doesn't understand what he's up against," another person replied. The question load for the first-tier assessment is way heavier than the theory portion of the college entrance exams. In just half an hour, even with an open book, they couldn't finish copying a practice test at home. This absurd situation had everyone buzzing with excitement. They were enthusiastically discussing it when, suddenly, they saw Tang Zimu push the door open and walk out. Everyone froze, glancing at the clock in confusion. Only 20 minutes had passed, and the bell hadn't even rung yet. "Looks like this guy's just a hothead who got scared by the number of questions and gave up early," they thought to themselves, suppressing their smirks out of respect for Minister Lu. Lu Shuru stood up abruptly, his face full of astonishment. "You're done already?" Tang Zimu nodded, looking slightly embarrassed as he explained. "Yeah, I finished," and handed the paper to the examiner. Lu Shuru's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You finished it?" Scratching his head, Tang Zimu came up with an excuse. I've practiced answering questions with both hands simultaneously, so I can write faster." Lu Shuru felt like he was hearing a tale out of a fantasy book, as if he and Tang Zimu were from entirely different worlds. Without further questioning, he rushed into the examination room to verify the score with the proctor. Moments later, Lu Shuru emerged, holding a perfect score test paper in his hands. He swallowed hard, looking at Tang Zimu again, his eyes filled with awe. He recalled what City Lord Li Chong had said 3 weeks ago. If there's truly a genius in this world, it must be Tang Zimu. Lu Shuru couldn't help but marvel. In all his years, he'd never encountered such a monstrous prodigy. However, what Lu Shuru didn't know was that Li Chang's praise was for Tang Zimu's composure and unparalleled strategic abilities in the face of crises. Meanwhile, Lu Shuru was amazed by Tang Zimu's ambidextrous thinking and rapid test-taking skills. Though their perspectives differed, the conclusion was eerily aligned. The truth was, Tang Zimu's extraordinary speed in completing the test stemmed from his superhuman abilities. He could retrieve knowledge from his memory as if flipping through a book, and his exceptional agility left his hands moving so fast they seemed like blurs. Supported by a terrifyingly high mental capacity, he easily managed dual tasking. Once in the exam room, Tang Zimu requested 2 pens and began answering questions with both hands simultaneously, guided by the answers in his mind. Before he realized it, he had finished a test that would normally take 2.5 hours in just 10 minutes. Realizing his mistake, Tang Zimu pretended to check his answers to buy time. But 10 minutes before the exam ended, the proctor's routine time reminder revealed Tang Zimu's unusual behavior. Left with no choice, Tang Zimu had to submit his paper. He truly hadn't intended to finish so quickly. Here we are at the testing grounds for Tier 2 Beast Tamers. Lu Shuru led Tang Zimu to a new area, his respect for this young man who had just submitted a perfect score growing even deeper. Compared to the previous area, there were noticeably fewer people here, indicating that becoming a Tier 2 Beast Tamer required meeting a certain threshold. Tang Zimu curiously surveyed his surroundings and asked, "What does the assessment for Tier 2 Beast Tamers involve?" Although the rules dictated he shouldn't know in advance, with the embodiment of the rules standing right before him, he figured it wouldn't hurt to ask. Lu Shuru, unbothered, explained directly. It's a 1v1 restricted arena battle. The Tier 1 assessment tests basic skills, while Tier 2 focuses on command and combat abilities. Simply put, the use of any external power other than beast orbs is prohibited, making it a pure 1v1 battle. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. With the opening ceremony's arena battle taking place tomorrow, he had been worrying about his lack of combat experience. He hadn't expected such an opportunity to come his way. Lu Shuru pointed towards a nearby changing room and said, "Go over there and change out of your clothes and weapons. I'll arrange an arena for you to participate in early." With that, he hurried toward the examination room, eager to see Tang Zimu's combat capabilities. Tang Zimu, accompanied by Lao He, entered the changing room and removed his six-wing, Flame Monarch outfit. He couldn't help but admire the fairness of the Beast Tamer Alliance. Otherwise, wealthy individuals could easily pass by purchasing high-end gear. When they emerged, Lu Shuru was already waiting at the entrance with an examiner. The four of them entered the examination room together, and Tang Zimu discovered that it was a massive divided arena. On either side were elevated platforms for beast tamers to stand, resembling the battlefield seen in Pokemon animations. The examiner guided Tang Zimu to one of the platforms and explained, "Your opponent will be randomly assigned. Their aptitude may vary, but their level will be between 10 and 15. Is that acceptable?" Tang Zimu nodded in agreement. Although this standard wasn't particularly challenging for him, it posed a significant hurdle for those who had to train their beasts independently after being expelled. As the examination process began, the metallic doors on the opposite side of the arena opened, and a steel-feathered sparrow flew out. This flying in steel-type beast immediately made both the examiner and Lu Shuru worry for Tang Zimu. As one of the big three starter beasts, the steel-feathered sparrow had a T3 level base stat, making it formidable. Additionally, its flying type gave it an advantage over ground types. While Tang Zimu's scoundrel monkey wasn't countered by flying types, this battle was unlikely to be an easy one. Tang Zimu stood in the examination arena, feeling a tinge of nervousness as the battle was about to commence. His beast companion, Lao He, was still at the beginner stage with limited skills to deploy, but Tang Zimu showed no signs of backing down. After the examination instructor and his opponent's steel feather sparrow completed their mental synchronization, the instructor asked if Tang Zimu was ready. Without a word, Tang Zimu gave a firm nod. The battle erupted in an instant. The steel feather sparrow flapped its wings, darting forward like an arrow, its beak glowing with white light. This was the advantage of mental synchronization zero reaction delay, leaving opponents defenseless. Many novice beast tamers were caught off guard at this stage. However, Tang Zimu's reaction speed was astonishing. Left elbow. Tang Zimu commanded calmly, signaling Lao He to use Despair Strike on the left. Without hesitation, Lao He's left elbow glowed with a dark light and swung fiercely to the left. The instructor, sensing the immense power emanating from Lao He's elbow, quickly ordered the steel feather sparrow to abandon its attack. Tang Zimu keenly noticed the subtle shift in the instructor's expression and immediately issued a new command. Turn fear. Lao He swiftly switched its skill, flashing a sinister grin at the steel feather sparrow. This moment left Lu Shuru and the supervising instructor in awe. Tang Zimu had made a calculated prediction right at the start of the battle. This high-risk, high-reward maneuver demonstrated his exceptional composure and combat instincts. However, Tang Zimu wasn't recklessly predicting. He was employing pre-reading, deducing his opponent's intention to retreat by observing the fear in their gaze. His rapid response left onlookers mistakenly attributing his success to mere prediction. Lao He's fearful grin skill struck the steel feather sparrow before it could turn around. The fear effect took hold instantly, causing the sparrow to lose control and plummet from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Zimu commanded, "Follow up." Lao He charged forward, delivering a relentless combo the moment the steel feather sparrow hit the ground. Thud, thud, thud. 3 heavy blows landed squarely on the steel feather sparrow. Combined with the fall damage, the sparrow was knocked unconscious, marking Tang Zimu's victory in the arena match. Before Tang Zimu could even celebrate, a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host's beast, Lao He, for successfully defeating the opponent in the arena match. Ding! Congratulations to the host on achieving your first arena victory and taking the first step toward greatness. You have earned a first victory reward, random divine item. Is the arena match also one of the system rewards? Tang Zimu suddenly realized. Although it was Lao He who fought in the match, as the Beastmaster, he was present in the arena and naturally counted as a participant. Regardless, activating a reward was always a good thing. especially since this was the first time he had unlocked an arena reward and it turned out to be a divine level item. Excitement bubbled up inside Tang Zimu, but knowing the system needed time to process the random reward, he forced himself to stay calm. He refocused his attention on the present. Lao He unleashed a seamless combo, instantly defeating the steel-feathered sparrow. The impressive display not only earned Lu Shuru's admiration, but also prompted rare applause from the typically stern examiners and the assessment instructor on the opposing side. The examiners and instructor had never seen a candidate handle the assessment with such ease and speed. While Lu Shuru had witnessed others clear assessments quickly, those were usually seasoned beast masters with high-level beasts taking on second-tier tests. Someone like Tang Zimu, who had only recently bonded with his beast and performed so exceptionally, was a first for him. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Lu Shuru clapped enthusiastically, his praise heartfelt. Analyzing the opponent's beast, making bold predictions, executing flawless combos, every aspect of the battle was perfect. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe this was Tang Xiaoyou's first time in the arena. Someone of Lu Shuru's stature rarely praised others so openly, but Tang Zimu's stellar performance in both assessments had completely won him over, leaving him generous with his words of approval. Tang Zimu humbly accepted Lu Shuru's compliments. Then, under the respectful guidance of the examiner, the two of them, along with Lao He, headed toward the assessment room's exit. As they stepped out the door, Lu Shuru seemed to recall something. Turning to Tang Zimu, he said, Tang Xiaoyu, your command skills are impeccable, but there is one minor flaw outside of your command itself. A flaw? What flaw? Tang Zimu asked, puzzled. When commanding your beast in battle, try to issue instructions through mental communication rather than speaking them aloud. Otherwise, you risk revealing your strategies and techniques to your opponent, Lu Shuru explained earnestly. Tang Zimu's face twitched slightly. He thought to himself, that's so unfair. Do you think I want to shout out commands? If I could communicate mentally, I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of teaching Lao He to memorize orders and methods. But, of course, he couldn't say that. After a brief moment of thought, Tang Zimu explained, Minister Lu, the thing is, I believe that using spoken language and tone during battle can greatly boost a beast's morale, giving it a sense of fighting side by side with its master. This way, the beast becomes more responsive to commands and can unleash even greater combat potential. As long as the explanation sounded somewhat reasonable, it would suffice. Tang Zimu decided to make something up on the spot. Oh, is that so? Lu Shuru didn't refute the claim, but instead fell into contemplation. He recalled a saying, a genius always has their reasons for what they do. Believing Tang Zimu to be a true talent, Lu Shuru assumed these words carried weight. He even began to wonder if he should start calling out commands himself during his own battles. I see, Lu Shuru said thoughtfully, then added, so, are we going to participate in the third-tier Beast Master assessment now? Tang Zimu nodded firmly, his eyes gleaming with a spark of challenge. The first two assessments had been mere child's play for him, and now he was eager to push his limits. Noticing this, Lu Shuru immediately led Tang Zimu toward the examination area for third-tier Beast Tamers. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification finally chimed. With a crisp ding, the system announced, random selection complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine grade item, 1 divine grade aptitude pill. Just from the name, Tang Zimu knew he had drawn something extraordinary. He glanced at Lu Shuru, who was leading the way ahead, swallowed hard, and discreetly opened the reward storage box. The description of the divine grade aptitude pill 1 came into view. Upon consumption, it raises a spirit beast's aptitude to 10 stars and modifies its innate talents and skills to match the upgraded aptitude. The system also provided 2 helpful notes. 1. The pill's effects ignore the spirit beast's original species and aptitude, ensuring a guaranteed upgrade to 10 stars. 2. The pill can only be used on spirit beasts with an aptitude below 10 stars. As far as Tang Zimu knew, no one in the spirit beast world had ever claimed the ability to alter a spirit beast's aptitude. Even divine-grade spirit beast feed could only slightly improve aptitude after prolonged use. Yet this pill could achieve such a transformation in a single step, regardless of the original aptitude, raising it to the pinnacle of 10 stars, and even upgrading its talents and skills. It was simply inconceivable. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Tang Zimu's mind. Could he try using the miraculous pill on himself? After all, his aptitude had always been labeled as, leaving its true level an enigma. As they approached the third-tier Beast Tamer assessment area, Tang Zimu made a decisive move. He dragged the divine grade aptitude pill from the reward storage box to the icon above his avatar in the Beast Tamer panel. This was a trick he had discovered during his research on the system, allowing him to use items directly from the storage box without the hassle of retrieving them. However, an unexpected situation occurred. Instead of the usual confirmation prompt asking if he wanted to use the item, the system issued 2 consecutive ding sounds and displayed a message. Current beast does not meet the usage criteria for the divine grade aptitude pill. Effect cannot be activated. Do you wish to proceed? This unusual notification instantly reminded Tang Zimu of the pill's second notiate could only be used on spirit beasts with an aptitude below 10 stars. Could it be that his aptitude was already 10 stars? No. An even bolder thought emerged, causing his heart to race. Was it possible that his aptitude had surpassed 10 stars? Old Hay's 10-star aptitude was clearly defined, yet his own aptitude remained a mystery. Coupled with his ability to infinitely enhance attributes, could this mean that his aptitude had already exceeded the 10-star limit? The idea made Tang Zimu dizzy with astonishment. In the world of spirit beasts, 10-star aptitude was regarded as the ultimate peak, the universally acknowledged pinnacle. What, then, could be said about his aptitude if it had surpassed even this? As Tang Zimu became lost in these earth-shattering thoughts, Lu Shuru's voice pulled him back to reality. Tang Xiaoyu, what are you pondering? We've arrived at the third-tier assessment area, Lu Shuru gently reminded, breaking Tang Zimu's train of thought. Tang Zimu snapped back to reality, a thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes. He cleared his throat and explained, I was reviewing the battle just now, checking for any flaws. These words temporarily pushed the issue of aptitude out of his mind. After all, such matters couldn't be resolved by mere contemplation. That said, saving a divine-grade aptitude pill certainly gave him much more flexibility for the future. From now on, aptitude would no longer be a concern when taming other beasts. Lu Shuru, hearing that Tang Zimu even reviewed such a flawless battle, couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. A genius is truly a genius. A faint sense of inferiority flickered in his heart, but he quickly composed himself and began explaining proactively. The assessment for a third-tier beastmaster mainly tests one's comprehensive ability to train their beast. Simply put, the beast's raw strength must meet the standard. After all, beastmasters at this level often need to engage in battles with spirit beasts. Pointing towards the large metallic door of the examination room, Lu Shuru continued, We've designed 3 challenges inside the examination room, each testing different abilities of the beast. Only by passing all of them within an hour can you succeed. After listening, Tang Zimu couldn't help but feel a slight sense of pressure. Although Old Hay was exceptional in many ways, it was still young. In the realm of spirit beasts, while leveling up depended on defeating opponents and rigorous training, time and experience were also indispensable. Whether Old Hay could pass the assessment remained uncertain. Taking a deep breath, Tang Zimu said, All right, let's begin the assessment. Lu Shuru nodded and added, Each challenge in the examination room is equipped with precise detection instruments. The data must meet the standards to proceed to the next challenge. To prevent cheating, only the Beastmaster and their beast are allowed inside. The rascally monkey has already been stripped of all its armor and weapons, and you'll need to remove all protective gear as well before heading in. As soon as Lu Shuru finished speaking, a staff member promptly opened the examination room door. Tang Zimu froze for a moment. Huh? You guys can't come in. Then, he exhaled the breath he'd been holding and allowed a faint smile to appear on his lips, visibly more relaxed. Well, that's fine then. He quickly walked to the changing room, removed his 6-winged flame monarch gear, and took off the special training sandbags he had been wearing. Once ready, Tang Zimu gave Lu Shuru a quick nod and confidently stepped into the examination room with Old Hay. As the sound of the door closing echoed behind him, the third-tier Beastmaster assessment officially began. Tang Zimu followed the corridor and, after turning a corner, arrived at the room for the first challenge. Inside, 10 metal posts of various shapes were scattered across a circular area. The screen on the wall displayed the requirement. Knock them all down within 10 seconds. Tang Zimu quickly analyzed. The metal posts are meant to test strength, while knocking all 10 down in succession tests endurance and control. With this in mind, he felt no concern this was precisely Old Hay's area of expertise. Yeah, Old Hay, brimming with confidence after hearing the instructions, charged into the area. With swift and powerful movements, every punch was precise and effective. In just 8 seconds, it had knocked down all the metal posts. The screen immediately displayed the words, Congratulations, pass, and the tightly shut door on the other side opened in response. Tang Zimu remarked casually. Well, that wasn't too difficult. Tang Zimu relaxed and leisurely led Lao He into the second challenge room. The activity area before them was a circular space with a diameter of only 2 meters. The walls were lined with an array of weapons, along with claws, limbs, and teeth of various spirit beasts, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Tang Zimu quickly spotted a screen embedded in the metal door on the opposite side. The challenge requirements displayed on it read, Endure all attacks for 1 minute. He promptly deduced that this test evaluated the spirit beast's resistance to attacks, while also realizing that sufficient strength could allow one to counteract damage with offense. He patted Lao He on the shoulder and asked if it was confident. Lao He smirked with disdain and replied, brimming with confidence, Are you kidding me? I get beaten up by you every day at home. These things are nothing. You know better than anyone how tough my skin is. With that, it struck an exaggerated bodybuilder pose, resembling devil horns, and swaggered into the circular area. The machinery activated instantly, and the weapons on the walls rained down on Lao He like a storm. Thuds, smacks, and swishes echoed as the weapon struck Lao He, causing it to yelp in pain. Despite its best efforts to fight back, most of the attacks still landed on its body. After enduring a minute of relentless assault, Lao He, battered and bruised, managed to hold out until the end. The screen lit up with the words, "Congratulations on passing." Tang Zimu praised it smugly. "Not bad. It's all thanks to my foresight and daily defense training for you." Lao He, rubbing its scarred body, shot him a resentful glance and muttered, "Training? More like you just couldn't resist the urge to hit something." Having passed the second challenge, Tang Zimu eagerly led Lao He into the next room. In front of them stretched a 200-meter-long metallic corridor, with walls covered in countless small holes. Tang Zimu quickly located the screen, which displayed the next challenge. Reached the end within 10 seconds without being hit by any light beams. He clicked his tongue in surprise, realizing this test was designed to assess the speed and reflexes of spirit beasts. Tang Zimu relayed the requirements to Lao He and asked if it had the confidence to succeed. Lao He scratched its head hesitantly, clearly unsure whether its bulky frame could avoid the light beams. Tang Zimu encouraged it. "No matter what, just give it a try." Lao He nodded in agreement and positioned itself at the start of the corridor. Taking a deep breath, it let out a roar and charged forward. Instantly, the holes on both walls fired a barrage of light beams. In the narrow space, Lao He dodged left and right, resembling a clumsy bear performing a tap dance. Unfortunately, its prior injuries hampered its performance. The light beams grew faster and faster, and Lao He was hit before it even made it halfway. The screen displayed, "Light beam hit. Please return to the start and try again." Tang Zimu scolded in frustration. "Useless. You didn't even make it halfway." Shaking his head in disappointment, he gestured for the dejected Lao He to return. Meanwhile, he began stretching and warming up. Ahem, if the beast can't do it, it's only fair for its owner to step in and lend a hand, right? The designer of the Level 3 Beast Tamer trial purposely placed the endurance test before the reaction test. The goal was to force the beast to endure its injuries while participating in the subsequent reaction challenge, thereby increasing the difficulty of the trial. However, what he never anticipated was an utterly unexpected form of cheating in this trial where only one beast and its tamer were allowed to enter. The tamer would substitute themselves for the beast in the assessment. Tang Zimu stood at the starting line of the long corridor, taking a deep breath and stretching his limbs. After a month of intense training with weighted sandbags, his body was ready to explode with energy. Now that the burden was removed, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. His sharp gaze locked onto the large door at the end of the corridor. With a sudden burst of strength, Tang Zimu shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind a blurred afterimage as he raced down the corridor. From the starting point, Lao He, his beast, raised its paws to cheer him on enthusiastically. As Tang Zimu sped through the corridor, he kept his focus sharp, observing his surroundings intently. Beams of laser light shot out from the walls, forming a series of perilous barriers. This trial required not only speed and reflexes, but also exceptional physical coordination. When multiple lasers fired simultaneously, the space left for him to maneuver was incredibly narrow. Fortunately, Tang Zimu's month of rigorous training had paid off. With precise control over his body, he deftly weaved through the tight corridor, skillfully dodging the laser barriers one after another. Finally, he broke through the last obstacle and reached the finish line. As he crossed the endpoint, the display screen lit up with the words, "Congratulations on passing." Tang Zimu came to a halt, quietly catching his breath while quickly composing himself. Turning back to Lao He, he feigned a casual demeanor and said, "Ahem, just a little dust on my clothes, nothing more." He then motioned for Lao He to move ahead, swapping positions to give the impression that Lao He had been the one leading the charge. Only after this subtle adjustment did they push open the metal doors and exit the trial room. Outside the trial room, Lu Shiru was resting with his eyes closed, accompanied by a staff member standing by for instructions. Since Tang Zimu had entered the trial room, the two had been waiting at the exit. Lu Shiru intended to take a brief rest, as his advanced age and the exhausting journey, combined with Tang Zimu's astonishing feats, had left him quite fatigued. However, he had barely closed his eyes when the exit doors were suddenly pushed open with a bang. Lu Shiru opened his eyes in confusion, instinctively glancing at the timer nearby. It had only been 4.5 minutes. The time was utterly unbelievable. It was common knowledge that the 3 trials for a level 3 beast tamer were grueling, demanding immense physical effort and testing a wide range of abilities. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength, most tamers required multiple attempts and lengthy breaks in between to pass. Many barely scraped by within the 1-hour time limit. Yet Tang Zimu had completed all the trials in under 5 minutes, a feat that should have been nothing short of shocking. But instead of showing surprise at the extraordinary result, Lu Shuru's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile, an expression laden with intrigue. Having experienced numerous bizarre events, Tang Zimu had gradually grown accustomed to such extraordinary encounters. He mused to himself, considering that he was a genius among geniuses, and the rogue monkey he had tamed was no less exceptional. It made sense. Otherwise, how could the rogue monkey have instantly recognized his talent and willingly sought to be subdued? Lu Shuru, with a constructive plan already forming in his mind, stood up to meet Tang Zimu and Lao He as they exited the assessment room. Not so quickly, Lu Shuru asked casually, though a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Tang Zimu nodded, humbly replying, "Yeah, it went okay." Lao He even made a mistake once. He thought he was being modest, but to Lu Shuru and the staff, this statement was nothing short of astonishing. Cleared it in 4.5 minutes. And there was even a mistake, they thought to themselves. Doesn't this mean the rogue monkey's actual stamina far exceeds the test requirements? And it could have completed the challenge even faster? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. The staff exchanged glances, their emotions a mix of awe and disbelief. Lu Shuru almost choked on his breath and quickly changed the subject. "Well, since you've passed the third-tier assessment, I'll take you downstairs to get your third-tier Beastmaster certification." "Huh? What about the fourth-tier Beastmaster assessment?" Tang Zimu asked, clearly surprised. "Wait, you want to take the fourth-tier Beastmaster assessment as well?" Lu Shuru responded, equally astonished. The two stared at each other in silence until Lu Shuru glanced at Lao He and began to explain. The fourth-tier assessment isn't something the rogue monkey can handle. Even its evolved form, the demon monkey, would struggle to pass. At present, nearly 99 of those who pass the fourth-tier Beastmaster assessment rely on their beast's final evolutionary forms. Lu Shuru went on to elaborate on the evolution patterns of spirit beasts, emphasizing how challenging the fourth-tier assessment was. After hearing this, Tang Zimu doubted that Lao He, who had needed his help in the third-tier test, could manage the fourth tier. However, out of curiosity, he still asked, "What exactly does the fourth-tier assessment involve? Why is it so difficult?" Lu Shuru paused to consider his words before answering. The fourth-tier assessment places both the Beastmaster and their beast in a simulated forest environment. The goal is to defeat 10 level 30 spirit beasts attacking simultaneously. The difficulty lies in the fact that the Beastmaster must also participate in the battle. The beast not only has to fend off the attackers, but also expends significant energy protecting its master. It's incredibly tough. Tang Zimu was momentarily stunned before his expression turned thoughtful. He mused to himself, "Isn't this exactly what I'm good at? Who needs protection from Lao He, that weakling? And in a dense forest full of visual blind spots, I could totally use that to my advantage." Still, Tang Zimu acknowledged that facing 10 level 30 spirit beasts was an insurmountable challenge for now. He sighed regretfully and said, "I guess I'll come back for the assessment in a month." "A month?" Lu Shura chuckled. "In 1 month, your rogue monkey might level up 2 or 3 times at best. Do you really think it'll reach level 40? He assumed Tang Zimu was joking and didn't give it much thought. With enthusiasm, Lu Shuru led Tang Zimu downstairs, saying as they walked, "Tang, my young friend, let me take you to get your third-tier Beastmaster certification. I must say, it's astonishing clearing the Beastmaster assessments from 0 to 3rd tier in just 1 month. You must be the first in Longguo's history to achieve such a feat." On the first floor of the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Alliance in Longguo, at the identification processing counter, Lu Shuru led Tang Zimu forward. In the bright and bustling hall, this master and disciple pair stood out among the crowd. "Xiao Huang, is Tang Xiaoyou's membership information ready?" Lu Shuru asked the supervisor at the counter, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation. "It's ready," Supervisor Huang replied respectfully, handing over a stack of documents through the window. Lu Shuru nodded and was about to speak when Supervisor Huang, with a confident smile, presented a certification. "Minister, the rank certification is prepared as well," he said. Supervisor Huang felt a sense of pride. He was known for his keen judgment at headquarters. When Lu Shuru took Tang Zimu to participate in the assessment, he had already instructed his team to prepare the certification in advance. His staff initially suggested issuing a first-rank Beast Tamer certification, but he immediately rejected it. "This is the top scorer of the college entrance exams, Tang Zimu. How could we judge him by common standards?" he thought, deciding instead to prepare a second-rank Beast Tamer certification. However, upon glancing at the certification, Lu Shuru immediately tossed it back. "What is this second-rank Beast Tamer nonsense? Issue a third-rank Beast Tamer certification for Tang Zimu, and do it quickly." Supervisor Huang's smile froze instantly. His face burned as if he had been slapped in public. "Third-rank Beast Tamer?" he stammered, his mind in turmoil. "In all my years in this role, I've never seen anyone jump from 0 to 3rd rank in one step. How did this happen today? I'll get it redone right away," Supervisor Huang muttered, glancing at Tang Zimu with a flushed face before scurrying off to process the new certification. While waiting, Lu Shuru took the opportunity to explain the privileges of a third-rank beast tamer to Tang Zimu in detail. You can receive 50 points every month, and the task limit increases from 1 to 2. If you complete more than 10 tasks in a month, your points double. These points can be used in designated areas to purchase various items, from spirit beast feed to beast tamer orbs, everything you might need. After listening, Tang Zimu curiously asked, what about 4th rank beast tamers? How many points do they get per month? The 4th rank assessment is much tougher. Those who reach that level are true experts. They receive 300 points per month, Lu Shuru explained. 6 times as much, Tang Zimu calculated inwardly, his resolve to pass the 4th rank assessment next month growing even stronger. As the two continued their conversation, Supervisor Huang returned, panting heavily, holding the new certification. He handed Tang Zimu a badge engraved with the number 3 and a small booklet, saying formally, Tang Zimu, congratulations on becoming a 3rd-rank Beast Tamer of the Beast Tamer Alliance. From now on, you can present this certification to enjoy the corresponding privileges at any branch of the Beast Tamer Alliance. Tang Zimu stood in front of the gates of the Beast Tamer Alliance headquarters, tightly clutching the certificate he had just received as a 3rd-ranked Beast Tamer. His eyes flickered with a mix of emotions, pride in his accomplishment and a touch of sentimentality. In a short time, he had risen from a fledgling newcomer to a highly regarded 3rd-rank Beast Tamer. Turning to Lu Shuru, he said politely, Minister Lu, thank you so much for your help. I need to head back to the university to organize my things, so I won't take up more of your time. Lu Shuru nodded and pointed to a snow-white steed nearby, its 4 hooves seeming to dance with the wind. Take the Windrunner horse, it's fast. Once you arrive at the university, someone will come to retrieve it. After bidding farewell to Lu Shuru, Tang Zimu gently patted the beast beside him before mounting the horse. With a sharp neigh, the Windrunner horse shot forward like an arrow, speeding through the gates of the Beast Tamer Alliance. As Tang Zimu disappeared into the distance, urgency flashed across Lu Shuru's face. He quickly approached a waiting beast known as the Baogai Beast, which was adept at assisting people in ascending buildings rapidly. Understanding the command, the beast carried Lu Shuru swiftly to the office at the top of the tower. The moment he entered the office, Lu Shuru eagerly slammed a gemstone on the desk. Moments later, the clouds outside the window parted as a massive beast's head emerged. Old Lu, what do you want at this hour? The beast growled in a deep voice, its tone tinged with impatience. Rubbing his hands together excitedly, Lu Shuru grinned and said, I met a genius today and learned a technique from him that could enhance your strength. Enhance my strength? The beast's eyes lit up immediately. As one of the most powerful beasts in the nation, already surpassing level 90, opportunities to increase its strength were rare. What kind of technique? The beast pressed, its voice filled with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shuru suddenly shouted, Old Mo, use Sunluo Wanxiang to attack right now. After yelling, he asked eagerly, how do you feel? Do you feel inspired or stronger? The beast's head remained silent for a long moment before it finally muttered in a low, exasperated voice. Old Lu, are you messing with me for fun? Scratching his head in confusion, Lu Shuru frowned. That's strange. I was sure that's how it worked. Could it be that only a genius can properly use this technique? Meanwhile, Tang Zimu was unaware that he had inadvertently left the esteemed minister of the Beast Tamer Alliance's headquarters completely baffled. The Windrunner horse galloped through the streets of Kyoto, quickly arriving at the gates of Kyoto University. The grand entrance was imposing, rivaling the majesty of the Beast Tamer Alliance headquarters. If not for the words Kyoto University engraved above the entrance, Tang Zimu might have thought he'd wandered into a palace. Thanks to prior arrangements made by Director Li from the admissions office, Tang Zimu only needed to present a certificate to pass through the gates smoothly. His freshman advisor, Teacher Ma, was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Tang Zimu, she let out a sigh of relief. Tang, you're finally here. I was worried you wouldn't make it in time for tomorrow's opening ceremony. She was about to say more when her eyes fell on the badge pinned to Tang Zimu's chest. Her eyes widened, and she drew a sharp breath. Wait, what's with that badge? Tang Zimu stepped through the gates of Kyoto University, accompanied by his loyal companion, Lao He. They had just returned from the Beastmaster Alliance. Although a hint of fatigue lingered on Tang Zimu's face, it couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Oh, I ran into Minister Lu from headquarters on the way into the city, so I ended up going to the Beastmaster Alliance with him, Tang Zimu said casually. The minister made an exception for me, so I went ahead and took the 3rd-level Beastmaster certification exam. Passed it just like that. Hearing this, Teacher Ma's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, at a loss for words. She recalled her own grueling experience of taking the 3rd-level certification exam 3 times before passing, and now, staring at this soon-to-be first-year student, she was utterly speechless with amazement. Let me take you to your accommodation first, Teacher Ma said after a brief pause, quickly changing the subject. She led Tang Zimu and Lao He across the campus, passing the sports field, classrooms, and student dormitories, until they arrived at an ornate estate. The words Cloud Peak Estate were boldly etched above the entrance. There are 40 residences within Cloud Peak Estate, divided by year group. The higher the unit number, the more luxurious the residence, Teacher Ma explained as they walked. First-year students are assigned to units 31 to 40. You'll be staying in Villa 31, which is fully equipped based on your prior selections. They stopped in front of Villa 31, and Teacher Ma handed Tang Zimu a set of keys. Here are the keys to your residence. The Cloud Peak area is under top-tier Beastmaster protection, so you don't have to worry about safety or theft. Tang Zimu took the keys and opened the front door. Teacher Ma briefly introduced the details of the villa. Exhausted but still polite, Tang Zimu thanked her before seeing her off. He then let Lao Hei pick a room on the first floor while he headed upstairs to the master bedroom for some rest. As Teacher Ma left the estate and walked toward her staff dormitory, a sudden realization struck her. She stopped in her tracks, recalling how effortlessly Tang Zimu had passed the third-level certification. A chill ran down her spine. Just how strong is his rogue monkey now? She murmured to herself. She remembered Tang Zimu's remark about taking first place at the opening ceremony, and now it no longer seemed like a joke. Those 100 scholarship students this year better brace themselves. The next morning, Kyoto University's largest plaza had been transformed into a grand and opulent venue. Teachers were busy maintaining order as students arrived one after another. Upperclassmen gathered in small groups, laughing and sharing stories of their summer vacations. In contrast, the first-year students sat quietly in their designated area, visibly more reserved. However, there were exceptions among the newcomers. The scholarship students from the top families across the domain stood out with their confident demeanor, already familiar with one another. One voice, in particular, drew attention. Song Li, I heard that guardian dog with full potential you acquired has an incredible trait. How's its training coming along? Not so impressive compared to you, Miss Ko. Miss Ko smiled faintly, a glimmer of pride flashing in her eyes. She replied softly, well, I did manage to acquire the only fully qualified longleaf cat in the mountain region this year. Before her words even settled, young Master Gu Xiaohua, raised an eyebrow and interjected. If you ask me, I'm still the most impressive. He stretched out his arms dramatically, showcasing his hands. Left hand, a fully qualified flame deer. Right hand, a fully qualified steel feather sparrow. Jealous yet? The surrounding guaranteed students all looked on enviously. These prodigies, born into privilege and entitlement, naturally formed their own exclusive circle. Their conversations were jaw-dropping here. Fully qualified spirit beasts, unattainable for ordinary people, seemed as common as commodities, with everyone owning at least one. If you're talking about the truly elite families, someone whispered, like the guaranteed students from the heart of Kyoto, some of them already have 2 fully qualified beasts under their command. The group exchanged compliments and admiration until Gu Xiaohua waved them off with a smile. Flatter me all you want, but on the arena stage, I won't go easy on anyone. Young Master Gu, you're overthinking it, several others responded with wry smiles. Even if you do hold back, we wouldn't stand a chance against you. One person explained, Gu Xiaohua comes from the Gu family, one of the 4 most prestigious families in Longhua, and he's the direct heir of the patriarch. The resources at his disposal are beyond what we, even as top-tier descendants, could dream of. On top of that, he's trained 2 fully qualified spirit beasts, allowing him to strategically choose which to use based on type advantage in battle. How could we possibly compete? In my opinion, another person sighed. This year's opening ceremony championship will come down to either young Master Gu or young Master Su. We don't stand much of a chance. All eyes instinctively turned toward Su Huai, seated across from Gu Xiaohua. Su Huai, a scion of the Su family, another of the 4 great families, was the grandson of a senior patriarch. Gifted and highly regarded from a young age, he too had access to immense resources and possessed 2 fully qualified beasts. Naturally, he was considered the other top contender for the freshman championship. Gu Xiaohua and Su Huai locked eyes, their gazes cold as ice. Though both maintained polite smiles, the tension between them was palpable, like a brewing storm. It was clear that these 2 prodigies were already strategizing how to outmaneuver each other in the upcoming arena matches. Just then, a commotion erupted near the entrance of the hall. Someone shouted, Tang Zimu is here. The name dropped like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire venue. With his perfect exam scores and the legendary feat of slaying the 6-winged flame sovereign, Tang Zimu's reputation had long preceded him. Hearing of his arrival, most students and even several teachers instantly turned toward the entrance, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. In the distance, a figure approached steadily. He was strikingly handsome, with a tall and commanding presence, dressed in a dark red robe. The robe's material was extraordinary, radiating a subtle crimson glow that shimmered like flowing blood with each step he took. As he drew closer, the crowd's attention gravitated toward the metal emblem on his chest. When the engraved character 3 became clear, the hall fell into a stunned silence. Wait, what? A 3rd-rank Beastmaster? someone finally blurted out, breaking the brief stillness. Immediately, the hall erupted into a wave of chatter, and every gaze remained fixed on the young man, as if he were the center of the universe. TCH. When the dazzling third-tier Beast Master badge came into view, a wave of disdainful chuckles rippled through the hall. The newcomer, dressed in the academy uniform with the badge gleaming on their chest, was clearly a senior student. This was far from the image they had envisioned for the freshman, Tang Zimu. Are you kidding me? A student muttered under their breath. A freshman who didn't even attend the opening ceremony? How could they possibly be a third-tier Beastmaster? Who's spreading nonsense? Another voice snapped angrily. Got my hopes up for nothing. The hall buzzed with murmurs of frustration and embarrassment. The students felt both deceived and ashamed for believing the rumors so easily. After all, they were the top scholars and prodigies from prestigious families across the regions, yet they had fallen for such hearsay. Just as the crowd began to look for the culprit behind the rumors, a teacher, Mr. Ma, who had been busy in the freshman area, suddenly strode forward. Tang Zimu, you're finally here. Mr. Ma greeted warmly. His words struck like a bolt of lightning, plunging the hall into an eerie silence. All eyes darted between Mr. Ma and the supposed senior, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Someone murmured. A third-tier Beastmaster? A freshman? Even some second-year seniors, who were still struggling with the arduous three-stage assessment and remained at the second tier, couldn't believe it. After all, the Beastmaster Alliance's rank badges were absolutely authentic and could not be falsified. In the circle of first-year students admitted through special recommendations, Gu Xiaohua and Su Huai instinctively covered the second-tier badges on their chests. They had thought their family connections, which allowed them to pass the second-tier assessment early, were something to flaunt. But now, those achievements seemed utterly insignificant. Mr. Ma, is there something you need? Tang Zimu asked as he walked into the hall, having left his beast, Lao He, in the designated holding area outside. Nothing major, Mr. Ma replied. We've assigned you the first seat in the freshman section. During the opening ceremony's arena matches, the first seed of each grade will participate in their grade's opening match. Tang Zimu nodded in understanding and followed Mr. Ma to the front row. He had arrived a bit late, and soon after, the rest of the attendees began taking their seats for the ceremony. Though the crowd remained curious and full of questions about Tang Zimu, the impending start of the event forced them to set aside their discussions and focus on the upcoming proceedings. As the clock struck precisely 9, an ear-splitting cry echoed across the sky. A massive gray crane with a black crown atop its head and gray-white plumage burst through the clouds and gracefully landed on the high platform at the forefront of the opening ceremony. Moments later, an elderly man with a spirited demeanor and youthful energy, despite his white hair, leapt lightly from the crane's back. Tang Zimu watched the scene intently, silently marveling at the sight. He immediately recognized the elderly man as Wu Xinghuang, the president of Kyoto University, and the imposing gray crane as Wu Xinghuang's renowned beast companion, the legendary black-mantled star crane. Tang Zimu couldn't help but compare it in his mind, concluding that this crane's power likely surpassed that of the strongest spirit beast he had previously encountered, the six-winged flame monarch. With a warm smile, Wu Xinghuang greeted the students below. It's been a long time, everyone. He then proceeded with a brief welcome speech. Unlike the lengthy and tedious introductions typical on Blue Star, Wu Xinghuang's address was concise and impactful, taking only 2 or 3 minutes to highlight the key points. After all, in a world where daily spirit beast attacks were a reality, there was little time to waste on formalities. After the welcome, Wu Xinghuang quickly transitioned to the main event. As you all know, Kyoto University has a proud tradition of holding intergrade arena battles during the opening ceremony. Now, let me introduce you to this year's tournament and its details. But first, let's welcome our special guests for today's event. As his words concluded, the curtains to the side of the platform slowly parted, revealing a group of imposing figures who stepped out one by one. Each carried an air of authority, their calm and composed expressions exuding an unspoken power that commanded respect. Sitting in the front row, Tang Zimu immediately recognized the leading figure Lu Shiru. He thought to himself, well, what do you know? The old man didn't mention he'd be attending the ceremony today. At that moment, Lu Shiru also noticed Tang Zimu's gaze and gave him a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Wu Xinghuang briefly introduced the identities of the distinguished guests. Besides Lu Shiru, the others were also prominent ministers from important departments of the Dragon Nation, all wielding significant influence. Their presence underscored the prestigious status of Kyoto University. As the guests took their seats, the atmosphere among the audience grew tense. Except for the freshmen, students from other grades perked up with excitement, knowing that the real highlight of the ceremony was about to begin. Sure enough, Wu Xinghuang announced, to encourage healthy competition among students, we have, as always, allocated a tremendous budget for an array of spectacular rewards for this year's opening tournament. The opening ceremony of Kyoto University was so highly anticipated not only because of the rankings it produced, but also because of the jaw-droppingly lavish prizes. For most students present, apart from those from prominent families admitted through special recommendations. This might be their one and only chance to obtain such rare and valuable rewards. This was a fundamental reason why no other university could replicate Kyoto University's opening ceremony. The sheer scale of the prizes was unmatched. Wu Xinghuang continued. Now, let me start by announcing the prizes for the freshman division. This year, those who make it into the top 256 will receive 50 pounds of premium spirit beast feed. The top 128 will be awarded 5 types of top-tier spirit beast cultivation materials. The top 64. Wu Xinghuang's voice was clear and resonant, and the freshmen in the audience listened intently. After all, these rewards were directly tied to their personal interests. Soon, the most anticipated rewards for the top 8 finalists were revealed. Each would receive a beast taming pearl. Tang Zimu couldn't help but gasp. This was a rare treasure, something even a city lord like Zhao Kaixian would cherish dearly. Yet at Kyoto University, it was merely the reward for the top 8 freshmen. He sighed inwardly. Truly worthy of being the nation's top-tier institution, its wealth was indeed astonishing. Through these rewards, Tang Zimu also clearly saw the vast disparity between the Yin region and the central region. It seemed the wealth of a small town in the central region could rival that of an entire city in the Yin region. Wu Xinghuang continued to announce that the top 4 finalists would receive beast taming weapons personally crafted by Master Yu Yuanming. As soon as these words left his mouth, the students erupted into cheers and screams. Yu Yuanming was the most skilled craftsman in Longhua, and the only one capable of creating perfect quality beast taming pearls, 2-slot beast taming rings, and other top-level beast taming items. Even weapons he casually crafted were coveted treasures. At this moment, Mr. Ma, seated next to Tang Zimu, whispered, according to the unspoken rules, as long as you make it into the top 32, you'll get a weapon made by Master Yu Yuanming. Tang Zimu shook his head without responding. His goal had always been first place. Wu Xinghuang went on to announce that the champion of the freshman division would receive a custom-made, top-tier weapon personally crafted by Master Yu Yuanming for their beast companion. All the required materials would be fully covered by the university's materials library. This announcement was like a bombshell, instantly electrifying the venue. Even Gu Xiaohua and Su Huai, members of the elite directed mission group, started breathing heavily. Rewards of this caliber were typically reserved for the patriarchs or elders of top-tier families like theirs. Tang Zimu maintained a calm exterior, but his heart was racing with excitement. What he valued wasn't just the custom weapon, but the chance to meet Master Yu Yuanming himself. As Longhua's premier craftsman, Yu Yuanming likely had access to items imbued with divine attributes. If Tang Zimu could seize this opportunity to connect with him, he might even secure an extraordinary reward. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Wu Xinghuang appeared very pleased with the audience's reaction. This was a rare opportunity he had managed to secure after winning a chess match against Yu Yuanming 2 weeks prior. After the crowd settled down, Wu Xinghuang began to announce the rewards for the sophomore division. However, most of the freshmen had already stopped paying attention, instead racking their brains for ways to perform well in the upcoming matches and secure better rewards. Tang Zimu, too, fell into deep thought, but he was pondering what kind of weapon to request from Yu Yuanming. He mused to himself, what kind of weapon could both be used by Old He and secretly by me? At that moment, Wu Xinghuang announced the champion reward for the sophomore division. Tang Zimu immediately snapped out of his thoughts, perking up to listen attentively. If the freshman rewards were this generous, the sophomore rewards were bound to be extraordinary as well. Wu Xinghuang's words struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. The prize for winning the sophomore division was revealed to be an opportunity to enter the Kunloon secret realm. This announcement sent the gathered second-year students into an uproar, their cheers echoing throughout the venue. Tang Zimu stood off to the side, watching the wildly excited students as they waved their arms and jumped around, his brows furrowing slightly. Kunloon secret realm? The name stirred something deep within him. As a native of Huaghua, he was well aware of Kunloon's legendary status, but he knew nothing about this so-called secret realm. Still puzzled, Tang Zimu turned to his side and asked Teacher Ma. Teacher Ma, what is the Kunloon secret realm? Is it even more impressive than our Kyoto University's S-Class secret realm? Teacher Ma smiled faintly and explained. The S-Class secret realm is exclusive to our university, but the Kunloon secret realm was created through the combined efforts of all mankind. It's said to be home to 3 distinct spirit beast clans, whose names are classified information among global authorities. With their assistance, we were able to establish the Kunloon secret realm. In exchange, humanity provides them with a large amount of rare resources every year, and in return, they grant us limited entry slots for treasure hunting within the realm. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up as he grasped the key points. A secret realm constructed with the help of spirit beasts, requiring human tributes? This indicated that the 3 spirit beast clans possessed power so immense that even humanity dared not provoke them lightly. Moreover, the mention of clans ruled out most solitary divine beasts. A bold thought suddenly flashed through Tang Zimu's mind. These three spirit beast clans might belong to the elusive T1 tier he had been seeking information about. His breathing quickened at the realization. After all, even the principal of Kyoto University only commanded T2 tier spirit beasts. T1 tier spirit beasts were unimaginably rare, akin to near mythical beings in a game. Suppressing the excitement surging within him, Tang Zimu pressed further. Is treasure hunting the only thing we can do in the secret realm? Is there no chance of taming those three spirit beast clans? Teacher Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang, what are you thinking? Those three spirit beast clans are incredibly noble. Even our interactions with them must be handled with utmost care. There's no way they'd agree to be tamed by humans. The fact that we're allowed to take some treasures imbued with their aura is already a generous concession on their part. Tang Zimu silently mulled over this response, finding it hard to fully believe. If these spirit beasts required human offerings and assistance to build the secret realm, it implied they had their own needs. This so-called nobility and impossibility might simply be a matter of insufficient bargaining chips. And Tang Zimu felt confident in the unique treasures he possessed, items far beyond the reach of ordinary humans. However, a sobering realization suddenly struck him. This was the prize for the sophomore division. A wave of regret washed over him. He had previously thought the freshman division's custom weapon reward was impressive, but now it was clear that the sophomore division's prize suited him far better. Unwilling to give up, Tang Zimu asked again. Teacher Ma, is the sophomore division's prize always an entry slot to the Kunloon secret realm? Teacher Ma shook his head. Not necessarily. This year, it seems the slots were allocated to Kyoto University, so the principal decided to use them as a reward. This response dashed some of Tang Zimu's hopes, but he wasn't ready to let go of this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. His mind raced, and soon, a plan began to take shape. Determination gleamed in his eyes as he silently made up his mind. I will claim this opportunity to enter the Kunloon secret realm, no matter what. On the stage, Wu Xinghuang once again announced the rewards for the junior and senior students, his voice resonating powerfully with every word. The allure of the championship rewards was no less enticing than customized weapons or the Kunloon secret realm, prompting a wave of cheers and applause from the students of both grades. The excitement was palpable. However, standing amidst the crowd, Tang Zimu appeared rather indifferent. He knew these rewards were better suited for the beasts of upperclassmen and had limited value for a freshman like him. Wu Xinghuang scanned the crowd, his eyes sharp and commanding. Fellow students, all the rewards are ready. Now it's up to you to claim them. With a wave of his hand, he continued, the battle arena is fully prepared. Follow me there. With that, he led a group of impeccably dressed guests toward the battle arena at Kyoto University. The other students, brimming with excitement, followed their teachers in an orderly manner to receive their respective beasts, their hurried steps and eager eyes reflecting their anticipation. Tang Zimu, accompanied by Lao He, had just arrived at the battle arena, where the atmosphere was electric with the buzz of voices. Teacher Ma quickly guided him to the front of the freshman team and began explaining the rules of the arena battles in a low, rapid tone. Similar to the second-tier Beastmaster assessment, the arena battles were 1v1 matches with restrictions in place to prevent students with privileged access to top-tier beast equipment from disrupting the balance. Tang Zimu wasn't surprised by this, but what truly caught his attention was the point-based system for multiple matches, rather than a single elimination format. This meant he would have more opportunities to participate in battles, giving him ample chances to rack up victories and claim related rewards. Suddenly, Wu Xinghuang's voice boomed from the arena. As per tradition, the opening match for the freshman division will be led by our freshman representative. Tang Zimu, please step forward and draw your opponent for this round. Taking a deep breath, Tang Zimu walked steadily up to the stage. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, the audience erupted into thunderous cheers. Whoa, Tang Zimu, you're the best. After all, achieving a perfect score as the top student and slaying a Dominator-level spirit beast were legendary feats that had garnered nationwide fame. Among the crowd, there were many who admired and eagerly anticipated his performance. Meanwhile, in the VIP seating area, a quiet discussion about Tang Zimu was unfolding. An elderly man with a kind expression turned to Lu Shuru, who was seated at the front, and asked curiously, a third-tier Beastmaster already, Lu, I assume you've had some interactions with Tang Zimu? Lu Shuru kept his gaze fixed on Tang Zimu in the arena, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Of course, I personally arranged all his tier assessments. This statement immediately piqued the interest of the other guests, who began to chime in with questions. A burly middle-aged man interjected. The hotheads from the Flame Domain are all calling Tang Zimu a genius among geniuses. What's your take on him, Minister Lu? Another man, tall and thin with gold-rimmed glasses, couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked eagerly. How did he pass the third-tier assessment? Didn't he just tame that rogue monkey about a month ago? Is this Tang Zimu really as extraordinary as the reports say? Lu Shuru faced the crowd's questioning eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips, with a glimmer of mischief flashing in his gaze. Recalling the jaw-dropping performance he had witnessed from Tang Zimu just the day before, he decided to let this curious group experience the same astonishment for themselves. A genius? That's putting it lightly, Lu Shuru teased, deliberately keeping them in suspense. Just watch. This kid's fighting style is something else entirely. The crowd's curiosity was thoroughly piqued as all eyes turned to the arena. The expansive battleground featured over a dozen platforms, arranged in a formidable line. Far more impressive than the lone platform in the examination room. Each stage was flanked by elevated stands and boasted a spacious fighting area, perfectly suited for the students' daily matches. As Tang Zimu stepped onto the platform, Wu Xinghuang couldn't contain his excitement and greeted him in a hushed tone. Tang Zimu, I've been eager to meet you. Too bad you arrived so late yesterday. Though brimming with curiosity, Wu Xinghuang restrained himself from launching into a long conversation. Instead, he pulled out a large box filled with slips bearing the names of new students, motioning for Tang Zimu to draw his opponent's name. Without hesitation, Tang Zimu reached into the box and drew a small ball. Wu Xinghuang leaned in to see the name, and his expression instantly turned intriguing. Taking the ball, he held it up so the side engraved with the name faced the audience, then announced loudly. For the opening match, Tang Zimu will face Gu Xiaohua. The name sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. Gasps and murmurs erupted not only among the new students, but also from the senior ones. Gu Xiaohua, the eldest son of the prestigious Gu family and a favorite to win among the freshmen, was to face the top-scoring student in this opening exhibition match. The drama couldn't be more intense. At first, Tang Zimu didn't recognize Gu Xiaohua, but his sharp hearing quickly pieced together the identity of his opponent from the surrounding chatter, a direct descendant of the renowned Gu family, one of the four great clans. Now this, Tang Zimu thought to himself, is what you call true nobility. As his name was called, Gu Xiaohua rose gracefully from the audience and made his way toward the platform, flanked by a flame deer and a steel-feathered finch, both vigilantly guarding their master. Wu Xinghuang's gaze fell on the Beast Master badges pinned to their chests. Tang Zimu wore a third-tier badge, while Gu Xiaohua's was second-tier. After a brief explanation of the match rules, Wu Xinghuang raised his voice and declared, "Let the opening match of this year's entrance ceremony begin." Gu Xiaohua stood at the edge of the arena, his heart pounding like a drum. Just yesterday, he was filled with confidence, eager to showcase his abilities. But now, as he stared at the glowing third-rank Beast Master badge on Tang Zimu's chest, his confidence crumbled in an instant. This guy even passed the rigorous assessment that requires solid strength. How am I supposed to compete with him? Gu Xiaohua thought to himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. However, the draw had been decided, and retreat was no longer an option. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. No choice but to give it my all, he encouraged himself. He probably just finished his assessment yesterday. Maybe his brutal ape hasn't fully recovered from its injuries. As he stepped onto the arena, another dilemma arose. What beast should he send out? Gu Xiaohua quickly weighed his options. The flame deer excelled in magic attacks, while the steel feather sparrow was agile and versatile. Facing a brutal ape known for its strength and stamina, he ultimately chose the steel feather sparrow. With a single thought, a streak of silver light flashed, and the steel feather sparrow gracefully glided into the battlefield. The sight nearly made Tang Zimu burst out laughing. Seriously? You're sending out the steel feather sparrow again after it just got beaten during yesterday's assessment? You're practically handing me the win, Tang Zimu thought, amused. But to be cautious, he still examined the steel feather sparrow's stats. Name, steel feather sparrow. Star rating, 10 stars. Attributes, flying, steel. Level, 10. Talent, steel wing, emerald grade talent. When steel wing is attacked, it nullifies 25 of the damage and increases movement and attack speed by 25 for 8 seconds. Base stats, strength, 32. Spirit, 19. Stamina, 35. Agility, 40. Physical defense, 32. Magic defense, 31. Tang Zimu had to admit, this steel feather sparrow was indeed formidable. More than enough to dominate other freshmen. Reaching level 10 in just 2 months shows how much effort Gu Xiaohua has put into raising it, he assessed internally. Yet, Tang Zimu's thoughts quickly shifted to his own brutal ape Old Hay, a beast accustomed to feasting on apex-grade spirit beast meat and even divine-grade beast rations. Coupled with the natural superiority of its race, the gap in their stats was insurmountable. Feeling completely at ease, Tang Zimu patted Old Hay beside him. Go ahead, Old Hay. The brutal ape understood immediately and leapt into the battlefield without hesitation. The two beasts stood in the center of the arena, facing off. Wu Xinghuang, acting as the temporary referee, blew the whistle, signaling the start of the battle. Gu Xiaohua's reaction was lightning fast. As soon as the whistle blew, he used mental communication to command the steel feather sparrow. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Tang Zimu, a combatant whose reaction speed exceeded human limits. Your reflexes may be fast, but they're still within human bounds. Mine? Not even close to human. Tang Zimu thought smugly. Almost simultaneously with the whistle, he issued his command. Use fear gaze directly ahead to immobilize it. Then follow up with despair strike on its body. Old Hay, well trained and disciplined, sprang into action immediately. Its ferocious face twisted into an even more terrifying expression as it unleashed fear gaze straight toward the steel feather sparrow. It moved so quickly that the sparrow hadn't even had the chance to spread its wings. With an 80 chance of success, the move was nearly guaranteed. In the next moment, the steel feather sparrow froze in place, paralyzed by fear. As soon as fear gaze took effect, Old Hay shot forward like an arrow, its fists glowing with a dark light. It delivered a heavy blow to the immobilized steel feather sparrow. The sequence of actions was seamless, executed with perfect precision. Tang Zimu and Old Hay worked together like a finely tuned machine. Of course, it's flawless, Tang Zimu thought with satisfaction, watching as the tide of the battle shifted decisively in his favor. The combination move of control and attack was something Tang Zimu had repeatedly drilled into Lao He during their daily training sessions. Just yesterday, they had practiced it in a real battle against a fellow species, the steel-feathered sparrow. At this moment, Lao He's movements were fluid and seamless, showing no signs of hesitation. Bang! A thunderous punch landed squarely on the steel-feathered sparrow's body. The devastating strike, powered by 50 points of strength, combined with the despair-inducing attack bonus that added 30 extra damage to a frightened target, was further amplified by carefully avoiding the steel-feathered sparrow's damage-reducing steel wings. The result was an attack of overwhelming force. The steel-feathered sparrow didn't even have time to let out a cry of pain before its body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. It crashed heavily at the edge of the arena and lay motionless. Xiaoyu, Gu Xiaohua instinctively cried out, attempting to establish a telepathic connection, only to be met with silence. This could mean only one thing: the steel-feathered sparrow had lost consciousness. Reality hit Gu Xiaohua hard as proud and mighty steel-feathered sparrow had been one-punched into defeat by the opponent's brutal monkey. It wasn't just Gu Xiaohua who was stunned. Everyone present, including Wu Xinghuang, the referee standing closest to the action, froze in shock. As their eyes fell on the lifeless body of the steel-feathered sparrow sprawled on the ground, the truth finally sank in: it had indeed been taken out with a single punch by the brutal monkey. Wu Xinghuang, an experienced principal, quickly suppressed his astonishment and declared, the steel-feathered sparrow has lost consciousness. The winner of this match is Tang Zimu's brutal monkey. At that moment, the entire arena erupted into chaos. I blinked, and the fight was over? Damn, a single punch knocked out the steel-feathered sparrow? How terrifying is that brutal monkey's strength? Wasn't this supposed to be an evenly matched battle between two geniuses? A regular candidate just obliterated a guaranteed admission student. This is going down in school history for sure. If the brutal monkey had one-punched an ordinary freshman's beast, the spectators might not have been as shocked. After all, Tang Zimu's reputation preceded him, and his Tier 3 Beast Master badge was proof of his strength. But the defeated beast belonged to none other than Gu Xiaohua, the heir of the Gu family patriarch. A beast with full potential, nurtured with top-tier resources, and given an extra month of training. It was unthinkable that it had been defeated in a single blow. The absurdity of it all was simply beyond comprehension. In the VIP viewing section, Lu Shuru shook his head with a smug grin, watching his colleagues' faces mirror the shock he had felt the previous day. He burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, I told you, didn't I? You'd know a true genius as soon as you saw one. The others exchanged awkward smiles in response. Indeed, seeing was believing, and the sight had left them utterly astonished. Despite having already placed high expectations on Tang Zimu's abilities, none of them had anticipated that he would completely outclass someone as talented as Gu Xiaohua. Clearly, there were levels even among geniuses. Lu Shuru continued, and I wasn't wrong about his unique fighting style, was I? It's definitely unique, one of them remarked with a sigh. Using verbal commands to direct his beast, it's a risky choice. If his own reactions couldn't keep up, it would have been a disaster. Lu Shuru's eyes twinkled with mystery as he replied, that's where you're wrong. He explained it to me yesterday. This immediately piqued the interest of the others, who pressed him for more details. Lowering his voice, Lu Shuru recounted Tang Zimu's explanation from the day before. After hearing it, the group fell into contemplative silence. They exchanged knowing glances until one of them cleared his throat. Ahem, well, it's not convenient to test this during the ongoing arena matches, but I'll definitely give it a try when I get back. The lively, buzzing atmosphere took quite a while to settle down. Gu Xiaohua took a deep breath and stepped forward to meet Tang Zimu. The two stood at the center of the arena, shaking hands in front of the crowd as a gesture of respect. Your rogue monkey is indeed formidable. I admit defeat, Gu Xiaohua remarked sincerely, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. He exhaled deeply, turned, and walked off the stage, his retreating figure tinged with a trace of melancholy. Tang Zimu watched Gu Xiaohua's departing back, and his impression of the young man rose significantly. To be defeated in a single blow yet remain composed, without resentment or envy, truly spoke to his steady mindset. Alright, the opening match has concluded. I now declare the official start of the Freshman Division's arena tournament for this year's opening ceremony. Wu Xinghuang stepped forward to announce, worried about running out of time. The teachers had already taken their positions, scattered across the various arenas as judges. Meanwhile, the freshmen below eagerly checked their randomly assigned opponent lists. In the first round, each student would face 5 randomly chosen opponents. Victories earned 2 points, losses 1 point, and those with the highest scores would advance to the next round. Let's go. I'm ready for the arena. I want to make it to the top 128 and gather some good materials for my beast companion. I'm not asking for much. Making it to the top 256 would be great. The freshmen, brimming with excitement, waited anxiously for their turn, throwing out bold declarations. However, even the most arrogant students refrained from claiming they would take first place. After all, even the tournament favorite had been defeated in a single blow. Who would dare challenge Tang Zimu's position? Since Tang Zimu had already participated in the opening match, he was assigned only 4 opponents in the first round. Not that it mattered to him. In each match, his rogue monkey ended things with a single punch. Tang Zimu decided to stop giving commands altogether, allowing the rogue monkey to fight on its own and use the opportunity to develop its independent combat skills. In such one-sided matches, Tang Zimu effortlessly advanced to the second round, then the third. It wasn't until the first match of the third round that he became truly engaged. Winning this battle would mark his 10th victory. Rogue monkey, make it quick, Tang Zimu urged impatiently. The rogue monkey nodded in understanding. As soon as the whistle blew, it shot forward like a blur, landing a powerful punch squarely on the chest of the opposing flame deer. Caught completely off guard, the flame deer was sent flying. The referee, unsurprised, declared, "Flame deer is unable to continue." The winner of this match is Tang Zimu's rogue monkey. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Tang Zimu's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host's beast companion, Rogue Monkey, for achieving victory in the arena match. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 10 consecutive victories in the arena tournament. Reward, random skill. Random skill? Not bad, not bad. Tang Zimu thought with satisfaction. He always appreciated rewards that directly enhanced his combat effectiveness. Tang Zimu stepped off the stage and led Lao He to the edge of the arena, where the beast recovery area was located. He gently patted Lao He's back, signaling it to rest and recover its strength, while he found a seat nearby to wait for the system to complete its random selection. Before long, a familiar notification sound rang out. Ding! Random selection complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Battle Roar. Tang Zimu raised an eyebrow, immediately sensing something unusual. From his understanding, roar-type skills in the Spirit Beast world typically belonged to the transformation category support skills, rarely possessing offensive capabilities. To his surprise, the random selection had granted him a support skill. Intrigued, he eagerly opened the reward storage box to examine the details. The skill description appeared before him. Battle Roar, a general-type group transformation skill. When used, it can be learned by any beast, regardless of species or innate talent. The effect is a roar infused with battle intent, increasing the strength, mental power, and agility of all allies, including the user within a certain range by 25, while decreasing their stamina, physical defense, and magical defense by 25. The duration depends on the mental power consumed. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up as he quickly analyzed the value of this skill. Drawing on his extensive experience with games on Blue Star, he immediately recognized the uniqueness of Battle Roar. Unlike common single-target transformation skills, this was a rare group transformation skill with much broader applications. It could temporarily turn all allies into glass cannon powerhouses. When used strategically, it could have a significant impact on the overall battlefield. This is exactly the kind of practical skill I like. Tang Zimu nodded in satisfaction and decisively dragged the Battle Roar skill to his profile. The system promptly displayed another notification. Ding! Host Tang Zimu, would you like your beast to learn the skill Battle Roar? Yes. Tang Zimu responded without hesitation. A warm sensation surged through his body as the system began transferring the knowledge and techniques for using Battle Roar. Once he fully grasped the skill, excitement sparkled in his eyes again because the skill came with an unexpected bonus. Contrary to his assumption that the skill would require a heartfelt, emotionally charged roar to activate, the actual trigger condition was surprisingly simple, reaching a certain decibel level. In other words, the skill could be activated with just a loud shout. This discovery thrilled Tang Zimu, as it greatly enhanced the skill's stealth and versatility. Suddenly, Tang Zimu recalled a conversation from the previous night with Lu Shuru, where he had jokingly said, "I believe using tone and language can greatly boost a beast's morale, enabling it to unleash greater combat potential." He couldn't help but chuckle. How does that description sound so much like battle roar? It was just something I made up on the spot, and now it's a reality. Am I some kind of prophetic genius? As his thoughts raced, Tang Zimu's mind began formulating new ways to utilize battle roar, particularly how to maximize its effectiveness in the upcoming Freshman Division Arena Tournament. The Freshman Division's arena competition at Kyoto University's opening ceremony finally came to a close after a day of intense battles. As the sun set in the west, Wu Xinghuang stood at the center of the arena. His gaze swept over the audience, and in a loud, clear voice, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the arena competition with great success." Turning toward the highest platform of the awards stage, he continued, "Let us congratulate Tang Zimu for claiming the championship with absolute strength." These words struck like a heavy blow to Gu Xiaohua, who stood in the runner-up position. He clutched his face in anguish, his heart filled with bitterness. In the final decisive match, his Flame Deer and Steel Feather Sparrow were defeated by Tang Zimu's Rogue Monkey with a single punch, unable to last even 3 seconds. In the audience, Director Huang from the admissions office and freshman advisor teacher Ma watched Tang Zimu on the champion's podium, their expressions complex. They vividly recalled trying to persuade Tang Zimu a month ago in Yinyang City to give up on the idea of winning the championship. At the time, they believed challenging a guaranteed admission student was unrealistic. Yet, in just 1 month, Tang Zimu had demonstrated overwhelming strength, proving himself and redefining what it meant to be a genius beyond ordinary comprehension. Wu Xinghuang pulled out a metallic card engraved with the characters Yu Yuan Ming and announced to Tang Zimu, "Now, I present our champion with the reward a custom weapon voucher. With this, you may commission Master Yu Yuan Ming to craft a top-tier, exclusive weapon tailored to your beast." Tang Zimu accepted the card politely and carefully tucked it into his pocket. Wu Xinghuang leaned in slightly and added in a low voice, "First, consult with Yu Yuan Ming to sketch a design and list the materials needed. Then, take the voucher to the school warehouse to select the materials." The audience watched this scene with envy but without a trace of jealousy. Tang Zimu had earned everyone's respect with his strength, securing this precious reward. After the award ceremony, Wu Xinghuang let out a long sigh of relief. A day of high-intensity work had taken its toll on the elderly man. As he delivered closing remarks, he mentally summoned his black radiant sky crane, eager to leave quickly. Tomorrow, the sophomore division's competition will take place. Interested students are welcome to come and watch, Wu Xinghuang said as he mounted the sky crane, which had just landed. Tang Zimu was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. He had planned to approach Wu Xinghuang after the competition to discuss an important matter privately, but he hadn't expected him to leave so hastily. Realizing that Wu Xinghuang might not attend tomorrow's event and that only he could make a decision on the matter, Tang Zimu hurriedly stepped forward and called out, "Mr. Wu, please wait." Wu Xinghuang was about to leave when he suddenly heard a voice behind him. He frowned, wondering who would bother him at this moment. But as he turned around and saw it was Tang Zimu, his face immediately lit up with a smile. "Student Tang Zimu, what can I do for you? Are you having trouble finding Yu Yuanming, or do you not know where the storage room is? I can ask the counselor to assist you," Wu Xinghuang said warmly. Tang Zimu paused for a moment before speaking. "Principal Wu, as I recall, the registration mechanism for the opening ceremony's competition requires that participants must not exceed the year level of the competition zone, correct?" "That's correct." Wu Xinghuang nodded in confirmation, though he was puzzled as to why a freshman would ask such a question. Tang Zimu continued, "In that case, as a first-year student, it should be reasonable for me to register for tomorrow's second-year competition and claim the rewards, right?" Hearing this, Wu Xinghuang's body jolted, and he almost fell off the Black Star Sky crane he was riding. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "Are you saying you want to participate in the second-year arena competition?" "Yes," Tang Zimu replied with a firm nod. Wu Xinghuang drew in a sharp breath. He had designed this rule to encourage third-year students to challenge fourth years, and he had even imagined second years challenging third years. But for a freshman, who had only been in school for a month, to challenge second-year students who had been training for 13 times longer? That was utterly inconceivable. "Tang Zimu, are you sure? This isn't a joke," Wu Xinghuang said seriously. "Although you've passed the third-tier Beast Tamer assessment, the second-year students who make it into the top 256 could easily dominate the first-year competition, just as you did today." "I'm sure," Tang Zimu replied resolutely. Seeing the determination in Tang Zimu's eyes, Wu Xinghuang took a deep breath and said, "All right, I approve your registration. Even if you don't win any ranking rewards, you'll gain invaluable battle experience." With that, he turned to the audience, who were preparing to leave, and announced loudly, "Attention, students. I have a last-minute announcement. Our first-year champion, Tang Zimu, has requested to participate in tomorrow's second-year arena competition. I have approved his registration. If you're interested in tomorrow's matches, you're welcome to come and watch." This unexpected announcement instantly caused an uproar among the previously calm crowd. "What the heck, did I hear that right? Tang Zimu is actually going to face off against a sophomore in the arena. This statement exploded like a bomb among the spectators, causing a massive uproar. The orderly crowd that had been leaving the venue suddenly halted, turning back with expressions of disbelief. Tang Zimu, a freshman who had only been at the school for a month, dared to challenge a sophomore with far more experience in beast taming? The audience exchanged bewildered glances, their murmurs growing louder and louder. Well, a genius way of thinking is truly beyond the grasp of ordinary people. Someone sighed, shaking their head. The crowd had just witnessed Tang Zimu's dominant performance throughout the day and held deep admiration for the talented freshman. But at this moment, some of that admiration began to turn into disappointment. "You're the strongest among the freshmen, we'll give you that," one spectator frowned and said. "But you can't let it go to your head and act like no one else matters." The most outraged, however, were the sophomores. Tang Zimu's bold challenge across grade levels was nothing short of a public slap in their faces in front of the entire school. Who could tolerate such provocation? Several top-ranked sophomores narrowed their eyes, casting disdainful glances at Tang Zimu on the arena stage. "Huh, this little freshman is really full of himself," one of them sneered. "Genius or not, if you haven't fully grown, what's the point? How many so-called prodigies have fallen by the wayside?" Another chimed in. "TSK, he's so blinded by his victories he's lost touch with reality." A third sophomore clenched his fists. "If I face him tomorrow, he'll make sure to put him in his place and teach him what it means to stay humble." Meanwhile, standing on the arena stage, Tang Zimu ignored the commotion around him. After receiving Principal Wu Xinghuang's affirmative response, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Being allowed to compete meant he was one step closer to his goal, the Kunloon Secret Realm. This was an important milestone. But Tang Zimu was well aware that the real challenge was just beginning. To secure a spot in the Kunloon Secret Realm, he needed to win first place in the sophomore division. Given Old Hei's current abilities, this goal seemed almost out of reach. Nevertheless, a faint smile tugged at Tang Zimu's lips. He still had himself to rely on. After an entire day of battles, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with every aspect of the arena competition, uncovering numerous details he could exploit. Tomorrow, he'll give these sophomores a show they won't forget, a little shock to open their eyes. Tang Zimu silently vowed. After bidding farewell to the principal, Tang Zimu headed straight back to his residence. With one night left before the next day's arena matches, he planned to give Old Hei an intensive training session to prepare for the final showdown. The next morning, as sunlight began to bathe the campus, a few sophomores arrived eagerly at the arena to warm up ahead of time. However, the scene before them left them utterly speechless. The entrance to the arena was packed with a long, winding line of people. A dense crowd was streaming in, orderly but endless. In previous years, only freshmen were required to attend their division's matches, while other divisions typically saw few spectators. But today, it seemed as if the entire school had gathered here. Just as the stunned sophomores were trying to process the sight, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The top-tier figures who attended the opening ceremony as guests yesterday, to everyone's surprise, entered the battle arena surrounded by a group of teachers. Tang Zimu and his classmates exchanged astonished glances, realizing they had underestimated the sensation caused by Tang Zimu's decision to enter the sophomore competition. The spectator seats were packed, replicating the grand scene of the day before. The sophomore grade director stood on stage, visibly nervous in front of a lively crowd. Taking a deep breath, he scanned the front row, where Tang Zimu sat, and announced, "The randomized matchups for the first round are ready. They will now be distributed. Please proceed to the designated arenas according to the list." As soon as he finished speaking, the director hurried off the stage, and other teachers began handing out the matchup lists. Tang Zimu took his copy, quickly glanced over it, and found that his first opponent was a girl named Jia Taozi. His ears perked up, catching a startled exclamation from the competitor's area. "I can't believe I'm up against that freshman in my first round." Looking toward the voice, Tang Zimu spotted Jia Taozi staring at her list. A group of people immediately surrounded her, chattering away. "Haha, looks like Tang Zimu's in trouble. First match and he's up against Sister Jia." He thought he'd start easy, but now he's facing a steel wall with Taozi. TSK, so jealous. Sister Jia's got this in the bag for the first round." Tang Zimu frowned slightly, piecing together from their comments that Jia Taozi was formidable, likely ranked among the top 100 sophomores. He realized that today's first match would be a tough battle. Word spread quickly among the audience, prompting mixed reactions. Some felt nervous on Tang Zimu's behalf, others were gleefully anticipating his potential defeat, and some were simply curious to see how he would handle the challenge. As the matches progressed on the various arenas, the referee on Arena 1 finally called out Tang Zimu and Jia Taozi's names. Instantly, the spectator areas around the other arenas emptied as everyone's attention shifted to Arena 1. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Tang Zimu, dressed in a dark red robe and wearing a calm expression, stepped onto the stage with his unbeatable battle monkey by his side. Opposite him, Jia Taozi stood tall and confident, accompanied by her guardian spirit dog. The atmosphere was thick with tension and anticipation. The freshman champion's debut in the sophomore competition was about to begin. Tang Zimu, I suggest you surrender now. This way, your rogue monkey might save some strength and maybe get lucky enough to win against the next opponent. Jia Taozi stood at the edge of the arena, her gaze sweeping contemptuously over the rogue monkey, heading toward the preparation area. A confident smirk curved at her lips. Tang Zimu ignored her taunts, focusing intently on his beast. The rogue monkey, affectionately called Old Hay, bared its teeth and let out a low growl, exuding an aura of readiness for battle. Jia Taozi continued smugly. My guardian spirit dog is a first-stage evolved beast, already over level 20, with its attributes greatly enhanced from evolution. Your little monkey, which you've only been raising for a little over a month, doesn't stand a chance against it. Narrowing his eyes, Tang Zimu silently checked the attributes of her guardian spirit dog. Name, Guardian Spirit Dog. Quality, 9 stars. Attribute, Rock. Level, 21. Talent, Guardian Spirit Emerald Tier Talent. Shield-related skills increase shield capacity by 20, and damage received is reduced by 10 while shielded. Base attributes. Strength, 50. Spirit, 45. Stamina, 75. Agility, 35. Physical defense, 80. Magical defense, 75. Skills, Rock Shield, Solid Rock Barrier, Bite Howl. The Guardian Spirit Dog was indeed well known as a tank-type beast, and Jia Taozi's had clearly been trained to maximize its defensive capabilities. Tang Zimu had to admit that in comparison, his Old Hay, which had just reached level 11 yesterday, would struggle to make an impact with its 55 points of strength against the Guardian Spirit Dog's 80 points of physical defense. At that moment, Old Hay had already reached the preparation area. Hearing Jia Taozi's taunts, it bristled with anger and let out 2 sharp, screeching cries. Tang Zimu knew this surge of energy was thanks to the divine beast feed. He'd given Old Hay earlier that morning its favorite treat, which filled it with power. Jia Taozi, furious at Old Hay's defiance, glared at the impudent little monkey, gritting her teeth. The referee on the sidelines, seeing that both beasts were in position, promptly blew the whistle. Battle begin. Jia Taozi's experience in the arena was evident. As soon as the whistle sounded, her guardian spirit dog raised its head, summoning a thick rock shield in front of it. Tang Zimu had initially planned to have Old Hay use its Dread Visage skill, but seeing Jia Taozi act first, he quickly adjusted his strategy. Jia Taozi smirked confidently. Huh, Tang Zimu, I saw through your little Dread Visage and Heavy Punch combo a long time ago. With my shield up, your combo is completely broken. What can you even do now? Fighting in the arena is one thing, but you sure talk a lot, Tang Zimu muttered to himself. He quickly analyzed the Guardian Spirit Dog's stance and decisively issued a new command. Old Hay, use Body Slam into Whirlwind Throw. Like an arrow released from a bow, Lao He charged toward the Guardian Spirit Dog with lightning speed. Jia Taozi, through her psychic link, commanded her beast to dodge, but the reaction speed of her tank-type beast proved to be a fatal weakness. Just as the Guardian Spirit Dog attempted to sidestep, Lao He was already upon it, shadowing its every move. A floating rock shield obscured the Guardian Spirit Dog's vision, leaving it unable to determine Lao He's attack trajectory. Suddenly, a black leg darted out from beneath the shield, expertly hooking the Guardian Spirit Dog's front leg. A cunning force surged through, causing the dog's leg to buckle. Losing its balance, it crashed to the ground along with the protective rock shield, landing in a disheveled heap. Tang Zimu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he silently celebrated. This was the culmination of Lao He's rigorous training in traditional martial arts from Blue Star's Huagua and combat techniques from around the world. The move just executed, a lying throw, was a wrestling technique that utilized a sudden inward leg rotation to disrupt the opponent's balance, achieving a soft strength overcoming hard force effect. Seizing the momentum, Lao He lunged forward, wrapping its powerful arms around the fallen Guardian Spirit Dog's waist. Every muscle in its body tensed as it hoisted the dog high into the air. With a guttural roar, Lao He swung its body, rotating the Guardian Spirit Dog 180 degrees over its shoulder before slamming it face first onto the uneven, jagged surface of the rock shield. This windmill slam left the Guardian Spirit Dog's face battered against the rough stone. A whoa! A sharp, pained howl escaped as the Guardian Spirit Dog's nose fractured. Tang Zimu, recognizing the opportunity, immediately commanded, "Mion E, follow up." Lao He understood instantly. With one massive hand, it gripped the Guardian Spirit Dog's head, forcing its face toward its own. Then, it unleashed its Dread Face skill. Overwhelmed by pain and unable to resist, the Guardian Spirit Dog succumbed to the close-range terror effect, plunging into a state of fear. Capitalizing on this advantage, Lao He raised its arm and delivered a rapid series of 3 heavy punches to the dog's head, leaving it dazed and unable to respond to Jia Taozi's commands. Seeing the perfect opening, Tang Zimu unleashed a surge of invisible energy from within. Battle roar activated. Lao He, finish it. His shout served not only as a directive for Lao He, but also as the signal to deploy the battle roar effect. Lao He immediately channeled the newfound surge of power into its elbow, transforming it into a streak of dark energy that slammed down on the guardian spirit dog's head with devastating force. However, Tang Zimu's strategy extended beyond brute force. He cleverly directed the battle roar effect to also weaken the guardian spirit dog, reducing its physical defense by 25. Under the relentless assault of overwhelming strikes, the 25 power boost, the amplified damage from the fear effect, and the reduced physical defense, the guardian spirit dog stood no chance. It could only manage a faint whimper before collapsing into unconsciousness under Lao Hei's final, crushing blow. Silence. The entire arena fell into a deathly stillness, with the exception of the fierce battles continuing on other platforms. Around Platform 1, everyone was frozen in shock, staring at the stage with eyes full of disbelief and confusion. Just moments ago, the guardian spirit dog had the upper hand, successfully interrupting its opponent's combo and constructing a solid defensive shield. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the rogue monkey unleashed a dazzling and unpredictable combo, pinning the guardian spirit dog to the ground until it lost consciousness. The dramatic reversal happened so suddenly that the audience questioned whether they were hallucinating. The referee circled the unconscious guardian spirit dog twice before finally blowing the whistle with a trembling voice. The guardian spirit dog is unable to continue. The winner of this match is Tang Zimu's rogue monkey. As the referee announced the results, Lao He immediately straightened its posture, muscles taut, stomping forward in an exaggerated warlike pose to flaunt its victory to the audience. This bold display was undoubtedly true to its usual style. The whistle marked the conclusion of Tang Zimu's first match in the sophomore division. Against all odds, this freshman had defeated Jia Taozi, who ranked among the top 100 sophomores. Impossible. How could this happen? Jia Taozi was clearly unable to accept the outcome. She slumped to the ground, her eyes devoid of light. Her guardian spirit dog still had many skills and strategies left unused. How could it have been defeated so easily? The more Jia Taozi dwelled on it, the more unwilling and dejected she felt. Her current disheartened demeanor stood in stark contrast to her earlier arrogance, as if the person who had suggested her opponent's surrender was someone else entirely. Tang Zimu paid little attention to his overconfident opponent. With a triumphant Lao He by his side, he stepped off the platform. Defeating Jia Taozi had eased much of the tension in his heart. He had overcome the biggest hurdle, and the upcoming matches would now be far less challenging. This confidence stemmed from a key observation Tang Zimu had made during yesterday's matches: the state of the beasts. Unlike the Pokemon world, where creatures can instantly recover, in the spirit beast realm, recovery of stamina and healing of injuries takes time. With the tightly packed schedule of the opening ceremonies tournament, the beasts had to fight continuously. Even with dedicated recovery zones and medical personnel, the beasts couldn't fully regain their strength or heal during the brief breaks. As a result, most contestants' spirit beasts grew increasingly fatigued as the tournament progressed, their strength steadily declining. By the final rounds, the beasts of competitors like Gu Xiaohua would be operating at less than half their initial strength. But Lao He was different. That morning, Tang Zimu had fed it a divine-grade spirit beast ration, whose remarkable energizing effects were no exaggeration. Old Hei's strength seemed inexhaustible, with his stamina, mental energy recovery, and wound healing abilities significantly enhanced. While other beasts required half an hour to recover most of their strength, Old Hei was already in peak condition, eagerly awaiting the next battle. The audience stared in shock as Tang Zimu's rogue monkey grew stronger with each fight. Against opponents of the same level, Old Hei's combat style became increasingly effortless, efficient, and swift. There were even moments reminiscent of the freshman division where a single punch decided the outcome. The crowd could only marvel at how both the rogue monkey and Tang Zimu were geniuses beyond comprehension. With this unparalleled advantage, Old Hei achieved consecutive victories. 5 wins in a row secured him a spot in the top 256, sending the audience into a frenzy. 4 wins advanced him to the top 128, leaving the arena in stunned silence. 3 more victories pushed him into the top 64, and by then, the spectators were numb, staring blankly at the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, after intense competition, we have finally determined the top 4 contestants of this year's sophomore division at the opening ceremony. The grade director stood on the stage and announced passionately, "They are Gu Kai from Class 3, Fan Lele from Class 5, Su Yaren from Class 9, and Tang Zimu from Class 1 of the freshman division." This slip of the tongue snapped the audience out of their daze. Only then did they realize that the freshman who had been ridiculed as a clown just yesterday had now, as a first-year student, fought his way into the top 4 of the sophomore division. Clearing his throat, the grade director continued. "Based on the points, Gu Kai ranks 4th, Fan Lele 3rd. Since Su Yeren and Tang Zimu remain undefeated, we have decided to hold an additional match to determine the champion. Let us enjoy the final battle of the day. As the Grade Director stepped aside to act as a temporary referee, Tang Zimu and Su Yeren faced off in the center of the stage. The audience's enthusiasm reignited, and they began cheering wildly for their chosen competitors. Go, Tang Zimu! Tang Zimu can win the championship. Huh. Tang Zimu's winning streak is just luck. He hasn't faced Su Yeren yet. Tang Zimu's rogue monkey hasn't even gone all out yet. How do you know he can't win? Su Yeren is on a whole different level of strength among second years. On the stage, the two contestants locked eyes, and the atmosphere grew tense. The ultimate showdown was about to begin. Judging by the cheers from the crowd, it was clear that Su Yeren had an overwhelming lead in support. Around the arena, Su Yeren's supporters were waving banners enthusiastically, their chants growing louder and more fervent with each passing moment. In contrast, while Tang Zimu's supporters were passionate, their numbers were noticeably smaller. This situation came as no surprise. Su Yeren, a powerhouse among the sophomore students, had a formidable reputation thanks to his beast companion the Earth Titan Bear. Its record in battle was nothing short of astonishing. Every match ended with a single decisive blow, showcasing an overwhelming dominance. While Tang Zimu's companion, Old Hay, also maintained an undefeated streak, its battles were hard-fought and evenly matched, making it difficult to compare to Su Yeren's crushing victories. It was also clear to any observer that the two competitors came from very different backgrounds. Su Yeren, a specially admitted student, had the immense resources of the Su family behind him. Tang Zimu, on the other hand, was an ordinary student who had earned his place through sheer ability. This disparity became especially evident in their sophomore year, as familial advantages began to play a more significant role. On the arena stage, Tang Zimu gazed at the towering Earth Titan Bear across from him. Standing 3 to 4 meters tall with bulging muscles, it was an imposing sight. Tang Zimu couldn't help but marvel at the creature. A top-tier T2 level beast with 9-star aptitude, it was the kind of companion that only City Lord level figures in the Yin region could hope to possess. Yet, Tang Zimu did not falter. He spoke calmly to Old Hay. Old Hay, do you remember what I taught you last night? A glimmer of understanding flickered in Old Hay's eyes, and it let out a resonant "E" in response. Tang Zimu nodded in satisfaction, signaling Old Hay to step into the preparation area. At the same time, he opened the attribute panel of the Earth Titan Bear. Name, Earth Titan Bear. Aptitude, 9-star. Attributes, ground type, normal type. Level, 26. Talent, Child of the Earth Emerald tier when in contact with the ground. Gains 20 resistance to control effects, along with a 50 boost to strength and stamina recovery. Base stats, strength, 105. Spirit, 50. Stamina, 75. Agility, 50. Physical defense, 90. Magical defense, 85. Skills, Earth Rock Hammer, Finishing Blow, Bear Pounce, Destructive Strike. The stats were intimidating. Even after multiple grueling arena battles, the Earth Titan Bear still had an impressive 75 stamina points remaining. Its other attributes were nearly double those of Old Hay, especially the staggering 105 strength points. Tang Zimu was well aware of the massive gap in attributes. Against such odds, Old Hay stood no chance in a direct confrontation. But he had anticipated this outcome and had already prepared a strategy when he signed up for the competition the previous day. With the referee's whistle, the highly anticipated championship match officially began. Old Hay and the Earth Titan Bear entered the preparation area simultaneously, and the air grew thick with tension and excitement. The crowd held their breath, eagerly awaiting the start of this intense showdown. Su Yeren was entirely different from Jia Taozi. The moment he heard the whistle, he immediately commanded the Earth Tank Bear through their mental link to take action. The massive creature knelt down, pressing its massive palms against the ground. In an instant, a towering boulder several meters high materialized. Earth Rock Hammer. With a thunderous roar, the Earth Tank Bear hurled the colossal rock straight at Lao He. Tang Zimu acted decisively. Block and brace. He knew there was no way Lao He could completely evade such a massive projectile, so he issued the command to minimize the damage instead. Lao He retreated rapidly, and, just as the boulder was about to strike, assumed the defensive posture Tang Zimu had taught him, shielding his vital areas. Boom! The boulder shattered into countless fragments, sending tremors through the entire arena. Lao He was struck by the edge of the rock, letting out a muffled groan before crashing heavily to the ground. His body was slashed by the flying shards, leaving him bloodied all over. Fortunately, he managed to protect his head and other critical areas, narrowly avoiding being killed outright by the devastating attack. But this was no turn-based battle. It was a true arena fight with no pauses. Su Yeren, seasoned and experienced, had already commanded the Earth Tank Bear to charge the moment Lao He was struck. Thud, thud, thud. The Earth Tank Bear's heavy footsteps shook the arena floor like rolling thunder. Its immense body resembled a moving fortress, barreling straight toward Lao He. Bear slam. Hold your ground. Tang Zimu roared. Lao He struggled to his feet, spitting a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth, he faced the oncoming earth tank bear. He assumed a stance and swung his fist and elbow, now glowing faintly with a dark light, his desperate, all-out strike. But the vast disparity in strength was not something sheer effort could overcome. The moment Lao Hei's elbow collided with the earth tank bear's body, the dark glow of his skill dissipated instantly. His body was flung backward like a kite with a broken string. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-breaking sounds echoed from within Lao He as he was sent hurtling through the air. Bang! Lao He finally crashed heavily onto the right edge of the arena, landing directly below the elevated platform where Tang Zimu stood. His body was riddled with visible dents, his wounds bleeding profusely. Only his indomitable willpower kept him from losing consciousness on the spot. Seeing Lao He in such a miserable state, the crowd supporting Su Yeren erupted in triumphant cheers. The once dominant and confident Tang Zimu seemed destined to fall in the finals of the sophomore division. Those who had previously pinned their hopes on Tang Zimu performing a miracle now looked despondent, their hopes entirely extinguished. Sigh, the gap in strength is just too wide. Even a miracle can't change that. You still with me? Tang Zimu took a deep breath and called out to Lao He. Ugh. Below, Lao He struggled to rise, spitting out another mouthful of blood. His eyes, though filled with pain, remained defiant as he locked his gaze on the earth tank bear, which was already launching its final charge. In a hoarse voice, he responded to Tang Zimu. Good. A faint smile tugged at Tang Zimu's lips. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in his calm eyes. Lao He, let's show them the power of our burning combo technique. Boom. The Earth Titan bear charged like a moving shadowy wall, heading straight for Lao He at the edge of the arena under the glow of the setting sun. Each thunderous step of its massive body tore through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, its momentum unstoppable. Charge! Tang Zimu commanded, his voice firm. Lao He let out a defiant roar toward the heavens, dragging his battered body forward without hesitation to meet the Earth Titan bear head-in. The audience collectively held their breath, their hearts pounding wildly. The rogue monkey was in terrible shape, and a direct clash could spell a gruesome death. Some even shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of such a promising beast risking its life due to its master's bold decision. In the VIP section, Lu Shuru and others clenched their fists tightly, torn between sticking to the rules or stepping in to save the day. The distance between the two beasts closed rapidly. Both unleashed their taut, muscled fists simultaneously. Bam! The dull, bone-jarring sound of flesh and bone colliding reverberated through the arena. To everyone's astonishment, the much smaller rogue monkey managed to hold the Earth Titan bear's massive fist in place with sheer strength. The audience rubbed their eyes, questioning if they were hallucinating. What was even more shocking was what followed. After a 3-second stalemate, the seemingly more powerful fist of the Earth Titan bear began to quiver, its trembling growing more pronounced. As the rogue monkey stepped forward, the Earth Titan bear's fist was forced backward, its enormous body losing balance and toppling over. With a deafening crash, the Earth Titan bear hit the arena floor heavily, its eyes vacant as unconsciousness claimed it. The entire crowd erupted in disbelief, their minds unable to process what had just unfolded before them. From the Beastmaster's platform, Tang Zimu flashed a knowing smile. It turned out that the training he gave Lao He the previous night wasn't about mastering lethal moves or evasive agility. Instead, it was about controlling the trajectory of where Lao He would land after being struck. Lao He's earlier struggles weren't solely due to a gap in strength, they were partially intentional. Tang Zimu's real objective? To have Lao He land with precision directly beneath his high platform. As the sun set, the figure of Tang Zimu standing atop the high platform stretched long, casting a shadow below. His gaze was sharp and unwavering, fixed on the scene about to unfold. Lao He landed precisely in the designated spot, its shadow perfectly overlapping with Tang Zimu's. Combo technique, activate. Tang Zimu commanded in a low voice, igniting a surge of battle intent. At the same time, the phantom assassins stealthily merged into Lao He's shadow, launching a ferocious charge together. The moment Lao He clashed head-in with the Earth Bear, the phantom assassin struck as well, delivering a heavy blow to the Earth Bear's shadow. This was the meticulously crafted and adrenaline-pumping combo technique designed by Tang Zimu. Tang Zimu's strength attribute had already reached an astonishing 110 points. With the enhancement of the mountain-crushing sea-tilting ability, the battle cry further amplified his strength to an overwhelming 165 points. With such terrifying power, knocking the Earth Bear unconscious was effortless. To conceal his strategy, Tang Zimu cleverly used the light to hide his own shadow and adjusted his position to block the audience's line of sight. The entire process was seamless, leaving no flaws for anyone to detect. As the audience was left in stunned silence, an exclamation suddenly broke out from the VIP section. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, where Lu Shuru, The minister of the Beast Alliance's Dragon Nation headquarters was visibly excited, his face flushed with exhilaration. "I've figured it out," Lu Shuru exclaimed, clenching his fists tightly. "It's the combination of language and mindset that's the key." Seeing the puzzled expressions around him, Lu Shuru elaborated. Tang Zimu's motivational words, combined with the desperate mindset of the rogue monkey, allowed it to unleash power beyond its limits. It's just like how Li Chang's fire spirit Rockfinch managed to critically wound the six-winged flame lord in a desperate situation. The crowd suddenly understood, only to realize an even more critical point. Tang Zimu had maintained such composure and confidence from start to finish, clearly having everything under control. His ability to precisely anticipate variables, integrate different elements, and execute his plan step by step was astonishing. Just how terrifying was the beast-taming prowess of this freshman university student? Gasp! Tang Zimu's astonishing performance hit everyone present like a heavy hammer, striking deeply into their hearts. On the stage, Su Yaren was still bewildered by the sudden collapse of the Titan bear, but his gaze was soon drawn to Tang Zimu, his eyes filled with utter disbelief and shock. In the audience, the atmosphere froze instantly. Whether it was the prodigious students who outshone their peers, the top-tier educators handpicked through rigorous selection, or even high-ranking national figures like Lu Shiru, all were plunged into profound confusion. Each of these individuals, who were typically revered by ordinary people, now seemed so inexperienced in the face of Tang Zimu's extraordinary display of strength. A phrase echoed in Lu Shiru's mind. "I have seen many geniuses, but they all called me one." This sentiment seemed to perfectly encapsulate the moment at hand. Yet, while everyone was immersed in awe for Tang Zimu, the man himself stood calmly on the elevated platform, though his heart was bursting with joy. He had anticipated that his unconventional combination technique would cause a sensation and had prepared himself accordingly. However, he had not expected Lu Shuru to craft his own elaborate explanation, complete with added details. This turned out to be a blessing in disguise thanks to Lu Shuru, the master of overthinking. Tang Zimu no longer needed to bother with explanations. At that moment, Old Black, despite its limited understanding of human language, keenly sensed the admiration in everyone's eyes. Though battered and bleeding profusely, it forced itself to stand tall, baring its teeth and flexing its biceps to flaunt its strength. However, the heroic pose lasted less than a second before Old Black collapsed heavily to the ground from blood loss. This dramatic scene snapped the crowd out of their daze. Wu Xinghuang immediately stood up, hastily instructing the medical team to treat the raging monkey and the Titan bear. It was then that everyone noticed the principal had quietly taken a seat among the audience, evidently to witness the championship match firsthand. With the principal's presence, the grade director naturally ceded the role of overseeing the event. Wu Xinghuang confidently stepped onto the stage and announced, "Dear students, after a day of intense battles, the sophomore division of Kyoto University's opening ceremony tournament has now concluded successfully. Let us congratulate Tang Zimu for overcoming countless challenges and emerging as the champion of this competition." The moment these words were spoken, some observant students noticed a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this almost identical to what the principal had said yesterday when Tang Zimu won? With just minor tweaks, it had been reused word for word. The principal's efficiency was indeed remarkable, though some students silently grumbled about it. In this solemn moment, no one dared to voice their complaints aloud. After Wu Xinghuang's speech, thunderous applause erupted around the arena as everyone cheered for Tang Zimu's outstanding performance. This freshman, who had just started his university journey, achieved a jaw-dropping feat in just 2 days. Yesterday, he demonstrated top-tier beast cultivation skills in the same-year competition, and today, he showcased exceptional beast combat tactics in the interior competition. From being underestimated at the beginning to gradually winning over the entire audience with his strength, Tang Zimu not only advanced to the sophomore division as a freshman, but also claimed the championship, creating an unprecedented and likely unrepeatable legendary record. During the award ceremony, Wu Xinghuang gazed at Tang Zimu, who was standing on the champion's podium, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Tang Zimu, you have truly opened my eyes." It was the first time in his career that he had presented 2 awards to the same student during an opening ceremony, setting a new precedent. Wu Xinghuang then took a circular jade token from the grade director and solemnly handed it to Tang Zimu, announcing to the crowd, "Now, I will present our champion with his reward, the entry token for the Kunloon Secret Realm, the Kunloon Plate. With this token, you can access the Kunloon Secret Realm for 12 hours. Tang Zimu accepted the circular token and carefully examined the ancient-looking jade artifact, which was engraved with the characters Kunloon. After flipping it over a few times, he asked softly, "Principal, I have a question." Wu Xinghuang instantly recalled the events of the previous day, his eyes widening as he blurted out, "You're not planning to compete in the junior division, are you?" Tang Zimu choked on his words and quickly clarified, "What are you thinking? I'm ambitious, not reckless." Sending Old Black to fight those third-year beasts at over level 30 would be suicide. He realized that his recent performances had left such a deep impression on Wu Xinghuang that it had even caused him some anxiety. Not at all, not at all, Wu Xinghuang said, realizing his overreaction. He took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. You want to know how to use the Kunloon plate, right? Whether you can enter the secret realm at any time with it. Tang Zimu nodded in confirmation. Wu Xinghuang explained. The Kunloon secret realm isn't open at all times. It only allows entry during certain designated periods each year for those with the token. If you want to enter soon, the next opening will be in 5 days. 5 days. Tang Zimu calculated. That time would be just enough for Old Black to recover, and he still had a custom weapon reward to claim. He decisively said, then let's set it for 5 days later, Principal. Wu Xinghuang nodded approvingly. I believe with your abilities. Entering the Kunloon secret realm to seek rare treasures will yield great rewards. Entering sooner is indeed a wise decision. Just seeking rare treasures? Tang Zimu thought with a sly smile, keeping his true intentions to himself. He hadn't gone through all this effort to enter the Kunloon secret realm just to gather materials. The thought of encountering the 3 quasidivine species of the spirit beast world in 5 days filled him with excitement. After all, his next beast companion would very likely come from one of these legendary species. The warm, fragrant aroma of freshly steamed pork buns filled the air, the juicy, tender meat coming from a pig slaughtered just the day before. The smell of roasted lamb legs wafted through the bustling marketplace as a vendor shouted loudly. If it's not delicious, it's free. Nearby, another merchant called out his promotional offer. Buy a pound of yellow ox beef and get half a pound of lamb for free. This was the bustling Chaoyang market, the largest in the capital city, alive with noise and throngs of people. Tang Zimu stood amidst the lively chaos, frowning as he surveyed his surroundings, doubting for a moment whether he had come to the right place. He double-checked the address his teacher had given him, carefully comparing it to the storefront sign that read, Use Beast Material Shop, along with the address number. Store number 03, it was indeed the correct location. After triple-checking, Tang Zimu was certain that Yu Yuan Ming, the top crafting master of beast-related items in Longhua, was indeed rather unconventional. Opening a shop in a market like this was certainly an unusual choice. Even the plain, unassuming sign was a stark contrast to the grand reputation of a master like him. Shaking his head with a sigh, Tang Zimu remarked to himself, artists really do think differently from the rest of us. With his companion Lao He trailing closely behind, Tang Zimu pushed open the tightly shut metallic door of the shop. What greeted him was a wall piled high with various tools and materials, giving the impression of a hardware store. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Without looking up as the door creaked open, the man said curtly, If you have a voucher, pick your items. If not, leave. This was Yu Yuanming's rule. Anyone wishing to purchase from him needed a voucher issued by the master himself. Tang Zimu immediately noticed that the man behind the counter wasn't Yu Yuanming. Without hesitation, he pulled out the voucher given to him by Wu Xinghuang and said directly, This is a custom order. It's not something I can just pick out. Hearing this, the middle-aged man instantly opened his eyes. In all of Longhua, very few people possessed vouchers for custom-made items by Yu Yuanming, and such individuals warranted the utmost respect. However, when the man took a good look at Tang Zimu's strikingly youthful face, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, You're Tang Zimu. It wasn't just the voucher that caught the man's attention. Tang Zimu's reputation preceded him. Despite his young age, he was already a rising star in the nation. The opening ceremony of Kyoto University, the most prestigious institution in Longhua, had recently brought him widespread fame. The school's annual martial arts tournament, a highlight of the ceremony, showcased the country's most promising talents. Each year's final rankings were compiled into a national report, distributed far and wide for public admiration. This year's rankings left the entire nation stunned. It was no surprise that Tang Zimu was crowned the champion of the freshman division. But when the sophomore division champion also turned out to be Tang Zimu, confusion spread. Was it a case of identical names, or had there been a printing error? Even some city officials reached out to Kyoto University to verify the results. After repeated confirmations from the university, the truth became clear. The sophomore champion was indeed the same Tang Zimu who had just entered as a freshman. This was an indisputable fact, backed by evidence. What followed was a nationwide sensation. Tang Zimu's performance at the opening ceremony became the talk of the country, ascending 3 levels in a single day to become a Tier 3 Beastmaster and defeating all sophomore competitors as a freshman. These incredible achievements, combined with the legendary tales already associated with him, turned Tang Zimu's name into a household phenomenon in Longhua. His fame grew to unprecedented heights, leaving even ordinary citizens in awe, let alone the middle-aged man now staring at him in amazement. Tang Zimu's reputation preceded him. If he were to visit a butcher's stall and simply mention his name, the vendor would likely greet him with enthusiasm and offer him 2 liang of fresh meat for free. However, at this moment, He was standing in an unassuming little shop, facing a middle-aged man who seemed lost in thought. "It's me, Tang Zimu," he said, his voice pulling the man out of his daze. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, pressing a hidden spot on the counter. His expression shifted to excitement as he said, "I've already notified Master Yu. He'll be here shortly, you won't have to wait too long." Before he could finish, the small door in the corner at the back of the shop was flung open. A towering, broad-shouldered figure stormed in with great energy. The man stood over 1.9 meters tall, with a powerful build and bulging muscles, exuding the vigor of a young man. Were it not for the crown of white hair on his otherwise bald head, no one would have guessed he was a senior. "What do you need from me?" the man asked, his voice resonant and commanding. The middle-aged man quickly introduced him to Tang Zimu. "This is Yu Yuanming, Master Yu." He then turned to Yu Yuanming and said, "This young man is Tang Zimu. The certificate you gave Principal Wu some time ago is in his possession." At the mention of the name, recognition flashed in Yu Yuanming's eyes. Despite spending his days immersed in forging, he had clearly heard of Tang Zimu's exploits. "So you're Tang Zimu?" Yu Yuanming gave him a once-over, then shook his head. "You seem to be in good spirits, but your physique is still a bit on the thin side. A real man should be." His gaze suddenly shifted to the figure behind Tang Zimu. Spotting Lao He, his eyes lit up. "Ah, yes, that's the kind of build I'm talking about. This must be the undefeated brute monkey from the arena. Impressive training." Tang Zimu's face twitched involuntarily. He silently fumed. After all the training he had undergone, his physique was now lean, yet muscular, hardly what anyone would call thin. He thought to himself, "Sure, I might not look as bulky as you, but believe me, one punch from me, and you'd be on the ground deciding which side you'd like to be buried on." Yu Yuanming, however, was already fixated on Lao He. His interest piqued. Waving enthusiastically, he beckoned them over. "Come, bring this brute monkey to the forging room. I need to take precise measurements and figure out how to customize its weapon." Tang Zimu couldn't help but inwardly criticize the old man's erratic train of thought, but he followed Yu Yuanming's lead, guiding Lao He through the small door and into the forging room. The moment he stepped inside, Tang Zimu was stunned by what he saw. Compared to the modest storefront, the forging room was at least 10 times larger. Even more astonishing were the countless materials strewn about, each glowing with distinct hues. Their extraordinary quality was immediately apparent. Tang Zimu marveled silently, as expected of the strongest blacksmith in Longhua. It seems like half of the country's finest forging materials are in his possession. He scanned the room, looking for any special items that might contain divine properties, hoping to trigger a system reward. Unfortunately, such items were likely as unassuming as the bifong feather plane on the outside, but extraordinary within, making them difficult to identify at a glance. When they reached the measurement area, Tang Zimu, his curiosity piqued, began asking questions, hoping to uncover more information. Yu Yuanming was intently taking measurements for Lao He when Tang Zimu's question interrupted his thoughts. He looked up and cast a slightly disdainful glance at Tang Zimu's thin frame, shaking his head inwardly. Requirements. Yu Yuanming put down the measuring tape and crossed his arms. First, you need significant strength enough to easily move heavy forging equipment. Second, you must understand complex forging principles and reaction mechanisms. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Do you think I qualify?" However, his real intentions were far from becoming a blacksmith. With the system at his disposal, top-tier beast taming tools were within easy reach. Why bother learning all this? He simply wanted an excuse to get closer to Yu Yuanming's treasure materials. Yu Yuanming gave Tang Zimu a surprised look, as if sizing up an overconfident fool. He shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Tang, the great genius, with your small frame, I doubt you could even lift the basic equipment. Many Hansen processes would be entirely beyond your capability." Tang Zimu merely smiled, unfazed. His gaze shifted to the forging table beside him, where he casually picked up a piece of special metal. It was chajin, a material so tough that even skilled blacksmiths needed machinery like lathes to alter its shape. Under Yu Yuanming's astonished gaze, Tang Zimu gave the chajin a slight shake, then suddenly clenched it with both hands. With a burst of force, the once solid block of metal was instantly flattened. "What the?" Yu Yuanming was dumbstruck, the measuring tape slipping from his hand and falling to the floor with a clatter. He stared at the deformed chajin in Tang Zimu's hands, utterly speechless. Tang Zimu smiled again and asked, "Master Yu, do you still think I'm unsuitable?" This was his carefully thought-out plan to use overwhelming strength to demonstrate the gap between himself and others. After all, he had already displayed extraordinary power while mining the flaming essence ore. Now, by showcasing his ability to reshape chajin barehanded, he was simply taking things to the next level. Yu Yuanming swallowed hard, cautiously taking the deformed chajin from Tang Zimu's hands for closer inspection. Once he confirmed it was indeed the same piece of metal from the previous day, he had no choice but to accept this shocking reality. He glanced again at Tang Zimu's seemingly frail physique, his voice trembling slightly. "Your strength, Doesn't match your build at all. Tang Zimu modestly explained. I was born a bit stronger than most people. Anyone who's been through the six-winged flame monarch hunt with me can attest to that. You call that a bit stronger? Yu Yuanming awkwardly pulled on his jacket, covering the muscles he had always been proud of. Then what does that make me? Clearing his throat, he continued. Your strength is more than enough for the job. It'd be a real shame if you didn't become a blacksmith. But with your talent for beast taming, it'd actually be a waste for you to take up forging. At this thought, the admiration Yu Yuanming had just begun to feel was quickly doused. Typically, blacksmiths held higher status than beast tamers due to the more demanding entry requirements and scarcity of talent. But Tang Zimu defied all conventional logic. His aptitude for beast taming was on par with the most legendary figures in human history. Once he fully matured, the value he could create would far surpass that of even the greatest blacksmith. Unless Tang Zimu possessed a talent in forging comparable to that of an ancestor-level genius who invented the beast rings and beast orbs, the value of becoming a forger could hardly match the former. However, this possibility was minuscule, and Yu Yuanming could only reluctantly decline Tang Zimu's request. A look of regret appeared on Tang Zimu's face, but a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He sighed softly and said, "What a pity. Actually, the reason I want to become a forger is that I've always been fascinated by beast materials since I was a child. Seeing all the rare materials in this room just now, I couldn't help but have the thought." Yu Yuanming's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He laughed heartily and waved his hand. "You want to look at the materials? That's no problem at all. I have more than enough of them. Feel free to take a look." After a pause, he added, "If there's something you're particularly interested in, you can even take one as my investment in your talent." Tang Zimu was secretly delighted but kept his composure. He politely expressed his gratitude and immediately began rummaging through the materials, which were obviously parts of spirit beasts. The collection was dazzling, with some emitting faint glows and others radiating subtle energy waves. After searching for quite a while, Tang Zimu still hadn't found anything worthwhile. Realizing that aimlessly looking wouldn't work, he casually asked, "Master Yu, do you happen to have materials from unknown spirit beasts? I've already studied all the known species, and I'm particularly interested in researching the unknown ones." Yu Yuanming, who was busy measuring data for Lao He, didn't suspect anything. He casually pointed to a corner and said, "Those materials are hard to determine compatibility with other components, so I rarely use them for crafting. They're all piled over there." Following Yu Yuanming's direction, Tang Zimu spotted a heap of incomplete remains from unknown spirit beasts in a corner. Broken horns, charred wings, perforated fangs, and even an eyeball hanging on the wall. These were all unidentifiable parts from unknown creatures. Despite their incomplete state, each piece emanated an extraordinary aura, with some even continuously releasing various elemental energies. Tang Zimu was overjoyed internally and silently prayed for a discovery. He quickly approached the pile and began touching the materials one by one. Thanks to the system, a mere touch would trigger rewards, saving him considerable effort. 1 item, 2 items, 3 items. Tang Zimu sifted through the materials swiftly, examining most of the items in no time. Just as he was about to lose hope, his fingers brushed against a seemingly unremarkable blood-red tooth. In that instant, his heart trembled. Over the past month, he had spent countless hours studying the vermilion lotus bifong feather, often holding it to sense its energy. The feeling this tooth gave him was identical to the feather, profound, indescribable, and immediately alarming. Sure enough, the system's delightful notification sounded in his mind the next second. Ding! The system's notification sound rang out, and Tang Zimu's heart raced. His beast companion had successfully made contact with the catastrophic Xiongqi Fong, marking the second time he had touched an item imbued with divinity. The system's voice continued, announcing a double reward, a top-tier random item. Tang Zimu lowered his gaze to the Fong in his hand. Its sharp tip gleamed with a chilling light, and its surface was smooth as jade. His mind was in turmoil, struggling to believe that this was truly the legendary Xiongqi Fong. The name Xiongqi triggered a flood of memories in his mind. In the classic of mountains and seas, it was described as tiger-like, with wings and a body like that of a bull, feeding on humans. In ancient Chinese mythology, it was portrayed as a ferocious, untrustworthy, and disloyal creature, one of the 4 great malevolent beasts alongside Hundun, Taowu, and Taotai. Tang Zimu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. No matter how extraordinary the origin of this divine Fong, his goal was singular: to touch it and claim the system's reward. He refocused on the system notification. The word top tier made his heart race. This was the first time he had heard such a high-level assessment. Clearly, the rewards for interacting with divine items far surpassed those from other tasks. As he pretended to continue searching, Tang Zimu speculated about the nature of the reward. Perfect-grade beast orbs, ever-growing training sandbags. These items had already seemed impressive to him, yet they paled in comparison to the promise of something top-tier. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of anticipation, the system's voice spoke again. Ding! Randomization complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a top-tier item, fragment of the Calamity Mask. Tang Zimu froze. The names Catastrophic Cheongchi and Calamity Mask did sound somewhat related. But why was it merely a fragment? Filled with questions, he opened the reward storage to examine the mysterious item's attributes. Top-tier special item, fragment of the Calamity Mask. Upon use, grants a shattered mask imbued with the power of calamity. According to legend, the mask's original owner could wield the calamity powers of the four malevolent beasts. However, it was shattered by a unique force into several fragments. Attribute 1, Truth-Seeking Cheongchi. Consumes corresponding mental energy to discern the truth in a target's words and detect fluctuations in their emotional state. Attribute 2, Malice Amplification Cheongchi. Consumes corresponding mental energy to amplify the target's inner evil, driving them to lose rationality and create sin and chaos. Attribute 3, Source of the Four Malevolence 25. While equipped, the user will experience a continuous permanent increase in mental energy attributes. Tang Zimu fell to his knees, overwhelmed with gratitude. How could this be a defective item? It was nothing short of priceless. He finally understood the system's thoughtful intentions and couldn't help but marvel once again at its miraculous and generous nature. Tang Zimu stood in front of the workbench, his gaze shifting away from the pile of unidentified spirit beast limbs. His amazement at the Calamity Mask had yet to subside. Reflecting on his earlier doubts about this top-tier artifact, he now realized the rating might have been an understatement. The ability to control the calamities associated with the four ferocious beasts was essentially equivalent to wielding the power of the four divine beasts. If the mask were complete, it would undoubtedly be at the level of a divine artifactor, perhaps even beyond. He couldn't help but sigh. A fragment of a divine artifact being rated as a top-tier item, well, isn't that just expected? The capabilities of this mask are absolutely out of this world. The powers of the Calamity Mask were indeed formidable. The skill, truth, and deceit could discern the truth of any spoken words, while sinful plague could induce sin and disaster. These abilities alone were already overwhelming. But the mask also possessed the extraordinary power of unlimited mental energy growth without side effects. Tang Zimu couldn't help but wonder. If the other fragments contained the abilities of the remaining three ferocious beasts, would combining all the fragments recreate the divine artifact capable of commanding the calamities of the four ferocious beasts? However, he quickly dismissed the thought as wishful thinking. After all, even in the most likely places in Longhua to find items with divine properties, he had only managed to uncover this single tooth of the Cheongchi. Locating items related to the other three ferocious beasts, let alone fragments of the mask, would be an almost impossible task. Just then, Yu Yuanming's voice interrupted his thoughts. Tang the genius, all the data has been measured, and the crafting estimates are ready. Come take a look. Only then did Tang Zimu remember the purpose of his Visito commission, a custom beast-controlling weapon. He quickly walked over to Yu Yuanming, his mind still lingering on the idea of studying the Calamity Mask further once he returned home. At the workbench, Tang Zimu saw that Yu Yuanming had already compiled a detailed material list based on Lao Hei's physical measurements. Yu Yuanming asked, "By the way, I forgot to ask earlier, what kind of weapon design do you want? Judging by the build of your rogue monkey here, heavy hammers, axes, staffs, or halberds would all work well." Tang Zimu had already made up his mind and replied immediately, "A staff, it prefers using a staff." This choice not only suited Lao Hei's preferences, but was also a weapon Tang Zimu could handle with ease. Yu Yuanming nodded in understanding and made a few adjustments to the list before handing it to Tang Zimu. "Just have your school's warehouse send over these materials. As for the smaller odds and ends, I've got some spares here to fill in the gaps." Tang Zimu took the list, silently admiring Yu Yuanming's straightforwardness and integrity. There was no opportunity to inflate the material requirements for personal gain. Suddenly, he remembered one last thing. Carefully pulling a small square wooden stick from his pocket, Tang Zimu spoke up. "Master Yu, do you think this could be incorporated into the custom weapon?" "A wooden stick?" Yu Yuanming frowned, utterly perplexed. The weapon materials he had carefully mixed together could react unpredictably if a new element was added without caution. Yet, the seemingly unremarkable wooden stick handed to him by Tang Zimu managed to command the seasoned blacksmith's attention. Yu Yuanming accepted the stick, and the moment his fingertips brushed its surface, his sharp instincts as a blacksmith detected something unusual. "Why is this wood so hard?" he exclaimed in surprise. Even when he used all his strength, he couldn't make the slightest mark on it. Tang Zimu, however, appeared unfazed. Over the past month, he had conducted countless experiments on this piece of wood. As a top-tier blacksmith, Yu Yuanming quickly retrieved his tools and began performing a series of basic tests on the stick. With each result, his brow furrowed deeper, and his astonishment grew more evident. "Where did you get this wooden stick?" Yu Yuanming finally asked, his face full of bewilderment after completing the tests. "From inside the flame essence mine," Tang Zimu replied honestly. "At first, I thought it was just ordinary wood and didn't pay much attention to it. But later, I realized something was off. He thought to himself that if the mind could produce a potion capable of instantly healing an 80-level beast to full health, finding a miraculous wooden stick there didn't seem out of the question. The flame essence mine. Yu Yuanming suddenly understood and clicked his tongue in disbelief. Both he and Tang Zimu arrived at the same thought. Discovering a wooden stick in a place brimming with fire energy was as absurd as finding waist-length hair on a bald head. This piece of wood was certainly no ordinary object. Basic tests won't reveal its exact properties, Yu Yuanming said, his interest piqued. Why don't you wait here for a while? They'll conduct a more thorough analysis. Tang Zimu readily agreed. He had been curious about the stick's potential for some time, but lacked the equipment and expertise to investigate further. With the help of one of the top blacksmiths in Longhua, much of the burden was lifted. Yu Yuanming immediately opened a side room in the forging workshop, which was filled with an array of oddly shaped instruments. The sight of these devices reminded Tang Zimu of research labs back on Blue Star. Yu Yuanming then carefully placed the wooden stick onto the various complex machines, testing its capabilities one by one. Seated on a chair, Tang Zimu observed Yu Yuanming's meticulous process intently, his eyes brimming with curiosity. It was his first time witnessing the research methods of the spirit beast world, and it was an eye-opening experience. While Yu Yuanming was fully immersed in his analysis, Tang Zimu quietly retrieved the calamity mask from his reward storage box. He had initially planned to examine it at home, but since he had to wait here, he figured he might as well take a look now. As a flash of white light flickered, Tang Zimu felt a sudden weight in his palm. A small object, no larger than half a hand, appeared in his grasp. Huh? It's this small. Tang Zimu muttered as he lowered his head for a closer look. Only then did he realize his earlier assumptions were wrong. The calamity mask wasn't a full-face mask, but rather a half mask that covered only the upper half of the face. The fragment in his hand was grayish-white in color and seemed to be the lower right portion of the half mask, leaving the eye area exposed. On its own, the piece resembled a monocle. Tang Zimu studied the mysterious fragment thoughtfully, his mind filled with curiosity and anticipation. Tang Zimu gazed at the mask in his hand, his thoughts swirling. The intricate object, with its hollowed-out eye sockets surrounded by elaborate patterns, was far more visually striking than a simple monocle. He couldn't help but imagine himself wearing it, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Though it still needed a frame to be wearable, its unique design reminded him of the enigmatic Kaitu kid. Time slipped by unnoticed, and Yu Yuanming finally approached Tang Zimu, wiping the sweat from his forehead and holding a small wooden stick. His face lit up with excitement, clearly pleased with the results of his experiment. Tang Zimu jumped to his feet, eager to ask, "So, how is it? Besides being incredibly hard, does it have any special abilities?" Yu Yuanming explained with enthusiasm, "Special abilities? Plenty. Not only is this thing unbelievably hard, but according to the tests, its elasticity and stretchability are nearly 100 times stronger than Sadie metal." Sadie metal? Isn't that the material used to make beast rings? Tang Zimu asked, recalling the information with some uncertainty. Exactly, Yu Yuanming confirmed with a nod. Sadie metal is primarily used to give beast rings the ability to adjust their size. The highest quality Sadie metal can expand the ring's opening nearly 100-fold. But this wooden stick is 100 times stronger than Sadie metal. Tang Zimu's eyes widened in astonishment. Does that mean this material could be used to create weapons that can freely expand and contract in size, even beyond 100-fold? In theory, yes, Yu Yuanming affirmed. As long as we incorporate a channel to convert mental energy into power, and the mental energy is sufficient, it could expand 1,000-fold. What's even more incredible is how ridiculously stable its internal structure is. As long as the size expansion stays within 100-fold, its other properties remain virtually unaffected. And when you add its original hardness into the mix, Yu Yuanming went on to explain further in technical detail. Once Tang Zimu understood, he was utterly amazed. In simple terms, if the wooden stick were incorporated into the forging of a weapon, it would not only greatly enhance the weapon's hardness, but also give it the ability to freely adjust its size without any drawbacks. Even more astonishing was the fact that, thanks to the stick's remarkable elasticity, future upgrades or modifications to the weapon would only require reforging. This discovery completely upended the traditional concept of upgrading beast weapons. Typically, a beast's weapon would need to be replaced as its strength grew. After all, you wouldn't want a beast with a strength of over 100 using a weapon designed for a strength of 20. But with this wooden stick, such issues would no longer exist. Tang Zimu said excitedly. Then he'll leave it to you, Master Yu, to redesign the weapon based on the stick's properties. As a craftsman who strove for perfection, Yu Yuanming was more than happy to take on such a challenging task. With a bold wave of his hand, he declared, "No problem. He'll design a staff that perfectly integrates all of the stick's abilities. By the way, what do you want to name it?" He'll engrave the name onto the staff. An idea sparked in Tang Zimu's mind as he thought of the staff's ability to expand and contract freely. Without hesitation, he blurted out, Let's call it the Rui Jingu Bang. The Rui Jingu Bang? Yu Yuanming pondered for a moment and nodded in approval. That's a nice name. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up. Of course. This is one of the most legendary treasures in all of Huagua on Blue Planet. Everyone knows about it. He glanced at Lao He beside him, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Looks like Lao He will also get to bask in some glory, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang of his ancestor. Then it's settled. Tang Zimu decided firmly, his gaze falling on the paper Yu Yuanming was writing on. Master Yu, could you prepare a new materials list for me? I'll need it to submit the application. By the way, how long will it take to forge the Rui Jingu Bang? Yu Yuanming considered for a moment. It should take about a month. You can come back to pick it up next month. A month? Tang Zimu nodded slightly. That was much faster than he had expected, considering this was a divine weapon that Yu Yuanming would be pouring his heart and soul into crafting, definitely not something that could be made casually like an ordinary item. Taking the new materials list, Tang Zimu scanned it carefully. Compared to the previous one, the materials on this list were clearly more rare and precious, many of them being the finest known to humanity. Even with his current wealth, gathering them would cost him nearly everything he had. Am I seriously draining the school's resources this time? Tang Zimu thought to himself with a sly grin as he carefully tucked the list away. He then picked up the strange tooth of the disaster beast Xiongqi that he had found earlier and showed it to Yu Yuanming. By the way, Master Yu, this tooth has a unique design and remarkable hardness. I'll take this one with me. Yu Yuanming glanced at it briefly. Oh, that tooth. If I remember correctly, it was discovered during an expedition into an unknown area of the swamp region. Its hardness is indeed extraordinary, and the strength of the creature it belonged to is unimaginable. Unfortunately, the energy within it is too volatile for forging. But if you like it, feel free to take it. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Tang Zimu gladly accepted the tooth of Xiongqi and bid farewell to Yu Yuanming. At the gates of Kyoto University, Wu Xinghuang, sitting atop his windstorm horse, looked at Lao He in surprise. That unruly monkey of yours is fully recovered. Tang Zimu patted Lao He on the shoulder, half-jokingly saying, he's used to getting beaten up, so he heals faster now. Lao He glanced at him woefully, as if silently protesting his past misfortunes. Wu Xinghuang asked curiously, so, is everything pretty much ready? Make sure to follow the rules. There will be inspections, Wu Xinghuang reminded sternly. Tang Zimu patted the backpack strapped to Old Hei's back and replied confidently, don't worry, everything we brought is essential for the secret realm. We won't harm the environment there. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, having meticulously prepared the night before. Wu Xinghuang nodded, acknowledging Tang Zimu's reliability. All right, mount up, he said curtly, urging them to get on their windrunner horses. The three of them rode through the city streets, weaving through the bustling roads. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at an unassuming yet heavily guarded building. Lowering his voice, Wu Xinghuang explained, this is one of the Dragon Nation's top secret facilities. It houses several entrances to secret realms. He retrieved a specially made pass from his pocket and handed it to the guard conducting the inspection. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, if this place is on par with the Kunloon secret realm, the other realms must be extraordinary as well. Perhaps they even harbor T1 level spirit beasts. After undergoing multiple layers of security checks, they were finally allowed into a small room. Directly opposite them stood a bronze door engraved with intricate and mysterious runes. Beside the door sat a hunched elderly man. Wu Xinghuang introduced him in a low voice. This is Elder Feng. His ancestors had close ties with the most powerful beings in the secret realm, and he has been in charge of managing the entrance. He then gestured toward Tang Zimu. Hand your backpack to Elder Feng for inspection. If everything checks out, you'll be able to enter the realm. While Elder Feng was inspecting the backpack, Tang Zimu couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Principal, can you tell me now about the 3 spirit beast species in the secret realm? He asked eagerly. Wu Xinghuang was just about to answer when Elder Feng let out a startled exclamation. The old man was holding a beast taming ring, his eyes wide with shock as he stared back and forth between Tang Zimu and Wu Xinghuang. This is a beast taming ring, Tang Zimu kindly explained, a hint of sympathy flashing in his eyes. He glanced at Elder Feng, thinking to himself how pitiful it was that this guardian had stayed here for decades without stepping outside, not even recognizing a beast taming ring. Elder Feng's face twitched slightly, his tone sharp. Of course, I know it's a beast taming ring. What I'm asking is why you brought it into the Kunloon secret realm. Tang Zimu replied matter-of-factly. Bringing a beast taming ring into the secret realm? Naturally, it's for taming beasts. Taming beasts. Elder Feng and Wu Xinghuang exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with confusion. Wu Xinghuang groaned, covering his face in frustration. I trusted you too much. I didn't check your belongings, and now you've brought a beast taming ring along. Elder Feng chuckled helplessly. You are here to search for rare treasures. What beasts do you need to tame? Tang Zimu immediately retorted. Doesn't the Kunloon secret realm have 3 types of spirit beasts? Since they're spirit beasts, they can be tamed. Why not tame them? Wu Xinghuang and Elder Feng exchanged glances, reluctantly admitting that Tang Zimu's logic seemed sound. Wu Xinghuang hesitated before trying to reason with him. That makes sense, but Tang Zimu interrupted. The rules only prohibit carrying items that would harm the ecosystem. The beast taming ring doesn't violate any rules, so why can't I bring it? Elder Feng sighed and placed the beast taming ring in the approved area. You can bring it, but let me pour some cold water on your enthusiasm. The secret realm forbids combat. If you use the beast taming ring and provoke a fight, it will attract terrifying beings, and your life will be at risk. How do you plan to tame beasts? Tang Zimu responded confidently. I'll conquer them with my personal charm, making them willingly submit. That's how I got Lao He. Both men turned their gaze toward Lao He. Recalling his painful past, Lao He's eyes welled up with tears, but he forced a smile to match his master's words. Elder Feng sighed again. You underestimate the pride of the three royal spirit beast clans. To them, humans are inherently inferior. Only the champion of the Beast Taming Alliance World Youth Competition is entitled to receive one of their cubs. Seeing Tang Zimu's unwavering determination, Elder Feng shifted to explaining the situation in the secret realm. The three types of spirit beasts in the Kunloon secret realm are among the noblest beings, known as the spirit beast royals. Tang Zimu and Wu Xinghuang immediately perked up, listening intently as Elder Feng delved into the mysteries of the secret realm. They possess extraordinary and innate powerful bloodlines, which exert a significant suppressive force on ordinary spirit beasts. Even the weakest newborn cubs with the lowest aptitude are stronger than some evolved spirit beasts. Upon hearing Elder Feng's explanation, Tang Zimu's eyes flickered with a trace of astonishment. As expected, this is what constitutes a near-divine existence. Elder Feng continued to elaborate on the three royal clans in detail. The mountain-moving divine elephants, as the name suggests, can grow to a length of 1,000 meters at their peak. Their strength can move mountains, and their steps can shake the earth, making them unparalleled destructive beasts. His tone carried a hint of warning. However, they are hot-tempered and reckless, so you'd best avoid them to prevent unintentionally provoking their anger. After hearing this, Tang Zimu displayed a peculiar expression. Move mountains? My ability to tilt mountains and overturn seas surpasses that by far. He made a silent comparison in his mind, but refrained from voicing it. The abyssal ancient dragons, reputed to possess the sacred physique of myriad laws, Elder Feng continued, are born with mastery over fire, lightning, and poison magic. They can also learn other elemental abilities and even merge dual attributes for combat. Shaking his head, he added, unfortunately, most of them are lazy and indulgent, unwilling to learn new magic. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't bother with you. Tang Zimu nodded in agreement. In the realm of spirit beasts, such versatile beings are exceedingly rare. Most spirit beasts can only utilize their innate skills, and even if they learn abilities of other elements, energy conversion is required for use. The abyssal ancient dragon's exceptional talents make their lack of ambition truly regrettable. After a brief pause, Elder Feng proceeded to introduce the final clan. The Sky Shroud draconic steeds, with their elegant forms, can tread the wind and soar through the skies, as well as traverse water with ease. Their speed rivals lightning. Additionally, they possess a unique sensory ability to discern truth from falsehood and foresee calamity or fortune. His tone grew serious. However, they are proud and aloof, holding humans in the utmost contempt. You must avoid trespassing into their territory, lest you face their scorn. Upon hearing this, Tang Zimu fell into contemplation. Masters of land, sea, and air, with the added ability of perception, this was remarkably similar to his calamity mask. However, their haughty nature might make them the most challenging clan to interact with among the three royal families. He weighed his options for navigating the Kunloon secret realm, pondering which direction to pursue and which spirit beast might align more closely with him. As he deliberated, Elder Feng handed him the repacked bag and opened the heavy bronze door. All right, I've told you everything you need to know about the three royal clans and the precautions to take, Elder Feng urged. Now you can use your Kunloon token to enter the secret realm. The bronze door slowly opened, revealing a swirling vortex emitting a faint cyan glow, constantly spinning and rotating. Tang Zimu took a deep breath and pulled out his Kunloon token. Following the method taught by Wu Xinghuang, he aimed the token at the center of the vortex and shook it twice. The vortex immediately responded, emitting a beam of light to inspect the Kunloon token. Once verified, the light spread rapidly, enveloping Tang Zimu and Old He, who was following closely behind. Wu Xinghuang, still uneasy, reminded him once more. Remember, any treasures you discover must be recorded with the Kunloon token. Only then will they be recognized as yours when the time limit ends and everything is transported back. Tang Zimu nodded in agreement. In the next moment, his figure vanished into the cyan glow. As the vortex gradually calmed, Wu Xinghuang said worriedly, Others who enter high-level secret realms like this usually have extensive exploration experience. This kid has only participated in the college entrance exam secret realm once. I wonder if he can adapt. Elder Feng reassured him. I've heard about this kid's story. He managed to score full marks in the college entrance exam secret realm on his own, and even tamed a fully qualified rogue monkey. This proves his exceptional exploration ability should be fine this time. After a pause, Elder Feng sighed. But the success in the college entrance exam secret realm has made him overly confident. Now he has the audacity to dream of taming a royal beast in the Kunloon secret realm. Wu Xinghuang chuckled helplessly. Yes, having everything go too smoothly isn't always a good thing. It can inflate one's confidence too much. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, Elder Feng, do you think it's possible for someone to truly attract and tame a royal beast based solely on personal merit? The room fell silent. After a long pause, the two exchanged a glance and burst out laughing, saying in unison, that's impossible. Unlike the weightless sensation from his previous teleportation, this time Tang Zimu felt no discomfort. In a flash, he found himself standing on soft soil, the fresh scent of nature filling his nose. He shook his head to adjust to the sudden change in light, and barely managed to make out that he was in the middle of a forest. Suddenly, an unexpected system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Beast Tamer Tang Zimu, for successfully entering the Kunloon secret realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering a secret realm for the first time. You've taken a great first step and earned a first exploration reward, random god-level talent. What the? Tang Zimu exclaimed in excitement, unable to contain himself. He had activated a first-time reward path again and even drawn a god-level talent. But soon he calmed down. Wait a minute. Didn't I enter the college entrance exam secret realm before? Why didn't I activate this reward then? Could it be that the college entrance exam secret realm is too low-level to qualify for the system's recognition? As Tang Zimu pondered, the system's signature semi-transparent panel appeared before him. The even more shocking information displayed on the panel left him frozen in place. Tang Zimu stared intently at the progress bar on the panel, his heart pounding like a drum. The system upgrade bar was inching forward steadily. 1, 2, 3. Each percentage point felt like it tugged at his nerves. The fact that the Divine Beastmaster system could even be upgraded was explosive news, leaving him both thrilled and frustrated. Wished he could travel back in time to inform his past self. As he focused all his attention on the progress bar, the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Random selection complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the mythical talent, Universal Divine Physique. Tang Zimu froze for a moment before blinking in surprise and delight. He hadn't expected that the system upgrade wouldn't interfere with the reward draw. This was an unexpected bonus. Eagerly, he opened the reward storage box and began reading the talent description carefully. Universal Divine Physique. Upon use, this allows your beast to possess the mythical talent, Universal Divine Physique. This talent bypasses the rule that limits beasts to a single talent, without affecting their original abilities. Tang Zimu drew a sharp breath. The sheer power of this talent was nothing short of extraordinary. It not only enabled seamless switching of physical attributes, but also allowed skill attributes to be transformed. On top of that, it provided a 50 boost to the power of skills with matching attributes and a 30 reduction in damage from same attribute attacks. Scenes of battle began to play out in his mind, switching to an attribute that countered the opponent. With every skill dealing nearly triple the damage, would be like landing critical hits with every move. This was far more powerful than the universal sacred physique of the primordial azure dragon that Elder Feng had mentioned. Overwhelmed with excitement, Tang Zimu wasted no time dragging the universal divine physique icon onto the avatar of his beast in the interface. The system immediately displayed a confirmation message. Ding! Host Tang Zimu, are you sure you want to grant your beast the mythical talent, Universal Divine Physique? Yes. Tang Zimu answered firmly, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. In an instant, a familiar warmth surged through his body, far stronger than ever before. This time, the pain was also more intense, as if every bone and fiber of his being were being repeatedly cleansed by this powerful energy. Tang Zimu gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but he managed to endure it. Ding! The system notification sounded. Congratulations, host Tang Zimu. Your beast mastery has now attained the mythical level talent, Myriad Form Divine Physique. Along with the notification came a detailed guide on how to utilize the Myriad Form Divine Physique. Closing his eyes, Tang Zimu carefully reviewed the information in his mind, ensuring he missed no details. When he opened his eyes again, a glimmer of resolve shone within them. Fire, he silently commanded in his mind. Instantly, a torrent of spiritual energy surged through his entire body like a flood. Tang Zimu felt his body temperature spike dramatically, his skin flushing red as tiny flames began to flicker across its surface. Not good. The energy is too intense, he thought to himself, quickly suppressing the flames surrounding him, narrowly avoiding the embarrassment of burning his inner garments to ashes. Raising his hand, Tang Zimu examined his slightly reddened skin. He realized that if he fully unleashed the power, his entire body would be engulfed in flames. However, with conscious control, the physical manifestations could be kept to a minimum. To test further, he snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, a deep red flame leapt to life above his fingertips. Although he had not yet mastered any fire-related skills, in the state of the flame divine physique, basic fire manipulation like igniting sparks, forming fireballs, or releasing bursts of flame was effortless. Tang Zimu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was the true strength of the myriad form divine physique. Whether it was the telekinesis of the psychic divine physique or the intangibility and levitation of the phantom divine physique, all could be easily achieved. Of course, this ability was not without its flaws. Tang Zimu noticed two minor drawbacks. First, switching between divine physique attributes required a full second, which was not a negligible amount of time. Second, the mental energy consumption for switching was enormous. In his current state, he could manage only 2 switches at full mental capacity. However, these imperfections hardly bothered Tang Zimu. He believed that with consistent practice, the switching time could be reduced, and as his mental energy grew, the number of switches would also increase. These were merely temporary limitations compared to the immense advantages the myriad form divine physique offered. Tang Zimu began to evaluate his current combat capabilities. With triple attack damage and a 30 damage reduction, he estimated he could handle ordinary spirit beasts around level 40 without much difficulty. This thought made him eager to test his newfound power in battle. Unfortunately, the Kunloon secret realm harbored several high-level spirit beasts, some nearing level 90. If he recklessly attacked any of the 3 types of spirit beasts here, he would instantly expose himself. Suppressing his excitement, Tang Zimu decided to wait until he left the secret realm to find suitable opponents in the wild. Next, he experimented with 2 of his skills, Ice Barrage and Shadow Strike. To his surprise, Ice Barrage transformed into Fire Barrage while in the state of the Flame Divine Physique. Meanwhile, although Shadow Strike still used shadows to attack, the damage inflicted on the target was now imbued with fire attributes. With growing enthusiasm, Tang Zimu spent a considerable amount of time testing his new abilities, becoming increasingly satisfied with the capabilities of the myriad form divine physique. Tang Zimu's attention snapped back to the present as the progress bar on the data panel neared completion. Holding his breath, he stared intently at the numbers as they climbed. 99, 100. Ding! A pleasant electronic voice sounded in his ears. Congratulations! The Divine Beast Mastery System has been successfully upgraded. Welcome to version 2.0 of the Divine Beast Mastery System. Tang Zimu's eyes widened slightly with excitement. The system continued its announcement. Congratulations, host, on receiving the version update gift package. 10 Divine Beast Grade Feed Pellets, 10 Divine Attribute Points, and 1 bottle of Divine Beast Recovery Elixir. He eagerly began exploring the new features. 1. Daily Sign-In Function. Sign in daily to receive 1 Divine Attribute Point, with a 10 chance to win bonus rewards. 2. Beast Training Function. Assign a beast to the training slot to gain attribute points, with a small chance of learning a random skill. 3. Points Shop Function. Convert task progress into points, which can be used to redeem items in the shop. Tang Zimu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. These features, though seemingly simple, held immense potential. Earning a divine attribute point every day would amount to 30 points in the significant boost equivalent to several levels of growth for a beast. And that was without factoring in the possibility of bonus rewards. The beast training feature resembled the idle systems often found in games, but with the added benefit of a slim chance to acquire random skills. Even if the probability was low, it was still better than nothing. What intrigued him most, however, was the points shop. He quickly opened the panel and located the shop button. With a single click, a new interface appeared, displaying his current points balance, 1,137. So many. Tang Zimu murmured in surprise before checking the points acquisition rules. It turned out that completing tasks for the first time awarded extra points such as 100 for a first kill, 100 for a debut performance, 150 for a first exploration, and 200 for a first divine level achievement. Daily tasks, on the other hand, provided points based on specific ratios, such as 10 to 1 for defeating spirit beasts and 10,000 to 1 for the number of admirers. After doing some calculations, Tang Zimu realized he currently had around 850,000 admirers. However, earning points still seemed to be no easy feat in comparison. Driven by curiosity, Tang Zimu began scrolling through the points shop's item list, eager to discover treasures worth redeeming. His fingers glided lightly across the screen as his eyes scanned each item, mentally strategizing how best to use his points. The purchase area of the points mall was clearly divided into 2 sections. Tang Zimu's attention was first drawn to the permanent store on the right. Under the bold words, unlimited purchases for permanent store items, for products were listed. 1. Divine Beast Feed, 10 points. 2. Divine Attribute Points, 20 points. 3. Divine Beast Recovery Potion, 100 points. 4. Ice Barrage Skill, 100 points. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up. These were all items he had once obtained as system rewards. The presence of the permanent store was undoubtedly good news, especially for essential items like Divine Attribute Points and Divine Beast Feed. He finally had a stable way to acquire these necessities. After a quick calculation, Tang Zimu was delighted. With his current points, he could afford 55 Divine Attribute Points, which was no small fortune. Once he got a general sense of the prices, Tang Zimu turned his attention to the limited-time store on the other side. Under the label Refreshes Weekly, an array of dazzling items caught his eye. 1. Beast Control Pearl Gale, 100 points, 3 in stock. 2. Beast-Specific Toilet Paper, 1 point, 100 boxes in stock. 3. Divine Beast Growth Potion, 150 points, 3 bottles in stock. 4. Tianji Chengwang Cub, 199,999 points, 1 in stock. 10. Divine Instant Teleportation Scroll, 1,000 points, 1 in stock. The 10 items here were all things Tang Zimu had never seen before, with vastly varying quality. From beast-specific toilet paper costing just 1 point to highly valuable divine items, the selection had everything. Tang Zimu secretly felt fortunate that he hadn't drawn any of the low-value items from previous rewards. Otherwise, he might have been furious. However, what truly caught Tang Zimu's attention was the Tianji Chengwang Cub. He was stunned could actually purchase a divine beast cub directly from the system. His mind conjured up the description from the classic of Mountains and Seas, Overseas West Classic. In the land of the white people, north of the dragonfish, they have white bodies and loose hair. There is the Chengwang, which resembles a fox with a horn on its back. Riding it grants a lifespan of 2,000 years. This was the Chengwang, a symbol of longevity and auspiciousness. Legend had it that riding on its back could extend one's life by 2,000 years. Tang Zimu's heart itched with desire. He wanted to buy it immediately and take a ride. Even in its cub form, he thought, riding it once and gaining an extra 100 years of life didn't seem too far-fetched, right? Unfortunately, the nearly 200,000 point price tag was far beyond his reach. Just moments ago, he had felt wealthy with his points, but now he realized how insignificant they were. Tang Zimu shook his head and sighed, his eyes full of longing. Determined, he resolved to fully dedicate himself to hunting spirit beasts once he left the Kunloon secret realm. After all, hunting spirit beasts was currently the most effective way for him to earn points. However, at the rate of 10 beasts for 1 point, he'd have to hunt 2 million spirit beasts to gather enough points for the Chengwang. The sheer number made Tang Zimu cough twice, feeling a bit daunted. He thought to himself that it might be better to start with some affordable, useful items for now to console himself. Tang Zimu finally opened the system store, eager to showcase his skills. Skipping over the regular items, his eyes locked directly onto the God-tier Spirit Beast Growth Potion in the limited time section. Although Lao Hei's talent, aptitude, and comprehension were exceptional, the short growth period remained an unfixable flaw. The appearance of this potion undoubtedly gave Tang Zimu a glimmer of hope. With a single thought, the potion's attribute panel appeared before him. God-tier Spirit Beast Growth Potion. Upon consumption, the Spirit Beast will enter a 1-month accelerated growth phase. Friendly reminder. 1. During this phase, the growth speed is 10 times the normal rate. 2. This effect disregards the spirit beast species, age, size, etc., and has no side effects. Fantastic! Tang Zimu excitedly patted Lao Hei. A 10-fold growth rate meant that a single month would be equivalent to a year of hard cultivation. He couldn't help but imagine if Lao Hei had consumed this potion a month earlier, it could have single-handedly defeated the Earth Tank Demon Bear in the sophomore division arena. He wouldn't have even needed to step in. This is too good to pass up. I'll take them all. Without hesitation, Tang Zimu cleared out the stock of 3 bottles. The system immediately popped up a notification. Host Tang Zimu, do you confirm the purchase of 3 God-tier Spirit Beast Growth Potions for 450 points? Without a second thought, he confirmed. Instantly, 450 points were deducted, and the 3 potions appeared in the rewards storage box. Tang Zimu didn't rush to let Lao Hei use the potion. Instead, he thought about his own unique physique. Although his body didn't operate on a level system, both his attribute boosts from eating and the enhancements from training with the sandbag seemed related to growth speed. With this in mind, he attempted to drag the potion's icon onto his own avatar. The system prompted again. Host Tang Zimu, do you confirm the consumption of the God-tier Spirit Beast Growth Potion for Beastmaster Tang Zimu? It actually works. Tang Zimu was overjoyed and instantly chose to consume it. In that moment, he felt his body stimulated by some force, becoming unusually energized. The 4 attributes, which had previously increased slowly with the sandbag and mask, now grew noticeably. The sensation of his body continuously strengthening was truly addictive. After adapting for a moment, Tang Zimu took out one of the potions and handed it to Lao Hei. Here you go, buddy. You're in for a treat. Without hesitation, Lao He grabbed the glass bottle and gulped it down. Eek, eek, eek. Lao He quickly felt the significant changes in its body, the sensation of becoming stronger filling it with excitement as it let out a series of monkey-like cries. Tang Zimu was astonished to see that Lao He's level had immediately increased by 1. What? This can even act as a leveling potion? Before he could finish his thought, Lao He's level increased again. Whoa, 2 levels in a row. Lao He, you're about to take off. Tang Zimu stared in shock at Lao He's incredible transformation. Old He's level stopped progressing after jumping 2 levels to reach level 13. Tang Zimu suddenly realized that this was due to the vast amount of energy accumulated within Old He. Previously, it had been constrained by its juvenile stage, unable to fully utilize this energy. The divine-grade Spirit Beast Growth Potion had directly stimulated this stored energy, accelerating its absorption and resulting in the 2-level advancement. This discovery thrilled Tang Zimu. He realized that the potion not only sped up growth time, but also significantly enhanced energy absorption. As long as there was a sufficient energy supply, the acceleration rate could exceed 10-fold. This was undoubtedly a tremendous advantage, especially for someone like him who possessed divine-grade Spirit Beast Feed and a large stock of 6-wing Flame Sovereign canned meat. Tang Zimu couldn't help but praise the excellence of the store before closing the interface. Though he still had some remaining points, he decided to save them for future purchases of more essential items. Returning to the main menu, Tang Zimu casually clicked on the newly added sign-in button. The system notified him of a successful sign-in, granting him 1 divine attribute point. Combined with the 10 points he received as a version update reward, he now had 11 points available for allocation. After a brief moment of thought, Tang Zimu allocated all the points to his mental strength. With the increasing number of skills, especially the energy-intensive Divine Omniform, his demand for mental strength had significantly grown. After distributing the points, Tang Zimu's current attributes became Strength 112, Mental Strength 53, Stamina 42, Agility 41, Physical Defense 38, and Magical Defense 30. Agility and Magical Defense were noticeably lagging behind, leaving Tang Zimu hoping that the store would soon refresh with items to enhance these attributes. Having dealt with these unexpected rewards and updates, Tang Zimu realized that only about 10 minutes had passed since he entered the Kunloon Secret Realm. He confirmed his location on the mountainside of a hill and chose a direction to begin his exploration. Before long, Tang Zimu was stunned by the sight before him. He bent down to pluck a resplendent rainbow flower shimmering with vibrant colors, marveling at its beauty. The flora, fauna, and water sources within the Kunloon Secret Realm had all been influenced by the 3 royal spirit beast clans, transforming them into rare treasures that were nearly impossible to find in the outside world. It was then that Tang Zimu realized that Wu Xinghuang and the others had been far too conservative in their descriptions. This place wasn't just abundant with rare treasures, it was overflowing with them. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon the treasure-filled secret realm, eager to delve deeper into this extraordinary land. The forest was filled with trees and herbs, each brimming with energy or possessing unique effects, making them valuable materials for taming beasts. As Tang Zimu walked through the area, he couldn't help but marvel at how these rare resources, frantically sought after in the outside world, were as common as cabbages here. He finally understood why humans were so eager to build secret realms and meticulously care for the 3 great royal spirit beast clans. Even the scraps they casually discarded were enough to bring immense benefits to humanity. As Tang Zimu carefully placed a rainbow-colored flower into his cloth bag, his gaze was drawn to a glowing fruit hanging from a tianyang tree. It was a flawless tianyang fruit, a key ingredient in crafting potions that could temporarily boost a beast's strength to astonishing levels. The higher the quality of the fruit, the greater the enhancement, a trump card often reserved for desperate situations by beast tamers. Swiftly, Tang Zimu leaped into the tree and plucked the tianyang fruit. However, when he attempted to place it into his bag, he realized it was already full. In fact, the other 2 large cloth bags he had brought along were also packed to the brim, all hanging on Lao He's back. Good thing I was prepared and brought 10 bags, Tang Zimu remarked with a satisfied grin. It was one of his guiding principles. Better to go through extra trouble preparing than to miss out on crucial gains. Just as he pulled a fresh bag from his backpack, a low, rumbling sound echoed from a distant mountain peak. Tang Zimu immediately froze and looked up, his eyes locking on the direction of the sound. In the 2 hours he had spent in the Kunloon Secret Realm, he hadn't yet encountered any of the 3 great spirit beast royals. This was partly because he had been busy collecting materials in the forest, and partly due to the rarity of these majestic creatures. The sound was deep and resonant. It must have come from either a massive mountain-moving divine elephant or an abyssal ancient dragon, Tang Zimu speculated. Without hesitation, he signaled Lao He to follow him, and the 2 raced toward the source of the sound. Thanks to their extraordinary agility, Tang Zimu and Lao He emerged from the forest in just over 10 minutes, arriving near the mountain peak where the sound originated. The vegetation here was sparse, giving the area a desolate feel, and the air was thick with a palpable heat. Tang Zimu quickly deduced that this was the territory of the fire-aligned abyssal ancient dragon. An abyssal ancient dragon. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up with excitement. Compared to the raw strength of a mountain-moving divine elephant, the abyssal ancient dragon intrigued him far more. Besides, Elder Feng had warned him that the mountain-moving divine elephant was notoriously short-tempered and prone to conflict if approached. In contrast, the lethargic nature of the abyssal ancient dragon made it seem like the safer option. Ugh! The guttural sound rang out again, this time so close that Tang Zimu felt it reverberate through his eardrums. Taking a deep breath, he boldly strode forward. Judging by the creature's evident power, it had likely already noticed his approach, so there was no point in trying to conceal himself. Before long, Tang Zimu and Lao He reached the steep cliffside on the mountain's left flank, where they discovered a towering cave entrance, rising nearly 100 meters high. The sound just now had come from inside the cave. As the distance shortened, the heavy breathing grew clearer. Tang Zimu skillfully stepped on the jagged rocks along the cliff face, quickly climbing up to the entrance of the cave. With the help of the light streaming in from outside, he finally caught sight of the massive figure lying at the center of the cave. Most of the colossal body was concealed within the shadows of the cavern, but one enormous dragon head facing the cave entrance was distinctly visible. Covered in thick, bronze-colored scales, the dragon's head was wedge-shaped, with a sharp snout at the front that widened toward the back. On either side were intricate frills, giving it a fearsome and menacing appearance. Yet at this moment, the once mighty dragon head was slumped weakly against the ground, its eyes half closed, and it let out faint whimpering breaths. Tang Zimu examined the dragon's form and couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Is this it? He muttered to himself. So the Yuansong ancient dragon actually resembled the Western dragons of Blue Star, similar to the six-winged flame sovereign. However, while the six-winged flame sovereign was technically a lizard species with some differences from Western dragons, the Yuansong ancient dragon was the genuine articulate true Western dragon in appearance. Suddenly, the massive dragon head slowly lifted its heavy eyelids and cast a glance at Tang Zimu, who stood at the cave entrance. Then, it closed its eyes again, lightly tilted its head, and let out a feeble whimper, as if it hadn't seen anything at all. Tang Zimu was stunned. Elder Feng had once told him that the Yuansong ancient dragon was lazy by nature, indulging in comfort and leisure. But he had never imagined that this ancient dragon could be so lethargic. A living, breathing human was standing right at the entrance, and it merely flicked its eyelids, too lazy to even move. Left with no other choice, Tang Zimu decided to inspect the dragon's attribute panel on the spot. When the information appeared before him, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Name, Yuansong Ancient Dragon. Aptitude, 7 stars. Attributes, Fire type, Dragon type. Level, 75. Innate talent, Ancient Dragon Bloodline 37, Emerald Grade talent. Upon reaching the required level, it automatically comprehends skills inherited from the Ancient Dragon bloodline. Additionally, Fire, Dragon, and Poison type skills gain a 30 power boost. Basic attributes. Strength, 1087. Spirit, 1346. Stamina, 1050. Agility, 1038. Physical defense, 900. Magical defense, 952. Skills, Dragon Flame Rift, Heavenless Toxic Miasma, Dragon Roar, 10,000 Demon Flames. What the? Tang Zimu exclaimed. This creature, cooped up in a cave and looking utterly listless while whimpering, turned out to be a terrifying existence at level 75? He recalled the attribute panels of the six-winged flame sovereign, the fire spirit rockfinch, and Zhao Kaishuan's blazing lion king that he had seen before. Even those spirit beasts, which were over level 80, had base attributes comparable to the Yuansong ancient dragon. So this is the superiority of a T1 level spirit beast species. Tang Zimu thought to himself. Its base stats alone can directly match those of a spirit beast 10 levels higher from a T2 species. Against T3 or T4 species, it could probably hold its own even with a difference of 20 or 30 levels. Just then, the Yuansong ancient dragon closed its eyes again. A few seconds later, it let out another low whimper, its heavy breathing becoming even more rapid. Tang Zimu grew increasingly curious about the dragon's condition. Determined to investigate further, he decided to use one of his special tools. Channeling some of his mental energy into the calamity mask that he wore over his right eye like a monocle, he prepared to use its abilities to sense the emotional fluctuations of the Yuansong ancient dragon before him. Tang Zimu had just extended his spiritual sense when he was overwhelmed by a vast ocean of emotions emanating from the Yuansong ancient dragon. This 70-something level spirit beast, whose strength rivaled that of a sovereign, was unabashedly releasing an intense mix of confusion, grievance, and unwillingness. The cave echoed with low whimpers and labored breathing, and a bold thought flashed through Tang Zimu's mind: could this mighty, ancient dragon actually be crying? A chill ran down his spine. What could possibly cause such a powerful being to hide in a cave and secretly shed tears? After confirming that the dragon bore no hostility, Tang Zimu took a deep breath and mustered the courage to step further into the cave. From just 10 meters away, he could clearly feel the scorching breath exhaled from the dragon's nostrils. The heavy eyelids of the dragon slowly lifted, and its massive eyes swept over Tang Zimu once more. The dragon raised its head slightly, and a deep, hoarse yet imposing voice rumbled. Human, you must have entered using a Kunloon token. Instead of gathering materials, you ventured into my territory. Are you here to provoke me? Tang Zimu keenly sensed that the remark sounded more like a tease than a threat. He replied calmly, not at all. I was collecting materials nearby when I heard sounds coming from this direction. I came to check if something was wrong. The Yuansong ancient dragon seemed to realize something. Ah, I must have failed to control my emotions, and the noise was too loud. You're rather nosy, aren't you? Seeing that the dragon was willing to converse, Tang Zimu seized the opportunity to ask, why are you upset? Did something happen? Upset? A trace of resentment flickered in the dragon's eyes as it let out a long sigh. Indeed, something troubling occurred, which is why I lost my composure. Sensing an opening, Tang Zimu feigned enthusiasm. Is there anything I can help with? The dragon shook its head dismissively. My problem is far too complicated. How could a mere human possibly assist me? Go back to gathering your materials. With that, it closed its eyes, seemingly ready to resume its whimpering. Tang Zimu narrowed his eyes, clasped his hands behind his back, and spoke with conviction. I don't appreciate that kind of remark. You don't know this, but in the human world, I'm known as the honest and reliable, warm-hearted problem solver. Plenty of people come to me for advice. This bold self-introduction seemed to strike a chord with the troubled Yuan Song ancient dragon. Its eyes lit up, and it finally revealed its inner turmoil. Honest and reliable, warm-hearted problem solver. Hey, race the thing. This morning, I proposed a mating request to Xiao Mei, but she turned me down. What do you think I should do? Tang Zimu froze for a moment. Oh, so it's about mating. Wait, what? Mating? What the heck? Tang Zimu exclaimed, almost bursting into laughter. He had thought that Yuan Song ancient dragon had encountered some life-threatening calamity, but it turned out it was simply because he got rejected by a female dragon. Tang Zimu quickly adjusted his expression and carefully said, magical beasts tend to admire the strong, and your dragon clan should be no exception. You're so powerful, why would Xiaomei still reject you? Hearing this, Yuan Song ancient dragon looked a bit embarrassed and said in a low voice, Xiaomei, she's stronger than me. Oh, well, that explains it, Tang Zimu said, scratching his head as the situation suddenly felt more complicated. But since he had already made bold claims, he had no choice but to press on. When she turned you down, did she give you any specific reason? This question seemed to stir up Yuan Song ancient dragon's memories. A sweet smile appeared on his face, and his eyes filled with affection as he said, Xiaomei told me that I'm a really good dragon, but she's just not ready to mate yet. She said she's currently focused on advancing her cultivation and hopes I can continue to fully support her in the future. She also mentioned that she's a slow-to-warm-up type, and while she has some feelings for me, she'll need to see more from me over time. The more Tang Zimu listened, the more something felt off. Good dragon, advancing stage, slow to warm up. Why did these words sound so familiar? He frowned, a bad feeling creeping into his mind, and quickly asked, what does she mean by support? What have you done for her so far? Hearing this, Yuan Song ancient dragon smiled proudly. Xiaomei's strength wouldn't be what it is without me. I've given her all the cultivation resources that were allocated to me by the clan every year. Are you kidding me? Tang Zimu couldn't help but cover his face, his mind racing with countless unspoken curses. He never imagined Yuan Song could be so foolish, giving away all his resources. No wonder Xiaomei was stronger than him. Tang Zimu fell into deep thought. He knew all too well that trying to save someone who was this infatuated was a lost cause, yet would only drag them deeper. What made it worse was that Yuan Song's actions were the pinnacle of blind devotion, a case where one party willingly gave and the other willingly received. Changing his approach, Tang Zimu began to consider how he might benefit from Yuan Song's situation instead. A sudden idea struck him. Looking at the dejected Yuan Song, Tang Zimu said, Coveys, you don't have to feel so down. Think about it, would Xiaomei say all that to you and not to any other dragon? It proves that you still hold a place in her heart. This statement hit Yuan Song right where it mattered. The gloom on his face vanished instantly, and his entire demeanor brightened. Excitedly, he said, yes, you're right. Xiaomei rejected me, but took the time to explain everything. That must mean she doesn't want me to lose hope. Tang Zimu immediately saw through Coveys' "you're my kindred spirit" expression and felt secretly pleased with himself. He blinked and continued to guide the conversation, saying, I think your intentions are right, but your method is off. Coveys looked puzzled and asked, but I've already given Xiaomei everything I could. Tang Zimu nodded in affirmation, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Yes, you've given her everything, but the things you've given, Xiaomei already has. You need to give her something she's never seen or used before. That's the way to truly win her heart. Cubby's eyes filled with confusion again as he muttered to himself. Something she's never seen or used before. At last, Tang Zimu revealed his true intentions. He mysteriously pulled a pack of tissues from his bag and announced smugly, "Fish definitely never seen this before." Cubbies frowned and said, "Isn't this just regular paper? Humans have given us this before. It's nothing special." Unfazed, Tang Zimu waved his hand and explained, "This isn't just ordinary tissue. It's a special tissue I developed specifically for spirit beasts. It automatically adjusts its size based on body type, is soft and comfortable, has excellent cleaning power, and is super absorbent. Imagine this. After Xiaomei finishes her training, she's all sweaty. With just one wipe, she'll feel clean, fresh, and as beautiful as ever." Cubbies nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seizing the moment, Tang Zimu delivered his final blow. "The best part is, every time she uses it, she'll think of you." Cubbies' eyes lit up, and he blurted out, "This tissue is truly amazing." Tang Zimu pretended to hesitate and said, "The only thing is, this was developed using rare materials, so it's limited in quantity and quite valuable." In truth, it was just spirit beast-specific toilet paper he had exchanged for a few points at the reward shop. While it did have those features, the claims about rare materials and high value were entirely made up. Cubbies' face clouded with hesitation. Something so rare. How can I? He had already exhausted his cultivation resources in his attempts to impress Xiaomei. Tang Zimu had anticipated this reaction. With a grand gesture, he said generously, "Cubbies, my brother, we hit it off the moment we met. How about this? Just trade me some unused resources, and I'll part with it reluctantly. After all, we're brothers." He knew full well that with Cubbies' strength, even scraps from him would be treasures in the eyes of humans. This deal was a win-win for him. Cubbies scratched his head, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. Turning to Tang Zimu, his voice trembled slightly. "Brother, wait for me a moment." With that, he clumsily turned around and crawled deeper into the cave. Sounds of rummaging echoed from within. Moments later, Cubbies emerged, carefully cradling a pile of items, his face filled with embarrassment. He pushed the heap nearly as tall as a person towards Tang Zimu, his claws trembling slightly. "Brother, this is everything I could find in the cave. Do you think it's enough to match the value of that special tissue?" Cubbies raised a claw and began introducing the treasures. "This is the flame dragon heart fruit that was allocated to me last year. It can slightly enhance mental strength," he said, pointing to a pile of faintly glowing fruits. "Xiaomei and I have already developed resistance to it, so she didn't take them away." When Tang Zimu heard the phrase, "developed resistance," his heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. He recalled how Wu Xinghuang had once described the rare treasures of the Kunloon secret realm, and the flame dragon heart fruit was among the most precious. Over the years, only a handful of lucky individuals had managed to find one or two. Yet here, in front of him, were at least 30 or 40 fruits. Cubbies continued his explanation. "These are dragon might spirit shards that were given to me this year. They can enhance the power of dragon-type abilities. We've also developed resistance to these." He gestured to a pile of crystals radiating an unusual glow. "And these are just scraps left over when I gave gifts to Xiaomei. They might have some value too." Tang Zimu struggled to suppress his inner shock. The quality and energy fluctuations of these so-called scraps were clearly more precious than the flame dragon heart fruits. He realized that what humans had discovered in the secret realm were merely the discarded leftovers of the 3 royal spirit beast clans. Cubbies asked nervously, "Brother, do you think this is enough?" Tang Zimu feigned a casual demeanor and waved generously. "It's enough. If I have to take a loss, so be it." He then handed Cubbies another pack of tissues. "Consider this a gift for meeting you. We're brothers now, after all." Cubbies' eyes reddened with emotion as he carefully accepted the tissues, preparing to take them to Xiaomei. Just as he was about to stand up, Tang Zimu suddenly pulled a small palm-sized furnace out of his pocket, a regretful expression on his face. "Ah, what a pity," he sighed. Tang Zimu pulled out an exquisitely crafted sachet from his pocket and, with an air of mystery, showed it to Cubbies. "I have this specially made spirit beast incense. It can help spirit beasts fall asleep quickly and rest well, restoring their energy." Hearing this, Cubbies' eyes widened in surprise. Instantly, he thought of Xiaomei and her exhausted demeanor, remembering her frequent complaints about sleepless nights. This sachet seemed like the perfect solution. Unable to hold back, he exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Shaoling, this incense of yours seems pretty amazing too." Although Tang Zimu had already sold him something at a loss, Cubbies couldn't resist the temptation and spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Tang Zimu, however, seemed unconcerned. He patted Lao He, the beast beside him, and said casually, "Of course, it's effective. Lao He here is my tamed beast, and he uses it every night." In truth, this was just an ordinary spirit beast incense Tang Zimu had recently purchased from a limited-time store. It cost barely any points to get 2 bottles. He had only unlocked the store today, and Lao He had never even used it. But under his master's imposing gaze, Lao He could only nod along with a forced smile. Covey's was torn, battling with his thoughts. Finally, he said hesitantly, "Well, I think Xiaomei could really use this, but I don't have anything valuable left to trade." Seeing Cav's dilemma, Tang Zimu immediately slapped Lao He and pretended to scold him. "Why are you asking for dragon scales or feathers? He's my sworn brother, after all." Lao He looked confused, thinking, "Master, we don't share a telepathic bond, and I never asked for dragon scales." Covey's, however, had a sudden realization and smacked his forehead. "Right, right, brother Shaoling. I just happen to have a few dragon scales and feathers about to shed. I can trade them for this incense." Tang Zimu waved his hands repeatedly, feigning refusal. "Oh no, Lao He doesn't know any better. We're brothers, how could I possibly accept your dragon scales? No, no, I can't." But Covey's was already eagerly pulling off a few dragon scales and feathers, stuffing them into Tang Zimu's hands. "Take them, it's fine. These scales were about to fall off anyway, and he'll grow new ones soon." Tang Zimu sighed and, pretending to be reluctant, placed the dragon scales and feathers into his pouch. Then, with an air of secrecy, he pulled another item out of his pocket. Outside the cave, Covey's enthusiastically described the route to Tang Zimu. "Brother Shaoling, have you memorized the way?" he asked, gesturing as he spoke. Tang Zimu nodded confidently. "Don't worry, I've committed it all to memory." Relieved, Covey said eagerly, "Good then. They'll go deliver these treasures to Xiaomei first." He carefully cradled the precious items in his arms. Tang Zimu sincerely encouraged him. "All right, go ahead, brother. I believe you'll win over the beauty." Feeling deeply motivated, Covey's nodded firmly and spread his wide wings. With genuine gratitude, he said to Tang Zimu, "Brother Shaoling, your kindness is beyond words. If you ever need help in the future, just come to me. You are my lifelong brother." With that, he took off, soaring in a particular direction, completely oblivious that his cave was now left unguarded. Tang Zimu watched Cav's figure disappear into the distance, a faint trace of pity flashing in his eyes. "Ah, poor guy. I hope his persistence pays off in the end." He finally understood why Blue Star merchants were so keen on promoting the devoted fool. Economy making money off them was just too easy. Turning to Lao He, who was dawdling, he urged, "Lao He, stop dragging your feet. Pack everything up properly. Soon, you'll have new companions." As he spoke, Tang Zimu's gaze shifted toward a certain direction, recalling the information he had just gleaned from Covey's. Tang Zimu felt no guilt about swindling Covey's out of everything it had. He calmly analyzed the situation. The items Covey's had given him were long worthless to it, and paled in comparison to the treasures he had gifted Xiaomei. Besides, the items he gave Covey's were far from ordinary. Though the system supplied toilet paper and incense weren't divine artifacts, they were fully functional and of genuine quality. With a glint in his eye, Tang Zimu began to formulate a plan. He mused to himself, these rare and unique items, virtually unheard of in the realm of spirit beasts, could easily be marketed as high-end luxury goods. Inflating their price would be entirely reasonable. In the future, he could stockpile inexpensive items from the limited time system store and sell them exclusively to the naive inhabitants of secret realms, who were as gullible as college students on Blue Star. A perfect money-making scheme was taking shape. Pulling himself back to the present, Tang Zimu surveyed his surroundings. In the distance, the sunken valley nestled between two hills came into view, signaling that he had reached his first destination. Remembering the information Covey's had provided, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Could the injured mountain-moving divine elephant really be healed? Tang Zimu understood his precarious position. In this secret realm, where the use of force was prohibited, he held no advantage over the other prodigies. To tame these proud spirit beasts, he could only rely on the divine items provided by the system, using healing potions to lure injured creatures or special spirit beast feed to attract gluttons like Old Hay. For this reason, after stripping Covey's of all its possessions, Tang Zimu hadn't left immediately. Instead, he had pumped the local dragon for information about spirit beasts in the secret realm that might be drawn to divine items. The mountain-moving divine elephant in this valley was one such creature. According to Covey's, the elephant's front legs were completely crippled, leaving it unable to move freely and forcing it to hide in the valley out of shame. Tang Zimu approached cautiously, peering down into the valley. The sight before him left him stunned. There were no picturesque landscapes or lush vegetation. Instead, the valley was riddled with pits and strewn with scattered boulders, a scene of utter devastation. The damage was clearly deliberate. A sudden realization struck him. Could this valley have been smashed apart by the mountain-moving divine elephant itself? Rubbing his temples, he acknowledged that the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. The mountain-moving divine elephant species was known for its fiery temper and tendency to anger easily. This particular elephant, being disabled, likely harbored feelings of inferiority and sensitivity. The combination of these factors made it all the more challenging to approach. Still, now that he was here, he had to give it a shot. After a brief moment of deliberation, Tang Zimu instructed Old Hay to stay put while he carefully crept along the edge of the valley. After advancing about 200 or 300 meters, he finally spotted his target, a colossal figure lying in slumber at the deepest part of the valley. The figure stretched hundreds of meters in length, its entire body a dusty yellow hue. Its surface was covered in uneven, crusty layers of dirt that resembled a heavy suit of rocky armor. What stood out most was its long, sinuous trunk, which coiled like a massive python and gleamed with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Not only was it as thick and towering as a celestial stone pillar, but its sides extended into broad, flat nostrils, giving it the appearance of a massive shovel. Tang Zimu thought to himself, no wonder it's called the mountain-moving divine elephant. That shovel-like nose must be perfect for moving mountains. His gaze then shifted to the upper body of the colossal beast. The mountain-moving divine elephant lay on its side, its enormous body undulating like a small hill. Holding his breath, Tang Zimu observed carefully and noticed something unsettling. Where its upper body should have had legs, there was nothing but emptiness. His heart sank as he quickly concluded that this creature's disability was congenital, making it impossible to restore with divine-grade spirit beast recovery potions. Sighing softly, Tang Zimu cautiously retreated from the depths of the valley. Mentally crossing the mountain-moving divine elephant off his list, he signaled to Lao He. The two figures swiftly darted toward the location of their next target. In the days that followed, Tang Zimu and Lao He traversed mountains and valleys tirelessly, searching for spirit beasts that met the criteria. They encountered a mountain-moving divine elephant that was blind, its trunk twitching constantly, as if sensing the world through smell. They came across an ancient abyss dragon that needed to eat 8 times a day, its massive belly expanding and contracting with each meal, and another ancient abyss dragon that emitted ghostly, wailing cries every night, its eerie sounds enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Unfortunately, while these extraordinary creatures each had unique traits, none met the requirements to be tamed. Some issues were beyond Tang Zimu's ability to resolve, while others were too aggressive or untamable, refusing any human contact. Each time, Tang Zimu mentally crossed their names off his list and moved on to the next target. After an arduous journey, the man and the monkey finally arrived at the edge of a vast grassland. The wild grass here grew taller than a person, so dense it resembled a green ocean. Standing amidst the towering grass, Tang Zimu felt as if he were in a giant cornfield, surrounded by a green barrier that obscured his view and erased his sense of direction. Tang Zimu's sharp eyes noticed signs of a nearby water source, and an idea struck him: this was likely the habitat of the special spirit beast. Leaping into the air, he scanned the terrain beyond the layers of grass. Suddenly, a surge of confidence replaced the frustration of previous failures. According to the information provided by Coveys, the spirit beast residing here was the one Tang Zimu believed had the best chance of being tamed. Taking a deep breath, he encouraged himself, success or failure, it all comes down to this. Tang Zimu and Lao He split up instinctively, launching a thorough search across the grassland. Before long, he heard the rustling sound of grass behind him, a prearranged signal indicating the target had been found. Heart pounding, Tang Zimu rushed toward Lao He's direction. Pushing through the thick layers of wild grass, he finally laid eyes on what he hoped was their last chance. It was a small, grayish-white horse. Frail and emaciated, its arched back revealed every bone, with ribs protruding sharply as if its thin skin barely held its skeletal frame together. It looked as though a gust of wind could knock it over. Yet what caught his attention most was the horse's extraordinary head. Its head was shaped like a bull's, adorned with antler-like horns, a snake-like neck, and rabbit-like eyes. Most astonishing of all, the entire head was covered in shimmering, diamond-shaped scales. Anyone familiar with Chinese mythology would instantly recognize if this was undeniably a dragon's head. Holding his breath, Tang Zimu felt a surge of excitement. Horse's body, dragon's head, there was no doubt about it. This was his ultimate goal, the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed. Elder Feng once praised the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed for its elegant and agile form, capable of walking on air and traversing water, embodying strength and grace. However, the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed before Tang Zimu was the complete opposite. It was emaciated, its limbs trembling as if it might collapse at any moment. The reason for its pitiful appearance was simple: it had extremely poor innate aptitude. Tang Zimu pondered silently. The aptitude of ordinary spirit beasts usually ranged from 2 to 3 stars. Spirit beasts of the 3 great royal clans, with their bloodline advantages, typically maintained an aptitude of 4 to 5 stars, and high-quality 6 or 7-star ones were not uncommon. Yet this Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed only had a 1-star aptitude, ranking at the very bottom of its kind. Because of this, it had been unable to stay with its group and instead wandered alone at the edge of the grasslands. It was during a search for medicinal herbs that Coveys had stumbled upon its trail. Tang Zimu thought to himself that while other Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steeds were known for their pride and disdain for humans, this one might be different. He carefully observed the resting steed and felt a sense of satisfaction. So what if it was frail, inherently flawed, and of poor aptitude? Tang Zimu smirked inwardly. In his possession was a god-tier aptitude pill capable of defying fate itself. The only thing he needed to consider was how to earn this Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed's trust. With that in mind, Tang Zimu opened the steed's attribute panel. Name, Shadow Chaser Steed. Aptitude, 1 star. Attribute, Lightning. Level, 19. Talent, Dragon Steed Bloodline 0.01 Bronze level talent. Increases agility by 1 during combat. Base attributes, Strength 55, Spirit 40, Stamina 60, Agility 65, Physical Defense 45, Magic Defense 46. Skills, Shadow Chase, Electric Ball. Tang Zimu couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This Shadow Chaser steed had reached level 19 in just a year, which, apart from its bloodline, clearly came from immense effort. He appreciated this unwillingness to accept defeat. More importantly, its level fell precisely within the range he could control, so he didn't have to worry about the steed betraying him once it gained benefits. It was decided this would be the one. Tang Zimu finalized his plan and strode toward the Shadow Chaser steed. He deliberately made his footsteps audible, quickly catching the attention of the resting steed. Its wary eyes turned to him, a guarded expression flickering across its face. The Shadow Chaser cautiously observed the human and the rogue monkey before it, a hint of confusion flashing through its eyes. It quickly turned around, ready to leave this unsettling scene. Seeing this, Tang Zimu's heart tightened and knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He raised his hand, signaling wait. Years of working with Lao He had made him adept at this kind of silent communication. The Shadow Chaser paused, tilting its head to study Tang Zimu, letting out a low whinny as if questioning his intentions. Tang Zimu continued to use gestures to convey goodwill, carefully approaching. The Shadow Chaser didn't flee, but remained wary. It could sense Tang Zimu meant no harm in innate ability of the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Chaser. At last, Tang Zimu came within a meter of the creature. He took a deep breath and slowly retrieved a piece of divine-grade spirit beast feed from his pocket. This was a treasure he had hoarded for ages, too precious even to use when encountering other rare spirit beasts. The Shadow Chaser's eyes were instantly drawn to the feed, its enticing aroma captivating its senses. Its throat moved involuntarily, and saliva began pooling at the edges of its mouth. As the least gifted member of its kind, it had never tasted anything so delicious. Tang Zimu extended the feed toward the Shadow Chaser's mouth. The little creature's eyes were filled with longing, yet it hesitated to act rashly. Tang Zimu softly encouraged it. Go ahead, eat. Finally, unable to resist, the Shadow Chaser devoured the feed in one bite. The rich flavor burst in its mouth, and the Shadow Chaser closed its eyes in delight, its face radiating pure bliss. But in the next moment, its eyes snapped open, staring at Tang Zimu in alarm. A slight smile played on Tang Zimu's lips. He knew the Shadow Chaser had taken the bait. The effects of the divine-grade spirit beast feed go far beyond simply satisfying hunger for 24 hours. Tang Zimu was well aware that this feed could gradually enhance a spirit beast's aptitude and abilities, even breaking through racial limitations. This was precisely why he consumed it himself and fed it to Lao He. As a spirit beast with a 10-star aptitude, Lao He was less sensitive to the subtle improvements brought by the feed. However, for Zhue Yingju, whose aptitude was at the bottom, it was a completely different story. It keenly felt the changes in its body and was both shocked and overjoyed. Excited, Zhue Yingju gently nudged Tang Zimu, letting out soft whimpers, its eyes brimming with longing and pleading for the divine-grade feed. Its reaction was understandable, having been scorned by its peers and left to wander alone due to its low aptitude. Its desire to improve had long since become an obsession. Seeing that the bait had been taken, Tang Zimu felt a surge of satisfaction. He no longer concealed his intentions. Pointing to the beast taming ring around Lao He's neck, he took out another piece of the divine-grade feed and gave it to Lao He. The message was clear: become my tamed beast, and you can enjoy this delicacy. Lao He happily accepted, devouring the feed with delight. Beside him, Zhue Yingju watched with envy, growing increasingly restless. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Zimu began to gently persuade it. Through gestures, he conveyed that he had something even more powerful, something that could directly elevate its aptitude to 10 stars. Though it sounded unbelievable, with the divine-grade feed as proof and Tang Zimu's sincerity evident in his emotions, Zhue Yingju chose to believe him, trembling with excitement. However, Tang Zimu quickly tempered its enthusiasm with a dose of reality. He explained what it meant to become a tamed beast. This revelation caused Zhue Yingju, who had lived alone in the Kunloon secret realm, to fall into deep contemplation. It now faced a difficult choice: leave its homeland and submit to human control, or give up the tantalizing chance to achieve a 10-star aptitude. Zhue Yingju's gaze shifted back and forth between Tang Zimu and the vast grassland, its eyes filled with inner conflict. As Elder Feng had once said, The pride inherent in the bloodlines of the three great spirit beast royal families made them disdain most humans and refuse to become tamed beasts. At this moment, Zhue Yingzhu was experiencing an unprecedented inner struggle. Even the champion of the global youth tournament, the most promising human, could only establish an equal status beast pact with them. Chasing Shadow Steed, a majestic horse with the noble bloodline of the astonishing sky dragon Shadow Steed, instinctively rejected the concept of a beast pact when it understood what it entailed. It wrestled with an intense inner conflict. Should it abandon its dignity and submit, or remain as it was? Tang Zimu stood quietly to the side, patiently waiting for Chasing Shadow Steed to make its decision. His gaze conveyed confidence, showing no concern that the steed might refuse. He understood well that it simply needed time to overcome the instinctive resistance of its nature. Sure enough, after a fierce internal struggle, the steed's eyes gradually became resolute. It suddenly raised its head and let out a resounding neigh toward the heavens, announcing its decision. Then, it slowly lowered its once proud head toward Tang Zimu. This silent action clearly communicated its choice. Chasing Shadow Steed was willing to submit. A long-awaited smile finally appeared on Tang Zimu's face. From his backpack, he retrieved the beast ring that had stunned both Elder Feng and Wu Xingwang. It was a single-slot beast ring that Tang Zimu had deliberately purchased at great expense from the Beast Alliance just a few days earlier. Instead of stepping forward, he stood in place, adjusted the ring to the appropriate size, and gestured for Chasing Shadow Steed to come forward on its own. Having made its decision to submit, Chasing Shadow Steed no longer hesitated. It obediently approached, lowering its head to pass through the beast ring, allowing it to settle around its neck. The ring immediately detected that it had been equipped, emitting a dazzling white light that seeped into the steed's neck. With a crisp click, the two sides of the ring locked firmly in place. At that moment, Chasing Shadow Steed, one of the three great royal spirit beasts, bearing the noble bloodline of the astonishing sky dragon Shadow Steed, and considered impossible to tame, officially became Tang Zimu's beast companion. It's done. Tang Zimu exhaled deeply, finally relaxing. He stepped forward to gently stroke the steed's lowered dragon-like head, his heart brimming with excitement. Ever since learning about the Kunloon secret realm, he had dreamed of taming a spirit beast comparable to a pseudo-divine creature, and now that dream had come true. Chasing Shadow Steed showed no signs of discontent. On the contrary, it seemed to feel a hint of joy under Tang Zimu's touch. Having lived in solitude for so long, it suddenly realized that having a master might not be so bad after all. Besides, there was also a mischievous monkey nearby, grinning like a rogue, ready to be its new companion. Now that you're my beast, you need a new name, Tang Zimu said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He knew that the three great royal spirit beasts were different from wild spirit beasts. They were born with names, such as Covey's and its beloved Mayong Yang Little May. Chasing Shadow Steed undoubtedly had its own name, but it rarely interacted with its kind and was unfamiliar with its own identity. Tang Zimu thought that since the steed had been tamed by him and was starting a new chapter in life, it deserved a new name. After some careful consideration, Tang Zimu finally decided. You're from the Kunloon secret realm and carry the noble bloodline of the astonishing sky dragon Shadow Steed. Though you're currently weak and frail, you'll soon become a king among your kind. So I'll call you Xiao by Little White. He repeated the name twice, feeling that it was both endearing and peaceful. Even better, it complemented his other beast, Laohe Old Black, perfectly, creating a harmonious contrast of old and young, black and white, like a meticulously crafted work of art. Tang Zimu gently stroked Xiaobai's mane and asked softly, So, Xiaobai, are you ready to embrace your new life? Tang Zimu looked solemnly at Zhue Yingzhu, or rather, it should now be called Xiaobai. Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and it nodded vigorously. Ever since it was born, it had dreamt almost every night of waking up with its abilities soaring to new heights. Now that its dream was about to come true, how could it not be excited? Without saying much, Tang Zimu retrieved a divine-grade spiritual beast aptitude pill from the reward storage box. As the white light faded, a small, pitch-black pill, no larger than a fingernail, appeared in his hand. Despite its unremarkable appearance, this tiny pill held the power to defy fate itself. This is it, Tang Zimu said, holding the pill in front of Xiaobai. Xiaobai's gaze was fixed firmly on the pill, its breathing growing heavier, unwilling to even blink. Understanding Xiaobai's eagerness, Tang Zimu brought the pill to its mouth. Xiaobai carefully opened its jaws, fearful of damaging the pill and affecting its potency, and tilted its head back to swallow it whole. In less than 2 seconds, Xiaobai's body began to tremble uncontrollably, its eyes brimming with sheer delight. It closed its eyes to fully experience the earth-shattering changes happening within. Tang Zimu watched with great interest. This was the first time he had witnessed the effects of an aptitude pill in action. Xiaobai's once thin frame began to expand visibly, its body growing taller and more robust by the second. Even more astonishingly, Tang Zimu noticed the numbers on Xiao Bai's attribute panel rising rapidly. Its original 1-star aptitude quickly climbed to 2 stars, then 3, then 4. Incredible! Tang Zimu exclaimed, unable to suppress his amazement, even after experiencing the system's many wonders. Watching this process of directly enhancing aptitude and reshaping the body was simply breathtaking. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Bai's aptitude finally reached 9 stars. Just as Tang Zimu thought this was the limit, the aptitude section on Xiao Bai's attribute panel suddenly flashed with a brilliant rainbow light. In an instant, its 9-star aptitude transformed into a dazzling 10 stars. Nay! Xiao Bai let out a resonant, triumphant cry, its voice now sharper, louder, and more commanding than ever. Did it work? Tang Zimu quickly stepped toward the newly transformed Xiao Bai, eager to see the results up close. For a T1 level species like Xiao Bai to leap from 1-star aptitude to 10 stars, the potential improvement must be extraordinary. However, just as he took a few steps forward, Xiao Bai let out another earth-shaking cry. This time, the sound was accompanied by a radiant burst of colorful light emanating from its entire body, glittering like a field of stars. Tang Zimu froze for a moment before realization struck him. No way. Is it evolving? He blurted out in astonishment. In the realm of spirit beasts, when a spirit beast reaches a certain level, it undergoes a critical transformation. At this moment, Tang Zimu was intently staring at Xiao Bai, who suddenly began to emit a radiant glow as brilliant as starlight. This dazzling light was not only visually stunning, but also a sign of evolution, indicating that Xiao Bai was about to ascend to the next stage of its species. Tang Zimu quickly glanced at Xiao Bai's attribute panel and suddenly understood. The aptitude pill he had given Xiao Bai not only enhanced its potential, but also directly raised its level, triggering the evolution point at level 20. This situation was quite similar to when Lao He had consumed a growth potion and leveled up twice consecutively. Previously hindered by low aptitude, much of Xiao Bai's energy accumulated through training had been stored within its body. Now, stimulated by the boost in aptitude, all that energy was released in one explosive moment. Evolution is great. You should learn from this, Tang Zimu said, patting Lao He on the shoulder, signaling it to observe closely and take notes. Then, he eagerly turned his attention back to the rare spectacle of Xiao Bai's evolution. This was the first evolution of a spirit beast under his command, sudden, yet thrilling. Unlike the instantaneous transformations often depicted in animations, the evolution of a spirit beast was a gradual and meticulous process. Tang Zimu watched patiently, and finally, the radiant light surrounding Xiao Bai began to fade. Through the thinning glow, he was astonished to see that Xiao Bai's form had grown to more than twice its original size. As the last traces of light dissipated, a majestic steed appeared before Tang Zimu. Its entire body was snow white, its posture proud and upright, with sleek and powerful muscles. Its flowing white mane was as smooth as the finest silk, its limbs long and sturdy, and its hooves tough and strong. Most striking of all was its dragon-like head, adorned with countless intricate dragon scales. Around its eyes, golden streams of light radiated outward, exuding an air of majesty mixed with mystery. Hiss! Tang Zimu drew in a sharp breath, finally comprehending what Elder Feng had meant by the graceful form of the Jingxiao dragon shadow steed. The magnificence of this steed was truly awe-inspiring. The newly evolved Xiao Bai shook its body lightly, adjusting to its new form. With confident strides, it approached Tang Zimu and let out a soft, affectionate neigh. Despite its dramatic change in appearance, it was still the same loyal Xiao Bai, now even more devoted after having its aspirations realized. What a fine steed! Tang Zimu exclaimed as he stroked Xiao Bai's smooth and silky mane, marveling at the entirely new sensation. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly opened Xiao Bai's attribute panel to examine it closely. Name: Shadow-Chasing Dragon Steed. Aptitude: 10 stars. Attributes: Electric, Dragon. Level: 20. Talents: Dragon Steed Bloodline 80, Epic Level Talent. 1. Unhindered. Ignore all terrain during movement, reducing any movement-related negative effects on itself by 30. 2. Shadow Chase. Gain 10 damage reduction while running. Increase movement speed by 30, and all attack skills deal an additional 15 agility-based damage. Base stats: Strength, 100. Spirit, 70. Stamina, 80. Agility, 165. Physical defense, 65. Magical defense, 65. Skills: Shadow Chase, Lightning Step, Sky Leap, Dragon Roar, Shadow Dragon Stomp. Tang Zimu carefully reviewed these stats, feeling both thrilled and full of anticipation. Xiao Bai's evolution not only brought an incredible transformation in appearance, but also marked a significant leap in strength. This shadow-chasing dragon steed was undoubtedly destined to become a vital companion on his future adventures. One shock had barely subsided when another quickly followed. Tang Zimu stared intently at Xiao Bai's panel, his astonishment written all over his face. The first thing that caught his eye was the dramatic change in type. From being solely an electric type, Xiaobai had now transformed into a dual electric dragon type. In the world of spirit beasts, the dragon type was always regarded as the strongest, with few weaklings among those associated with it. Xiaobai's electric dragon combination undoubtedly gave it an edge in terms of type advantage. Next, Tang Zimu noticed that Xiaobai's dragon steed bloodline talent had been elevated to 80. This solved a long-standing mystery in his mind where the Gale Dragon Shadow Steed's ability to tread upon wind and water originated. The answer lay in its unhindered trait, the ability to move freely without being restricted by any terrain. Gliding over wind and water was merely a trivial feat. Even walking in outer space would be within reach. Tang Zimu couldn't help but wonder, does the spirit beast world even have a concept of outer space? Setting aside the unhindered trait, the other abilities tied to the talent were equally astonishing. Control resistance, damage immunity, speed boosts, and extra damage, all of which highlighted the sheer power of the dragon steed bloodline. However, what shocked Tang Zimu the most was Xiaobai's skyrocketing attribute values. Despite only leveling up once, Xiaobai's agility had surged by 100 points, with its other stats nearly doubling. He couldn't help but recall the arena battle against a level 26, 9-star Earth Titan Demon Bear. Known for its might, the Earth Titan Demon Bear's strength attribute was only 105 points. Yet Xiaobai, a spirit beast reliant on agility, could already rival that strength at just level 20. Was this the stark difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts? The overwhelming power disparity that transcended levels was glaringly evident. Unable to contain his excitement, Tang Zimu patted Xiaobai's back, eager to test its newfound abilities. Xiaobai understood the signal immediately and crouched down. With a swift motion, Tang Zimu mounted Xiaobai's back. As Xiaobai rose, Tang Zimu's view expanded, the vast grasslands spreading out before him, igniting an uncontainable desire to gallop freely. Gripping the beast ring that served as reins, he leaned forward and casually pointed into the distance, issuing the command, "Xiaobai, full speed ahead. Show me your top speed." With a sharp, spirited cry, Xiaobai couldn't wait to showcase its reborn power. It lunged forward without hesitation, darting ahead like an arrow unleashed from a bow. With 165 points in agility and an additional 30 movement speed, Xiaobai's running speed was nothing short of terrifying. The wind roared past, and the grass on either side bent in waves, rustling loudly. Tang Zimu could even hear faint sonic booms in his ears. At this moment, he was utterly content his dream of riding a dragon had finally come true. Meanwhile, Old Hay, left behind at the starting point, was filled with confusion. Laden with a pile of cloth bags taller than itself, it watched helplessly as its master and Xiaobai became smaller and smaller in the distance, eventually fading into a mere black. Scratching its head anxiously, Old Hay thought to itself, "Master, did you forget about me?" At the same time, in the Kunloon Mystic Realm's teleportation chamber within the Secret Realm office, Elder Feng glanced up as Wu Xinghuang pushed the door open. Casually, he greeted, "Oh, you're here." Wu Xinghuang responded with a warm smile. The time for the Secret Realm to close was fast approaching. Wu Xinghuang frowned slightly, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Of course, I have to pick him up." He turned to the elder beside him, Elder Feng, a trace of concern flickering in his eyes. "Elder Feng, during this time, has Tang Zimu encountered any problems?" Elder Feng shook his head lightly, his expression calm. "Don't worry, no issues. If there were, the Kunlun token would have already sent a signal." Hearing this, Wu Xinghuang's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. However, recalling Tang Zimu's previous jaw-dropping feats, defeating second years as a freshman, bringing a beast companion into the secret realm, couldn't help but worry whether the boy might pull off another astonishing stunt. Wu Xinghuang glanced at the clock on the wall. "Only 10 minutes left. I'll just wait here for him." With that, he pulled over a chair and sat down beside Elder Feng. After a moment of silence, perhaps to pass the time, Wu Xinghuang asked, "Elder Feng, how has the harvest been for those who entered the Kunlun secret realm this year?" Elder Feng pondered for a moment before replying. "This year, the environment within the secret realm has been stable, and most people have had decent gains. Quite a few found rare materials that are usually hard to come by." He paused, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. "Especially last month, when the realm first opened, someone actually found a flame dragon heart fruit." Wu Xinghuang's eyes lit up instantly, his voice betraying his astonishment. "A flame dragon heart fruit? That's a top-tier divine item that can enhance a beast's spiritual energy. Who was lucky enough to find that?" Elder Feng, evidently familiar with the lucky individual, answered without hesitation, "A young member of the Fan family, named Fan Huirui. A promising talent. It's said he was born with divine fortune. He has always been extraordinarily lucky, and everything he does goes smoothly." Wu Xinghuang nodded in agreement, a trace of envy in his gaze. "Finding a flame dragon heart fruit, that's not just good luck, that's extraordinary." He sighed. "Well, I don't expect Tang Zimu to have such heaven-defying luck. If he can bring back even a little something rare, that would be good enough. Elder Feng, however, didn't seem too optimistic about Tang Zimu's prospects. He shook his head. The rare materials in the Kunloon secret realm are mostly in treacherous terrains. Tang Zimu's mischief monkey has limited abilities and stamina. It won't be easy for him. Wu Xinghuang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If I had known, I would have advised the kid to take some time to build experience before entering the realm. He's only been working with beasts for just over a month, and now he's in such an advanced secret realm. It's like entering a treasure mountain empty-handed. Elder Feng chimed in. The key is that he even dreams of taming one of the secret realm's 3 royal clans. At this, the 2 elders couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. There was no mockery in their laughter, only a good-natured teasing of a young man's naive ambitions. Amid their laughter, the 10 minutes quietly passed. Tang Zimu's time in the secret realm had reached the maximum limit of 12 hours. Suddenly, a low hum resonated through the air. The teleportation vortex within the bronze gate began spinning at an astonishing speed. Teleportation has started. Wu Xinghuang and Elder Feng immediately straightened up, their laughter fading as they focused their gazes on the center of the teleportation vortex, ready to welcome Tang Zimu back. To their surprise, the first thing to emerge from the vortex wasn't a human figure, but a large, bulging cloth bag. Elder Feng immediately recognized it was the bag Tang Zimu had taken into the realm. Well, it seems he did manage to get something, Elder Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of surprise. The overstuffed bag, propelled by the force of the teleportation, slid a short distance across the ground. Suddenly, the bag's opening could no longer withstand the pressure, and with a loud pop, it burst open. In an instant, over a dozen fruits, their surfaces appearing as though they were engulfed in flames, rolled out of the bag and scattered across the ground. Wu Xinghuang rubbed his eyes, staring in disbelief at the fiery red fruits. Huh, what are these red fruits? He muttered to himself, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite recall where he had seen them before. Wu Xinghuang had little experience with the Kunloon secret realm and only found the scattered fruits on the ground somewhat familiar. However, the moment Elder Feng, the person in charge of the Kunloon secret realm, saw these fruits, his pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing became erratic. These are flame dragon heart fruits. Elder Feng's voice trembled slightly with shock. Scattered on the ground were over a dozen fiery red fruits, each emitting a faint glow as if an eternal flame burned within them. Elder Feng's mind went blank for a moment as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Since the establishment of the Kunloon secret realm, the total number of flame dragon heart fruits brought out by humans had never exceeded 10. Yet now, just the fruits on the ground alone already surpassed that number. Elder Feng shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel what he thought might be an illusion. Just then, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a half-open cloth bag nearby. Through the opening, he could see it was filled to the brim with the same fiery red flame dragon heart fruits. My heavens, there's even more. Elder Feng's eyes widened to the point they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. At that moment, an ancient record from his ancestral texts surfaced in his mind. It mentioned that one of his ancestors, who had maintained close ties with the 3 royal clans, had once been gifted a pile of flame dragon heart fruits by a royal spirit beast. Now, seeing Tang Zimu bring back such a large quantity of these fruits, could it be ridiculous? Elder Feng chastised himself, feeling ashamed of his absurd speculation. Just then, the teleportation vortex flickered again, and another large, bulging cloth bag was sent through. Although the bag was tightly closed, it was so overstuffed that its contents were visible through the gaps. Ivory wood fong stones. Elder Feng could no longer contain himself and exclaimed aloud. Wu Xinghuang looked puzzled. Ivory wood fong stones. Does the Kunloon secret realm even have such things? Elder Feng gritted his teeth and nodded. It does. Although no one has ever brought them out before, my ancestors' notes recorded their existence. It said that these stones only appear near the mountain-moving divine elephant. Before he could finish speaking, yet another bag was teleported back, revealing a gleaming stash of sky-shatter meteorite. Following that, other rare treasures recorded only in the Feng family's ancestral notes: tenfold toxic grass, shadow demon stone beads, dragon saliva crystals were sent back one after another in an unending stream. Elder Feng's expression shifted from shock to numbness, leaving only one question in his mind. What exactly did Tang Zimu experience in the Kunloon secret realm? Could he really have robbed a royal spirit beast? At that moment, Wu Xinghuang suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted excitedly, I've got it! Elder Feng immediately turned to him, a glimmer of hope igniting in his heart. Wu Xinghuang patted Elder Feng on the shoulder and said smugly, shaped like burning flames, these red fruits are flame dragon heart fruits, right? Hearing this, Elder Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Taking a deep breath to suppress his frustration, he turned his focus back to the teleportation vortex. The items had all been sent over. Tang Zimu should be returning soon, right? Sure enough, Under his watchful gaze, a humanoid figure soon appeared within the teleportation vortex. Elder Feng stepped out of the light and shadows, only to be stunned by the sight of Tang Zimu's beast companion, the mischief monkey. This unexpected encounter left both him and Wu Xinghuang baffled, unable to comprehend why the beast had returned first. Old He greeted the two with a hearty, simple smile before striding over to the large cloth bags. It began pushing them aside one by one, clearing a significant space in the center of the room. Elder Feng and Wu Xinghuang watched Old He's actions with growing confusion. They couldn't help but wonder, why clear such a large area? The answer soon emerged from the swirling portal. A crisp sound of hooves echoed through the room as a bovine head peeked out from the vortex. This head bore antlers like a deer, ears like a cow, and eyes like a rabbit, all covered in dazzling, resplendent scales that exuded an aura of majesty and valor. Elder Feng instantly recognized the creature. He grabbed Wu Xinghuang's arm to steady himself, his breathing quickening. Though he thought he had grown numb to surprises after encountering so many treasures, the sight before him overwhelmed him once again. The marvelous creature glanced curiously around the room before stepping fully out of the portal. Its long, straight limbs, pristine white fur, and taut, flowing musculature all radiated an extraordinary presence. What was even more astonishing was the figure seated on its back, a man clad in a dark red robe, Tang Zimu. When Tang Zimu, astride this towering and majestic steed, halted in the space cleared by Old He, Elder Feng and Wu Xinghuang felt their hearts nearly stop. Elder Feng murmured to himself, flowing like clouds, adorned with golden scales, the shadow-chasing dragon steed. Why? Why is the shadow-chasing dragon steed here? Wu Xinghuang pointed at the beast's neck, stammering as he noticed the familiar beast ring. Is this the one you tamed in the secret realm? Seeing the two elders' expressions frozen in shock, Tang Zimu casually dismounted from the creature, gesturing toward it as he explained, "Yes, it's the shadow-chasing dragon steed. Little by thought I was gallant and righteous, so it decided to pledge its eternal loyalty to me." Elder Feng and Wu Xinghuang stared at the magnificent steed before them, unable to refute Tang Zimu's words. After all, the shadow-chasing dragon steed had indeed emerged from the portal bearing Tang Zimu's beast ring. Still struggling to accept this reality, Elder Feng clung to a shred of hope as he asked, "This shadow-chasing dragon steed, it's bound to you under an equal contract, isn't it? It'll leave you once it matures, right?" Tang Zimu shook his head decisively, replying calmly, "Why would I ever sign such a flimsy contract? Little Bai and I share a true master-servant bond." Little Bai let out a soft sound in agreement, nodding its head. At that moment, Elder Feng, who had spent a lifetime guarding the entrance to the Kunloon secret realm, felt his entire worldview collapse. He finally understood that Tang Zimu's earlier words were not mere boasts. This young man had truly entered the Kunloon secret realm and, using a legitimate master-servant bond, tamed one of the spiritual beasts from the three royal clans. Not only that, but he had tamed the most noble and disdainful of humans, the awe-inspiring, shadow-chasing dragon steed. Elder Feng felt as though his entire understanding of the world had been utterly shattered. At the secret realm, inside the Kunloon secret realm's teleportation chamber, Tang Zimu sat leisurely on a chair, his gaze sweeping over Wu Xinghuang and Elder Feng, who were still digesting the story they had just heard. The air was thick with a mixture of tension and curiosity. Wu Xinghuang took a deep breath and broke the silence. "Let me get this straight. You're saying that because of your helpful and warm-hearted nature, you rescued an ancient abyssal dragon from dire straits, and it voluntarily became your sworn brother and gifted you these treasures? And this chasing shadow dragon cult took a liking to your beast taming abilities and willingly decided to follow you?" Tang Zimu nodded slightly, affirming Wu Xinghuang's summary. With a clever smile, he explained, "Kawi's was heartbroken after being rejected by Zimu. Wasn't that a desperate situation? I gave my brother a few things, and in return, he gifted me flame dragon heart fruits and ivory wood stone. Isn't that perfectly reasonable?" As for Xiaobai, he gestured toward the horse standing nearby, nodding continuously. "The horse itself is here to testify. How could it be false?" Tang Zimu skillfully wove truth and fiction together, crafting a plausible story for the gains he had made in the Kunloon secret realm. He understood well that the three royal clans rarely left the secret realm and had little interaction with humans beyond the Kunloon token, who could verify what truly happened inside the secret realm. However, Tang Zimu was always cautious. He knew he couldn't rely entirely on the assumption that there was no contact between humans and the three royal clans. What if something unexpected occurred? When Xiaobai emerged from the secret realm, it had already reached 10-star potential, whereas it had entered as a mere 1-star waste. Such an extraordinary leap in potential would undoubtedly draw attention. Thus, Tang Zimu carefully crafted a backstory for Xiaobai's identity. He exploited the fact that low-potential Jingxiao shadow dragon cults often died prematurely or took their own lives, creating the illusion that Xiaobai had destroyed its own body. With his universal divine physique, manipulating various elements was a simple task. Xiaobai had always been a solitary creature, attracting little attention. Its suicide would likely go unnoticed, and even if it were discovered, no one, or rather, no other horse would care. This was precisely why Tang Zimu chose to use the divine-grade potential potion on Xiaobai while still within the secret realm. Under Tang Zimu's meticulous planning, the Honestar potential-chasing shadow cult in the secret realm was now dead. Emerging from the teleportation vortex was a completely transformed, 10-star potential beast companion Xiaobai. Wu Xinghuang glanced at Xiaobai, his tone a mix of curiosity and amazement. I really want to know just how popular you are. A full potential wicked monkey willingly submits to you, and even spirit beasts from the 3 royal clans choose to follow you. Wu Xinghuang had once curiously asked his own beast companion, the Black Radiant Sky Crane, what it thought of Tang Zimu's beast taming talent. The crane's response was that it felt nothing, not even as much as it would for a passerby. Yet the reality was that even top-tier potential spirit beasts seemed eager to follow Tang Zimu. Though Wu Xinghuang felt envious, he wasn't entirely surprised. He knew that spirit beasts considered their own species and personalities when choosing a beast tamer. Some power-oriented beasts preferred physically strong tamers, while mental-type beasts favored those with sharp minds. There were even appearance-focused beasts drawn to charismatic tamers. While the Black Radiant Sky Crane and many other beasts might not think much of Tang Zimu, there were still top-tier potential spirit beasts willing to flock to him. Wu Xinghuang could only interpret it as some mysterious attraction that exists between true geniuses. His gaze lingered on Tang Zimu, as though trying to see through the secrets of this extraordinary young man. Noticing the principal's wandering thoughts, Tang Zimu quickly interrupted. Principal, after running around in the secret realm for so long, isn't it about time I head back to school? He had no intention of explaining the awkward truth that one of his contracted beasts was won through a fight and the other through persuasion. Yes. Wu Xinghuang snapped back to reality, remembering that he was here to escort Tang Zimu back. There was still a mountain of pending tasks waiting for him at school. The two bid farewell to Elder Feng, who was still muttering, "It shouldn't be possible, and this can't be right." They helped load the large cloth bags scattered on the ground onto Lao Hei's back before leaving the secret realm office together. Within the capital city of Kyoto, riding private contracted beasts was prohibited, and only windrunner horses were allowed for travel. Although Wu Xinghuang had prepared one for Tang Zimu, he politely declined. Instead, Tang Zimu chose to walk back to school, while leading Xiaobai, ostensibly to strengthen his bond with his beast. In truth, he wanted to give the residents of Kyoto something to marvel at and earn their admiration. After all, ever since Xiaobai joined his team, Tang Zimu had to feed 3 mouths. Providing god-tier spirit beast feed and other essential items for 3 beasts was a significant burden. Garnering more admiration points would mean earning more credits. And as it turned out, Tang Zimu's decision was absolutely spot on. When he appeared on the streets of Kyoto leading Xiaobai, the entire city was thrown into an uproar. An illustrious dragon shadow steed, gasped passers-by. This was a top-tier classified spirit beast, never before seen by ordinary people, now striding openly through the streets and instantly drawing countless stares. Xiaobai's 10-star aptitude made its appearance incredibly striking. Its majestic and noble demeanor silently proclaimed its extraordinary nature. As a true dragon-type spirit beast, the faint dragon aura it exuded was enough to send lower-grade, lesser-bred spirit beasts around it into a panic. Simply walking through the streets, Xiaobai commanded a grand spectacle. Many people, upon witnessing the scene, eagerly called their friends and family to come and see the sight. Walking ahead of Xiaobai, holding its lead, Tang Zimu, dressed in a crimson robe, also became the center of attention. To be able to lead such a powerful beast, he was undoubtedly an exceptionally skilled beast tamer. The onlookers couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild, their gazes filled with even greater admiration and reverence for Tang Zimu. Just as he had anticipated, the visual impact of reality far outstripped the influence of words or stories in spreading awe and admiration. As Tang Zimu casually led Xiaobai through the city, the number of admirers and credits on his system panel soared rapidly. 1, 2, 1, 3. By the time they reached Kyoto University from the Secret Realm office, Tang Zimu's credits had risen by a solid 10 points. By proportion, this equated to an additional 100,000 admirers. This astonishing number was only achievable in Kyoto, the largest and most bustling city in the Dragon Kingdom, with a permanent population of several million. Leading Xiaobai back home, Tang Zimu thought with satisfaction. At this rate, the reward for 1,000,000 admirers should be within reach soon. Sure enough, the next morning, the long-awaited system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained the admiration of 1,000,000 people and received a reward for reaching this milestone. Tang Zimu was reclining on a lounge chair in the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight. When he heard the system notification, he raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He had returned home late last evening, and it was now only 8:30 in the morning. Yet, in just one night, he had gained 50,000 new admirers. These people hadn't even seen Xiao Bai's extraordinary appearance in person. They were merely drawn in by the rumors surrounding it. Tang Zimu couldn't help but marvel at the powerful synergy between a brand new top-tier beast and his own identity. Stroking his chin, a glimmer of anticipation lit up in his eyes. As someone well-versed in the process of public attention snowballing, he was already familiar with how events like this unfolded. The secret realm story he fabricated last night would take another day or two to spread widely. Once it fully fermented, it would likely become a national sensation, on par with his previous feats like achieving a perfect score as a top scorer, hunting down the six-winged Flame Lord, or dominating cross-dire arena battles. Shifting his thoughts, Tang Zimu began to look forward to the new random item he would receive this time. While the addition of the system's marketplace had certainly provided more avenues to acquire items, it hadn't dampened his excitement for the random rewards. After all, there's nothing better than getting something for free. The system notification didn't keep Tang Zimu waiting for long. Ding! Randomization complete. Congratulations, host. You have received the item, 2 instant teleportation scrolls. Tang Zimu immediately sat upright, recalling the god-tier instant teleportation scroll that had been featured in this week's limited-time marketplace. That scroll could bypass all restrictions and instantly teleport to any designated location within 1,000 kilometers. Its power was impressive, but the price of 1,000 points had made him hesitate. To his surprise, he had now obtained a simplified version of it through the random reward. Curious, Tang Zimu opened the reward storage box to examine the scroll's attributes. Reward storage box. Instant teleportation scroll 2. Upon use, grants 1 instant teleportation scroll. Instant teleportation scroll. Activates up to 5 teleportation arrays, instantly transferring the user to a random location within 200 kilometers of the specified target. After reading the description, Tang Zimu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Compared to the god-tier version, this scroll lacked the conceptual ability to bypass restrictions, reduced the teleportation range to 200 kilometers, and changed the destination from a specific location to a random one. Its functionality was significantly diminished. He let out a soft sigh and consoled himself. Oh well, it's still an item, and something is better than nothing. Tang Zimu closed the interface, stretched his body, and loosened his muscles. He glanced around, contemplating his plans for the near future. With the current calm in the situation, it was a perfect time for self-improvement. He decided to take on more spirit beast hunting missions from the Beast Taming Alliance, which would not only help him hone his skills, but also accumulate valuable points. The 3 royal clans within the Kunloon secret realm had always been shrouded in mystery, rarely engaging with the outside world. Even the few royal spirit beasts that had signed equal treaties with the champions of youth tournaments were reluctant to make public appearances, as they often parted ways with their tamers upon maturation. Additionally, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom deliberately concealed the secrets of the realm to prevent foreign prying, leaving the much-renowned Kunloon secret realm largely enigmatic. However, the emergence of Xiao Bai completely changed the narrative. As Tang Zimu's rightful spirit beast, Xiao Bai was destined to appear frequently in the public eye. After much deliberation, the authorities decided to disclose information about the Jingxiao Lying Ju, along with Tang Zimu's experiences within the secret realm. This decision was like a bombshell, causing an uproar throughout the Dragon Kingdom. People marveled at Tang Zimu's ability to assist a dominator-level spirit beast and admired his extraordinary intellect. Learning about the noble lineage and unparalleled power of the Jingxiao Longying Ju left many in awe. And when they heard that such a formidable spirit beast had willingly submitted to Tang Zimu, their envy was evident. Amid the external buzz, Tang Zimu opted for a low-profile approach. He either focused on his university courses, absorbing new knowledge, or quietly took on missions from the Beast Taming Alliance, hunting spirit beasts to earn points. On the surface, he seemed unremarkable, but beneath the calm, significant progress was being made. Nourished by divine-grade spirit beast feed, growth potions, and the rare treasures he brought back from the Kunlun secret realm, Tang Zimu, along with Lao He and Xiao Bai, was advancing at a staggering pace, almost transforming daily. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a month had passed since the end of the opening ceremony's arena competition. It was also the day Tang Zimu had arranged with Yu Yuanming to retrieve the Rui Jingu Bang. On the villa's lawn, an intense ball-pushing battle was underway. The massive bulk of Lao He contrasted sharply with the agile form of Xiao Bai. The two creatures tussled back and forth around a giant iron ball, their joyful cries echoing in the air. This harmonious and heartwarming scene was the result of Tang Zimu's meticulous efforts over the past month. Unlike conventional beast tamers who focus solely on cultivating their primary beasts, Tang Zimu, with his formidable strength, had become the leader of both Lao He and Xiao Bai. After enduring their master's relentless training, the two comrades had built a deep bond through shared struggles, gradually becoming a loving, inseparable family of beasts. With a soft click, the villa's door opened. Tang Zimu stepped out, dressed in a dark red robe and wearing a calamity mask. He looked on with satisfaction at the harmonious scene before him, a sense of accomplishment welling up in his heart. Over the past month, thanks to the effects of the god-tier spirit beast growth potion, Lao He and Xiao Bai had grown at an astonishing rate, equivalent to 10 months of normal progress. Xiao Bai's transformation was particularly striking. It had grown taller and more majestic, exuding a cold, commanding aura that seemed to look down on all other beings. The golden glow that once only shimmered in its eyes now flowed across its entire body. Whenever it ran, its sleek white form, paired with the radiance of golden light, resembled a platinum lightning bolt streaking across the sky. In just 1 month, its level had soared from 20 to 27, and with the powerful bloodline of the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed, it was practically invincible below level 40. Lao Hei's progress was equally remarkable. Once a rookie in the arena, it had now grown into a towering, mobile fortress, over 3 meters tall, with rippling muscles comparable to those of an Earth Titan bear. Although temporarily stuck at level 19 due to its impending evolution, Tang Zimu estimated that Lao He was only a step away from reaching level 20 and its first evolution. As the two beasts finished their playful tussle, Tang Zimu called out, "Alright, that's enough for now. Get ready, we're heading out." Hearing this, Lao He and Xiao Bai sprang into action. Xiao Bai skillfully dashed to the storage room, bringing out all the necessary travel supplies, while Lao He hauled out a load of materials taller than itself from its room. Tang Zimu carefully inspected everything, nodding in satisfaction once he was sure nothing was amiss. Today was not only the day to claim the Rui Jingu Bang, but also the day Tang Zimu returned to Yanyang City. For the past month, he had been hunting spirit beasts in the 20-30 level range near the outskirts of the capital city, but he was long past feeling any thrill from it. It was time to embrace new challenges. Tang Zimu could barely contain his excitement, eager to lay his hands on the Rui Jingu Bang. He instructed Lao He, "Head to the Beast Alliance headquarters and wait for me there. Xiao Bai and I will pick up the staff from Master Yu and join you shortly." With that, he skillfully swung himself onto Xiao Bai's back, settling into the exquisite saddle he had purchased from Yu Yuanming. Over the past month, Tang Zimu had visited Yu Yuanming multiple times to discuss improvements to the Rui Jingu Bang. Concerned that the original design might not keep up with his rapidly growing strength, he repeatedly proposed modifications. Lao He nodded in acknowledgement, though a trace of grievance flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Master, isn't this Rui Jingu Bang supposed to be made for me? Why am I not even needed to pick it up?" Of course, Tang Zimu wouldn't admit that he avoided bringing Lao He along to save time. After many trips to the Beast Alliance this month, he was confident Lao He could handle going there alone. With a light nudge, Tang Zimu urged Xiao Bai forward, galloping out of Kyoto University and heading straight for Yu Yuanming's shop. Ever since the Kunloon Secret Realm incident made headlines, Xiao Bai, as the renowned Jingxiao Longyingju, had become a sensation. Walking down the streets, they drew so much attention it felt like every passerby stared at them 3 times over. To avoid causing traffic congestion, the authorities had granted Tang Zimu permanent riding privileges. In a flash of platinum light, Tang Zimu and Xiao Bai arrived at the entrance of Yu's beast material shop, located near the Chaoyang market. Excitement brimming, he dismounted swiftly and pushed open the metal door. Inside, Yu Yuanming was lounging leisurely on a recliner. Upon seeing Tang Zimu, he chuckled and said, "I knew you'd show up first thing in the morning." Then, he called toward the back of the shop, "Bring it out." Moments later, a middle-aged man who usually guarded the door opened a side door, and a burly, muscular uni-horned ape carried in a long, dark golden staff. Although Tang Zimu had visited the shop numerous times to discuss design changes, this was his first time seeing the completed Rui Jingu Bang in person. He hurried forward, scrutinizing the artifact with awe. The Rui Jingu Bang had a sleek black gold finish, exuding a rich metallic sheen. Its 2 ends were reinforced with golden alloy, creating a sharp contrast in color. The staff's surface was adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, so finely detailed they seemed ready to come alive. At the center of the staff, the words Rui Jingu Bang were engraved, flanked by star-like patterns that added an air of mystery, dignity, and majesty. Yu Yuanming, clearly proud of his craftsmanship, introduced the staff with enthusiasm. "As per your request, this staff weighs 1,350 pounds. It can change its size and weight freely, imbue elemental attributes, and features practical functions like enhanced penetration, trajectory alteration, and self-cleaning. Honestly, if it weren't for the top-tier materials you provided from the Kunloon Secret Realm, I wouldn't have been able to create such an exceptional beast weapon." No wonder Yu Yuanming is hailed as the nation's top forging master. His craftsmanship truly lives up to its reputation. Tang Zimu carefully examined the Rui Jingu Bang, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. This masterpiece not only met all his requirements flawlessly in terms of appearance and functionality, but even surpassed his expectations in many intricate details. Tang Zimu silently sighed to himself. If only he had the strength to wield the original Jingu Bang, he would have insisted on creating an exact replica. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to Yu Yuanming, fully aware that the master craftsman had no obligation to expedite the process or accommodate such complex customization requests. It was solely out of respect for him that Yu Yuanming worked tirelessly, day and night, to produce this extraordinary piece. Yu Yuanming, as straightforward as ever, waved his hand dismissively and said with a hearty laugh, "I should be the one thanking you for bringing me so many rare treasures from the Kunloon secret realm. It was a thrill to work with such materials. You're a walking treasure chest, kid." As he spoke, he couldn't help but marvel. Despite his extensive experience as a smith, it was the first time he had met someone who could produce such an abundance of top-tier materials, and that someone was merely a college freshman who had only been a beast tamer for a little over 2 months, with no prominent family background to speak of. Tang Zimu, mesmerized by the weapon, could hardly contain his eagerness to test it out. However, he quickly realized that swinging the Rui Jingu Bang single-handedly right then and there might shock Yu Yuanming into fainting. He decided it would be better to wait until he was outside the city to try it out properly. "I've sent Lao He to the Beast Tamer Alliance headquarters, and I can't lift this staff on my own right now. Could I trouble the unicorn gorilla to carry it over to Xiaobai for me?" Tang Zimu humbly requested. Yu Yuanming nodded in agreement and signaled for the unicorn gorilla, one of his shop's helpers, to assist. Together, they carried the Rui Jingu Bang to Xiaobai's side. Xiaobai already had several sturdy straps prepared on its back, specifically for securing the weapon. With combined effort, Tang Zimu and the unicorn gorilla fastened the staff securely onto Xiaobai's back before Tang Zimu mounted his steed. After a brief farewell to Yu Yuanming, Tang Zimu rode Xiaobai straight toward the Beast Tamer Alliance headquarters. When they arrived at the towering building, Lao He was already waiting eagerly at the entrance. The moment it spotted its master, it ran up excitedly, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Tang Zimu immediately saw through Lao He's thoughts. Pointing to the Rui Jingu Bang strapped to Xiaobai's back, he chuckled and said, "All right, you can play with it for a while. Wait here with Xiaobai for me." With that, he headed inside the Beast Tamer Alliance headquarters alone. Over the past month, Tang Zimu had frequently visited the headquarters to take on missions and was now thoroughly familiar with the process. He made his way skillfully to the mission area and set his sights on the wall covered with mission postings. Mission: eliminate 5-10 rampaging boars damaging crops. Location: agricultural zone, Daguang village. Difficulty: F. Reward: 7 points. Mission: collect 20 green feathered chicken feet. Location: outskirts of Mukun town. Difficulty: E. Reward: 13 points. The Beast Tamer Alliance's mission system resembled a mercenary structure. Whether it was towns, villages, or individual residents, anyone facing problems related to spirit beasts could hire beast tamers through the Alliance to resolve their issues. The task classification system of the Beast Alliance unfolded gradually before Tang Zimu's eyes. The 7 levels F, E, D, C, B, A, and progressively increased in difficulty, with the corresponding rewards rising accordingly. As a level 3 Beast Master, Tang Zimu was typically restricted to tasks classified as D level or below. However, thanks to his recent streak of a 100 completion rate and his growing reputation, he had been granted special permission to take on level tasks. Standing before the task bulletin board, Tang Zimu's sharp gaze scanned through the options. Level tasks no longer involved minor disturbances around Kyoto City, but instead addressed significant events that affected the entire city. Soon, 2 tasks that matched his criteria caught his attention. Both were marked with special indicators, allowing multiple participants and repeated acceptance. The first task: handle over 10 agitated spirit beasts around Flame Moon City. Difficulty: level. Reward: 50,200 points. The second task: investigate the rampant spirit beasts in Flame Ink Valley. Difficulty: level. Reward: 100,500 points. Tang Zimu frowned slightly, his keen instincts picking up on something unusual. Flame Moon City and Flame Ink City were neighboring cities, with the area in between once ruled by the 6-winged Flame Sovereign. 2 months ago, the 6-winged Flame Sovereign had been eliminated, and logically, the remaining spirit beasts should have scattered or disappeared. Yet the current situation showed signs of restless spirit beasts and widespread outbreaks, clearly indicating a major upheaval in the region. Quickly organizing his thoughts, Tang Zimu took a slip from each of the 2 task notices and approached the task reception counter. Before he could present his credentials, the clerk accurately addressed him by name. "Honored Beast Master Tang Zimu, welcome." Tang Zimu nodded politely and handed over the slips, getting straight to the point. "I intend to take on these 2 tasks. Could you provide me with more detailed information?" The clerk accepted the slips and explained proficiently. According to the reports from Flame Moon City, a week ago, agitated spirit beasts began appearing around the city, most of them at levels 20 to 30. These spirit beasts not only actively hunt anyone leaving the city, but have also launched suicidal attacks on Flame Moon City itself. Due to the overwhelming number of spirit beasts and their disregard for their own lives, Flame Moon City has suffered significant losses among its beast masters in a short period, prompting the urgent release of this task. Suicidal attacks, no wonder they're described as frenzied. Tang Zimu mused, then promptly followed up with another question. What about the task from Flaming City? What's the situation there? The clerk's expression grew grave as she responded to the question. According to intelligence from Yinma City, 3 days ago, a team of 5 beast tamers went missing while collecting materials in Yinma Valley. Her voice trembled slightly. After their families reported the incident, Yinma City dispatched 4 search parties. The outcome, however, was shocking. Only one person managed to escape, gravely injured. Pausing for a moment, the clerk took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions. A hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes as she continued. The survivor claimed that the valley has been overrun by spirit beasts. Worse still, a large number of high-level spirit beasts are pouring in continuously. She lowered her voice. These spirit beasts are exceptionally powerful, with most being in their final evolution stage. Hearing this, Tang Zimu's eyes sharpened. He quickly grasped the critical point: final evolution stage. In his mind, a terrifying image took shape. Leaders of various spirit beast groups gathering together. There was only one explanation for such a scenario, he thought to himself. Overlord-level spirit beasts. The realization brought a faint smile of excitement to Tang Zimu's face. The low-level spirit beasts he had been hunting recently on the outskirts of Kyoto City had failed to satisfy his appetite. Now, a grand feast of spirit beasts awaited him. He could already envision his points skyrocketing. Tang Zimu nodded decisively. I'll take on both tasks. The clerk raised her eyebrows in surprise at his response. She recalled the many experienced beast tamers who had inquired about the missions earlier that morning, most of whom had hesitated or backed away. Yet here was a mere first-year student, boldly accepting both tasks. Then again, remembering Tang Zimu's legendary achievements, she felt a sense of understanding. After checking Tang Zimu's credentials, the clerk remarked with admiration, Beast Tamer Tang Zimu, you've recently completed 16 tasks with a 100 success rate and remarkable efficiency. As such, you're eligible to take on clever missions and handle 2 simultaneously. She promptly registered the tasks for him and respectfully returned his proof of credentials. Oh, by the way, the clerk added, so far, 63 beast tamers have taken on related missions this morning. They're planning to form teams and head to the Yinmo region this afternoon. Would you like me to connect you with them? Without hesitation, Tang Zimu replied, no need. His eyes gleamed with confidence, his resolve to face the danger alone already set. Although traveling in a group would be safer, Tang Zimu, burdened with numerous secrets and planning to hunt spirit beasts along the way to earn points, naturally preferred to go solo. Knowing that Lu Shuru was currently away from headquarters, he directly took the approval document and left. As he stepped out, Tang Zimu saw Old Hay enthusiastically swinging the golden staff. He casually remarked, put the staff back already. Old Hay obediently secured the staff, but couldn't hide his reluctance. Seeing this, Tang Zimu chuckled and teased, all right, stop sulking. We've got 2 big missions this time, you'll have plenty of chances to show off. Hearing that there would be fights ahead, Old Hay's face lit up with excitement, and he let out a thrilled whoop. Xiao Bai, equally exhilarated, stomped its hooves eagerly. Having been sidelined for so long, it was desperate to prove its strength in battle. Tang Zimu sighed helplessly and muttered, sigh, my entire team is full of battle maniacs. What am I going to do? Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he added, good thing I'm even more violent than they are. Let's go, time to move out. With that, the man, the monkey, and the horse headed straight for the gates of the capital. Since leaving the city required no inspection, they departed without delay. As they crossed the city limits, Tang Zimu, sensing something, discreetly glanced at the crowd heading out of the city. With a faint, knowing smile, he stepped onto the path toward the flame region. The speed of the Jingxiao longing steed was truly extraordinary. Even accommodating Old Hay, who was carrying their luggage, Xiao Bai had to slow down, yet they still traveled several times faster than Tang Zimu had on his way in. What would ordinarily take 2 or 3 days could now be completed by evening. With plenty of time to spare, Tang Zimu planned to hunt more spirit beasts along the way. After leaving the central region and entering the familiar forest region, he was ready to unleash a killing spree. But before that, he looked around at the dense, leafy woods and patted Xiao Bai's back. We've been running for a while. Let's take a break here. Xiao Bai nodded in understanding and knelt down to let Tang Zimu dismount. Old Hay, however, looked at his master and then at Xiao Bai with a puzzled expression, thinking, we've barely started running, and they're already tired? I'm definitely the most enduring one here. Ignoring Old Hay's inner thoughts, Tang Zimu leaned against a large tree, rummaged through his backpack, and pulled out a can of braised meat made from the 6-winged flame sovereign. He savored its rich aroma and chewy texture, thoroughly enjoying his meal. The enticing scent of braised meat quickly spread through the forest. Tang Zimu had barely finished half the can when rustling noises emerged from the bushes they had passed earlier. The nearest bushes parted, and a burly man stepped out, his greedy eyes locked on the can in Tang Zimu's hand. Behind him, nearly 10 others followed. Tang Zimu, your reputation truly precedes you, the burly man exclaimed in awe. An entire backpack full of canned meat made from sovereign-level spirit beasts. Walking beside the burly man was a scrawny fellow with a sharp, rat-like face. Coiled around his neck was a gray snake as thick as a wrist, its crimson tongue flicking out occasionally. The scrawny man's greedy gaze swept over Tang Zimu's surroundings like a starving wolf, and when his eyes landed on the mountain of backpacks and cloth bags, they instantly lit up with a glint of avarice. There's more than just canned food, the man said, licking his chapped lips. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Look at all those bags, there's no way they aren't packed with treasures. As his words fell, the rest of the group behind him spread out like a pack of well-trained hunting dogs. They moved in unison, forming a seamless circle that completely surrounded Tang Zimu. Startled by the sudden formation, Tang Zimu felt a shiver run through him. He suppressed the wave of panic rising in his chest, and, with a trembling voice, demanded, What? What do you want? The group responded to his reaction with mocking laughter, their whispers and snickers growing louder. I told you those stories were just government propaganda to scare people, scoffed a small, wiry man. This guy's nerves are worse than mine, and he dares to claim he killed a dominant spirit beast? You'll get used to it. A burly man with a face full of scars chimed in. The officials love to exaggerate and embellish. It's not like this is the first time. Ah, what a fabricated genius, sneered another man with a sharp, rat-like face, shaking his head theatrically. And to think I was worried about taking a risk earlier. Is the government blind? Spat a pockmarked man in disdain, propping him up when they could have backed someone like me instead. The burly leader, however, remained unaffected by his companion's scorn. His gaze stayed fixed on Tang Zimu, his expression menacing. His voice was rough, like sandpaper scraping against wood, as he growled. What do we want? Obviously, we're here to rob the famous Tang Zhuangyuan. Robbery, Tang Zimu muttered to himself, his emotions a tangled mix of disbelief and resignation. It was an event that, while unexpected, was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. After all, Tang Zimu's legendary exploits had spread across the nation, and the wealth he had accumulated from his adventures had become a popular topic of conversation. A rare monkey with full potential, the flesh and blood of dominant spirit beasts, beast-taming beads, custom-made weapons, and top-tier materials from the Kunloon secret realm. Any one of these treasures was enough to grant an ordinary person a lifetime of prosperity. It wasn't just common folk who coveted these treasures. Even prominent families and clans were green with envy. Yet, despite their jealousy, these powerful factions dared not act against Tang Zimu. His backing was formidable. The support of several city lords from the Yen region, the protective policies of Capital University for its students, the unwavering favor of Lu Shiru, and most intimidating of all, the Kunloon secret realm. The Kunloon secret realm housed a dominant-level spirit beast that considered Tang Zimu a sworn brother. If that beast discovered that someone had stolen the gifts it had given Tang Zimu, who could guarantee it wouldn't seek vengeance? Worse still, what if it brought along other dominant-level beasts to exact its revenge? For the great families, the risks involved threatened their very survival. Unwilling to gamble with their clan's futures, they refrained from making any reckless moves. However, the caution of these families could not deter lone beast tamers willing to risk it all. In the beast taming world, those who frequently ventured into the wilderness were accustomed to living on the edge. It was inevitable that some would emerge as desperate outlaws, willing to gamble their lives for profit. The group standing before Tang Zimu clearly fell into the category of makeshift, reckless bandits. Robbery. Tang Zimu repeated the word, instinctively tightening his grip on the package in his arms. He swallowed hard, his gaze darting around nervously. To the bandits, his reaction appeared to confirm their assumptions. But in truth, Tang Zimu's eyes were carefully scanning the beast companions of his opponents, as if searching for some crucial information. Name: Ghost Flame Elk. 7-star qualification attribute: Fire Element. Level: 47. Innate ability: Ghost Flame Burn, Diamond level talent. All skill attacks have a 10 chance to inflict burn. When attacking a burn target, damage is increased by an additional 10. Base attributes: Strength: 120. Spirit: 215. Stamina: 130. Agility: 140. Physical defense: 99. Magical defense: 160. Skills: Flame Vortex, Ghost Flame Burn, Explosive Fireball, Overheat Combustion. 9 figures silently appeared in the forest clearing, led by a burly man with a commanding presence. Beside him stood a tall, imposing Ghost Flame Elk, the highest level beast in the group, reaching an impressive level 47. The other members of the group each summoned their own beasts. A venom-tail serpent coiled around the neck of a wiry man, A five-claw fish-tailed swallow hovered in the air, and a multicolor magic lizard crouched on a tree branch. All five of these beasts had reached their final evolutionary forms, with levels exceeding 40. The remaining three beasts, though not fully evolved, were renowned for their exceptional support capabilities. The sheer strength of this team was enough to strike fear into anyone. Any beastmaster commanding a fully evolved beast could be considered on par with a wild, fully evolved spirit beast and would naturally become a leader of their own team. Yet here, 9 such powerful individuals had gathered, their beasts complementing each other's abilities, a testament to the meticulous planning and thorough preparation behind this operation. The burly man smirked coldly and spoke, Tang Zimu, if you know what's good for you, hand over the goods willingly, and we might spare your life. Otherwise, your bright future will end here in the wilderness. Noticing the terror on Tang Zimu's face, the burly man's eyes flickered with a trace of doubt, which was quickly replaced by disappointment and disdain. He thought to himself, so-called geniuses are nothing special after all. When faced with true strength, they can only cower in fear. The man gestured to the ghost flame elk beside him, which conjured a blazing fireball and aimed it at Tang Zimu. Of course, his offer of mercy was just a ploy. Since Tang Zimu and his two beasts had already seen their faces, there was no way they would let him leave alive. His words were merely an attempt to make Tang Zimu surrender the goods without risking damage to the precious materials and supplies during a fight. Tang Zimu glanced down at the backpack in his arms, then at the menacing ghost flame elk. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Finally, he sighed in resignation, trembling as he stood up and began walking toward the burly man, clutching the bag tightly. But just as he reached halfway, near Xiao Bai, Tang Zimu suddenly yanked the reins, deftly leaping onto Xiao Bai's back while clutching the backpack close to his chest. He shouted loudly, "Run!" Xiao Bai reacted instantly, its hooves pounding the ground as it twisted its body and dashed through the gaps in the trees. However, perhaps due to the sharp movements or some other reason, one of the straps on its side suddenly loosened. The Rui Jingu bang it carried tumbled to the ground, landing right at Old Hei's feet, who was still in a daze. Startled, Old Hei instinctively picked up the Rui Jingu bang, only to snap out of his stupor moments later. He looked in panic at the fleeing Tang Zimu and Xiao Bai, then at the fierce, fully evolved beasts glaring at him. His confusion quickly turned into sheer terror. "Boss, you're setting me up here," Old Hei cried out in despair. "Chase!" The brawny man's sharp command shattered the silence of the forest. Tang Zimu's sudden escape ignited the battle instincts of the seasoned beast tamers. Like a pack of well-trained hunting dogs, they swiftly directed their beasts to begin the pursuit. Xiao Bai, agile as a serpent, executed a move reminiscent of the King Qin circling the pillar, deftly breaking through the encirclement. This display of skill caught the pursuers' attention, solidifying their belief this genius truly had remarkable abilities. "We'll follow directly. The rest of you flank and surround," the brawny man ordered with calm precision. His companions, acting in perfect coordination, quickly adjusted their formation and continued the relentless chase. Any lingering doubts the brawny man had were now dispelled. He thought to himself, Tang Zimu truly lives up to his reputation. His earlier display of cowardice had been nothing more than a meticulously planned ruse for escape. Such acting and cunning were indeed worthy of the title genius. Just as the brawny man prepared to mount his shadow flame elk and join the chase, a companion stopped him. "What about this fully capable scoundrel monkey? How do we take it down?" The companion reminded him. Despite the high value of a fully capable scoundrel monkey, they had already resolved to kill both beasts on the spot to prevent Tang Zimu's creatures from remembering their scent. The brawny man glanced at Old Hei and sighed inwardly. A true genius, abandoning dead weight without hesitation during an escape. However, Tang Zimu had taken all the supplies and was riding the legendary lightning-swift steed. Any misstep, and he could easily vanish into the distance. Wasting time on the scoundrel monkey was not an option. Haven't Xiaoyun and the others already been buffed? You three stay here and command your beasts to handle the monkey. I'm going after him. With that, the brawny man leapt onto his shadow flame elk and dashed in the direction of Tang Zimu's escape. Elsewhere in the forest, the beasts of his teammates had already carved out a path. The brawny man soon caught up with one of his companions who had gone ahead. "What's the situation?" he asked, frowning at the teammates standing still. The teammate's beast, a bloodhound tracker renowned for its exceptional tracking ability, panted heavily as its master wiped the sweat from his brow. "That horse is incredible. It doesn't even have wings, yet it was practically flying, stepping on air. If it weren't for the sky swallowtails blocking the way midair, they would have gotten away." Noticing the brawny man's grim expression, the teammate added with a chuckle, "But don't worry, it's all under control now. Our team has already formed a perfect encirclement on the outer perimeter. Tang Zimu is a rat trapped in a jar. Once they collapse the circle around me, all those treasures will be ours." The brawny man still felt uneasy and urged, "This is the middle of nowhere. Who knows if someone else might show up? Tell them to speed up the encirclement before something unexpected happens." Got it. The teammate nodded in agreement. At his command, the bloodhound tracker let out a series of howls, signaling the others to hasten their movements. While Tang Zimu's exact situation remained unknown, the dire state of Old Hay was all too clear. The forest echoed with the roars of beasts and Old Hay's agonized cries, heralding the brutal battle about to unfold. At the command of the burly man, three support-type beasts that had not fully evolved completed their buff enhancements and immediately joined the fray to launch an attack. These three beasts, at levels 37 or 38, were the Windstorm Cloud, the Blessing Toad, and the Frost Snail, each specializing in increasing agility, amplifying skill effects, and creating a slowing field, respectively. Despite being support-type beasts, their nearly 20-level advantage meant their stats far surpassed those of Lao He. The three beasts formed a triangular formation surrounding Lao He. The windstorm cloud struck first, whipping up a fierce gale that hurled Lao He violently into a large tree, leaving a massive dent in its trunk. The blessing toad followed swiftly, its dark green tongue lashing like a whip at Lao He just as it landed, sending it flying again and snapping the already damaged tree in half. The frost snail seized the opportunity, launching an icy projectile that exploded on impact, leaving half of Lao He's body bloodied and mangled. Lao He instinctively let out a howl of pain but quickly gritted its teeth to suppress the sound. Despite the excruciating pain, it struggled to its feet with the help of its Rui Jingu Bang, its eyes burning with fury as it glared at the three beasts. As a naturally defiant monkey, and one who had witnessed countless dominantier entities while following its master Tang Zimu, Lao He was not about to submit to these lowly creatures. Wow, this guy's still standing. The Windstorm Cloud's trainer stared at Lao He in disbelief, astonished that a juvenile beast could withstand the combined assault of three level 30-plus beasts. Someone nearby, with keen observation, noticed a critical detail. It's the armor. I saw Windstorm Cloud's gale hit it, and most of the energy was absorbed. The other two trainers suddenly understood, and one of them recalled. That armor must have been made from the bones and hide of the six-winged flame sovereign. No wonder it's so tough. Having realized the origin of Lao He's armor, the three trainers couldn't hide the greed in their eyes. An item crafted from materials of a dominantier beast was a treasure they had only ever heard about in legends. Without hesitation, the trio ordered their beasts to attack again. Facing the oncoming assault, Lao He wiped the blood from its face and patted its armor. Now aware of the defensive capabilities of its six-winged flame sovereign set, it was no longer content to stay on the defensive. Fueled by rage, it decided to take the initiative and fight back. With an enraged screech, Lao He gripped the Rui Jingu Bang tightly and charged toward the nearest target, the Blessing Toad. Seeing this, the Windstorm Cloud hastily unleashed a sharp wind blade to intercept. However, to everyone's shock, Lao He didn't retreat. Instead, it leaned forward and used the armored part of its back to absorb the full force of the wind blade. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the forest. The wind blade erupted with a violent burst of energy, sending Old Hay flying sideways. Blood gushed from its mouth like a fountain, painting the air around it red. Even in such a dire state, Old Hay displayed astonishing willpower. Twisting its body midair, it precisely adjusted its landing point, crashing heavily beside the ice snail. This was the result of Tang Zimu's rigorous training for the arena battles. The three beast tamers suddenly realized Old Hay's intent and hurriedly commanded the wind-summoning cloud and the blessed toad to provide support. However, their reaction was already too late. Severely injured, with its mind clouded and body racked with excruciating pain, Old Hay miraculously sprang to its feet. Shaking off the blood obscuring its vision, it gripped the Rui golden staff tightly in its hands and swung it fiercely at the ice snail's head. Renowned for its sluggishness, the ice snail had no chance of evading such a ferocious assault. One strike, two strikes, three strikes. The 1,350-pound golden staff came crashing down repeatedly in Old Hay's fiery rage. Each blow landed solidly on the snail's body, eliciting agonized howls as it writhed and bled from its 7 orifices. The wind-summoning cloud and the blessed toad launched relentless attacks on Old Hay, attempting to halt the brutal slaughter. Yet Old Hay seemed possessed, clinging to the ice snail and enduring every assault. Despite its flesh and blood being torn apart, it never ceased its relentless strikes. In that moment, the primal savagery within the rogue monkey was laid bare. Finally, with one last devastating blow, the ice snail's brain was completely shattered. Blood and brain matter mixed and slowly oozed out. Like a victorious general, Old Hay stood clutching the golden staff, raising its head to let out a piercing cry, expending the last ounce of its strength. It had succeeded despite being surrounded by 3 high-level beasts in their late 30s. It had forcibly eliminated its opponent. I, Old Hay, am no coward. This silent declaration seemed to echo in the air. After releasing its pent-up fury, Old Hay finally reached its limit. It could no longer hold on. The golden staff slipped from its hands and clattered to the ground. Then, Its vision darkened, and it collapsed heavily onto the ice snail's lifeless body. At the very moment Old Hay fell, a dazzling burst of colorful light suddenly radiated from its entire being. In that instant, the miracle of evolution had arrived. The miraculous counterattack by Lao He stunned the three beast tamers present. They stood in shock, staring as the dying spirit beast suddenly erupted in a dazzling glow of evolution. After the initial shock, an overwhelming tide of fury and shame surged through their hearts. Kill it! Kill it now! Don't let it evolve! The beast tamer who had lost the ice snail screamed hysterically, his trembling finger pointing at Lao He, who was now shrouded in radiant light. In the world of spirit beasts, evolution was not the invincible state depicted in animations or games. On the contrary, it was their most vulnerable moment. Unable to move, spirit beasts undergoing evolution experienced a significant drop in defense due to the transformation and energy consumption. For this reason, most spirit beasts would retreat to a hidden place to evolve in peace. Only those like Lao He, completely unconscious, would be forced into evolution under such perilous conditions. Good. The other two beast tamers, still burning with humiliation from their companion's loss, directed their rage at Lao He. They commanded their spirit beasts to launch a fierce assault. Summon Windcloud took a deep breath and unleashed a sharp, blade-like gust of cyan energy toward the fallen Lao He. At the same time, Blessing Toad's eyes glimmered dangerously as it conjured a massive golden orb of energy, hurling it at Lao He with a deafening roar. Both spirit beasts unleashed their ultimate moves, determined to avenge their fallen ally. Calm down, Lao Wang, the beast tamer of Summon Windcloud said, exhaling in relief as the two attacks closed in on Lao He. He turned to reassure his companion. Once Tang Zimu is dead, the wealth we gain will be enough to live lavishly for a lifetime. We could even afford to raise several fully evolved spirit beasts. In his mind, Lao He's death was a foregone conclusion. There was no way the immobilized beast could survive such devastating attacks. But to his astonishment, the fury on the ice snail's beast tamer's face suddenly shifted to sheer terror. You've already avenged yourself. What are you afraid of? He began to ask, only to pause as a sinking realization hit him. Something was wrong. Where was the explosion? Why wasn't there the sound of impact? The beast tamer of Summon Windcloud quickly turned back toward Lao He's direction. What he saw left him utterly speechless. The long wind blade from Summon Windcloud and the blessing bomb from Blessing Toad had stopped midair, frozen just a meter away from Lao He, completely motionless. This is impossible, he gasped, his breath quickening and his heart pounding like a drum as he stared at the unbelievable sight. Yet, what happened next was even more surreal. From the shadowed branches of a tall tree nearby, a figure gradually emerged. With a light step on the branch, the figure descended as if walking on invisible steps, slowly and silently landing on the ground. The forest wind howled, rustling the crimson robe of the figure, which flowed like liquid blood. His expression was cold and emotionless, and his presence was suffocatingly powerful. Tang Zimu, the beast tamer of Summon Windcloud, blurted out his name instinctively, his mind blank with disbelief. He couldn't trust his own eyes. The man they had been hunting down, cornering like a desperate, fleeing beast, had been hiding right above them in the treetops all along. And even more chillingly, he had descended from the tree without a sound, walking as though the air itself supported him. Seemingly alerted by the exclamations, Tang Zimu glanced at the three stunned figures nearby. With a casual snap of his fingers, a sharp snap echoed, as if triggering some invisible force. Suddenly, the necks of the three level 4 beast tamers emitted a chilling sound of bones cracking, and in the blink of an eye, they were crushed into fragments. Their bulging eyes fell to the ground alongside their severed heads, and even in their final moments, they couldn't comprehend what had just happened. With an expressionless face, Tang Zimu turned his gaze to the no-masterless summoning Stormcloud and the blessed Toad. He raised his hand, seemingly preparing to strike, but then reconsidered and lowered it. Forget it. They'll leave you two for Lao He to enjoy, he muttered to himself. With a twist of his palm, he crushed the two suspended attacks in midair. Then, with a wave of his hand, he immobilized the two beasts, locking them firmly in place. After finishing, Tang Zimu sighed in relief and shifted his focus to Lao He, who was still enveloped in a radiant glow. You rascal, I went through so much trouble just to help you evolve, he remarked, reflecting on the intricacies of his plan. Long before they left the city, Xiaobai had already sensed the malicious intent within the crowd and discreetly warned Tang Zimu. Using the Calamity Mask, he easily identified 9 pursuers harboring intense hostility. Initially, he intended to eliminate them directly, but seeing Lao He charging ahead in excitement, Tang Zimu had a sudden inspiration and decided to turn the situation to his advantage. He deliberately flaunted his wealth to bait the enemies into attacking swiftly. When surrounded, Tang Zimu appeared to flee in a panic, riding Xiaobai to escape. In reality, he had already used his ghost god form to conceal himself among the shadows of the trees. The figure riding Xiao Bai was merely a phantom created with his ghostly abilities. After a month of intense training, Tang Zimu had mastered every aspect of his universal god form. Switching to his psychic god form, he secretly controlled telekinetic forces to ensure Lao Hei's absolute safety. What seemed like a perilous encounter was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated performance by Tang Zimu. Fortunately, his efforts paid off, as Lao Hei successfully evolved at the critical moment. Tang Zimu felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known how to further push Lao Hei. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Should he use a giant paddle to beat Lao Hei into meeting his ancestors, then revive him with a recovery potion to continue the process? His palms itched at the idea, but he quickly shook his head to dismiss such a cruel notion. Snapping back to reality, Tang Zimu leaned casually against a tree, calmly awaiting Lao Hei's evolution to complete and Xiao Bei's return. His composure stemmed entirely from the terrifying strength he now possessed. Over the past month, Lao Hei and Xiao Bai have been living the high life, enjoying god-level treatment. With divine-grade spirit beast feed nourishing their bodies, evolution-accelerating growth potions, and an abundance of rare treasures, their strength has skyrocketed like a rocket, growing at an exponential rate. As their master, Tang Zimu's progress has been even more astonishing. In addition to the same triple enhancements as Lao Hei and Xiao Bai, he also possesses unique resources. Daily sign-ins grant him divine-grade attribute points, and the marketplace offers exclusive items to further boost his stats. Training with specialized sandbags strengthens his physical power and endurance, while the Calamity Mask continuously enhances his mental strength. If Lao Hei and Xiao Bai are like having 3 buffs stacked on them, Tang Zimu is practically enveloped in the most powerful, over-the-top buffs imaginable. In just under a year, Tang Zimu's power growth has been nothing short of monstrous. His current attributes stand at Strength 270, Spirit 190, Endurance 120, Agility 105, Physical Defense 95, and Magic Defense 85. Compared to before, all his base stats have at least doubled, with Strength, Endurance, and Spirit showing the most dramatic increases. The massive boost in strength is thanks to the combined effects of his mountain tilting and sea overturning talent and divine-grade attribute points. His endurance has surged due to a special item from the system's limited-time marketplace, which permanently increases endurance with consistent training. As for his skyrocketing mental power, he has the rare resources provided by Coveys and the assistance of the Calamity Mask to thank. As a typical mage-class spirit beast, Yuansong Ancient Dragon's resources primarily enhance mental attributes. Items like the Flame Dragon Heart Fruit, Tenfold Poison Grass, and Dragon Saliva Crystals, treasures unheard of by most, were consumed by Tang Zimu without hesitation. Combined with the Calamity Mask, which is even more effective than the training sandbags, his mental attribute increased nearly 4-fold in just a month, reaching a level comparable to that of a spirit beast over level 40 in the magic class. With such near-unbelievable mental attributes, Tang Zimu only needs to lightly manipulate his telekinesis to pin down the wind-calling cloud and the blessing toad, leaving them completely immobilized. However, Lao Hei's evolution left Tang Zimu somewhat puzzled. Growing restless, he glanced back at Lao Hei, still enveloped in colorful light, and frowned. Compared to Xiao Bai, Lao Hei's evolution time had more than doubled, yet there was no sign of it ending. This unusual evolution process stirred a sense of unease within Tang Zimu. Sighing, Tang Zimu straightened up and turned his gaze forward. In the world of spirit beasts, if dragon-type attributes are considered the strongest, then psychic attributes are the most versatile. In his current state of psychic god form, Tang Zimu could not only manipulate objects with telekinesis, but also scan his surroundings. He clearly sensed Xiao Bai's aura drawing closer, signaling that the agreed-upon time had arrived. Sure enough, within less than a minute, a crisp cry rang out, and a flash of platinum white streaked to a halt right in front of Tang Zimu. Xiao Bai elegantly shook its sleek fur and snorted disdainfully, as if expressing its utter contempt for those who had been chasing it. Xiao Bai was fully aware of Tang Zimu's earlier theatrics. While its raw agility attribute might not match that of certain level 40+ fully evolved beasts, Xiao Bai knew that true strength went far beyond mere numbers. However, when it came to overall speed, Xiao Bai never fell behind. The innate abilities of the Jingtian Longing steed, including its terrain-ignoring prowess and a 30 boost in movement speed, were undeniably valuable. Even Tang Zimu, if he wanted to surpass Xiao Bai, had to rely on the predictive capabilities of his supernatural physique and use telekinesis to restrain the majestic creature. After catching its breath for a moment, Xiao Bai eagerly turned to look at Lao Hei. Seeing Lao Hei enveloped in a colorful glow and undergoing evolution, Xiao Bai let out an excited neigh, genuinely happy for its companion. Tang Zimu asked, "What's the situation? Have they arrived yet?" Xiao Bai nodded in response, and Tang Zimu surprisingly understood its meaning, saying, "I deliberately waited for them for a bit. They should be here within 3 minutes." Although the supernatural physique didn't allow Tang Zimu to communicate seamlessly with the spirit beasts, It was enough for him to grasp the general idea. If not for the constant mental energy consumption required to maintain the ability, Tang Zimu would have preferred not to deactivate such a practical power. After all, who wouldn't want to be a superhuman with extraordinary abilities? Perfect. Let's hope they get here soon, Tang Zimu said. His spirits lifted as the boredom of waiting was about to end. 2.5 minutes later, the surrounding bushes rustled, accompanied by the carefree laughter and chatter of the bandits. Finally, we've cornered this horse. With the 6 of us here, let's see how it escapes now. Tang Zimu circled around only to end up back here. Isn't he just walking right into our trap? It's no surprise. The top scholar lacks field experience and must be totally disoriented out here. Fully aware that Tang Zimu was nearby, the bandits still spoke loudly, clearly confident that capturing him was a sure thing. The leader of the group was the first to leap out of the bushes, with his beast, the ghost flame elk, following closely behind. Its eyes flickered with ghostly fire, ready to attack at any moment. However, when they got a clear view of the scene before them, they froze in utter shock. When they left, it had been 3 men and 3 beasts bullying a single monkey. But now, upon their return, the 3 men lay dead with their heads severed, and the 3 beasts, 1 dead and 2 kneeling. And the monkey? No, that monkey was now bathed in the evolutionary glow atop the corpse of the ice snail. The leader quickly identified Lao Hei's position, but it did nothing to dispel the bewilderment caused by the bizarre scene unfolding before them. The other bandits emerged one by one, and as they took in the situation, they along with their beasts stood frozen in terror, as if they'd seen a ghost. Tang Zimu, who had finally found something to do, looked at the dumbfounded group. Spreading his hands, he flashed a bright smile. No more pretending. I'm laying all my cards on the table. Pretending? Cards? What are you talking about? The group was drawn to his words, but remained confused. However, they wouldn't need to figure it out for long. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tang Zimu raised his hand, and the fallen Rui Jingu Bang floated effortlessly into his grasp. He casually swung it twice, then smiled again at the group. Gentlemen, you'll be borrowing your beasts for a bit of practice. As for you, why don't you head down below and make some connections before coming back for your beasts? Snap. A crisp snap of his fingers echoed through the forest. With a snap of Tang Zimu's fingers, an invisible wave of psychic energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The 6 conspirators immediately felt a chilling sensation around their necks, their hair standing on end. The burly leader trembled all over, staring at Tang Zimu in terror. Before he could utter a word, the sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. In an instant, the necks of all 6 twisted grotesquely, snapping like braided ropes, and their heads rolled neatly to the ground. The fragile human bodies stood no chance against the overwhelming psychic force. These 6 meticulously plotted and schemed individuals, just like the 3 auxiliary members before them, met their end with confusion etched on their faces as they embarked on the road to the afterlife. The phantom flame moose, sensing its master's death through telepathy, finally snapped out of its daze. A flicker of despair flashed in its eyes as it let out a mournful cry of regret. The truth was, its psychic power, which rivaled Tang Zimu's, could have prevented its master's demise. Although psychic energy is intangible, it is still a form of energy. If the phantom flame moose or any other beast had reacted in time and utilized elemental energy to intercept the psychic force, they could have saved their masters. However, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that these beasts, much like their masters, had spent too much time immersed in human society, adopting rigid patterns of thinking. They had been on guard against threats like the Sky Shadow Dragon Steed, but never considered that a human could wield psychic power like a spirit beast to claim their masters' lives. The 6 beasts, having evolved to their final forms, shared deep bonds with their masters. After a brief moment of shock and regret, they erupted in fury, launching a coordinated attack on Tang Zimu, vowing to avenge their fallen companions. Finally, a real fight. Tang Zimu's gaze swept over the 6 beasts charging at him from all directions. They had formed a carefully crafted formation, their abilities complementing one another. The Phantom Flame Moose specialized in powerful spells and erasing evidence. The Bloodhound Tracker excelled in physical combat and reconnaissance. The Venomtail Serpent provided support attacks and poison. The Multicolor Mystic Lizard focused on control and manipulation. The 5-clawed Winged Swallow ruled the skies with precision strikes. And the Azure Lotus Turtle guarded water domains as a durable tank. Tang Zimu's mind raced as he analyzed the abilities and stats of the 6 beasts, finally locking his sights on the Multicolor Mystic Lizard. Take out the control type first, that's always the best strategy. As Tang Zimu identified his target, Xiao Bai, his loyal companion, dashed to his side at a silent signal. Without hesitation, Tang Zimu leapt onto Xiao Bai's back and charged toward the Multicolor Mystic Lizard. Lightning Step. Xiao Bai no longer held back its strength, activating its Lightning Step ability. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of lightning, a blurred shadow of speed. This skill temporarily boosted its speed by 30, with its next attack carrying an additional 10 electric attribute damage. Xiaobai skillfully evaded the Bloodhound Tracker and Venomtail Serpent at the front lines, heading straight for the rear beasts. The Phantom Flame Moose suddenly realized Tang Zimu had appeared right in front of it. Panicked, it unleashed a massive fireball infused with its fury, roaring with destructive power. Xiaobai instinctively wanted to retreat to avoid the attack, but Tang Zimu issued a command to charge forward. Without hesitation, Xiaobai surged ahead directly toward the blazing fireball. Perfect! Tang Zimu shouted excitedly, as a surge of psychic energy flooded into the Rui Jinggu Bang staff in his grasp. The seemingly wrist-sized Rui Jinggu Bang suddenly expanded into a thick metal pillar as wide as a bowl. Tang Zimu swung it with all his might. Boom! The golden staff collided violently with the massive crimson fireball, sparks erupting like a grand firework display. Under the impact of the golden light, the giant fireball, painstakingly condensed by the spirit flame elk with immense mental effort, exploded with a deafening roar. Ha! Amazing! Tang Zimu shouted with exhilaration, basking in a shower of sparks. A month of pent-up power was finally unleashed, but his actions were far more than just for catharsis. Using the cover of the fiery sparks, Xiaobai dashed swiftly toward the flank of the spirit flame elk, targeting the multicolored mystic lizard. The mystic lizard was preparing to cast a dizzying illusion, but was caught off guard by Tang Zimu's sudden breakthrough. It spun around in panic, only to find itself face-to-face with the extended golden staff. With a powerful twist of his wrist, Tang Zimu drove the staff straight through the mystic lizard's skull. The system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host's beastmaster, Tang Zimu, for successfully killing a spirit beast, the multicolored mystic lizard. Tang Zimu let out a sigh of relief. Despite his exceptional strength and mental power, his physical defenses were still relatively fragile against this group of over 40-level beasts. If they managed to focus their attacks on him, the consequences could be disastrous. Now that the mystic lizard was dead, the enemy's hopes of victory were shattered. Without hesitation, Tang Zimu charged straight at the strongest foe, the spirit flame elk. The Jade Lotus Turtle immediately activated its defensive skill, positioning itself as a shield in front of the elk. A glint of ferocity flashed in Tang Zimu's eyes as he roared. You really think you can stop me? With a battle cry, his war cry skill activated, granting him a 50 power boost. His strength surged to a terrifying 405 points. Ignoring the strain on his body, he swung the golden staff with devastating force, striking the thickest part of the turtle's shell. Under the overwhelming pressure of absolute strength, the turtle's once proud defense crumbled. With a single blow, the shell and the entire Jade Lotus Turtle were shattered into unrecognizable fragments of flesh and bone. The other beasts fared no better. Tang Zimu, eyes blazing with rage, poured immense mental power into the golden staff. Amid the horrified gazes of the remaining beasts, he raised the Rui Jinggu Bang, now a massive 30-meter-long weapon, and brought it crashing down with earth-shattering force. The system notifications rang out in quick succession. Congratulations to the host's beastmaster, Tang Zimu, for successfully killing a spirit beast, the spirit flame elk. Congratulations to the host's beastmaster, Tang Zimu, for successfully killing a spirit beast, the Bloodhound Tracker. These final evolution beasts, once capable of standing their ground, were reduced to nothing more than indistinguishable heaps of blood and flesh under Tang Zimu's relentless assault. Tang Zimu exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. As he withdrew his mental power and returned the golden staff to its original form, a familiar sound came from behind. Yi. Old Hei's evolution was finally complete. The evolution process for the card, its transformation, and even the time it took were far beyond what other spirit beasts required. But now, it was finally complete. Tang Zimu couldn't help but express his heartfelt amazement. The moment he had been waiting for had arrived, and he quickly turned his head, eager to catch a glimpse of the notorious devil monkey, infamous throughout the flame domain. His gaze fell upon the corpse of the ice snail, where Old Hei, freshly evolved, was standing. Tang Zimu's eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. Old Hei's height had surged to nearly 5 meters, over a meter taller than its previous rogue monkey form. Its physique had become more robust, with bulging muscles that shimmered in a bronze hue, contrasting sharply with its golden fur. However, the most striking changes were in Old Hei's eyes and chest. What were once pitch-black eyes now had faint silver threads swirling within them, and the elongated hooked eye sockets gave it an even more sinister appearance. Its chest displayed a large, intricate crimson pattern, resembling either a pair of blood-forged wings or the slowly opening eyes of an ancient deity. Tang Zimu was completely stunned. As one of the most well-known spirit beasts in the flame domain, the images of the rogue monkey and its evolved forms, the devil monkey and the blood-fiend demon monkey, were deeply etched in the memories of the region's residents. The devil monkey's most iconic features were the short twin horns that grew after evolution and its sharp, protruding fangs. But the Old Hei before him, aside from a vague resemblance to the devil monkey in its design, was utterly unrecognizable. What? Where did this come from? Is this even a devil monkey anymore? Tang Zimu muttered to himself, scrutinizing the massive creature from head to toe, still unable to believe this was Old Hay. It wasn't until that familiar, ingratiating smile appeared on its sinister face that he suddenly realized the truth. Standing 5 meters tall, Old Hay was as excited as a child. Well, technically, given its age, it still was a child. E. 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 It bounded over to Tang Zimu, letting out exuberant cries filled with gratitude. Though it hadn't completely lost awareness during its evolution, Old Hay wasn't foolish. The moment it saw Tang Zimu descend from the sky, it understood everything. Wah, Master didn't abandon me. Instead, he was protecting me in the shadows all this time. All this effort was just to help me evolve. If it hadn't been immobilized during the process, Old Hay might have already burst into tears. Hey, stop. Stay there and let me take a good look at you. Tang Zimu quickly calmed the overexcited Old Hay and curiously opened the system's inspection panel. He was desperate to see what kind of being this unrecognizable Old Hay had become. The information displayed on the panel left Tang Zimu utterly astonished. Name: Ancient Demon Ape. Aptitude: 10 stars. Attribute: Evil type. Level: 23. Talent: Body of the Ancient Demon Epic level talent. 1. Demon's Dread. When using any evil type skill, there is a 25 chance of inflicting fear on the target and a 1 chance of inflicting deep fear. In a state of deep fear, the target is unable to act, use skills, or avoid significant mental energy loss. 2. Demon's Body. Deals 40 additional damage to targets in fear and reduces damage received from fearful targets by 25. Tang Zimu stared at the information in shock, realizing that Old Hay's evolution had far surpassed his expectations. This new form seemed to hold limitless potential. Tang Zimu held his breath and focused intently as he carefully examined Lao Hei's status panel. In an instant, his pupils constricted sharply, and his heartbeat quickened. The name of the species displayed on the panel left him so shocked that he audibly gasped, Heavenly Demon Ancient Ape. This entirely new evolutionary species was far beyond anything he had anticipated. Tang Zimu quickly tried to recall all the information he had about demon apes, but his mind came up blank. Suddenly, a crucial piece of information he had overlooked resurfaced in his memory: the effects of the divine grade spirit beast feed. It can enhance innate talent, abilities, and even break through racial limitations. Tang Zimu murmured to himself, finally understanding why Lao Hei's evolution had taken so long. His gaze moved further down, landing on the strikingly bold number level 23. Tang Zimu couldn't help but chuckle. You little rascal, leveling up like crazy again, huh? After carefully comparing the attributes of Lao Hei and Xiao Bai, Tang Zimu arrived at a startling conclusion. The strength of the Heavenly Demon Ancient Ape could undoubtedly be ranked in the T1 tier, on par with the 3 royal clans. This realization left Tang Zimu feeling a bit dizzy. He glanced at Lao Hei, then at Xiao Bai beside him, and muttered in disbelief. Do I now have 2 T1 tier spirit beasts? What was even more thrilling was the possibility that, with continued use of the divine grade spirit beast feed, they might even evolve into the legendary T0 tier divine beasts. Tang Zimu resisted the overwhelming urge to pour all the feed into their mouths immediately. Patting Lao Hei on the shoulder, he pointed to the wind-summoning cloud beast and the blessed toad, both pinned to the ground by telekinetic force. Want to take them down yourself? Lao Hei eagerly accepted the Rui Jingu Bang that Tang Zimu handed over, brimming with excitement as he approached the 2 spirit beasts. Tang Zimu watched expectantly, ready to witness the might of the Heavenly Demon Ancient Ape and to see Lao Hei adapt to his new form. Old Hay approached the 2 spirit beasts slowly as Tang Zimu released the psychic restraint. In an instant, storm clouds swelled with rage. It had witnessed its master and companion being killed, and its fury had long since reached its peak. Though it knew it was no match for the being disguised as a human, whose power far surpassed that of any spirit beast, it resolved to teach this tormentor a lesson before its inevitable demise. So what if you've evolved? You're just a level 20 weakling. Storm Cloud roared internally, spewing a blast of turbulent, murky energy toward Old Hay. At the same time, Blessing Toad took a more aggressive approach. With a powerful leap, it lunged at Old Hay, releasing a long tongue imbued with intense energy midair. The murky breath attacked Hedon, while the tongue lashed from the side. These 2 fierce strikes would have severely injured Old Hay in the past. However, Old Hay, instead of dodging, clenched his fists, raised his chest, and charged forward to meet the attacks Hedon. At the moment of impact, a suit of armor with a dark, metallic sheen materialized around him, enveloping him completely. Clang! Clang! 2 dull metallic clangs echoed. The explosion of murky energy and the lashing tongue were completely deflected by the armor, leaving Old Hay unscathed. In midair, Blessing Toad was thrown off balance by the rebound force from its own tongue, letting out a wail as it crashed to the ground. This was Old Hei's newly acquired skill after his evolution Earth Demon statue. This Dark-type defensive ability temporarily conjured an Earth Demon statue to shield its user, boosting physical and magical defense by an astonishing 300 each. Even more impressive, any direct contact damage was reflected back at 80, while also inflicting a fear status on the attacker. Although Old Hei couldn't move or use other skills during the skill's duration, these drawbacks seemed negligible in the face of such overwhelming defensive and counterattack capabilities. Clink. A crisp sound marked Old Hei's voluntary deactivation of the Earth Demon statue. Freed from the immobilization, he wasted no time. Gripping the Rui golden staff, he charged toward the struggling Blessing Toad. Having fallen nearby due to the impact, Blessing Toad was already in a state of fear, its movements sluggish. Just as it managed to steady itself, Old Hei closed the distance, swinging the staff imbued with dark energy. Demonic Combo Strike. This was an upgraded version of the Evil Combo Strike, with increased power and an additional strike against fear-stricken targets. Thud, 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 thud. For consecutive strikes pounded mercilessly onto Blessing Toad's head, cracking its skull and scattering its brains. It died on the spot. After dispatching one opponent, Old Hei lifted his gaze toward Stormcloud. Not giving it a chance to react, he exuded an aura of intimidation and activated Demon Visage. This skill, an upgrade from Grim Visage, had its fear-inducing probability increased to 60. Combined with his innate talent's 25 boost and the Beast Pearl's 5 enhancement, the chance skyrocketed to 90. As expected, Stormcloud was instantly paralyzed with fear, rooted in place, and unable to move. Lao Hei seized the opportunity, charging toward Huan Fengyu Yun like an arrow released from a bow. During the sprint, it pressed its palm against the strange pattern on its chest. In an instant, a low, ancient wail seemed to echo through the air, trembling the atmosphere. Lao Hei's figure flickered, and two shadows spread from its body, quickly solidifying into identical black forms. Each of these clones wielded a black staff, moving in perfect synchronization with Lao Hei as they rushed forward. The demonic phantom form skill, a dark-type transformation ability, consumed mental energy to summon clones inheriting 70 of the original Bodis attributes. The number and duration of these clones depended on the amount of mental energy expended. Not only could they act autonomously under the original's command, but they could also flawlessly replicate the original's movements and skills, aiding in coordinated attacks. Leading the charge, Lao Hei locked its fiery gaze on the enemy that had nearly costed its life. Fueled by fury, it leapt into the air with a powerful step, raising its Rui Jingu Bang. Against the black mist enveloping the staff, its golden, radiant surface gleamed like a blade slicing through the darkness, aimed directly at Huan Fengyu Yun. The two clones mirrored Lao Hei's actions with precision, simultaneously leaping and swinging their staffs. Fury Demon Strike. This upgraded version of a devastating attack packed an additional 50 boost in strength, delivering an overwhelmingly brutal blow. And now, it came as a fearsome trio. With a resounding boom, the combined force of the three strikes shattered Huan Fengyu Yun in an instant, dispersing it into smoke that vanished into the air. Lao Hei jubilantly waved its Rui Jingu Bang in celebration of this hard-won victory. Just half an hour ago, it had been on the brink of death, battered by both Huan Fengyu Yun and Zhu Fubaochan. Now, in its evolved state, it had effortlessly defeated these two formidable foes in less than a minute. Beside it, Tang Zimu couldn't help but applaud Lao Hei's performance. A mere level 23 Lao Hei had managed to obliterate two level 37 or 38 tier 3 beasts, while the level 27 Xiao Bai could toy with a group of fully evolved level 40 plus beasts like it was child's play. Such was the overwhelming dominance of royal spirit beasts over ordinary ones. Tang Zimu patiently allowed Lao Hei a moment to revel in its triumph. Once its excitement subsided, he waved a hand and said, "All right, let's get moving." With the nuisance dealt with, the man, the monkey, and the horse resumed their journey back to Yenyang City. The rest of the trip went smoothly, with no one foolish enough to cause trouble. By evening, they arrived safely near Yenyang City. Tang Zimu led Lao Hei and Xiao Bai toward the city gates at a brisk pace. However, before they could reach the gates, they noticed the usually closed main gate suddenly swung wide open. A grand procession of over 100 people and their beasts streamed out in an imposing formation. The expressions of those in the group varied. Some looked tense, others resentful, and a few seemed visibly uneasy. Leading the procession was none other than Tang Zimu's old acquaintance, Rong Long, the Deputy Minister of Public Security of Yenyang City. "Xiao Bai, let's go check it out," Tang Zimu said, gently tugging the reins. Xiao Bai understood the cue and quickly trotted to the front of the procession. Rong Long, who had been frowning deeply, broke into a smile as soon as he recognized the approaching figure. Tang Zimu leaned closer and asked, "Uncle Rome, what's going on?" A grand procession of 800 beast tamers was preparing to set off for Yenyu City to provide reinforcements. Long spotted the familiar Tang Zimu and straightforwardly explained the situation. Tang Zimu glanced over the sizable team, secretly astonished. In the world of spirit beasts, a force of 800 capable beast tamers was already a formidable power. The fact that Yinyang City was willing to dispatch such an ensemble showed just how dire the situation in Yinyu City had become. By the way, how did you make it back from Kyoto University? Long paused and asked curiously. Tang Zimu replied succinctly. I took on a mission from the Beast Tamer Alliance to head to Yinyu City, but I wanted to stop by home first. Long blinked, suddenly realizing that this young man, who had still been a high school student just over 2 months ago, was now a level 3 beast tamer capable of taking on level missions. Tang Zimu's rapid growth was truly astonishing. But with your rogue monkey, huh? Where's the rogue monkey? Long looked around, his gaze landing on the renowned Jing Xiao Longing Ju, but he kept searching for the familiar rogue monkey. He studied Lao He closely, yet couldn't recognize it. Oh, that's Lao He. Tang Zimu explained, pointing to Lao He. I brought back quite a few treasures from the Kunloon secret realm. After feeding some to it, it transformed into this. Tang Zimu had used this explanation many times before. Over the past month, both Lao He and Xiao Bai had shown a dramatic surge in strength, which hadn't gone unnoticed by the professors at Kyoto University. Tang Zimu attributed their rapid growth to the rare resources from the Kunloon secret realm. After all, that place was full of unknowns, making his story plausible enough. What? That's Lao He. Long was stunned, scrutinizing Lao He from head to toe, his confusion deepening. It wasn't until his adjutant reminded him of their schedule that he snapped back to reality. Sigh, I guess like master, like beast. That monkey is just like you, always taking the unconventional path, Long remarked with a sigh, then quickly added. Unfortunately, we're pressed for time and can't chat further. I'll just warn you, something's off in Yinyu City. You'd better find the city lord first to get a clear understanding of the situation and prepare yourself. With that, Long bid Tang Zimu a hasty farewell and led his team straight toward Yinyu City. So urgent, Tang Zimu muttered as he watched the team disappear into the distance, his curiosity growing even stronger. Since arriving in the world of spirit beasts, he hadn't experienced a large-scale spirit beast conflict, aside from the time he was mining flame essence. Back then, his strength was too weak, and he could only play a supporting role on the sidelines. But things were different now. Whether it was his own ability to overpower fully evolved spirit beasts or the formidable genetic potential of Lao He and Xiao Bai, he was now a force to be reckoned with. This meant that, for the first time, he wouldn't just be a spectator, he would be one of the key players in this impending war. Driven by his growing curiosity about Yinyu City's situation, Tang Zimu decided to head there without delay. After bidding farewell to Long, Tang Zimu quickly returned to the villa. He packed lightly, then took Lao He and Xiao Bai with him as he rushed to Zhao Kaishuan's city lord's mansion. Although Xiao Bai's renowned reputation and the mutated Lao He caused quite a commotion among the residents of Yinyang City, unlike in the capital, there were no restrictions here on riding or flying with tamed beasts. Tang Zimu had Xiao Bai soar through the air, effortlessly arriving at the gates of the city lord's mansion. Zhao Kaishian, already informed of Tang Zimu's return, personally came out to greet him. He pulled Tang Zimu into a warm bear hug, patting his back with such enthusiasm that it made a resounding thud. Stepping back, Zhao Kaishian examined Tang Zimu with satisfaction, his eyes filled with pride and emotion. He had always supported Tang Zimu, hoping that this young man would one day contribute to the prosperity of Yinyang City. What was meant to be a long-term investment had yielded remarkable returns in just 2 months. Ever since Tang Zimu's name became renowned throughout Longhua, countless people had flocked to the Flame region to explore. Some sought flame essence mines, others hunted rogue monkeys, and many came to learn the secrets behind nurturing a genius like Tang Zimu. As a result, the Flame region's GDP skyrocketed, particularly in Yinyang City, where it multiplied several times over. Lately, Zhao Kaishian often found himself waking up smiling from his dreams. Zhao Kaishuan's gaze landed on Xiao Bai, and he exclaimed in admiration, "This must be the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed. It can walk on air, truly worthy of being a royal spirit beast." He glanced around, puzzled, and asked, "Wait, where's your rogue monkey?" Tang Zimu once again explained Lao Hei's transformation. Zhao Kaishian paused for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. As expected, nothing about you ever follows conventional logic. Clearly, for those familiar with Tang Zimu, any extraordinary events surrounding him had long become a given, cementing his reputation as a peerless prodigy. Zhao Kaishian led Tang Zimu to the study. Once they were seated, he got straight to the point. "This morning, Wei Onghua informed me that you accepted the Beast Tamer Alliance mission in Yinyu City. I thought you wouldn't arrive until tonight, but I didn't expect you to return so quickly." Tang Zimu asked curiously, "What exactly is happening in Yinyu City?" The Beast Tamer Alliance only mentioned spirit beasts launching suicide attacks. Shaking his head, Zhao Kaishian explained, "That information is already outdated. It was the situation a week ago. In reality, The number of suicide-attacking spirit beasts has been increasing daily. 2 days ago, there were already large-scale spirit beast assaults on the city. Their attacks are completely erratic, with no regard for time, numbers, or location. Over the past 2 days, Yanyu City's guards have been taking shifts, but they're on the verge of losing their minds from the relentless assaults. Tang Zimu frowned. That sounds like a war of attrition. While it may seem grueling for the defenders, it's also highly draining for the attackers. Plus, humans can keep summoning beast tamers from other areas to provide reinforcements. Other than some psychological strain, it doesn't seem like the defenders are at a significant disadvantage. Why would the spirit beasts employ such a strategy? Could there be a new, overlord-level spirit beast commanding them to attack? Listening to Tang Zimu's speculation, a glimmer of approval flashed in Zhao Kaishuan's eyes. He nodded and said, although we don't have concrete information, all sides speculate that a new, overlord-level spirit beast, one over level 80, has likely emerged. Zhao Kaishian continued explaining. The Flame region occupies 1/4 of Lungwa's territory and is home to the most overlord-level spirit beasts, a total of 18. Among the 15 established cities and 3 under construction, each city is responsible for guarding against one overlord. Originally, after the death of the 6-winged flame sovereign, everyone thought the pressure on Yanyu City would ease, and neighboring Yinyang City and Yinshan City would also get a breather. But who would have expected a new, overlord-level spirit beast to appear in just 2 short months? Tang Zimu frowned and asked, why would this new overlord send its subordinates to their deaths? What is it trying to achieve? Zhao Kaishian sighed helplessly. We can't figure out its intentions either. His expression grew resolute as he added, but the remnants of the 6-winged flame sovereign's forces are few. They won't last much longer. When the time comes, the truth will reveal itself. For now, we just have to adapt, countering every move it makes. If it wants a fight, we'll give it one. That's the spirit of the people in the Flame region. Without this determination, the outer borders would have been overrun by spirit beast tides long ago. Tang Zimu stood up. I need to head to Yanyu City immediately to assess the situation. Zhao Kaishian nodded affirmatively. The sooner you go, the better. Every additional person makes a difference. This world needs those who dare to fight spirit beasts. Hesitation in the face of powerful enemies leads only to disdain and abandonment, no matter how talented you are. After bidding farewell, Tang Zimu set off for Yanyu City that very night. By the time he arrived, it was already 11 p.m. As he approached the city gates, the pungent stench of blood hit him like a wave. Riding atop Xiaobai, he witnessed a gruesome scene. The entrance to the city was littered with human and spirit beast corpses, piled high like mountains, leaving hardly any place to step. Severed limbs, shattered bones, and mangled flesh formed grotesque mounds, some reaching halfway up the city walls. The sandy ground was soaked in blood, varying shades of crimson creating a horrifying image of a blood-soaked desert. Amidst this hellish sight, some people frantically searched through the heaps of bodies, desperately trying to find the remains of their loved ones. Others clung to the lifeless carcasses of their spirit beasts, wailing in grief over their fallen companions. Here, there were no fair battles, no rules to follow, only the brutal reality of the unending war faced by the residents of the Flame region. Due to Xiao Bai's striking appearance, Tang Zimu was quickly spotted by the vigilant guards stationed atop the city walls. Before long, Tang Zimu was recognized by a resident of Yinyang City, who led him into the city and brought him to Ronglong. Once full of vigor, Ronglong now sat slumped in a corner, utterly exhausted, his eyes vacant. Seeing a familiar face, Tang Zimu, Ronglong forced himself to perk up, shaking his head slightly. What's the situation now? Tang Zimu asked directly. Ronglong let out a deep sigh, his expression heavy with sorrow. 2 hours ago, the spirit beasts launched an unprecedented attack. Over 3,000 suicidal spirit beasts stormed the city gates. We fought fiercely for 2 hours and lost more than 1,000 of our guardian beasts to finally drive them back. Tang Zimu furrowed his brows. More than 3,000? These are elite beasts at levels 20 or 30, extremely rare in their groups. They actually threw their lives away like this. Clenching his fists in anger, Ronglong replied, exactly. Many of our people weren't prepared for this kind of life-for-life tactic. As soon as they stepped onto the battlefield, Before he could finish speaking, a deep, resonant drumbeat suddenly echoed from the city walls. Ronglong's expression froze, and then he clutched his head in despair, shouting, no way. Not even 30 minutes have passed, and they're back again. There was no time to say more. Ronglong hastily told Tang Zimu, stay close to me, before striding towards the gathered Yinyang City troops, rallying the still recovering soldiers to prepare for battle. Tang Zimu mounted Xiaobai and Laohe, following Ronglong silently, and joining the ranks of Yinyang City's forces. The armies of the 3 cities quickly converged and charged out of the gates. Under the moonlight, Tang Zimu's sharp eyesight spotted a dark line stretching across the horizon in front of the city, a massive army of thousands of spirit beasts of various forms, charging wildly toward Yinyang City, their piercing shrieks deafening. Long drew a sharp breath and whispered to Tang Zimu. This wave is even more terrifying than the one an hour ago. There must be over 5,000 of them. Tang Zimu, seeing further and clearer, corrected him. It's more than 5,000. There's another shorter line behind them. The total must be close to 10,000. Nearly 10,000 crazed spirit beasts with blood-red eyes surged forward, their overwhelming presence rivaling that of a dominant tier beast. Long raised his command flag high and shouted, "Form ranks." Then, pointing the flag toward the oncoming spirit beast horde, he commanded, "All troops, stand ready. We must hold the beast tied outside the city walls at all costs." With Long's command, the formation of the Beast Tamer's army shifted instantly. Defensive Beast Tamers quickly led their mounts to the preset trenches and fortifications, preparing for the battle ahead. Support Beast Tamers directed their companions to enhance other beasts with various buffs. The battlefield was soon illuminated with flashes of light and surging energy. Tang Zimu and Long were part of the largest charge team, tasked with the most challenging mission. The city walls of the Flame Domain were no ordinary structures, as they were infused with rare materials capable of raising energy barriers, preventing subterranean breaches, and reducing skill damage. These special materials safeguarded the skies and underground of the cities, but if the walls were breached, all defenses would crumble. For the defenseless civilians within, it would truly be the arrival of doomsday. Charge! Long shouted as he rode a Tomater level 65 Guardian Spirit Hound, activating multiple protective shield skills. Like a silver bolt of lightning, he dashed at the forefront of the team. Tang Zimu followed closely behind, riding his mount, Xiaobai, which had been enhanced with numerous speed buffs. Even with Lao He strapped to his back, Tang Zimu kept pace with the Guardian Spirit Hound effortlessly. The army of spirit beasts charged forward at full speed, and the two forces collided ferociously in the center of the battlefield. In that instant, the skies darkened, and a deafening roar filled the air. Countless waves of energy, brimming with fury, clashed violently. Flesh and blood intertwined in a chaotic struggle. Multicolored energy ripples exploded in all directions, turning the battlefield and the skies above into a dazzling, yet chaotic scene. At the heart of the battlefield, Tang Zimu spotted a charging blood leopard lunging toward him. He shouted, "Lao He!" Lao He reacted instantly, gripping the reins to steady himself while swinging the Rui Jingu Bang with his free, movable hand. Simultaneously, Tang Zimu's body, now transformed into a spectral divine form, merged with the staff, delivering a powerful ghostly strike. This unexpected combination attack caught the charging blood leopard off guard. When the staff smashed heavily into its side, tearing its abdomen apart, the beast finally realized the devastating power of the strike. Yet even gravely injured, the level 50 feral beast refused to surrender. With its battered body, it lashed out, baring its fangs and aiming directly for Lao Hei's hand holding the staff. Tang Zimu remained calm, his eyes focused intently on Lao Hei's hand as the fangs closed in. Just as the sharp teeth were about to pierce the skin, a crisp clang echoed through the air. The blood leopard's attack was abruptly halted midair. This was the transparent energy shield that Long had earlier commanded the Guardian Spirit Hound to cast on Tang Zimu's team. Tang Zimu had deliberately refrained from intervening, wanting to personally witness the defensive capability of the shield. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a renowned top-tier Guardian Spirit beast, its defensive power is truly extraordinary. The charging cheetah's attack proved utterly futile against the shield, failing to leave even the faintest crack. This sight made Tang Zimu's eyes light up, and a spark of realization flashed through his mind. He understood that, bolstered by the roar of battle intent, his strength could soar to an astonishing 400 points. Coupled with the energy shield provided by the Guardian Spirit Hound, his defense was nearly impenetrable. This meant he now possessed an unstoppable blade and an unyielding shield, allowing him to slaughter the spirit beasts with impunity. But that was far from all. Xiaobai's speed was on par with the elite of the spirit beast army. More importantly, Tang Zimu had reaction speed and observational skills that far surpassed those of other beast tamers. All these factors combined made him a master of offense, defense, speed, reflexes, combat techniques, and strategy. In this war, Tang Zimu had become an all-powerful, well-rounded warrior. Even Long, hindered by the Guardian Spirit Hound's clear disadvantages in strength and speed, was no match for Tang Zimu's current combat prowess. Realizing that his last shortcoming had been perfectly addressed, Tang Zimu decided to go all out. With a powerful kick, he sent the charging cheetah's corpse flying and commanded Xiaobai to charge into the densest cluster of spirit beasts. Today was the perfect opportunity to significantly increase his spirit beast kill count. Xiaobai, understanding his intent, unleashed its full speed without reservation. It transformed into a dazzling platinum streak, weaving through the battlefield with unrestrained ferocity. Wherever it passed, spirit beasts were sent flying, their anguished cries echoing in its wake. Most of the beasts didn't even have a chance to glimpse the true form of the platinum streak before being struck by an overwhelming force that sent them hurtling away. What the hell is going on? What kind of monster is that, scattering the spirit beast army like this? A watchman on the city wall suddenly exclaimed in shock. The others turned to look, only to see a platinum streak rampaging through the spirit beast horde. It resembled a high-speed, flesh-shredding machine, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. In just the time it took to blink, the streak's path was already littered with hundreds of spirit beast corpses. The observers exchanged bewildered glances, their minds racing with questions. Could it be one of the ministers, clan elders, or even the city lord himself stepping into the fray? But if that were the case, what would happen if stronger spirit beasts appeared later? Would they still have the strength to face them? In reality, the city lord, vice city lord, and leading figures of the various families in Yinyu City had yet to take action. It wasn't that they were unwilling to fight, but rather that they couldn't act recklessly. Beast taming battles consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and that energy couldn't be quickly replenished. If they were to face an equally powerful opponent while fatigued, their beasts could become helpless targets. This was a hard-earned lesson, paid for with the blood and lives of countless predecessors in the Flame Domain. Just as the crowd remained puzzled, one of the watchmen suddenly remembered something and blurted out, "I know what it is. That's Tang Zimu's Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed. I saw it with my own eyes when he rode it to our city before. Its speed and appearance are unmistakable." "What? Tang Zimu? Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed?" The others questioned in disbelief. "Are you saying that a rookie who's only been a beast tamer for just over 2 months is now unleashing top-tier destructive power comparable to the city's elite against an army of nearly 10,000 spirit beasts?" Before him lay a crimson scene soaked in blood. Each strike was met with the resistance of bone and flesh. On the battlefield, Tang Zimu moved like a finely tuned machine, tirelessly channeling spectral energy to aid Lao He in slaying one grotesque spirit beast after another. For 2 relentless hours, Tang Zimu fought with unwavering focus, pausing only briefly to locate Rong Long and ensure the protective spirit dog maintained the energy shield. His eyes burned with exhaustion, his expression betrayed extreme fatigue, and his mental reserves were nearly depleted. The number of spirit beasts he had slain blurred into an indistinguishable mass, with only the repetitive motions of combat reminding him that the battle was far from over. At this moment, Tang Zimu finally understood the numbness etched into Rong Long's demeanor. This kind of unyielding combat, with no reprieve, was a torment to both body and mind. Each swing, each strike, felt as though it drained a part of his very life. Suddenly, another spirit beast lunged at him from the front. Having just consumed a divine-grade spirit recovery potion, Tang Zimu instinctively unleashed a burst of spectral energy, reducing the creature to fragments. As he prepared to face the next opponent, a system notification abruptly pierced through the cacophony of roars and the clash of flesh and weaponry on the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations to the host's Beastmaster Tang Zimu for successfully slaying a spirit beast, the Howling Hound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a streak of 5,000 spirit beast kills. You have received the 5,000 kill reward, random skill, level 5,000. The unexpected notification jolted Tang Zimu out of his numbed state. He quickly calculated in his mind and was stunned to realize he had already slain over 2,100 spirit beasts on this battlefield. Reflecting on how just a week ago he had celebrated reaching a streak of 2,000 kills, he couldn't help but marvel at how time had flown and how brutal the battles had become. As for the system rewards, Tang Zimu had come to understand their increasing value. With each milestone, the rewards grew more significant from a single skill point at the beginning to strength-enhancing spirit wine, then 2 skill points, and now, a random skill for achieving 5,000 kills. This reward promised to be even more powerful. Just as his thoughts filled with anticipation, he noticed that the energy shield around him had become dangerously unstable. Without hesitation, Tang Zimu decided to retreat temporarily. Utilizing Xiao Bei's extraordinary ability to move unhindered by terrain, he swiftly made his way to a temporary rest area beneath the city walls of Yinyu City. Inside the rest area, many others were recuperating, including Rong Long, who was slumped against the ground. Seeing Tang Zimu enter, Rong Long greeted him with a hoarse voice but lacked the strength to rise. For Beastmasters, high-intensity combat drained not only their physical strength, but also their mental energy. Observing the battlefield and maintaining the spiritual connection with their beasts were constant mental strains. Rong Long and the others had been fighting for an extended period, their spirits long since worn thin. Yet, they persevered until dizziness overtook them, forcing them to retreat to the rest area. This scene silently conveyed the brutality of war and the unwavering resilience of the Beastmasters. Since the war began, everyone in the army had returned to the rest area multiple times, everyone except Tang Zimu. This exceptional warrior had only come back once, and that was to request an energy shield for the protective spirit hound from Rong Long. When he stepped into the rest area again, All eyes turned to him with astonishment, as if they were witnessing something extraordinary. Unfazed by their reactions, Tang Zimu strode straight to Long. He let Xiao Bai and Lao He rest nearby while he sat down beside him. Despite his pale complexion, Long managed a faint smile and asked, "How are you holding up?" "Even if I can't hold up, I have to," Tang Zimu replied. Long, visibly grateful, said, "It's a good thing you were here during this spirit beast onslaught. Otherwise, the city lord and the others would have been forced to step in early, and the consequences sigh." Long's words were filled with sincerity. He and the other combatants had witnessed Tang Zimu commanding Lao He and Xiao Bai to charge back and forth through the spirit beast army with incredible ferocity. They knew how many spirit beasts Tang Zimu had taken down, a staggering number that made up a significant portion of the enemy forces. It was no exaggeration to say that he had turned the tide of the battle. Tang Zimu modestly responded, "It's all thanks to Lao He and Xiao Bai being strong enough, and your protective spirit hound was a huge help too. Later, he'll need to trouble you again to have it put up another energy shield for us. For now, though, you should get some rest." Long nodded in agreement and closed his eyes to recover. Just then, Tang Zimu heard the system notification he had been waiting for. Ding, randomization complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Final Ascendance. Tang Zimu quickly opened the reward storage to check the skill description. Final Ascendance was a skill that disregarded the restrictions of spirit beast species and innate talents, allowing any beast to learn it. It was a non-elemental physical skill with devastating power. Upon use, all of the user's attributes except strength would be reduced to 1 point, and the consumed attribute values would be added to the attack on the target. Even more astonishing, the attack was guaranteed to critically strike and ignore all of the target's physical defenses. Excitement surged through Tang Zimuthi's skill was the ultimate trump card in desperate situations. Without hesitation, he learned the skill, adding a powerful ace to his arsenal. Just as he was about to head back to the battlefield, the door to the rest area was suddenly thrown open. One of Long's deputies burst in, his face flushed and his body trembling. Grabbing Long urgently, he stammered in a voice filled with panic, "Minister, it's bad. We've been tricked. It's a trap." Tang Zimu's voice rang out like an alarm bell, instantly jolting everyone in the lounge awake. The people of Yin region had already sensed something unusual when the spirit beasts launched their suicidal assault on Yinyu City. However, with no knowledge of the inner workings of the spirit beasts, they could only passively wait. After a fierce battle, the beast army had been reduced to its last 1 or 2,000, and victory seemed within reach. Yet, at this critical moment, the true objective of the spirit beasts finally came to light. "A trap? What's going on? Speak quickly." Long, disregarding the sweat dripping from his forehead, forced himself to stay alert and urgently pressed for answers. His exhausted face was etched with worry. The adjutant quickly explained, "Just now, City Lord Jun informed me that Yinyang City sent out an emergency alert to all cities in Yin region using electromagnetic dragonflies. Yinyang City is in danger and needs immediate reinforcements." Yinyang City in danger. Long was thunderstruck, leaping to his feet in shock. His wife, children, friends, and everything he held dear were in Yinyang City. This news hit him like a bolt from the blue. Grabbing the adjutant's shoulders tightly, Long's voice trembled. "What kind of danger? When we left, wasn't Yinyang City perfectly fine?" The adjutant steadied Long and gritted his teeth. "Minister, we've all been deceived. The emergency alert states that an hour ago, a massive spirit beast army of nearly 100,000 appeared near Yinyang City. What's worse, leading this army are the Pan-Snake brothers, and both of them have advanced to the Overlord level. The Pan-Snake brothers' infamous twin spirit beasts were notorious throughout the Yin region. They hailed from the illusion scale Pan-Snake lineage and were already high-level beings at over 70 levels, serving as key generals under the Flame Fong Demon. Their status was comparable to the Earth Horn Golden Rhino under the Six-Winged Flame Lord. However, due to their twin bond and seamless coordination in combat, their combined strength far exceeded that of the Earth Horn Golden Rhino, earning them the title of Invincible below the Overlord level. Now, with both having ascended to the Overlord level, their power would be truly terrifying. Impossible. Long struggled to accept this devastating news. Yinyang City is located behind Yinyu City. How could an army of nearly 100,000 spirit beasts get there? And how could the Pan-Snake brothers both ascend to the Overlord level? The adjutant hesitated before explaining. The emergency alert suggests that this spirit beast army entered through a hidden tunnel dug in the Yin Mo Valley. As for how the Pan-Snake brothers advanced to the Overlord level, no one knows yet. Yin Mo Valley. Long suddenly realized the truth. He recalled that Yin Mo City had previously issued a task, warning that many spirit beast leaders were gathering in the valley, making it inaccessible to beast tamers. At the time, everyone assumed it was a meeting of the spirit beast leaders to plot. No one imagined they were using Yin Mo Valley's terrain to secretly dig a tunnel, bypassing Yanyu City to launch a direct assault on Yinyang City. Taking a deep breath, Ronglong forced himself to remain calm. His eyes steeled with determination as he gave a decisive order. Now, immediately, gather everyone from Yinyang City here in Yanyu City. We must return to defend it as quickly as possible. The people from Yinyang City in the lounge stood up one after another, preparing to rush back and join the defense. Their families, friends, and livelihoods were all in the city. None of them were willing to abandon everything they held dear. Understood. The adjutant saluted and quickly left the lounge to carry out Ronglong's command. Using the tactic of openly repairing the plank road while secretly crossing through Chinsong, along with diversions like attacking in the east while striking in the west, and luring the tiger out of the mountain, these spirit beasts aren't learning combat skills, but studying military strategy instead. Tang Zimu stood to the side, listening intently to the discussions. He took a deep breath, furrowing his brow as unease filled his heart. Though he had no family in Yinyang City, his villa held a vast collection of valuable items. Cans of meat from the six-winged flame sovereign, clothing made of bone, half a bag of rare flame essence stones, and numerous treasures he had yet to use. A rough estimate put their worth at nearly half of everything he had worked for over the years. The thought of Yinyang City potentially falling and all his painstakingly gathered possessions being destroyed caused him a pang of heartache. As Tang Zimu was lost in thought, Ronglong approached him quietly. Lowering his voice, he asked cautiously, Tang Zimu, how are you feeling? Can you still fight? Ronglong spoke frankly. I know very well that with our current exhaustion, even if we rush back to Yinyang City, we won't be able to put up much of a fight. But our families are in the city. We have no choice but to go back and defend it. Right now, all our hopes rest on you. Hearing Ronglong's plea, Tang Zimu slowly shook his head and asked in return, Minister, do you think the spirit beasts capable of orchestrating this situation are foolish? Ronglong immediately replied, Of course not. We've all been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Tang Zimu pressed on. If they're not foolish, how could they not anticipate that we would send reinforcements? And considering the situations in Yanyu City and Yanshan City, how could they be unaware of those as well? These questions left Ronglong speechless. As a veteran who had fought spirit beasts for years, he knew better than anyone how cunning and adaptive high-level spirit beasts could be. If the spirit beasts had gone to such lengths to set up this elaborate trap, they had likely already accounted for reinforcements from other cities. Ronglong sighed and gave a bitter smile. But knowing all this, what can we do? We have no other choice. My parents, wife, and daughter are still in the city. Even if it costs my life, I have to go back and protect them. Tang Zimu nodded in understanding and refrained from further persuasion. He had never intended to dissuade Ronglong and the others from aiding the city. In such dire times, running away or abandoning loved ones was unthinkable for those who had fought spirit beasts on the front lines for years. However, a thought flashed through Tang Zimu's mind. Was there truly no other choice? He closed his eyes, his mind racing as he considered other possibilities. The scene shifted to the gates of Yanyu City. The city lord, Zhen Feiwen, wore a troubled expression as he addressed Ronglong. Minister Rong, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Just moments ago, I received word that the Dread Flame King is leading an army of spirit beasts, eyeing Yanyu City with ill intentions. If I send troops to support Yinyang City, Yanyu City itself may face total annihilation. Ronglong was stunned by the news and asked urgently, The Dread Flame King? Are you saying they've joined forces with the Dread Flame King for this operation? Zhen Feiwen shook his head grimly and revealed even more shocking information. It's not just the Dread Flame King. Multiple cities have reported that dominant-level spirit beasts in their regions are blocking their attempts to send reinforcements to Yinyang City. I don't know how or why they've set aside their rivalries to unite, but from what I can tell, every dominant-level spirit beast in the flame domain has mobilized. This revelation hit Ronglong like a bolt of lightning. He felt dizzy and collapsed into a chair, finally understanding why the spirit beasts could afford to send nearly 10,000 primage beasts as cannon fodder and command an army of 100,000 for a surprise attack. This was a meticulously planned, unprecedented large-scale operation orchestrated by over a dozen dominant-level spirit beasts working together. While Ronglong sympathized with the plight of Yanyu City and the other cities unable to send aid, he could see no hope for Yinyang City's future. Despair filled his heart. Unnoticed by the grieving Ronglong, Tang Zimu, standing silently nearby, seemed to have come to a realization. His gaze grew increasingly resolute, as though he had discovered a glimmer of hope amidst the dire circumstances. The renowned philosopher and thinker of Blue Star, Nicholas Ching-mei Yashiziji, once said that everything has its cause and effect. Tang Zimu, being a devoted admirer, firmly believed in these words. At this moment, he stood before City Lord Zhen, his mind racing to analyze the newly gathered information, striving to uncover the underlying connections. Tang Zimu's gaze sharpened as he identified three peculiar anomalies in his mind. First, the sudden surge in the strength of the Pan Snake brothers. Just 3 months ago, They were only Tier 2 spirit beasts at level 76 or 77. But now, they had astonishingly leaped past level 80. Such a rapid progression completely defied the conventional rules of spirit beast advancement. Second, the unprecedented unity among all the overlord-level spirit beasts of the flame domain. Tang Zimu knew well that relationships among spirit beasts were typically intricate and fraught. Some submitted to humans, others cooperated with them, while many were locked in endless conflict and rivalry. Yet now, these once hostile factions had come together in an uncharacteristic alliancian unusual phenomenon that surely concealed a deeper truth. Finally, the decision to attack Yinyang City seemed utterly illogical. A city with a mere population of over 10,000, impoverished in resources, was hardly worth such a large-scale operation. Spirit beasts had dispatched tens of thousands of their youth to their deaths, dug secret tunnels, and mobilized armies to intercept. The immense effort and risk far outweighed any potential gain. Tang Zimu frowned deeply, realizing that these three anomalies must stem from the same root cause. If he could uncover that cause, he would have the key to resolving the crisis. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to the death of the six-winged flame monarch, the only major upheaval in the flame domain in recent times. Tang Zimu's gaze turned toward the territory once ruled by the six-winged flame monarch. In his heart, he speculated. The answer is likely hidden in that region. While it was just a hypothesis, it was undoubtedly the most promising lead to address the current predicament. A bold plan began to take shape in Tang Zimu's mind. Instead of risking a breakthrough to return to Yinyang City, why not take advantage of the spirit beast's diverted forces and infiltrate the unguarded area to investigate? He chuckled to himself. If you spirit beasts want to play diversion tactics, why not use your own strategy against you? Realizing the urgency of the situation, Tang Zimu decisively approached Rong Long and Jin Feiwen. His voice was firm and urgent. City Lord Jun, I need a pass token for the South City Gate. After annihilating the sacrificial spirit beast army, Jin Feiwen, upon learning that the dreaded Yin King had set his sights on them, ordered his troops to regroup and enforced a strict lockdown of the city, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Standing atop the city wall, Jin Feiwen frowned as he gazed into the distance, strategizing his next move. At that moment, Tang Zimu made an unexpected request. I need to leave through the south gate and enter the desert, he said firmly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Jin Feiwen turned to Tang Zimu in surprise. The south gate. If you're taking a detour back, why use the south gate? He asked, puzzled. Yinyang City is north of Yenyu City, and the Yin King's blockade is to the north of Yenyu City. If you want to take a detour back to Yinyang City, the east or west gates would be closer. Heading south means going straight into the desert once ruled by the six-winged flame lord. Tang Zimu took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering. I need to enter the desert to find a way to resolve this crisis, he said, his tone carrying a hint of a gamble. Since it's a gamble, I can't give you a detailed plan, only a general answer. I don't intend to bring anyone along for this mission. Jin Feiwen furrowed his brow, falling silent as he deliberated. His gaze shifted between Tang Zimu and the barren desert outside the city, torn between trust and caution. If anyone else had made such a request at this time, he would have charged them with desertion. But this was Tang Zimu. He had to extend a certain level of trust and respect. Just then, Rong Long, standing nearby, spoke up with a spark of excitement in his eyes. Lord Jun, let Tang Zimu go. I believe he can do it. Rong Long had once faced the six-winged flame lord alongside Tang Zimu, and had personally witnessed his ability to turn the tide of battle, filling him with confidence in Tang Zimu. Their insistence ultimately swayed Jin Feiwen. Silently, he handed Tang Zimu the clearance token, his expression a mix of hope and concern. As night descended, the moon hung bright in the sparsely starry sky. The area around the south gate was eerily quiet, no spirit beast attacks, no menacing beast armies lurking in wait. With a heavy clunk, the city gates slowly creaked open. A flash of white sped out from the Sitya steed named Xiaobai. Tang Zimu, draped in a dark crimson robe, sat firmly astride Xiaobai. Beside him, Lao He clung to the Rui golden staff, securely fastened to Xiaobai's side. This unusual trio was both striking and harmoniously coordinated. Tang Zimu inhaled deeply, savoring the faintly fresh air away from the blood-soaked battlefield. Tugging the reins lightly, he pointed ahead. Xiaobai, let's go. Show me your fastest speed. The spirit beast's rations are all stored in the villa back in Yinyang City. If we're too slow, the city will fall, and the rations will be gone too. Hearing this, Xiaobai seemed electrified. Who dares threaten my food supply? It roared internally, surging forward with unprecedented speed, transforming into a streak of platinum lightning. Lao He, tied to the side, let out panicked yet encouraging cries. E, 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 as if cheering Xiaobai on with all its might, its own life seemingly tied to the success of this mission. For them, nothing was more terrifying than losing their food supply. With Xiaobai's extraordinary burst of speed and Lao He's fervent encouragement, The trio shot across the desert's edge and plunged deep into its heart. They raced forward relentlessly, heading further into the desolate expanse. As Tang Zimu had anticipated, most of the spirit beasts in the desert had been relocated, leaving behind only the old, weak, and infirm for them to encounter. Remaining vigilant, Tang Zimu scanned the ground below from atop the cloud-stepping Xiaobai, searching for any potential clues. Finally, after over half an hour of Xiaobai's relentless sprinting, Tang Zimu spotted a peculiar phenomenon deep in the heart of the desert. Tang Zimu's gaze swept over the familiar desert landscape, when suddenly, something unusual caught his attention. With his exceptional memory, he immediately realized that this place looked significantly different from how it had appeared over 2 months ago. Without hesitation, he signaled Xiaobai to descend, landing silently behind a sand dune. Pointing to a massive pit not far away and then to a nearby sand dune, Tang Zimu quietly explained the situation to Xiaobai. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiaobai nodded and carefully descended. When they were still about 100 meters from the ground, Tang Zimu sharply sensed a wave of scorching heat rushing toward him. Even without activating his divine body, he could distinctly feel the chaotic fire elements in the air. His vigilance heightened as he pondered the connection between this abnormal surge of fire elements and the changes in the pit. In his memory, this area had once been a shallow depression, but now it had transformed into an enormous pit, several times wider and deeper, as if deliberately excavated. What was even more unsettling were the clear traces of activity left by spirit beasts at the bottom of the pit. As Xiaobai touched down, the fire elements in the surroundings grew even denser. The air became unbearably hot, and the temperature spiked sharply. Alarm bells rang in Tang Zimu's mind. This concentration of fire elements was comparable to the power unleashed by a level 30+ fire attribute spirit beast, and this was only at the outer perimeter of the pit. Frowning, Tang Zimu instinctively pulled his dark red cloak tighter around him. Fortunately, this cloak, crafted from the hide of the six-winged flame sovereign, had an exceptionally high resistance to fire, effectively shielding him from the surrounding fire elements. In a low voice, he instructed Xiaobai and Lao He behind him to remain silent. Then, carefully, he began to make his way toward the pit along the sand dune slope. Using the cover of night, the trio soon reached the edge of the pit. Tang Zimu cautiously peeked out, meticulously observing the situation within the pit. Unlike the pits used for mining flame essence in the past, this pit had a vertical shaft at its center that plunged deep into the ground. The dim lighting obscured his view, and he couldn't discern what lay inside. Abandoning his attempt to investigate the impenetrable depths of the shaft, Tang Zimu instead focused on analyzing the tracks at the bottom of the pit. Judging by the markings, they appeared to have been left by reptiles. His mind raced as he tried to piece together more information from these scattered clues. Based on Tang Zimu's experience, the massive curved, wheel-like tracks on the ground were unmistakably left by a serpent-like creature. This matched the characteristics of the Pan-Snake brothers perfectly. A thought struck him: this place might very well be the key to the brothers' sudden surge in power, which had triggered the joint attack on Yinyang City by various dominant forces. Even though he had reached a conclusion in his mind, Tang Zimu refrained from acting rashly. He patiently observed from outside the deep pit for a long time before cautiously leading Lao He and Xiaobai into the pit, inching their way toward the central cavern. When they finally reached the edge of the cavern, Tang Zimu realized just how enormous this hole merely a black dot from above truly was. The oval-shaped opening had a diameter of nearly 10 meters, wide enough to throw Lao He in sideways with room to spare. Examining the textures along the cavern's edge, he concluded that this was definitely not a tunnel forcibly burrowed by the Pan-Snake brothers' bodies. Confronted with the seemingly bottomless cavern, Tang Zimu activated his most covert ability, the phantom spirit form, without hesitation. He also concentrated ghostly energy to envelop himself, Lao He, and Xiaobai, effectively masking their sounds and scents. After ensuring they were fully prepared, he signaled Xiaobai to step into the void and descend along the cavern path, while he and Lao He clung tightly to Xiaobai's body, following closely behind. As they descended deeper, the surrounding fire elements grew increasingly restless, and the temperature rose sharply. At 50 meters deep, the temperature reached 100 C. By 100 meters, it had climbed to 200 C. If not for their extraordinary physical resilience and the heat-absorbing protection of the six-winged flame sovereign's hide, they would have long been roasted to ashes. After descending another 50 meters, Tang Zimu wiped the sweat streaming down his face, feeling a surge of irritation. Just as he was silently complaining, a faint metallic tang of blood wafted through the air, instantly heightening his alertness. This sent him unmistakably human. Finally, after descending another 20 or 30 meters, they emerged from the narrow tunnel into a massive underground chamber. In the dim light, Tang Zimu quickly scanned his surroundings and discovered that the chamber was over 100 meters in both height and width, stretching far beyond the reach of his sight. At the base of the chamber, however, loomed an appalling sight. towering mounds of charred human corpses stacked together into ghastly mountains. Tang Zimu was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why so many human bodies had been amassed here or where these high-temperature scorched remains had come from. All he could do was instruct Xiao Bai to continue descending cautiously. But just as they were about to land, a sharp voice suddenly pierced through the darkness in the depths of the chamber. "Who's there?" Tang Zimu's heart skipped a beat, and a wave of fear surged through him. He had pushed his stealth abilities to their absolute limit, especially by skillfully utilizing ghost energy far surpassing the capabilities of many ghost-attributed spirit beasts. Yet, to be discovered so quickly under these circumstances, there could only be two explanations. Either the opponent possessed extraordinary sensory abilities, or their strength far exceeded his own. Suddenly, a blood-red beam of light emerged from the corner of the cavern. The light rapidly expanded, transforming into a pair of massive bloodshot eyes, each as large as a car. The eyes locked onto Tang Zimu, their gaze filled with astonishment. "Human!" A deep, guttural roar echoed through the chamber. In the next instant, the expression in the eyes shifted dramatically, turning into a menacing and indescribable ferocity. The cavern shook violently as a colossal figure lunged forward, charging straight at Tang Zimu and his companions. Though shrouded in shadow, the outline of its body suggested a length exceeding 100 meters. Tang Zimu immediately sensed the peril. He grabbed Lao He by the scruff of the neck with one hand, while pulling Xiao Bai's reins with the other. Swiftly mounting Xiao Bai, he urged the beast to race upward along the tunnel. Xiao Bai, already sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the owner of those blood-red eyes, didn't wait for Tang Zimu's command. It activated all its acceleration abilities and bolted with all its might. Humph! The mysterious creature let out a disdainful snort. In a flash, it appeared at the junction of the cavern and the tunnel, its eyes fixed on Tang Zimu and his companions, who were fleeing at full speed down the passage. Without hesitation, the creature plunged into the tunnel in pursuit. At this moment, the narrowness of the tunnel and its upward incline became advantageous. Although the mysterious creature's speed far surpassed Xiao Bai's, the tunnel was only slightly wider than its massive body, forcing it to slow down as it scraped against the walls. Additionally, the creature was chasing upward from the cavern's depths, while Tang Zimu continuously hurled ghost energy behind him to obstruct its path. These factors combined to forcibly reduce the creature's speed to match Xiao Bai's. "What the hell is this thing?" Tang Zimu gasped, still shaken. He had anticipated encountering a guardian here, but had never imagined it would be this terrifying. Based on his perception, the aura of this mysterious creature had already reached the commander level. Commander level just below the dominator rank typically referred to spirit beasts ranging from level 70 to 80. Beasts like the Earthhorn Golden Rhino under the Six-Winged Flame Sovereign or the Climbing Snake Brothers from 3 months ago belonged to this category. Even under a dominator's command, such creatures were usually rare, with only 2 or 3 at most. To think that during this critical moment when spirit beasts were mobilizing en masse, one of them had been hidden here. "Faster!" Tang Zimu urged Xiao Bai frantically, while taking a moment to catch his breath and glance at the information panel he had opened during a quick backward glance. Name: Phantom-Scaled Climbing Snake. Aptitude: 7 stars. Attributes: Psychic type, Poison type. Level: 72. Talent: Phantom Venom Emerald Grade Talent. Capable of secreting phantom venom that corrodes the body over time upon contact, with potential effects such as hallucination, manipulation, or mind control. Tang Zimu's heart sank. He realized this desperate escape was far from over. Tang Zimu's basic attributes appeared before his eyes: Strength 689, Spirit 905, Stamina 510, Agility 693, Physical Defense 510, Magical Defense 720. The skill list followed in quick succession: Phantom Venom Spray, Poison Pool, Serpent Tail, and Phantom Scale Poison Ring. Tang Zimu's pupils contracted, and his heartbeat quickened. This was actually a commander-level Phantom Scale Climbing Serpent. Memories surged like a tidal wave. Phantom Scale Climbing Serpents, aside from the Climbing Serpent sibling, shall have any commander-level beings. The closest possibility was the miraculous offspring of the Climbing Serpent siblings. As a hermaphroditic species, the Climbing Serpent siblings were not only twins, but also a pair, and they had produced offspring. With 2 sovereign-level parents, it was only natural for the child to ascend to commander level. Tang Zimu quickly pieced his thoughts together, his gaze instinctively sweeping toward the depths of the cavern. What kind of treasure could have enabled the whole Phantom Scale Climbing Serpent family to achieve such a remarkable leap in power? A thunderous roar yanked him back to reality. Thanks to Xiao Bai's extraordinary efforts, the 3 of them barely managed to escape the narrow cavern passage and return to the deep pit they had entered earlier. However, the commander-level Phantom Scale Climbing Serpent was right on their heels, its massive, blood-red mouth lunging straight for Xiao Bai's back. In that critical moment, Tang Zimu pulled a spiked fruit from his travel pouch and hurled it with precision into the serpent's gaping maw. At the same time, he smacked Xiao Bai's rear, prompting a sharp cry as Xiaobai bolted forward, narrowly avoiding the fatal attack. The Fruita treasure known as the barbed energy fruit began to take effect. The sharp spikes lodged in the serpent's throat caused its body to seize up. Its momentum momentarily halted. Tang Zimu seized the fleeting opportunity and urged Xiaobai to put some distance between them. Damn phantom scale climbing serpent. Tang Zimu cursed inwardly. You made me waste a barbed energy fruit. I'll make you spit it out just as you swallowed it. Though the fruit's usefulness to him was limited, it could still fetch a good price. However, now was not the time to mourn the loss of the treasure. Tang Zimu pushed Xiaobai to sprint desperately toward the edge of the pit, sparks flying from its hooves as they dashed through the void. The phantom scale climbing serpent, being a commander-level spirit beast, quickly recovered from its brief paralysis. Enraged by Tang Zimu's trickery, its fury ignited its savage instincts. Human, I will kill you. It roared, its speed surging dramatically. The distance Tang Zimu had painstakingly gained was closed in an instant. The increasingly pungent stench behind them signaled the serpent's proximity, and a flicker of despair flashed in the eyes of both Xiaobai and Lao He. Confronted with such a terrifying commander-level entity, they had reached the brink of hopelessness. A dead end? Tang Zimu was at a loss for words. With a formidable enemy closing in, he felt an unprecedented surge of excitement. Adrenaline coursed through his veins, and it seemed as if every cell in his body was cheering. As he neared the edge of the pit, the brink of freedom, Tang Zimu's heartbeat quickened. Behind him, the menacing aura drew closer, and he could hear the hissing sound of the phantom-scaled serpent opening its jaws, like the whisper of death itself. Caught between life and death, Tang Zimu's mind raced. He fixed his gaze on the sand dune ahead, gripping the Rui Jingu Bang tightly in his hands, ready to strike. He couldn't afford to sit idly by. Clenching his teeth, he poured all his spiritual energy into the magical staff, without hesitation. In an instant, the Rui Jingu Bang radiated a brilliant golden light, extending like a bolt of lightning. 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 100 meters it transformed into a sharp spear in the blink of an eye, thrusting straight toward the gaping maw of the phantom-scaled serpent. Hisso! The serpent let out a pained screech, its massive body trembling violently. It had never expected this tiny human's weapon to elongate so bizarrely, let alone possess such incredible power. Infuriated, the phantom-scaled serpent bit down hard, attempting to crush the Rui Jingu Bang. However, the moment its fangs touched the staff's surface, a piercing metallic clang reverberated through the air. Clang! Its jaw twisted unnaturally, and one of its sharp teeth snapped off with a resounding crack. Tang Zimu felt a surge of joy and seized the opportunity to direct Xiaobai to retreat. Skillfully maneuvering the 100-meter-long Rui Jingu Bang, he braced its tip against the pit wall and pushed down forcefully. Like a pole vaulter, he propelled Xiaobai over the sand dune. Human! The phantom-scaled serpent hissed, licking its broken tooth as its 100-meter-long body quivered with rage. The cunning tricks of this human had caught it completely off guard, something it hadn't experienced in its decades of dominating the flame domain. Consumed by fury, the phantom-scaled serpent no longer cared about preserving the pit. Its body began to glow with a sinister purple light as it climbed the pit's wall. Wherever it passed, the sand and soil corroded and evaporated, emitting a sharp, sizzling noise. By the time the phantom-scaled serpent reached the edge of the pit, it had fully charged its attack. Turning toward the sand dune, it unleashed a massive spray of corrosive venom, covering nearly 100 meters. Against this terrifying assault, the towering dune seemed pitifully fragile. After a series of deafening explosions, most of the mountaintop was instantly corroded away. This terrifying destruction showcased the immense power of a commander-level creature. However, to the surprise of the phantom-scaled serpent, even after leveling the mountaintop, it failed to find any trace of Tang Zimu. The serpent quickly scanned the area and soon locked onto its target's hiding spot. It let out a disdainful snort, thinking to itself, "Do you really think hiding in the sand dunes will save you? Let's see how long you can keep this up." The serpent's body shimmered with an eerie purple hue once more, and countless streams of dark green venom gushed forth from within, spreading toward the sand dunes. Wherever the venom touched, life withered, and sand and stone disintegrated into dust. The entire dune began collapsing and corroding at a speed visible to the naked eye, accompanied by a sickening, sizzling sound. As the serpent manipulated the venom, its eyes gleamed with malicious intent. It had no intention of letting its prey die easily. Instead, it wanted to capture and torment him thoroughly to vent its fury. When half of the sand dune had been dissolved, the phantom-scaled serpent suddenly broke into a triumphant smile. It had sensed the human directly beneath the venom. "Come out!" The serpent roared, directing the venom to envelop the target's position, leaving only a small gap to observe. The serpent swiftly coiled its body, and its tail lashed out like lightning toward the human. Through the gap in the venom, it could clearly see the human who had been toying with it, now raising a golden staff high and charging straight toward it. The serpent acknowledged that the unusually sturdy staff might cause it some discomfort, but how could such minor pain deter its thirst for revenge? Instead of dodging, it increased the force of its tail strike, aiming to knock the staff away. Just as the golden staff and the serpent's tail were about to collide, the staff's tip suddenly erupted with a blinding burst of golden light. A terrifying pressure spread out instantly. Sensing this overwhelming force, the phantom-scaled serpent's expression changed drastically, and its blood-red eyes filled with fear. Impossible, the serpent cried inwardly. This power rivals the outburst of a ruler-level spirit beast. At that moment, Tang Zimu finally revealed his ultimate and most fearsome trump card, the true power of his divine talent, mountain-shattering, sea-tilting. After a series of amplifications, Tang Zimu's strength attribute, originally equivalent to that of a level 50 spirit beast, skyrocketed to a level barely a step away from a ruler-tier existence, increasing 3 to 4-fold and crossing 3 entire tiers. This was the horrifying essence of the divine talent, mountain-shattering, sea-tilting. Simple, brutal, and overwhelmingly powerful, its true might was fully unleashed in that moment. Tang Zimu had finally waited for this moment. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the phantom-scaled serpent ahead, and through gritted teeth, he spat out, "Finally, I've got you." At this moment, Tang Zimu's body was trembling uncontrollably. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, and fresh blood seeped through his skin. With his strength attribute having reached an astonishing 1025 points, far beyond the limits of his physical endurance, his internal organs were on the verge of collapse. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body as if he were being torn apart, Tang Zimu held on with extraordinary willpower. He knew this was his one and only chance. Though his strength attribute had reached near dominant levels, his agility and mental power were still inferior to that of the phantom-scaled serpent. If his opponent managed to evade his attack with its agility, his immense strength would be rendered useless. To create this critical, fatal opportunity, Tang Zimu had deliberately enraged his opponent, fled in apparent panic, and hidden himself. Now, as he faced the serpent whose tail had lashed out too far to recover, Tang Zimu raised the Jingu Bang high, his eyes gleaming with an unyielding sharpness. The divine-grade spirit beast recovery potion he had just consumed had fully restored his mental power, and now that energy surged wildly into the Jingu Bang. At the same time, his bodily functions were rapidly deteriorating. Every ounce of diminishing attribute was being channeled into the golden staff, which now radiated layers of dazzling, blinding golden light. The light was breathtakingly brilliant, yet it carried an aura of annihilation that sent chills down the spine. Just as the phantom-scaled serpent's tail was about to strike him, Tang Zimu decisively swung the Jingu Bang. All his depleted attributes had been converted into energy, empowering the staff at this critical moment. Final Desolation Strike. Having just consumed the divine-grade spirit beast recovery potion, Tang Zimu's attributes were at their peak. With the attribute conversion effect of the Final Desolation Strike, his attack power was boosted by an additional 590 points. Combined with his base strength attribute, the strike unleashed an overwhelming force of 1,615 points. This level of power surpassed ordinary dominant-grade spirit beasts and reached the tier of legendary beasts like the six-winged flame sovereign. Even more terrifying was the fact that under the effect of the Final Desolation Strike, this attack guaranteed a critical hit, delivering true damage that completely ignored physical defenses. As the Jingu Bang was hurled by Tang Zimu, it collided with the phantom-scaled serpent's tail with crushing force. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world lost its color, and the desolate wasteland was plunged into an eerie silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound shattered the suffocating stillness. The point of impact between the phantom-scaled serpent's tail and the Jingu Bang began to split with fine cracks. Gradually, more fissures spread outward from the initial breaks, forming a dense web-like pattern. The cracks not only covered the entire tail, but continued to extend upward, eventually enveloping the serpent's entire body. The eyes of the phantom-scale serpent flickered with confusion, fear, and unwillingness. It opened its massive mouth in vain, but no sound came out. Suddenly, its 100-meter-long body exploded with a deafening roar, scattering into countless fragments that flew in all directions. Blood poured down like rain, painting the entire sky red. Pieces of its corpse blanketed the ground densely. Tang Zimu stood at the center of the blood-soaked battlefield, letting out a long sigh of relief before his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host's beast companion, Tang Zimu, for successfully slaying a phantom-scale serpent, a spirit beast of the commander level. This signified that he had single-handedly defeated a commander-level spirit beast. Without pausing to catch his breath, Tang Zimu quickly tapped on the pre-prepared item usage panel. Ding! The host has successfully used 1 bottle of divine-grade spirit beast recovery potion on Tang Zimu. As the potion took effect, a brilliant glow enveloped his body, instantly rejuvenating him. He stood up swiftly and nimbly. Finally got rid of that thing, Tang Zimu muttered to himself, activating a superpower shield to block the still falling chunks of flesh while checking his own condition. The excruciating wounds from earlier had completely healed, as if they had never existed. The side effects of Desperate Edge are indeed troublesome, but my conceptual level recovery ability is even more formidable. Tang Zimu waved toward the distance and called out, "You too. Come over here." Before the battle, he had instructed Lao He and Xiao Bai to stay far away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The earth-shattering fight just now could have easily cost them their lives. "Yep, Winnie." Lao He and Xiao Bai responded to his call, running over cheerfully with eyes full of admiration and awe. They had been prepared to face death moments ago, but instead, they witnessed their master display astonishing strength to slay the phantom scale serpent. Though they already knew their master was powerful, this level of combat prowess far exceeded their expectations. "All right, hurry up and collect the blood and flesh," Tang Zimu urged. "If the blood seeps into the sand, we'll suffer a huge loss." To kill the phantom scale serpent, he had used up 2 bottles of divine-grade spirit beast recovery potion and a ling thorn energy fruit. With such a significant investment, he had to make up for it by salvaging the serpent's remains. Tang Zimu had already mapped out the plan in his mind. The tail meat could be used to make a clear soup snake stew, the belly meat was perfect for crispy snake chunks, and the head meat could be grilled into snake kebabs. As for the snake's blood, it was rumored to have invigorating properties. Ahem, in any case, nothing should go to waste. You two keep collecting, I'll go check over there. Satisfied with Lao He and Xiao Bai's efficient handling of the remains, Tang Zimu nodded approvingly and quickly made his way toward a deep pit nearby. He was eager to uncover the truth. What was the purpose of piling up human corpses there? And what power had caused the phantom scale serpent and its kin to experience such a dramatic surge in strength? With these questions weighing on his mind, Tang Zimu strode resolutely toward the pit, determined to find the answers. Snap! In the depths of the cavern, Tang Zimu snapped his fingers, and a flame instantly ignited in his palm. The fire surged outward like a tide, illuminating the surroundings and revealing the true nature of the human corpses piled atop the mountain of death. The phantom-scaled serpent was dead, and there were no other guards left in the cave. Striding forward with purpose, Tang Zimu approached the heap of bodies and began to inspect them meticulously. He skillfully turned over several corpses, his sharp eyes scanning the features and markings on their bodies. Before long, a conclusion formed in his mind. These corpses were from various cities within the Flame region, and they had all died recently, their remains gathered here. Tang Zimu frowned in thought. Mass deaths were not uncommon. After all, the Flame region had a highly mobile population, and much of its territory was dominated by spirit beasts. It was a common occurrence for travelers to meet their end. However, what truly astonished him was that these corpses had been preserved intact, untouched by the spirit beasts. For spirit beasts to suppress their hunger and actively attack humans, it would require orders from the dominant entities in their respective regions. This realization made Tang Zimu's eyes light up. Clearly, this cavern of corpses, just like the attack on Flame Sun City, was the result of a coordinated effort among several of these powerful entities. But the critical question remained, what were they planning to do with these bodies? With this question in mind, Tang Zimu continued to examine the corpses closely. Soon, he made another discovery. The blood of these bodies had not been dried by the cave's high temperatures. Rather, it had been forcibly drained by some unknown method beforehand. This explained why, despite the mountain of bodies, there was no overwhelming stench of blood in the cave. After noticing the strange condition of the blood, Tang Zimu immediately began searching for traces of it. His sharp gaze quickly followed the sparse bloodstains on the ground, leading him to a corner where the phantom-scaled serpent had previously been stationed. Tang Zimu understood at once clearly. The serpent had been guarding something. He intensified the brightness of the flame in his hand and approached the corner. As he drew closer, he discovered a sloping tunnel hidden there, blending seamlessly with the dim surroundings and almost impossible to detect. As soon as he reached the tunnel's entrance, a wave of scorching heat surged toward him. Tang Zimu estimated that the temperature of the heat exceeded 400 C. Were it not for the fact that he was clad in the six-winged flame sovereign's hide and had transformed into his flame deity form, his body alone would not have been able to endure such conditions for long. To be safe, he enveloped himself in a protective shield of fire before stepping into the tunnel. After walking roughly 100 meters, Tang Zimu noticed a dim red glow emanating from the end of the passage. As a flame deity, he immediately sensed the ferocity of the fire elements concentrated there. They were in a state of extreme chaos. In such an environment, even the friction from walking could spark flames. Realizing that the truth was within reach, Tang Zimu's heart raced with excitement, and he quickened his pace. However, just as he took a few steps forward, an intense burning sensation flared up on his waist, causing him to gasp in pain. What's happening? Tang Zimu exclaimed, abruptly halting in his tracks. Tang Zimu hastily untied the small pouch filled with precious treasures from his waist. The intense heat had already begun to damage the expensive, specially crafted pouch, with the edges showing signs of melting. The treasures inside were not spared either. Quickly, he opened the pouch and grabbed a burning mass of deep crimson flames. As the flame rested in his palm, Tang Zimu suddenly realized it encased a single feather, the feather of the crimson lotus by Fong. The scorching heat was unbearable, forcing him to drop it to the ground. His hands turned red, the pain searing through him. Gasping for breath, Tang Zimu fell into deep thought. The feather of the crimson lotus by Fong had been in his possession for some time. Despite containing volatile energy, it had always remained dormant. Why had it suddenly ignited? Unless his gaze shifted toward the end of the tunnel. The only thing that could trigger such a reaction must be something in that direction. Realizing this, Tang Zimu swiftly retrieved a piece of six-winged flame lord's hide and carefully wrapped the feather. Holding the fiery bundle with utmost caution, he proceeded deeper into the tunnel. Sure enough, the farther he ventured, the more intense the flames from the feather grew. By the time he reached the end of the tunnel, even the hide of the six-winged flame lord struggled to withstand the scorching heat. But Tang Zimu had no time to worry about the feather's condition. His attention was entirely focused on the scene before him. Emerging from the tunnel, he found himself in a relatively small chamber. Flames floated along the stone walls, and the ground was etched with a strange, intricate pattern. The air reeked of blood, and it became evident that the pattern was drawn using human blood. At the center of the chamber stood a raised black stone platform, upon which rested a palm-sized, deep crimson orb. The overwhelming heat and the flames on the walls seemed to emanate from this orb. Tang Zimu cautiously moved the feather of the crimson lotus by Fong closer to the orb. The moment the two objects neared each other, they erupted with even more powerful flames, yet they seemed to repel one another. This unexpected reaction brought him a sense of relief. Having the feather as a buffer significantly reduced the orb's direct impact. After a brief moment to adjust, Tang Zimu gathered his courage and, with the feather in hand, approached the orb. Using the flames from the feather as a shield, he successfully reached the orb and could clearly see the deep crimson flames flickering inside its semi-transparent surface. This must also be an artifact imbued with divine power, Tang Zimu thought, taking a deep breath to confirm his suspicion. For something to affect the feather of the crimson lotus by Fong, it had to possess a similar level of divinity. Considering the current circumstances, he deduced that the orb likely originated from the blazing flame Swanni. After all, they were in the flame domain, and the Swanni, known in legends for its epic battle with the crimson lotus by Fong, was also a fire elemental divine creature. If that were the case, then the reward. Tang Zimu channeled all his mental energy to fortify his hands, ensuring maximum protection, and swiftly touched the orb. Before the heat could burn him further, he withdrew his hand in an instant. Almost immediately, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host Tang Zimu for successfully making contact with the orb of the blazing flame Swanni. Ding! Congratulations to the host for touching a divine artifact for the third time. Triple reward unlocked. Infernal Crimson Lotus Flame. As expected, it was the treasure of the blazing flame Swanni. Tang Zimu was thrilled to discover that the cave was hiding an item imbued with divine power. While shaking his scorched hand, he couldn't help but reveal a triumphant smile. Divine artifacts, being one of the most challenging achievements in the system, naturally came with the most generous rewards. This accidental discovery turned out to be an unexpected delight. However, Tang Zimu's smile soon faded. He recalled his earlier speculations that the chaos among the dominant spirit beasts was linked to the death of the six-winged flame lord. But now, the truth seemed to point more toward the blazing flame Swanni pearl. This pearl had existed in the flame domain for ages, yet remained undiscovered until now. Its sudden appearance must have a reason. Tang Zimu's gaze shifted to the scarlet lotus bifong feather, which seemed to resonate with the pearl. A worrying thought surfaced. Could the entire spirit beast upheaval in the flame domain have been triggered by my excavation of the scarlet lotus bifong feather? Tang Zimu sighed and mocked himself. Did I just dig my own grave? But he quickly brushed aside the thought and refocused on the system's rewards. Since the second-tier reward for fulfilling the divine artifact condition was the top-tier item, the Calamity Mask, the third-tier reward was bound to be even more extraordinary. With anticipation, Tang Zimu opened the reward storage. What greeted his eyes was a blazing Lotus Demon Flame activation card. The system indicated that this item could only be used on fire element spirit beasts, and once activated, the beast's flames would transform into blazing Lotus Demon Flames. The blazing Lotus Demon Flame was a fusion of the Scarlet Lotus Karma Flame from the Scarlet Lotus Bifong and the blazing Heaven Demon Flame from the blazing Flame Swanni. Its immense power instilled fear in both gods and demons, earning it the title Master of All Flames. It possessed three key attributes. 1. Master of All Flames. Increases fire resistance to 99. 2. Blazing Lotus. All fire magic skills trigger fire element explosions. 3. Demon Flame. Doubles the power of all fire magic skills. Tang Zimu gasped. The earlier heartache from using the divine grade spirit beast recovery potion and the spiked core fruit instantly vanished. He couldn't help but marvel. Haji Snake, you are truly a magnificent creature. Not only did you donate your 100-meter-long leader-class serpent body as ingredients, but you also contributed such powerful flames to me. To Tang Zimu, the effects of the blazing lotus demon flame were already comparable to divine-level abilities, deserving the highest praise. With 99 fire resistance, it was nearly equivalent to complete immunity to fire damage. Combined with the doubled power of fire magic skills and the chain explosion effect, this, paired with his flame god body amplification, could turn a simple spark skill into an unstoppable fire dragon in an instant. Tang Zimu mused that the only distinction between the blazing lotus demon flame and true divine-level abilities might be its limitation to fire attributes and the fact that its damage boost applied only to magical attacks. However, this limitation was insignificant for him. While in his flame god body state, Tang Zimu tentatively dragged the activation card onto the avatar on his system panel. The system immediately displayed a prompt. Host Tang Zimu, do you confirm the use of the blazing lotus demon flame activation card on Beastmaster Tang Zimu? Indeed, the universal divine body surpasses all, Tang Zimu thought smugly. With divine-level talents, restrictions and attributes hardly mattered. Confirm. Tang Zimu made his choice without hesitation. In an instant, a surge of blazing heat flooded through his body like a tidal wave. A surge of unique information flooded into Tang Zimu's mind like a tidal wave. A scorching heat gradually enveloped his entire body, yet the once unbearably hot environment around him instantly turned soft and refreshing. Tang Zimu frowned slightly, thinking, is it done already? The process was unexpectedly uneventful, lacking the excruciating pain he had imagined would accompany such a transformative experience. The flame he had been using for illumination had already gone out. Curious, Tang Zimu snapped his fingers, and with a whoosh, a brand new flame erupted into existence. This flame was an eerie crimson, exuding a formidable pressure reminiscent of the fiery aura of the Jian Swanee Pearl, while also carrying the sharp, fierce energy of the feathers of the red lotus bifong. Within the blazing core of the flame, one could almost hear the interwoven roars of beasts and cries of birds. Though he couldn't yet test the power of this flame, Tang Zimu tried manipulating it experimentally. To his delight, he discovered that the control over this crimson lotus demon flame far surpassed that of ordinary flamesit, seemed to move effortlessly in sync with his thoughts. Now I've truly become a fire element grand master, he murmured with satisfaction. After dispersing the crimson lotus demon flame, Tang Zimu took a closer look around the chamber. When the system activated the demon flame, it also imparted some knowledge about the Jian Swanee and the red lotus bifong. He noticed the strange blood-painted patterns on the chamber floor bore a striking resemblance to a technique associated with the Jian Swanee's abilities. Somehow, this technique had been passed down, but in a corrupted form requiring human blood for activation. Tang Zimu quickly connected this information to the Pan-Snake brothers and the recent disturbances among spirit beasts, piecing together a rough outline of the events. The Pan-Snake brothers, or perhaps their entire phantom-scale Pan-Snake species, had inherited abilities linked to the Jian Swanee for some unknown reason. When the Jian Swanee Pearl began showing signs of activity, they discovered this chamber and used special methods to refine a massive amount of energy, allowing them both to ascend to ruler-level status. However, relying solely on the two of them to collect human blood proved insufficient. Thus, the Pan-Snake brothers began using energy as bait or employing other means to ally with other ruler-level beings to gather human blood collectively. Initially, they targeted passing humans, but their ambition grew, and they set their sights on the heavily populated and bustling Yinyang city. Tang Zimu's eyes lit up as he pinpointed the key. So, if humans simply take the Jian Swanee Pearl away, their entire plan falls apart. However, he quickly realized that while the idea sounded simple, executing it was nearly impossible. The Pan-Snake brothers had left a ruler-level offspring to guard the chamber, and with all the top experts in the flame domain under close surveillance by other ruler-level beings, ordinary humans stood no chance against such a formidable opponent. Tang Zimu couldn't help but feel fortunate for his unique abilities. Only someone like him capable of charging into the wilderness and unleashing ruler-level attacks might have a chance to accomplish such a feat. TSK, 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 that Jian Swanee Pearl is about to fall right into my hands, he said, reaching out toward the pearl with anticipation. After all, the Jian Swanee Pearl was clearly still active, and it likely contained a reserve of pure energy that the Pan-Snake brothers had yet to use. Tang Zimu took a deep breath and pressed his palm firmly onto the scorching flame Cheongqi Pearl without hesitation. The intense heat that once caused him unbearable pain now felt merely warm, thanks to his 99 fire resistance. He effortlessly held the pearl in his palm, closed his eyes, and began to sense its inner energy. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, filled with surprise and delight. The pure energy contained within the pearl far exceeded his expectations. It was an unexpected boon. Without delay, he activated his scorching lotus demon flame and started guiding the energy within the pearl. This energy, forged by the domineering scorching heaven demon flame, was volatile and brimming with unimaginably intense fire elements. Even leader and overlord level spirit beasts would need to absorb it cautiously. However, with the similar aura of his scorching lotus demon flame and his exceptional fire resistance, Tang Zimu could absorb the energy freely and without concern. As he absorbed the energy recklessly, a familiar prickling pain surged through his body, causing him to gasp sharply. This pain signified a qualitative transformation in his attributes. Excited, he brought up his attribute panel, enduring the discomfort while closely monitoring the changes in his stats. At first, the changes were slow, as though his body was adapting to the new energy. But soon, all his basic attributes began to increase at a visible rate. His mental power and magical defense, in particular, skyrocketed at an astonishing pace. In just 20 minutes, Tang Zimu had completely absorbed the remaining energy within the pearl. This was equivalent to what the Snake Brothers would take over 2 months to absorb, an effect that spoke volumes. After his body temporarily adapted to the new attributes, he checked his attribute panel again, and the transformation was nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, Tang Zimu's attributes had surged to Strength 390, Mental Power 420, Stamina 210, Agility 220, Physical Defense 165, and Magical Defense 235. Compared to before, his mental power had increased by 230 points, magical defense by 150 points, and all other attributes had more than doubled. This phenomenal improvement filled Tang Zimu's heart with anticipation for the future. The most minimal improvement was in the attribute that the Blazing Flame Swanee was least adept at: strength. Under the effect of the overturning mountains and seas ability, this value doubled to a staggering 120 points. Tang Zimu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the astonishing numbers. This is simply unbelievable, he murmured to himself, his heart surging with uncontrollable excitement. Even with just its basic attributes, the Blazing Flame Swanee was already comparable to a fully qualified Tier 2 spirit beast at level 50 or above. It was common knowledge that the higher the level of a spirit beast, the harder it was to advance, but the attribute growth at each level also became more significant. Tang Zimu's original strength was roughly equivalent to that of a Tier 3 spirit beast in the low 40s. This absorption had propelled him forward by over 10 levels, putting him on par with Tier 2 spirit beasts above level 50. What was even more astonishing was that Tang Zimu possessed 2 divine talents, the Blazing Lotus Demonic Flame, and a host of skills and items. These enhancements exponentially boosted his actual combat power beyond what his base attributes could indicate, easily doubling his capabilities. Tang Zimu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gently caressed the Blazing Flame Swanee pearl in his hand, calculating in his mind. With this, even if the phantom-scaled climbing serpent resurrects, I can fight it heat-in without resorting to my last resort skill. A human powerhouse, comparable to a commander-level entity, had quietly emerged. This is incredible, truly incredible, Tang Zimu exclaimed, unable to put down the Blazing Flame Swanee pearl. This was no disposable artifact. So long as it was supplied with sufficient energy, it could continuously produce the blazing demonic flame for refinement. Although Tang Zimu had no knowledge of refining with human blood, his possession of the Blazing Lotus Demonic Flame granted him a far more advanced capability. Who needs human blood? I can refine even the blood and corpses of spirit beasts, he thought smugly. This meant that from now on, every spirit beast Tang Zimu defeated would not only earn him system points, but could also be refined into energy to enhance his attributes. This is like Emperor Qin eating Sichuan peppercorns. I've hit the jackpot, Tang Zimu rejoiced inwardly. Meanwhile, the city of Flaming Sun in the Flame region was embroiled in a fierce and desperate battle to defend its walls. Minister Wei, more than half of the beast tamers at the South Gate are dead or wounded. We urgently need reinforcements, or we won't be able to hold. A blood-soaked deputy commander staggered up to the city wall, pleading with Wei Ongwa. Wei Ongwa withdrew his gaze from the battlefield beyond the walls, clenched his fists tightly, and gritted his teeth. Reinforcements? Where am I supposed to find reinforcements for you? Every beast tamer in the city has already been thrown into the fight. Flaming Sun City had been locked in combat with an army of 100,000 spirit beasts for hours. Normally, facing such a massive force led by 2 overlord-level spirit beasts, any city would have fallen long ago. It was only thanks to the recent influx of beast tamers into Flaming Sun City that they had managed to hold out this long. But this resistance was merely a temporary reprieve, relying on the sturdy city walls. As time dragged on, the beast tamer's spirit beasts suffered devastating losses, and the scales of victory had clearly tipped in favor of the spirit beast army. Those beast tamers still fighting were making their final, desperate stand. No reinforcements from other cities after all this time means they're besieged by spirit beasts too. Our only hope now lies with the city lord. Weiyang's eyes briefly lit up with hope as he turned his gaze back to the battlefield, only for that glimmer to be extinguished instantly. The city lord, Zhao Kaixian, who was regarded as their last hope, was currently mounted on his scorching flame Lion King, being viciously attacked from both sides by the Serpent Brothers. Seeing this, Weiyang's heart sank into despair. Flaming Sun City is doomed. Zhao Kaishuan's blazing flame Lion King was among the most formidable beasts in the flame region, even when compared to the main battle beasts of all the city lords. It could hold its ground against even the veteran apex predator, the six-winged flame monarch. Yet today, it found itself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. The Pansnake brothers, a newly ascended pair of overlords, were like perfect hunters. Their coordination was seamless, their instincts aligned, and their venomous abilities were a nightmare to contend with. In battle, they were like an endless swamp, relentlessly sapping the vitality of the blazing flame Lion King. Once a majestic and awe-inspiring beast, the blazing flame Lion King was now battered and broken. Nearly half of its scales were shattered, its fur corroded to the brink of disappearance, and one of its legs was fractured. Its heavy, labored breaths and dimming eyes betrayed its exhaustion. It had reached its limit. Zhao Kaixian was in equally dire straits. The opposing army of spirit beasts included leaders of commanding rank, forcing the other experts of Flame Sun City to scatter and fend off the onslaught. Alone, Zhao could only lead the blazing flame Lion King in a desperate struggle against the Pansnake brothers. Under the relentless two-pronged assault, they managed to hold on, barely surviving. The prolonged intensity of commanding the battle felt like a razor-sharp blade slicing through Zhao Kaishuan's nerves. His mind grew numb, and he relied solely on instinct to guide the blazing flame Lion King, dodging attacks as best as possible. Hope for reinforcements? That dream had vanished an hour ago. As a city lord, Zhao understood better than anyone the importance of mutual support among the cities of the Flame region. The deafening silence since the battle began could only mean that the other cities were facing their own overwhelming crises. Who would have thought that just as Flame Sun City was beginning to thrive, it would face utter destruction? Zhao Kaixian thought bitterly. He was unwilling to accept this fate, with so many of his ambitions still unfulfilled. Yet the harsh reality was undeniable. The city's downfall was inevitable, and no one could change that. As Zhao's thoughts drifted in despair, a heart-wrenching roar tore through the skies. The blazing flame Lion King, its movements already slowed, failed to evade the venom spat by one of the Pansnake brothers. The thick, corrosive liquid clung to its remaining healthy leg, dissolving flesh and skin in an instant. Zhao Kaishuan's trembling hand stroked the blazing flame Lion King's back as tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. He knew his partner had reached its breaking point and could collapse at any moment. City Lord. Over there. A desperate shout from Weiyangwa on the city wall snapped Zhao Kaixian out of his daze. He whipped his head around, following Wei's outstretched finger. High in the sky, a battered and tattered phantom-scaled pan-snake head was cutting through the clouds, hurtling toward the battlefield. Zhao squinted, scrutinizing the bizarre sight. The snake's head was riddled with cracks, its flesh torn in numerous places, and it was even missing an eye. It looked as if it had been hastily pieced together. A ridiculous thought flickered through Zhao Kaishuan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He had already recognized the creaturite was the offspring of the Pansnake brothers. As the third strongest among the phantom-scaled pansnake species and the child of two overlord-level spirit beasts, how could it possibly be a patchwork creation? Zhao Kaixian heard Weiyang's roar, and naturally, the pansnake siblings did as well. At first, they were puzzled, as no flying creatures were supposed to appear in this area. The wife among the pansnake siblings curiously tilted her head upward, and the next moment, let out a piercing shriek. Hearing this, her husband looked up as well, reacting even more intensely as his serpentine pupils contracted sharply. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhao Kaixian quickly commanded the blazing flame Lion King to unleash a fiery explosion on each of the two snakes. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, he dashed out of the encirclement, finally catching a brief respite. Yet, his curiosity lingered. What could have caused such a strong reaction from the pansnake siblings at the sight in the sky? He raised his head to look. A massive snake head had emerged from the clouds and descended into midair. Zhao Kaishuan's vision became clearer, and he finally saw a platinum-colored figure dragging the snake head as it sprinted through the sky. The sight instantly reminded him of the majestic figure of Xiaobai running through the skies when he had welcomed Tang Zimu at dusk. Without a doubt, it was Tang Zimu's contracted beast, the Sky Shadow Dragon steed. And riding on its back was none other than Tang Zimu himself. Zhao Kaishuan's heart began pounding fiercely. He suddenly recalled Li Chang's words after the battle with the six-winged Flame Lord. You have no idea. Just when all of us had lost hope, Tang Zimu stood up alone. In that moment, I didn't see a junior. I saw a hero radiating hope and brilliance. At this very moment, Zhao Kaixuan felt the same. Though he didn't know how Tang Zimu had arrived or what hope he brought, he was certain that Yinyang City could be saved. Tang Zimu glanced at the fighters still engaged on the ground and at the city walls yet to be breached. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exhaled deeply. After retrieving the blazing flame Swanee Pearl from the deep pit cave, he had rushed toward Yinyang City without a moment's delay. Although he encountered numerous spirit beasts attempting to block his path, with the help of skilled fighters from other human cities, he managed to break through the siege and arrive just in time. Looking at the pan snake siblings, Tang Zimu smirked inwardly. How does it feel to see your child's corpse? Surprising? Exciting? Unexpected? The snake head of the illusion scale pan snake that he had pieced together along the way was meant to deliver a clear message. Your child is dead, I killed it. Your treasure is gone, I took it. The pan snake siblings had led the other overlords to attack Yinyang City and slaughter humans for the sole purpose of using the blazing flame Swanee Pearl to refine energy. Now that the pearl was gone, what more could they gain by continuing the assault? Predictably, after taking a fiery explosion heat-in, the pan snake siblings ignored the blazing flame Lion King and instead shifted their focus, their eyes burning red as they locked onto Tang Zimu. The two colossal creatures lunged toward him almost simultaneously. The pan snake brothers continued to weaken the flame Lion King with their venom, maintaining their peak condition. The two dominant beasts radiated an aura of terror as they charged directly at the defenseless Tang Zimu. Everyone present felt their hearts tighten and sprang into action. Wei Onghua, disregarding protocol, immediately commanded the Radiant Wing Griffin to assist. Others likewise deployed their beasts, determined to lend a hand despite the perilous situation. Even Zhao Kaixuan, still catching his breath, gritted his teeth through the pain and ordered the half-wounded Flame Lion King to intercept. However, the Pan Snake brothers' resolve surpassed everyone's expectations. They burned their own flesh and blood to unleash unprecedented speed, skillfully evading the myriad of beasts in their path as they headed straight for Tang Zimu. Their belief was unwavering: killing Tang Zimu would grant them the Ember Flame Pearl. Wei Ongua's eyes reddened with fury as his flickering hope was mercilessly extinguished. Zhao Kaixuan was frantic, enduring his agony as he commanded the Flame Lion King to stop the Pan Snake brothers at all costs. In this dire moment, Tang Zimu remained unflustered. As the Pan Snake brothers closed in, their blood-red eyes and the stench from their mouths became unmistakable. Yet, Tang Zimu's lips curled into a faint smile as he slowly drew a fiery red feather from his sleeve. The feather swayed in the breeze, resembling a flickering flame. This sight left everyone, both humans and beasts, momentarily stunned. Although the feather appeared extraordinary, its aura seemed unremarkable, as if it were an ordinary item. Then let it burn, Tang Zimu murmured softly. His spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into an overwhelming torrent of Crimson Lotus demon flame that awakened the dormant Crimson Lotus Karma fire within the Red Lotus by Fong Feather. Guided by Tang Zimu, the Karma fire erupted like an unbridled stallion. The Crimson Lotus Karma fire had a singular ability to incinerate all things. Everything in existence could be reduced to ash, even souls unable to escape its grasp. Annihilate. The unleashed Crimson Lotus Karma fire instantly spread across the entire sky, forming a colossal flaming net that enveloped the Pan Snake brothers. Under this overwhelming force, every human and beast felt a fear that pierced their very souls and bones. The more timid spirit beasts instinctively prostrated themselves on the ground in submission. The two apex-level phantom-scaled serpent siblings and the blazing flame Lion King suddenly trembled, and only then did the crowd realize that the seemingly ordinary feather had unleashed astonishing power. A massive flaming net descended upon the serpents, and with piercing shrieks, they turned to flee for their lives. Despite their swift reaction, the sheer breadth of the fiery net made escape nearly impossible. The infernal flames of the Red Lotus descended. The serpent sister, lagging slightly behind, collided sideways with the flames. In an instant, its vaunted magical defenses crumbled like paper, and half of its body was reduced to ash. The serpent brother, though only grazed by the embers, suffered piercing burns, with blood flowing profusely from the wounds. Shaken and terrified, the serpents immediately commanded the spirit beast army besieging the city to cover their retreat. Using their psychic powers, they manipulated the spirit beasts and abandoned the tens of thousands of their forces without hesitation, fleeing toward an open area. Tang Zimu retracted the Red Lotus flames, a faint smile playing on his lips. He had deliberately slowed the fire's spread, reluctant to completely incinerate the bodies of the apex phantom-scaled serpents. Their remains could be refined to yield immense energy, and reducing them to ashes would be a waste. Riding on Xiaobai, Tang Zimu approached Zhao Kaixuan, proposing to pursue the severely injured serpent siblings. Zhao Kaixuan, however, expressed concern about the blazing flame Lion King's injuries. In response, Tang Zimu produced a vial of blue potion, claiming it could rapidly heal the lion's wounds, but he attached a condition to its use. Zhao Kaixian readily agreed, but Tang Zimu's sole request was to claim the corpses of all apex-level and commander-level spirit beasts from the battle. Handing over the potion, his tone was firm as he reiterated his demand. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.